Chapter 70. Why Not Be Human? Bang! The great Peng Wang felt as if a colossal mountain, stretching 100,000 miles, had violently crashed upon him. He was utterly defenseless, sent sprawling backward. Poof! The great Peng Wang, having fallen hard, spewed blood, his face ashen. It was evident that this strike had deeply wounded his foundation. Long Shan and Shui Fachuo widened their eyes in disbelief. Was this youth still human? He actually withstood the attack of the Demon King and royal clan with mere flesh? Moreover, he did so despite being less powerful than the great Peng Wang. The great Peng Wang was also filled with dread, yet his dignity as a demon king forbade him from being defeated by a human. Kill! He roared, unleashing a terrifying aura even more potent than before. However, in the next moment, bang, 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 Gu Yun unleashed a flurry of strikes, each like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly pounding the great Peng Wang. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was unmistakable. The great Peng Wang was not only unable to retaliate, but was also left bloodied and battered. As he noticed Gu Yun preparing to strike again, fear gripped him, and he hastily raised his hand. Elder, please show mercy. I won't fight anymore. Gu Yun chuckled lightly. Bang! He delivered another blow and then said with a smile, had you said so earlier, why endure such suffering? The great Peng Wang felt a sharp pain in his chest, a mouthful of blood gushing forth as he collapsed to the ground like a broken-backed dog. Consider him a dignified demon king, a respected figure of his clan, an absolute powerhouse of the Eastern Continent's demon race. How could he find himself in such a state of disgrace and humiliation? The more he thought about it, the more suffocating the feeling became, and tears glistened in his eyes. The two formidable figures of the demonic path beside him were left dumbfounded. What the hell? Even the demon king was brought to tears? They dared not remain standing any longer. Plop! They immediately knelt on the ground, faces full of pleading. Elder, we were momentarily foolish and offended you. Please, have mercy and spare our lives. Gu Yun smiled nonchalantly. I have stated that I brought you here simply to counsel you towards righteousness. Thus, there is no need for fear. As long as you abandon evil and embrace goodness, I shall not trouble you. Upon hearing this, the two, one demon and one human, were momentarily stunned. On one side stood the irredeemably wicked figures of the demonic path, and on the other, a demon capable of mass slaughter. Gu Yun was asking them to abandon their evil ways? Was there any difference between that and going to a brothel to seek virtue? But for the sake of their lives, they dared not utter a word of dissent. Long Shan immediately spoke up. We will absolutely embrace goodness. In truth, we were originally good people, forced into the demonic path by circumstances. Now, Elder, grant us this opportunity, and we shall heed your counsel, never to commit evil again. Gu Yun laughed heartily and replied, I am quite pleased to hear you say that. Here, take this Jingxin Dan to purify the sins within you. Long Shan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Gu Yun. The Jingxin Dan was a divine antidote, reputed to cure all poisons. For ordinary people, even if they were not poisoned, consuming it posed no harm and could even strengthen the body and purify the heart's demons. However, for Long Shan, he was completely laden with poison. His physical body had even been cultivated into an unparalleled toxic physique. For him, the Jingxin Dan was akin to a covert poison. It was as if warm water was a good thing for ordinary people, but forcing an ice block to drink it would melt it instantly. Trembling, Long Shan gazed at Gu Yun and said, Elder, I cannot consume this. Gu Yun's expression darkened. Why can the righteous and good-hearted consume it, yet you cannot? You claim to be willing to heed counsel, yet I see you are obstinately stubborn. Long Shan clenched his teeth. Was this really the righteous path? Did they intend to force him to his death? He suddenly stood up, glaring fiercely. I'll fight you then. With that, he waved his hand, and thousands of venomous snakes surged towards Gu Yun. Gu Yun let out a cold chuckle. I had kindly advised you to turn towards goodness, to leave you a path of survival, but you seek death instead. Whoosh! A beam of golden light flashed. The multitude of snakes that had rushed towards Gu Yun was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Long Shan's eyes widened, his head severed from his body. Witnessing this scene, Shui Fachuo and the great Peng Wang were plunged into an abyss of fear, their conviction solidifying that this was certainly not a person of the righteous path. As Gu Yun's gaze fell upon him, Shui Fachuo panicked. He quickly spoke up, Elder, I am willing to consume the Jingxin Dan. Although he practiced demonic arts, taking the Jingxin Dan posed no significant risk for him. Hence, he dared not hesitate, fearing Gu Yun's wrath would lead to his demise. Hearing this, Gu Yun nodded in approval. You are quite discerning. However, to determine whether you will embrace goodness, a test is still required. Now tell me, what is this? With that, Gu Yun produced a small flag. The flag shimmered with golden light, radiating a rainbow of colors, exuding an aura of sanctity. With a slight infusion of energy, the flag emitted a wave of auspiciousness, drawing the souls of both the corpse demon ancestor and Longshu San into its depths. Witnessing this, the great Peng Wang and Shui Fachuo gasped in astonishment. I knew he was of the demonic path. Although the colors were slightly different, they were certain that Gu Yun wielded the legendary Wan Huan Fan. Those of the demonic path were all too familiar with this object. Moreover, the Wan Huan Fan was of high caliber. Unless one was a figure of the demonic path's ancestral level, it was impossible to cultivate it. Shui Fachuo was instantly overjoyed. Elder, we are comrades. I recognized at a glance. You are indeed a formidable figure of the demonic path, and what you hold is none other than the Wan Huan Fan. Initially, I thought I had secured my position. However, Gu Yun was suddenly filled with rage. Silence. This is the sacred artifact of the righteous path that I wield, the Ren Huang Qi. How dare you refer to such a holy object as the Wan Huan Fan? Truly, you harbor no genuine intention of goodness. Your wicked heart perceives everything as a manifestation of your demonic ways. Shui Tuo's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Ren Huang Qi? Why have I never heard of this before? Is it not the Wan Huan Fan? Gu Yun, utterly disheartened, declared, You are beyond redemption. With that, he struck out fiercely. Shui Ta, taken aback, attempted to respond, but with a resounding crash, he was obliterated by a single palm strike. His essence was naturally absorbed by the Ren Huang Fan. The only surviving, the Peng Wang, stood in stunned silence. The three individuals just now were renowned figures within the demonic realm. How could they so casually be vanquished by this young man before him? Reflecting on the force of Gu Yun's strike against him, the Peng Wang was finally gripped by fear. He shuffled backward, panic-stricken, exclaiming, I am willing to take the Jing Xian Dan. What you hold is not the Wan Huan Fan, but the Ren Huang Qi. I truly wish to be a good Depeng bird. Upon hearing this, Gu Yun's expression shifted to one of disappointment. Why not strive to be a good person instead of choosing to be a beast? At this remark, Depeng Wang was completely taken aback. I was never even human to begin with. Chapter 71. The Hall of Souls demons can be slain, but never humiliated. The King of the Rock was instantly filled with rage. I shall not tolerate such insolence. Yet, in response to his fury, Gu Yun merely smiled, unrepentant to the end. With that, he raised his hand with sudden force. Bang! The once mighty Demon King fell without a trace, transforming the four great evildoers, merits like mountains. Reward, 3,000 merits. The little Kylan was overjoyed, gazing hungrily at the Rock King's demon core, saliva dripping from its mouth. Seeing Gu Yun's lack of opposition, it immediately lunged forward and swallowed a whole. Afterwards, it looked up at Gu Yun with excitement, as if to say, Shall we continue? Gu Yun chuckled and shook his head. We cannot ferry so many souls. Transforming these few is sufficient. The time has come. Let's explore the land of the buried immortals. The little Kylan, resigned, could only nod in agreement. Soon, Gu Yun arrived at the Dragon Hiding Valley. The moon hung high in the sky, its brilliance dimmed by sparse stars. Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed over the full moon, consuming it rapidly. The celestial event of the dog eating the moon was about to commence. As the moon was completely devoured, the valley's sinister energy peaked, causing the seal of the 9 dragons' immortal burial array to tremble. Seizing the moment, Gu Yun boldly charged in. Boom! At the instant he entered the land of the buried immortals, the ancient battlefield trembled. The numerous demonic souls imprisoned at the heart of the array shuddered. Someone has intruded? Ha ha ha! We have awaited this once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Who has entered this array? Is it one of our demon kin, or perhaps one of those righteous little beasts? Regardless of who it is, they shall become our sustenance. In the ancient battlefield, countless demonic souls once thrived. However, the 9 supreme demons had begun to devour the souls of others to prolong their own existence within the array. Ultimately, only the souls of these 9 supremes remained. Yet, even their souls were on the brink of annihilation. Thus, upon sensing an intruder in the ancient array, their excitement surged. If they could utilize this individual wisely, perhaps they could escape the ancient battlefield and reclaim their freedom. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, a figure finally emerged, striding toward them, clad in azure robes. Exuding an air of grandeur, a faint halo of holy light shimmered around him. by the heavens, it is a disciple of the righteous path. That attire belongs to the Tianyan Sect. This youth hails from the Tianyan Sect. To leverage him for our escape may prove challenging. I have a plan. Heed my words. Soon, Gu Yun reached the heart of the array, where a smaller ceiling barrier was evident, containing several shadowy figures within. A smile crept across Gu Yun's lips. At last, I have found them, the new members of my Imperial Sovereign Banner. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a figure within suddenly spoke. Young one, who are you to intrude upon this ancient battlefield? Are you unaware of the perils that lie within? Gu Yun was momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter and respectfully addressing the ethereal being. I am Gu Yun of the Tianyan Sect, here to seek opportunities in the ancient battlefield. The spirit chuckled heartily, revealing a look of satisfaction. A disciple of the righteous path. Excellent, truly commendable. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Gu Yun could not help but inquire, Elder, are you also of the righteous path? I have heard that the ancient battlefield is sealed with the formidable powers of the demon race. The spirits immediately responded with a proud smile. The powers of the demon race are not foolish enough to simply await their sealing. In the past, we entered the fray, luring them into the grand formation, which is how we achieved their confinement. For thousands of years, we have continued to battle against them, ultimately eradicating them all. Seeing you young ones thrive in this prosperous era makes the sacrifices of us old folks worthwhile. Gu Yun feigned shock. So it is. Esteemed elders, your sacrifices for the righteous path have led to our meeting today, which must be fate. Heaven has sent me to rescue you. The 9 supreme beings of the demon path immediately became excited. This naive child of the righteous path is easily deceived, believing every word he hears. They quickly responded. It brings us great comfort that you think this way. Fear not, young one. If you assist us in our escape, we shall certainly reward you handsomely. Choose freely from the legacy divine weapons we possess. Indeed, we can fulfill any request you have. Just destroy the array nearby, and we will be your greatest fortune. Gu Yun nodded eagerly and exclaimed, excellent. Without hesitation, he turned toward the stone pillar of the array, and raised his hand decisively. Boom! In the next moment, the array shattered instantly, and the seal was broken. The spirits of the 9 supreme beings of the demon path erupted in raucous laughter. At last we are free. Our true selves are finally liberated. They've been trapped for thousands of years, nearly erased from existence by this seal. To their astonishment, they encountered a foolhardy youth who set them free just before their demise. Truly, it was a boon for the demon path. At that moment, Gu Yun joyfully addressed them with reverence. Elders, having been trapped for so long, your souls must be gravely weakened. Quickly, enter my hall of heroic souls to recuperate. In this hall of heroic souls dwell the spirits of my righteous path predecessors. Upon hearing this, the 9 supreme beings of the demon path exchanged glances, their excitement morphing into mischievous grins. Indeed, their souls were severely damaged, but they did not require rest. They only needed to devour more souls to recover swiftly. Gu Yun not only freed them, but also provided them with exceptional nourishment. This young man was truly their fortunate star. Upon this realization, the 9 supreme beings erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. Your thoughts are remarkably astute, and we find great satisfaction in that. To have a disciple like you is indeed a blessing for our righteous path. Ha ha ha. Young one, wait a moment. Allow me to enter your so-called hall of heroic spirits and devour your supposed righteous spirits before I feast upon you. Ha ha ha. The 9 supreme beings cackled uncontrollably as they swiftly darted towards the small bronze hall presented by Gu Yun. However, upon their complete entry, they immediately sensed something amiss. This so-called hall of heroic spirits bore no offerings, but instead a resplendent little flag glimmering with golden light. The 9 supreme beings widened their eyes in shock. The banner of 10,000 souls. This wretched boy is from the demonic path. We have been deceived. Curse it, run. Yet in the next moment, the Emperor's banner erupted with a kaleidoscope of colors, voraciously consuming the souls of the 9 supreme beings. Fear engulfed them entirely. Stop. Cease at once. We are all comrades. You audacious wretch. How dare you betray your own masters? We are considered the ancestors of the demonic path. Gu Yun chuckled softly. I have long proclaimed that I am of the righteous path. What connection do you demonic beings have with me? Chapter 72. The Word of Slaughter. Upon hearing this, the 9 supreme beings' eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it, a lifetime of soaring, only to be pecked by an eagle in the end? Yet at this moment, any further words were futile. With a chorus of anguished cries, the 9 supreme beings were dragged into the Emperor's banner. In the next instant, the Emperor's banner radiated with golden light. Although the 9 supreme beings had been sealed and eroded for years, their strength had diminished significantly. Yet they still possessed the prowess of peak completion. Now, they were entirely absorbed by the Emperor's banner, enhancing its quality. It ascended to become a top-tier spirit artifact of the celestial rank. However, this also indicated that its rank had reached its limit. Should it encounter the opportunity to acquire rare heavenly materials, it might ascend further. Of course, one could also utilize merit points to enhance it. But Guyan felt there was no immediate need for that. Transforming the 9 supreme beings of the demonic path, merit as vast as the sea. Reward, 30,000 merits, boundless golden body. A smile graced Guyan's lips. He truly relished doing good deeds. The boundless golden body, impervious to water and fire, repelling evil, shielding the body, immortal and indestructible. With such a precious body, Guyan could surge forth and strive for the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. Then, he would unlock the 3 gates. The so-called 3 gates are the Earth Gate, the Heaven Gate, and the Heart Gate. These gates signify the realm beyond the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage, serving as the final preparation for the Tribulation realm. The opening of the 3 gates strengthens the connection with the universe, allowing for greater comprehension in the Tribulation realm and facilitating a longer journey ahead. However, not everyone possesses the aptitude to unlock the 3 gates. First, one must refine the physical form to its utmost pinnacle. Otherwise, merely opening a single door would lead to the collapse of the corporeal vessel. Furthermore, an immense degree of enlightenment is required. Without it, one remains estranged from the 3 gates. Some individuals, despite having ascended to the pinnacle of the great vehicle for many years, remain unable to grasp the threshold of this profound path. Even those hailed as extraordinary geniuses throughout the ages, despite exerting their utmost efforts, ultimately find themselves halted at the threshold of the earthly gate or the heavenly gate. The most elusive heart gate remains perpetually unyielding. However, Guyan need not fret over such matters. As long as he possesses sufficient merit, the simultaneous opening of the 3 gates would not pose a significant challenge. At this moment, the seal of the ancient battlefield had been breached, and the overarching barrier had naturally dissipated. He did not rush to depart, but instead sat down on the spot, commencing the elevation of his cultivation. During this period of accumulation, the merit inscribed on the merit monument had already surpassed 70,000. Thus, directly surging to the pinnacle of the great vehicle and perhaps even unlocking the earthly gate posed no issue. He held his breath, focused his mind, and took a deep inhalation. In the next instant, an invisible wave of spiritual power radiated from his being. Countless human bones and the remnants of shattered weaponry on the ancient battlefield were instantly reduced to dust. Boom! The aura emanating from Guyan began to ascend. A beam of golden light shot skyward. The sword of slaying evil seemed to sense its master's rapid enhancement in cultivation and became agitated in response. Whoosh! Whoosh! It soared into the air, as if performing a dance to celebrate Guyan's progress. 8th realm of the great vehicle. 9th realm of the great vehicle. Pinnacle of the great vehicle. With the golden body fully realized, the 3 gates manifested, and the gate of the abyss swung open. Guyan abruptly opened his eyes. In the next moment, a profound transformation enveloped him. He rose from the ground, exuding an aura of dominance over the world. Standing upon this land, it felt as though he could continuously absorb the forces of this realm. This was indeed the peak of the great vehicle, having unlocked the 1st gate. Although his merit points had been entirely consumed, Guyan felt an overwhelming satisfaction with the outcome. He stood, prepared to depart, when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Little one, you have reached the earthly gate realm so swiftly? Impressive, truly impressive. Guyan was taken aback, then raised his gaze to the sword of slaying evil, which now stood before him. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, Master, is that you? The voice resonated again, seemingly engaged in soliloquy. I do not know which generation of disciple you are from Tianyan, nor do I know if our rationality has been realized. Perhaps I'm being overly anxious. After all, each generation has its own tasks to fulfill. We have completed our duties. Now, it is your turn. Remember, the world belongs to us, as well as to you, but ultimately, it is yours. You are the hope of the world. Since you have been chosen by slaying evil and have now attained the strength to master the sword of slaying evil technique, I shall impart this sword technique to you. Gu Yun's gaze fell, contemplative. Originally, it was not he. He had long since departed. Yet soon, a glimmer of light rekindled in his gaze, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Thank you, master. I shall certainly dedicate myself to my studies. To learn, to become, to transcend. Upon uttering these words, he grasped the sword of slaying evil. In the next moment, a multitude of sword shadows manifested within Gu Yun's mind. Each flying sword showcased a distinct sword technique. Countless techniques, seemingly independent, were intricately intertwined and mutually derived. As the saying goes, from one comes two, from two comes three, and from three, all things emerge. The myriad paths of the Tao do not stray from their origin. What the master imparted was not merely a single sword technique, but rather a method of comprehending the way of the sword. As for what one may ultimately comprehend, that lies solely in Gu Yun's hands. He smiled calmly. These techniques, with their myriad transformations, ultimately serve but one purpose: to take life. Thus, why complicate matters? It can be distilled into a single word: slay. To eradicate all malevolent spirits and monsters is to instill fear in all petty souls, to save the living, and to stabilize the realm. Certainly, the wicked may slay for malice, that is to commit heinous acts. But Gu Yun, he is a benefactor of 10 lifetimes. His slaying is for the salvation of all beings. After all, the master did say, to seek life through slaughter is to ensure survival. To seek life through compromise is to court death. With a single thought, life emerges and the sword technique becomes one. 1,000 moves transform into a single strike. One sword suffices to vanquish all evil. Buzz, the sword of slaying evil, sensed its master's realization of the sword path and immediately erupted with a resonant cry. It soared into the air and unleashed a strike towards the heavens. Boom! The dark clouds obscuring the sky were instantly cleaved in two. Above the clouds lay a vast and clear expanse. The morning sun once again bathed the land of the eastern continent. At this moment, countless young disciples of the Tianyan Sect, who had risen early to diligently cultivate, halted and looked up. He was like the rising sun, and the sun mirrored his essence. Numerous peak cultivators of the eastern continent instantaneously gathered in the Songlong Valley, their expressions filled with terror and brows tightly furrowed. Had the seal of the ancient battlefield been broken? Was it that sword strike that caused it? Who had wielded that sword moments ago? Among them, the sect master of Tianyan, Zhao Wuji, and others furrowed their brows even tighter. For some inexplicable reason, that sword strike had evoked a complex array of emotions within them. Strangeness tinged with familiarity, shock intertwined with an unsettling sense of unease. Zhao Wuji let out a faint sigh. Perhaps I am overthinking this. With that thought, he cast a displeased glance toward the head of the law enforcement hall. Let us proceed to hand over matters to the demon suppression hall today. The hall master, appearing to be in his 40s, exhibited no semblance of authority before Zhao Wuji. Instead, he was timid and apprehensive. He quickly lowered his head and replied, yes, but what shall we do about those outstanding debts? Zhao Wuji sneered coldly. That is a matter for the demon suppression hall. It has nothing to do with you. The head of the law enforcement hall, Confronting, immediately grasped the situation. It appears that the sovereign intends to leverage the hand of the demon suppression hall to settle the long-standing debts incurred by the law enforcement hall over the years. It is essential to note that the law enforcement hall is responsible not only for internal disciplinary actions, but also for the oversight of the sect's assets. In recent years, due to the predatory practices of the noble families, the sect's resources have been predominantly controlled by them. Presently, all expenditures of the sect require the approval of these families. The extent of bad debts and unresolved accounts is known solely to Confronting. Previously, as they were all part of the same family, there were naturally no conflicts. However, now that the Demon Suppression Hall is in charge of enforcement, will these noble families show them any respect? Should significant issues arise concerning the sect's income and expenditures, it would not take the sovereign's opposition for others to erupt in outrage, demanding that the enforcement authority be returned to the law enforcement hall. Understanding this, Confronting could not help but reveal an expression of admiration. Astounding, truly remarkable. The sovereign is indeed formidable. Chapter 73. Successful handover. At this moment, Gu Yun had already returned to the Tianyan Sect. The Demon Suppression Hall, Qin Feng and the others had arrived early, engaging in discussion. What was the source of that terrifying aura earlier? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? If it weren't for the handover of the law enforcement hall's leader today, I would have been tempted to investigate further. Just then, Gu Yun leisurely stepped forward smiling amiably at the gathering. "What are you all discussing?" Qin Feng and the others immediately clasped their hands in respect, replying, "Greetings, Hall Master." Qin Feng smiled lightly. "It's merely casual conversation. The Hall Master need not concern himself. The actual matter of significance for us at the Demon Suppression Hall lies in the impending handover. Thus, I wish to caution the Hall Master that today, as handover may not proceed smoothly." Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, their expressions turning grave. It was evident to all that Zhao Weijing would not easily relinquish control of the enforcement authority to the Demon Suppression Hall. Consequently, this so-called handover might very well be a considerable pitfall. Yet, the Demon Suppression Hall had no alternative, even with the awareness of the potential trap. They had to grit their teeth and accept it. Gu Yun chuckled softly, fully aware of the situation. However, he remained unfazed, responding nonchalantly, "No matter. Let us proceed according to the sect's regulations." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Soon, a report arrived from the Demon Suppression Hall's guards. Reporting to the Hall Master and esteemed elders, the leader of the Law Enforcement Hall, Confronting, has arrived. The group collectively took a deep breath, steeling themselves. Regardless of what awaited them, they needed to reclaim the enforcement authority within the sect. Moments later, a figure emerged at the entrance. In his 40s, he was tall and imposing, exuding a cold and authoritative presence. Clad in the purple robes of an elder, he was followed by a contingent of over 100 individuals, donned in black armor and wielding long blades, exuding an air of menace. As they entered the Demon Suppression Hall, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The guards of the hall instinctively tightened their grips on their swords and spears. The black armor guards are all elite enforcers from the Law Enforcement Hall. Among the 100 who arrived, each boasts at least the cultivation level of Xiandan, with over a dozen even at the realm of void refinement. The head of the Law Enforcement Hall, Confronting, along with 3 elders, are all at the great ascension stage. Such formidable strength, when mobilized collectively, is sufficient to annihilate a mid-tier cultivation family. Moreover, their arrival at the Demon Suppression Hall exudes an air of aggression, suggesting they come not for a handover, but rather to provoke. Qin Feng and the others exchanged glances, their disdain evident. So, they dare to act recklessly in the Demon Suppression Hall? Bold indeed. An elder among them remarked with a sneer, "Chun Hall Master, did you bring so many people to engage in a contest with us before the handover?" The enforcers merely chuckled coldly, ignoring the provocation. Chun Fontang himself was unabashed. Upon entering, he sat down in a chair, and someone promptly came forward to serve him tea. With a dispassionate smile, he replied, "What an absurd notion. How could I, Chun, harbor such thoughts? Please do not misunderstand. I merely brought a larger contingent to assist with the considerable items we need to transport." Qin Feng retorted with a cold laugh, "Hall Master Chun, I can't shake the feeling that you are rather dissatisfied with the transfer of your Law Enforcement Hall's authority to us at the Demon Suppression Hall." Chun Fontang picked up his teacup, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Feng with a faint smirk. After taking a sip, he feigned indifference. "How could I possibly be dissatisfied? Since it is the sect master's decree, I shall comply. However, I must caution Elder Qin and everyone else that the inner sect's enforcement is not a task for just anyone. Do not think you have acquired something valuable." With that, he signaled to his subordinates, who began unloading box after box of documents, placing them before Qin Feng and the others. Chun Fontang continued, "These are the records of the Law Enforcement Hall from recent years, along with unresolved cases. Henceforth, they shall be your responsibility, allowing us to lighten our load. As for older records, I have also brought the tokens necessary for accessing the sect's archives. Feel free to consult them at your convenience. Oh, and one more matter. Our Tianyan Sect, along with the 3 other major sects of the Eastern Continent, plans to unite forces to eradicate the cult of the evil god. However, mere rhetoric is insufficient. We require ample spirit stones and resources. This will also require your assistance in gathering funds at the Demon Suppression Hall." After stating this, he tossed several boxes of ledgers to the assembly. The crowd furrowed their brows, and someone stepped forward to inspect the contents. Suddenly, that individual gasped in astonishment. "What is this? Our Tianyan Sect has so many assets, supposedly receiving over 10 trillion spirit stones annually. Yet it seems we have no savings and are instead in debt to various prominent families?" Qin Feng and the others' eyes widened in disbelief. They had long anticipated that this transfer of authority would not be an easy endeavor, yet they did not foresee such a predicament arising. Within the vast Tianyan Sect, All the resources of spirit stones were unexpectedly controlled by the noble families. How could the sect itself be unable to muster the funds to jointly eradicate the demonic path? Qin Feng was instantly enraged. Confronting, how audacious of you to forge the sect's financial records. Confronting chuckled. Elder Qin, do not hastily label me. Every transaction here is meticulously documented. How could I dare to falsify? Indeed, during the sect's tribulations, it was these noble families that lent money to the sect for its affairs, but they could not do so without collateral. Hence they took possession of some sect properties as repayment. Enough of this idle chatter. You all should figure it out. Hasten to the noble families and gather the spirit stones and other resources necessary for the sect to jointly annihilate the evil god cult. With that, Confronting rose to depart. The other members of the law enforcement hall reveled in the misfortune, knowing that if the demon suppression hall failed to procure the funds, both insiders and outsiders would cast disparaging remarks upon them. In such a scenario, the law enforcement hall could seamlessly reclaim their authority, restoring their former way of life. Qin Feng and his companions furrowed their brows, taken aback by how Zhao Wuji had dug such a deep pit for them. In that moment, everyone fell silent. Then, from the elevated platform, Gu Yun smiled faintly and spoke. Wait. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to look at Gu Yun. Confronting displayed a look of disdain. How could a mere boy, still in his youth, dare to contend with the sect and the sect leader? It was utterly laughable. He dismissed Gu Yun with a sneer. Lord Gu, I have completed the handover. Do you have any further instructions? Oh, but forgive me, even if you do. According to sect rules, you cannot command me, for I am not a member of your demon suppression hall. Upon hearing this, the other members of the law enforcement hall erupted in laughter, filled with scorn and mockery towards Gu Yun. Qin Feng and his companions seethed with indignation. Yet they found themselves powerless against him. However, Gu Yun simply smiled. Seize him. The moment Gu Yun's words fell, all present were taken aback. Yet, Qin Feng and his companions quickly regained their composure. Yes, in an instant, the members of the demon suppression hall, who had long harbored grievances against Confronting and his companions, charged forward, encircling the members of the law enforcement hall. The latter furrowed their brows, anger flaring within them. What do you intend to do? On what grounds do you dare to seize us? Confronting's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Gu Yun, coldly demanding. What do you mean by this, Lord Gu? What sect rule have we violated that warrants such action against us? Gu Yun smiled enigmatically. Whatever I declare you have transgressed. You have indeed transgressed. The ultimate authority to interpret the sect rules now resides with me. Upon hearing those words, even the members of the demon suppression hall gasped in astonishment. Could power be wielded in such a manner? Confronting, too, found himself agitated. He had thought that his previous role in the law enforcement hall was already ludicrous enough, yet Gu Yun now surpassed them in absurdity. He brazenly displayed his abuse of power without any pretense. You have no evidence, yet you wish to accuse us? The sect master will not let you off, and the other disciples of the sect will certainly not agree. Gu Yun erupted into hearty laughter. Ah, Master Chun, are you now advocating for evidence? I have heard that when you adjudicate cases, you only consider relationships and backgrounds, never the so-called evidence. Yet, when the tables turn, you suddenly demand proof? However, I am one who values reason, so if you desire evidence, I shall provide it. With that, he turned to the guard beside Confronting and declared, Speak of any violations of sect rules committed by Master Chun. The assembly fell silent in shock. Was he really asking Confronting's subordinates to denounce him? Confronting's face darkened, but he merely sneered. His subordinates were fiercely loyal. They would never betray him. Gu Yun would undoubtedly learn nothing. As expected, the person questioned was momentarily taken aback, before immediately adopting a defiant expression. Do not slander here. Our Master Chun has always been just and incorruptible, never committing any infractions against sect rules. After speaking, he cast a surreptitious glance at Confronting, seemingly seeking to curry favor. Confronting chuckled disdainfully, looking at Gu Yun as if to mock his next move. However, in the blink of an eye, a flash of golden light cut through the air. Swish! The previously indignant guard's eyes widened in shock, and then his head fell to the ground, his body collapsing into a pool of blood. The members of the law enforcement hall stared wide-eyed. Even they could not act so recklessly as to commit murder at will. Wasn't the demon suppression hall supposed to uphold procedural justice? Were they not advocates of governing the sect by its rules? How could they, having gained power, behaved so wantonly. Even the elders of the Demon Suppression Hall could not help but frown. While they could understand the predicament of Confronting and the others, could they truly resort to murder so casually? They glanced toward Elder Qin Feng, who took a deep breath and transmitted a message discreetly. Remain calm. The hall master must have his reasons for this. At that moment, Gu Yun chuckled coldly. Harboring criminals makes one complicit. After saying this, he turned to the next guard and continued. Now, you speak of the facts regarding Master Chen's violations of sect rules. The members of the law enforcement hall were instantly incensed. Gu Yun, are you truly resorting to such underhanded tactics? Do you think I am easily intimidated? Chun Fongtang was about to retort fiercely when he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. The sealing formation of the Demon Suppression Palace, when was it activated? Presently, their cultivation has been severely suppressed, rendering them incapable of exerting their true potential. This left everyone in utter disarray. The guard, who had been singled out by Gu Yun, trembled in fear, glancing first at Chun Fongdang and then back at Gu Yun. He truly did not dare to speak. Yet the grim fate of those who had come before him loomed large. He found himself caught in a dilemma, hesitating, observing his indecision. Gu Yun let out a cold laugh. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword once more. The sound of a thud resonated as a head fell, lifeless, into a pool of blood. Gu Yun disdainfully remarked, I detest forcing others to speak. If you do not wish to voice your thoughts, then remain silent. With that, he turned his attention to the next individual. Speak. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Demon Suppression Palace had plummeted to an icy chill. Gu Yun, merciless in his actions, resembled a madman. The guard, who had been called upon, was so petrified that he instinctively knelt, hastily declaring, I will speak. I shall tell all. Chun Fongtang accepted bribes, abused his power for personal gain, and allowed the disciples from noble families to commit evil deeds, all while falsely inflating the case resolution rates, leading to the wrongful suffering of countless ordinary disciples. He even exploited his authority to embezzle funds, patronizing young and beautiful female disciples, and colluding with noble families to sell the sect's assets at a pittance. Upon hearing these allegations, the crowd's eyes widened in shock. Members of the Demon Suppression Palace stared in furious disbelief, their anger palpable. The law enforcement hall's members were indeed stricken with guilt. Chen Fangtang's face turned an ashen hue. Yet he quickly regained his composure. With a derisive snort, he retorted, This is merely the result of your coercive tactics. It holds no weight. Gu Yun chuckled mockingly. Did I strike him? Did I insult him? Did I coerce him? These words stem from his own disdain for your vile deeds. He spoke willingly. And yet you dare to deny it? Chen Fongdang's eyes widened in shock, his teeth clenched in fury. He had believed himself to be without scruples. Yet Gu Yun's audacity surpassed his own. You lack concrete evidence. I challenge you to prove me wrong. Before he could finish, a swift motion silenced him. He instinctively lowered his gaze, only to find the world spinning around him. His head rolled away, severed from his body. The members of the law enforcement hall were on the brink of madness. If others could be dismissed, how could they accept the execution of the esteemed head of the law enforcement hall without due process? Gu Yun, with a sneer of disdain, spoke up. You desire evidence. Do you? Elder Qin, prepare a report. I shall authorize a search of Chun Fangtang's residence immediately to uncover the truth. Elder Qin was momentarily taken aback. After all these years, it was the first time he had encountered such a procedure, executing first, then seeking evidence. Nevertheless, he quickly responded, understood. Once the matter was concluded, Gu Yun turned to the others with a cheerful demeanor, stating, confess willingly for leniency, resist, and face severity. Will you speak freely, or shall I interrogate you? At this juncture, Gu Yun appeared as a veritable harbinger of death in their eyes. None dared to allow Gu Yun to conduct their interrogation. One by one, they fell to their knees. My lord, I confess my sins. Please do not kill me. I have revealed all. Gu Yun nodded with satisfaction, then turned to the elder beside him from the Demon Suppression Hall. You shall take charge. The few individuals immediately nodded solemnly and seriously. Eradicate the parasites within the sect. A modest merit. Reward, 3,000 merits. As Gu Yun prepared to leave, Qin Feng hastily followed, hesitating before finally speaking up. My lord, may I request your guidance? Gu Yun, unperturbed, replied calmly, Elder Qin, please go ahead. Qin Feng nodded. Although our actions are swift and decisive, how do they differ from the previous enforcement by the law enforcement hall? If we cannot strictly adhere to the sect's regulations, does that not lead us astray? Gu Yun chuckled softly. They pervert the law for personal gain, but do we do the same? That is the essence of our distinction. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, seemingly grasping something, yet still unable to fully comprehend. Is such a judgment not a manifestation of selfishness? The question is, does it benefit the masses? Qin Feng's eyes brightened, and he suddenly understood. However, he still couldn't help but speak. But this is a perilous gamble. If mismanaged, it could lead to irreparable consequences. My lord, you must consider this carefully. Guyan laughed lightly. No worries. When the enemy comes, we shall resist. When faced with floods, we shall withstand. Moreover, my grandmaster once said, truth emerges from the sword, and now the truth lies within my grasp. What is there to fear? Chapter 75. The Progeny of Noble Families. Soon, news of Confronting and the others being slain by Gu Yun spread throughout the entire Tianyan Sect. Some applauded with glee, while others quaked in fear. The most incensed was, of course, the sect leader Zhao Wuji. Crash! The teacup shattered on the ground, instantly reduced to fragments. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth, his face turning ashen. Ever since becoming sect leader, he had always presented himself with calm and composure. This time, however, he was visibly enraged for the first time. Gu Yun, once again it was Gu Yun. He even dared to kill Confronting. Previously, Gu Yun had slain his right-hand man. Now, he had taken the life of his most loyal dog. If this continued, Gu Yun would surely dismantle Zhao Wuji's authority as sect leader. At that point, both the noble families and his subordinates would doubt his capabilities and methods. The more he contemplated, the uglier his expression became. The subordinates beside him fell silent, fearful of provoking Zhao Wuji further and incurring his wrath. The grand hall was enveloped in a deathly stillness, with no one daring to breathe audibly. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps outside broke the oppressive atmosphere. My lord, elder son Xianxia has arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's expression shifted, and he quickly suppressed his fury, gradually regaining his composure. Before long, a middle-aged man strode into the hall. He spoke with evident displeasure. Zhao Zongju, who truly holds sway in the Tianyan Sect. You, or Gu Yun? Confronting claims he can kill at will, and he can seize Confronting's assets as he pleases? Is there no sense of justice left in the Tianyan Sect? Zhao Wuji regarded the furious man with a barely concealed sneer. The man was named Sun Yungxiao, a second-generation scion from a prestigious family. Despite being just over 30 and possessing only the pinnacle of the profound Dan realm, he had risen to the esteemed position of Grand Elder within the Tianyan Sect, a rank not inferior to any peak master. Such an achievement would have been unattainable for anyone else, but for him, it was facilitated by his lineage as the direct descendant of an influential ancestor in the Sun family. Not only did he enjoy a prominent status within the Tianyan Sect, but he also managed numerous lucrative enterprises, many of which were the very assets seized from Confronting. To others, the head of the law enforcement hall was a figure of authority. To Sun Yungxiao, he was merely a dog he had raised. Zhao Wuji frowned, clearly displeased with Sun Yungxiao's demeanor. Yet he patiently replied, Yungxiao, rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Please return and await my news. Sun Yungxiao scoffed disdainfully in response. Is it truly that complicated? Just bind Gu Yun and be done with it. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, a flicker of impatience appearing in his gaze. However, he maintained his composure. It was not merely that his methods were extraordinary. Should he be pushed to his limits, the repercussions could be catastrophic. Furthermore, representing the Demon Suppression Hall, he had garnered the support of numerous ordinary disciples. A complete fallout would undoubtedly plunge the Tianyan Sect into unprecedented chaos. Sun Yungxiao, growing increasingly impatient, raised his hand to interrupt Zhao Wuji. What chaos? They are merely a bunch of commoners. Can they truly overturn anything? If you lack the courage to eliminate him, then let me handle it. A chill flickered in Zhao Wuji's eyes. Were it not for the Zhao family being one of his backing forces, he would have readily allowed this fool to engage in a dogfight with Gu Yun. Regardless of who perished, it would have pleased him. Yet, should this imbecile squander the strength of the Sun family, it would represent a substantial loss for him as well. He inhaled deeply, preparing to dissuade further. However, Sun Yungxiao abruptly stood up, coldly stating, enough, it is settled. With that, he rose and departed, showing utter disregard for Zhao Wuji, the sect leader. Zhao Wuji was immediately filled with fury. Bastard, all of them are bastards. Had it not been for Sun Yungxiao's surname, he would have already met his demise. Although Zhao Wuji remained composed, he was not devoid of anger. Despite the flames of rage burning within him, he ultimately allowed reason to prevail. Sun Yunxiao must not be harmed, and the Sun family could not afford to exhaust themselves against Gu Yun. With gritted teeth, he bellowed to the Sun family. Summon the head of the Sun family. Meanwhile, after Sun Yunxiao departed, he hurried directly to the Demon Suppression Palace. Of course, he was acutely aware that with his limited prowess, he could not contend with Gu Yun and his entourage. Hence, prior to his departure, he had summoned 3 companions: Sun Tind, the leader of Longjian Peak; Zhang Wenda, the leader of Tianyuan Peak; and his protector, the revered Wanfa Shenzhen, Long Tianxiao. This Long Tianxiao was no ordinary individual. In his earlier days, as a mere wandering cultivator, he had already gained renown throughout the eastern state. He had once withstood a full-force strike from the head of the Divine Sword sect, and had departed unscathed. He had ventured deep into the sanctum of the demonic clan, surrounded by countless formidable beings, yet managed to escape perilously intact. His title of Wanfa Shenzhen stemmed from his mastery of myriad techniques and methods, which were ever-changing. Most importantly, he had reached the pinnacle of the great completion realm, having refined his physical form to its utmost limits, and was already half a foot into the Earthgate realm. Should he successfully cultivate into the Earthgate realm, his strength would rival that of Zhao Wujin, the leader of the Tianyan Sect. With him by his side, Sun Yunxiao felt emboldened to confront Gu Yun head-on. Before long, they arrived at the Demon Suppression Palace. Upon seeing the newcomers, the guards approached and inquired about their purpose. Before Sun Yunxiao could respond, Zhang Wenda immediately retorted, "Who do you think you are to speak to us? Summon Gu Yun to come and meet us personally." At this declaration, the guard furrowed his brow and replied, "Did you just say for our lord to roll out?" Sun Tian sneered, "And if he did, I tell you, both I and Peak Master Zhang are lords of our respective peaks, of equal standing with Gu Yun, and the other 2 hold even more esteemed positions. What problem is there if you were to come out and greet us?" After hearing this, Sun Yunxiao could not help but smirk. There was no one in the Tianyan Sect more formidable than himself. A mere Gu Yun was insignificant. Today, he had come to convey to Gu Yun that if he was a dragon, he should coil; if a tiger, he should crawl. The Tianyan Sect was among the leading families of the Tianyan Sect. It was not Gu Yun's place to flaunt his authority. Just as he contemplated how to put Gu Yun in his place upon his arrival, a guard from the Demon Suppression Palace suddenly shouted, "Seize them!" In the next moment, countless shadows surged forth, encircling Zhang Wenda and the others in an instant. The 4 were momentarily taken aback, swiftly followed by a surge of fury. How dare they be surrounded before they could even retaliate? "Damn it," Zhang Wenda growled. "You have audacious gall. Do you not know who we are?" The guard coldly scoffed. "I care not who you are. According to the rules of the Tianyan Sect, those who show disrespect to our lord in the Demon Suppression Palace shall receive 30 strikes. The 4 were left stunned. "What?" Sun Tin bellowed furiously. "Nonsense. When has such a rule ever existed? How could I not know of it?" The guard sneered in response. "Our lord has just established it. Do you have any objections?" "The lord has decreed that those with objections shall receive an additional 30 lashes. Chapter 76, The God of All Laws. As the members of the Demon Suppression Hall seemed poised to take action, Sun Yunxiao felt a tumult of anger and trepidation. He raised his hand sharply and shouted, "Stop!" The leading guard of the Demon Suppression Hall was momentarily taken aback, then disdainfully glanced at him and asked, "Do you have something to say?" Sun Yunxiao retorted indignantly, "I am a scion of a revered family. The rules of the sect dictate that punishment does not extend to noble families. How dare you lay hands on us?" The guard scoffed derisively. "Punishment does not extend to noble families? I have never heard of such a regulation." Sun Yunxiao's face flushed crimson, and he shouted somewhat defensively, "The law enforcement hall has always upheld this." At that moment, a hearty laugh rang out. Elder Sun is truly entertaining. What concern are the regulations of the law enforcement hall to us in the Demon Suppression Hall?" Everyone turned to see Gu Yun leisurely emerging from the rear hall, clad in a black robe that exuded authority. The members of the Demon Suppression Hall offered their respects. "We pay homage to the Lord." Sun Yunxiao and the others, however, merely snorted in disdain. Finally, Gu Yun had deigned to appear. Sun Yunxiao straightened his attire and spoke haughtily, "Lord Gu, let's speak plainly. We both understand that the so-called sect laws are merely tools to restrain ordinary disciples. Throughout history, how many noble disciples have been punished for their transgressions against sect laws? Thus, spare me your high-handed rhetoric," he concluded. Upon hearing this, Gu Yun chuckled, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he regarded Sun Yunxiao. Oh, really? Do enlighten me. Who among the noble disciples has ever faced punishment for violating sect rules? Sun Yunxiao's anger escalated. Gu Yun was clearly feigning ignorance. Noble disciples are treated thus. For instance, just as he was about to elaborate, Sun Tin hurriedly stepped forward and covered his mouth, whispering urgently, "Nephew, we are here to teach him a lesson, not to expose our secrets. Gu Yun is obviously deranged. We must not give him any leverage." Sun Yunxiao paused, realizing he had nearly been ensnared by Gu Yun's provocation. He glared at Gu Yun, coldly stating, "I have no desire for idle discourse. Simply put, release Confronting and return all his belongings. I can overlook today's incident. I will be clear. Confronting is under my protection. If you dare to harm him, you are declaring war against me and my family." Gu Yun chuckled, a playful glint in his eye as he regarded Sun Yunxiao. "Are you certain that Confronting is yours?" Sun Yunxiao replied with a cold, arrogant tone, "Of course." Gu Yun smiled, then turned his gaze towards Sun Tin and Zhang Wenda. "Are you all in cahoots then?" The latter furrowed his brow, instinctively exchanging glances with one another, a hint of unease creeping into their hearts. However, Sun Yunxiao grew impatient. "Enough of your meaningless prattle. I shall reiterate, release him." Gu Yun immediately waved his hand. "Take down these accomplices of Confronting. Once interrogated thoroughly, they shall face execution." The guards of the law enforcement hall exhibited no hesitation. Yes, with that, their expressions turned fierce as they advanced towards the group. Zhang Wenda was instantly filled with rage. This brat was indeed setting a trap. "You dare?" Su Yunxiao's fury flared even more. "So you think you can disrespect me? Very well. If you cannot comprehend my civility, do not blame me for resorting to force. Mr. Long, I kindly request you to intervene and teach this young man a lesson in humility." At that moment, a lean man standing aside let out a cold laugh, replying cheerfully, "Indeed, young Master Sun." As he spoke, he gradually unleashed the aura of a peak Dazhong realm cultivator. In an instant, the members of the Demon Suppression Hall felt the weight of impending danger. A peak Dazhong realm, with an aura subtly surpassing that of Elder Qin Feng. Such a formidable adversary was beyond what the ordinary guards of the Demon Suppression Hall could contest. Nevertheless, the members of the hall did not show fear. The leader of the guards gritted his teeth and bellowed, "How dare you act so recklessly within my Demon Suppression Hall? Seize him." At his command, the great formation of the Demon Suppression Hall activated instantly. Within the formation, even those of the Dazhong realm would find their power suppressed. Although it was not an absolute suppression, it was sufficiently potent. As long as the members of the Demon Suppression Hall formed the Demon Exorcism Array, even the peak Dazhong realm would be at risk. However, in the face of such a formation, Long Tianxiao merely smiled calmly. The Demon Suppression Great Formation is indeed as formidable as its reputation suggests. It is a fortunate occasion for me to witness it today. Regrettably, before he could finish his sentence, he slowly raised his hand. His cultivation, which should have been constrained by the formation, remained entirely unaffected. He formed a hand seal commanding, "Break!" Boom! A dragon's roar reverberated through the hall. The invisible golden waves erupted forth. The heavy sensation that had previously weighed down on Zhang Wenda and others vanished in an instant. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, accompanied by expressions of pride and mockery. The master of 10,000 methods truly lived up to his title, able to even break the Demon Suppression Great Formation. They understood that when the ancestor created the Demon Suppression Great Formation, it was designed to overcome the strong with the weak, to triumph against the mighty with the small. Not only did it instill fear in the malevolent forces, but it also evoked trepidation among other righteous sects allied against it. After all, this great formation was effective not only against the demonic path, but also against practitioners of the righteous path. In the event that a conflict arises with the Tianyan Sect, who can guarantee that they will not turn this against us? Consequently, numerous sects have begun to clandestinely research methods of countering it. Although this formation is exceedingly difficult to dismantle, the world is replete with prodigies. Eventually, dozens of brilliant array masters from the righteous path convened and succeeded in devising a method of breach. Thus, the spell to dispel the demonic forces was formulated. Regrettably, this incantation is profoundly intricate. Even once created, its transmission proves arduous. Only those of great enlightenment can comprehend it. Moreover, its execution necessitates the collaboration of many. To cast this spell single-handedly would indeed be a miracle. Presently, however, Long Tianxiao has accomplished just that, observing the astonished and shocked expressions of the demon-suppressing hall's guards. Sun Yongxiao beamed with pride. A mere demon-suppressing hall, a single Gu Yun. Does he truly believe he can contend with a family that has accumulated power for millennia? What a farce. Long Xiaodian, on the other hand, remained unfazed. For him, dismantling a demonic formation was no great feat. He gazed at Gu Yun with an air of arrogance, remarking, "Master Gu, do you possess any further measures? If you cannot subdue me, I fear you may have to adhere to what young Master Sun has suggested today." Gu Yun smiled slightly. This Mr. Long appears to be quite the formidable expert, capable of breaching even the demonic formation. In that case, I shall personally engage with you. Upon hearing this, Long Tianxiao scoffed disdainfully. Despite both being at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, he held Gu Yun in utter contempt. With an arsenal of myriad techniques at his disposal, even the sect leader of Tianyan must respect him. What is a mere master of a demon-suppressing hall? He chuckled proudly. Indeed, I have heard that Master Gu wields the sword of slaying evil gods and has comprehended a unique sword technique. I am quite curious and eager to experience it. Perhaps, after our encounter, I shall acquire yet another method. Thus, he extended a provocative smile. Chapter 77. Is this what you call effort? As Long Tingxiao's words echoed, Sun Yongxiao and the others wore expressions of amusement, evidently anticipating Gu Yun's folly. Even the guards of the demon-suppressing hall could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for Gu Yun. The head guard promptly declared, "Master, I shall immediately notify Elder Qin Feng and the others to come." However, Gu Yun merely chuckled. What a trivial matter. Why make such a fuss? This Mr. Long merely wishes to engage with me. What difficulty lies therein? With that, Gu Yun slowly raised his hand. Whoosh! A golden light surged forth, hurtling towards Long Tianxiao. The previously dismissive expression on Long Tianxiao's face transformed in an instant. What is this power? A chill ran down his spine, and instinctively, he reacted to defend himself, summoning all his strength. Boom! A myriad of radiant colors erupted. Countless mystical arts were instantaneously unleashed, leaving all present utterly astounded. Is this the manifestation of myriad laws converging? It is worth noting that for an ordinary person to master even one or two techniques is quite extraordinary. After all, attaining the pinnacle of any art demands exceptional insight. Yet Long Tianxiao has mastered thousands of these arts, excelling in each. Such a level of comprehension is truly monstrous. Should he successfully unlock the Earth Gate, his power may well surpass that of Zhao Wuji, the leader of the Celestial Transformation Sect. However, amidst the crowd's astonishment, the golden light emitted by Gu Yun flashed in an instant. Whoosh! Boom! The once resplendent divine light was abruptly extinguished, plunging the space into eerie silence. Long Tianxiao trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the next moment, a crimson line appeared across his neck. Thud! His head fell, and his lifeless body collapsed into a pool of blood. Silence. The onlookers were momentarily paralyzed, unable to comprehend the scene before them. After a prolonged silence, their eyes widened in shock. Dead? Yes, dead? Just like that? Sun Yongxiao and the others were left speechless, utterly dumbfounded. What the so-called master of myriad laws? What the invincible peak of the Great Ascension? How could he be so effortlessly slain by a single sword strike? Gu Yun, too, wore a face of bewilderment. Is that all? The members of the Demon Suppression Hall erupted with excitement. The Hall Master, so valiant, had effortlessly slain a being at the pinnacle of mastery with a single sword. What nonsense about the master of myriad laws! Such flamboyance was no match for our Hall Master's might. This was a sword that shattered all laws. Zhang Wenda and his companion were wide-eyed, cold sweat pouring down their backs. They had believed Sun Yongxiao could hold his ground against Long Tianxiao. Yet he couldn't even withstand a single move from Gu Yun. The two recoiled in fear, nearly losing their footing. Sun Yongxiao was gripped by terror, gasping in shock, his body trembling uncontrollably. Questions swirled in his mind. Why? Why did this happen? This Gu Yun, so remarkably young, how could he possess such strength? Gulp. He swallowed hard, casting a timid glance at Gu Yun, who bore a faintly sinister smile. Instantly, he shivered and hastily spoke. Master Gu, we have shown you great disrespect. Please, I beseech you, do not take offense. The actions of Confronting deserve the utmost punishment. Dispose of him as you see fit, and we shall not utter another word. Farewell, farewell. With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, Gu Yun chuckled. Elder son, do you think you can come and go as you please in the demon suppression hall? Sun Yungxiao trembled all over, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He trembled as he turned around, a forced smile plastered on his face. Rest assured, Lord Gu, today I acted rashly and offended you. Upon my return, I shall prepare a generous gift to atone for my misdeeds. After saying this, he worried that Gu Yun might still be dissatisfied, so he hastily added, You need not worry. Should you request it, the Sun family can certainly afford to make amends. Gu Yun smiled. Elder son, is this merely a matter of offering gifts as an apology? You have violated the sect's regulations, and thus must face the consequences as dictated by our rules. Do you think that presenting gifts will suffice? Sun Yungxiao's expression darkened instantly. What regulations? What consequences? Before this moment, such things did not exist. The rules were established by the noble families. Why should the creators be bound by them? His fear morphed into rage. Gu Yun, I am a disciple of a noble family, he bellowed, his voice a blend of threat and impotent fury. However, Gu Yun remained unfazed. And what of it? Whether you're a disciple of a noble family or a common disciple, anyone who defies the sect's laws must be punished. Sun Yungxiao was completely undone. On what grounds? The efforts of generations from my family. Why should we lack privileges? Why should we be treated like those common disciples? Upon hearing this, Gu Yun was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You misuse public authority and usurp communal wealth, and you call that effort? With that, Gu Yun was done with idle chatter. Whoosh. A sword flashed. Sun Yungxiao's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively grasped his throat, warm blood gushing forth uncontrollably. He could hardly believe it. Here, in the Tianyan Sect, someone dared to kill him, the young master of the Sun family. He was, after all, a disciple of a noble family. He too could be slain. Soon, Sun Yungxiao collapsed into a pool of blood. The two individuals who had accompanied him were utterly shattered. Sun Tian trembled, a mix of fear and anger coursing through him as he pointed a shaking finger at Gu Yun. Gu Yun, you've made a grave mistake. You've killed Sun Yungxiao. The entire Sun family will not let this go. Do you know that we have more than 3 individuals in the Ascension realm just to open the Earth Gate? Even the Sect Master, whoosh. Another sword. Sun Tian's eyes widened in horror as his head flew off. The remaining Zhang Wenda quaked in terror. Gu Yun, with a chilling gaze, turned to him and asked, Do you have anything to say? Zhang Wenda's legs buckled, and he hurriedly replied, I dare not speak further. Gu Yun chuckled. Good. If you choose silence, then I shall send you on your way. Zhang Wenda was momentarily stunned. Huh? You would kill me for my silence? He quickly stammered, I whoosh. Gu Yun's sword was astonishingly swift, leaving him with no opportunity to react. In the blink of an eye, the two peak masters of the Tianyan Sect, a pinnacle of the Great Ascension and a scion of a prominent family, were all slain within the Demon Suppression Hall, their souls absorbed into the Imperial flag for transformation. Even those accustomed to witnessing Gu Yun's lethal prowess in the Demon Suppression Hall could not help but gasp in shock. These were the very pillars of the Tianyan Sect. Is it truly so simple to kill? Gu Yun spoke with an air of indifference. What are you all standing there for? Call for assistance to clean up the mess. Hearing his words, the crowd snapped back to reality and hurried to fulfill their tasks. Yet from that moment forth, everyone comprehended a singular truth. The Tianyan Sect had undeniably entered a new era. Meanwhile, the head of the Sun family was summoned to the Grand Hall of the sect leader. Chapter 78. What is most important? Within the Grand Hall, 2 figures took their seats. Zhao Wuji maintained his imposing demeanor, yet his gaze held a newfound softness. Brother Sun, when dealing with Gu Yun, we must not act recklessly. I still hope you can persuade Yungxiao. Beside him, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, exuding an air of tranquility, lifted his teacup and savored a sip. He then chuckled and remarked, in my opinion, allowing Yungxiao to stir up some trouble might be beneficial. Zhao Wuji immediately furrowed his brow, apprehensive that Sun Xingzi underestimated Gu Yun's capabilities. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Sun Xingzi interjected, Gu Yun's arrogance must be tempered. If we do not confront him, he may presume that we, as prominent families, fear him. Hence, letting Yungxiao create a ruckus is not only harmless but advantageous. Perhaps thereafter, Gu Yun will temper his actions. Zhao Wuji grew increasingly anxious. Brother Sun, you do not fully grasp Gu Yun. That lad is a madman. What if something were to happen to Yungxiao? That would be dire. Sun Xingzi chuckled lightly. The Sun family had dominated the Tianyan Sect for many years. having been the formidable ally of the Yi family's ancestor. He believed that not even a mere Gu Yun could pose a significant threat. What trouble could arise? I doubt Gu Yun would dare to take a life. After all, Xianxia and the others are disciples of the sect, not agents of darkness. I reckon he lacks the audacity to go that far. However, just as he finished speaking, a figure rushed into the hall in haste. Sect leader, there has been an incident at the Demon Suppression Hall. Both Zhao Wuji and Sun Xingziu were taken aback. The former felt an ominous premonition, while the latter assumed it was merely his son causing a ruckus and remained unfazed. Zhao Wuji immediately inquired, what has happened to incite such alarm? The messenger, not daring to delay, replied urgently, my informant witnessed Gu Yun himself strike down the revered dragon Tianxiao with a single sword. Moreover, there's more. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in shock. With a single stroke, the dragon was slain by Tianxiao. Even he may not possess such formidable strength. At this moment, Sun Xingziu furrowed his brow slightly. Could Gu Yun truly be so powerful? Has he perhaps opened the earth gate? Otherwise, such prowess would be inconceivable. Contemplating this, he finally set down his cup and urged, what else is there? Speak. The messenger glanced at Zhao Wuji and then back at Sun Xingziu, left with no choice. He gritted his teeth and said, elder son Yungziao and the two peak masters accompanying him have also been slain. What? Zhao Wuji and Sun Xingziu sprang to their feet, their faces etched with fury and disbelief, especially the latter. Sun Xingziu's teeth clenched in rage. How audacious of Gu Yun to dare slay my son. He truly does not regard the Sun family with any respect. With that, his aura surged, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, and he attempted to rush towards a door. At that moment, Zhao Wuji swiftly blocked his path. Brother Sun, calm down, do not act impulsively. Sun Xingziu turned back, glaring fiercely at Zhao Wuji. How can I remain calm when it is not your son who has died? Zhao Wuji felt equally frustrated. Damn it. The members of the Sun family are nothing but a bunch of fools, none possessing any wit. Were it not for the support of the Sun family's ancestors, why would they have to stand here and speak? Though enraged, Zhao Wuji understood the importance of the larger picture. Taking a deep breath, he spoke coldly. If you charge into the Demon Suppression Hall now, it would mean a complete rupture with Gu Yun. This would escalate into a conflict, not just between families, but between the Demon Suppression Hall and the Sun family. Have you considered the consequences? Sun Xingziu snorted disdainfully. What consequences could there be? Merely the replacement of a hall master at the Demon Suppression Hall. Zhao Wuji, do not blame me for not warning you. The position you hold today, the Sun family has supported you significantly. Today, Gu Yun has slain my disciple, and if you turn a blind eye, the Sun family can easily support another who can manage Gu Yun's sect. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji ground his teeth, veins bulging. Were it not for the greater good, he would have relished the opportunity to obliterate this wretch before him. How dare a mere mid-stage Great Ascension cultivator speak so boldly? He inhaled deeply, slowly lowering his hand that had been blocking Sun Xingziu. He then spoke coldly. If you truly wish to kill Gu Yun, I can assist you. But I have but one request. Let's discuss this first. Currently, in the Eastern Wilderness, not only is the demonic path rampant, but other righteous sects are also stirring, eager to expand their influence. The Tianyan Sect needs individuals willing to sacrifice themselves, and those who are willing can only be drawn from the ranks of ordinary disciples. If at this juncture, your Sun family creates a commotion at the Demon Suppression Hall and offends the very hall that represents ordinary disciples, I shall not show mercy. Sun Xingziu remained seething with anger. My son is dead, and you still ask me to seek peace. He had more to say, but at that moment, a change came over Zhao Wuji's expression, and a trace of murderous intent emanated from him. He spoke coldly. I am not here to negotiate with you. I am issuing a command in my capacity as the sect leader. Should you dare to defy me again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The previously arrogant Sun Xingziu could not suppress a shiver. He could act haughty toward Zhao Wuji, but he truly could not afford to dismiss him. Especially now, it was evident that Zhao Wuji meant business. Regaining his composure, he let out a cold snort and reluctantly replied, understood. With that, he huffed and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Zhao Wuji furrowed his brows. Regardless of the outcome, this matter must not reach the ears of the ancestor. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly question his ability to manage the sect, and, at that point, his position would be perilous. Soon, Sun Xingziu, filled with fury, arrived at the Demon Suppression Hall. However, at that moment, he exhibited a surprising level of intelligence. He did not shout or lose his temper. Instead, he behaved with utmost decorum, simply requesting to see the Hallmaster. The demon suppression Hall found itself at a loss in dealing with him, merely informing Gu Yun of his presence. "Ah, is the head of the Sun family. Forgive my failure to greet you properly. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the demon suppression hall?" Gu Yun approached with a smile. Sun Xingziu, however, allowed an irritated huff. It was evident that Gu Yun was feigning ignorance. Suppressing his anger, he coldly stated, "Hallmaster Gu, I am here to offer apologies on behalf of my son." Gu Yun displayed a hint of surprise. "Apologies? Head of the Sun family, you are being overly courteous. Your son has already accepted his punishment. What need is there for apologies?" Sun Xingziu ground his teeth in frustration. "I know that you have already killed him, but my son's soul remains. I implore you, Hallmaster Gu, to return his soul to me so that I may bury him properly." Gu Yun smiled. If he were to truly hand over Sun Yongxiao's soul, he would undoubtedly assist in resurrecting him. Although such methods were steeped in darkness, the aristocratic families would not be concerned. Before Gu Yun could respond, Sun Xingziu continued, "Rest assured, Hallmaster Gu, my Sun family will not let you do this for free. Whatever conditions you have, feel free to state them. Be it cultivation techniques, elixirs, spiritual herbs, divine artifacts, spirit stones, or any other requests. My Sun family will do our utmost to fulfill them." Gu Yun chuckled. He looked at Sun Xingziu and said, "Head of the Sun family, let me pose a question to you. What do you think is more important to me, the items you just mentioned, or the offspring of the aristocratic families?" Sun Xingziu was taken aback, looking at Gu Yun in astonishment. After a while, he finally spoke, "The aristocratic families?" Gu Yun smiled faintly and shook his head. Sun Xingziu was increasingly perplexed. "Surely it cannot be those items I mentioned?" Gu Yun chuckled once more. "Think again." Sun Xingziu, feeling impatient, asserted firmly, "It is still the aristocracy." This time, Gu Yun did not speak in riddles, but stated directly, "The absence of aristocracy is of great significance to me." Upon hearing this, Sun Xingziu's expression instantly turned cold. He could not suppress a laugh. Indeed, everyone in the Demon Suppression Hall aspires to be a sage. That old fellow Qin Feng is one, and what of you? But let me tell you, you simply have not reached that position yet. Once you attain power, will you not become a new aristocracy as well? There is no distinction. So why must you feign wisdom? Is it not sufficient to benefit yourself without having to share with those ordinary commoners? Gu Yun also chuckled. Perhaps you have a point. He conceded. However, each generation has its own responsibilities. Today, I stand against the aristocracy. Thus, I shall slay you. In the future, if I become part of the aristocracy, surely there will be others who will come to slay me. Otherwise, what purpose did the master leave this sword of extermination for? Sun Xingziu was momentarily taken aback. Gu Yun's resolute tone left him momentarily dazed, and he felt as if he glimpsed the shadow of the master. Panic seized him for an instant, but he quickly regained his composure and coldly scoffed. "So, it seems that Lord Gu is intent on a complete rupture with the Sun family? Very well. We shall accompany you to the end. Let's see how this unfolds." With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Gu Yun chuckled lightly and calmly remarked, "Do you truly believe you can leave?" Sun Xingziu paused, and in a fit of rage, turned around, ready to rebuke. Whoosh! A flash of golden light surged through the air. Sun Xingziu immediately froze in place, and in the next instant, his head fell, landing in a pool of blood. Gu Yun let out a cold snort and addressed the scribe recording the incident. "Write this down. The head of the Sun family plotted treason and, upon being discovered by me, fled north in a panic, but alas, his strength was insufficient, and he was slain on the spot. His sword shattered, and he perished." The scribe's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Gu Yun. "My lord, do you truly wish to record it this way? Without evidence, this?" Gu Yun smiled. "It matters not. Those of the aristocracy do not care for the truth, so why should we?" The scribe frowned, looking at Gu Yun, and ultimately took a deep breath, summoning the courage to speak. "But that is not right." Gu Yun burst into laughter. "Excellent. That is precisely my intention. I want everyone to think this is wrong. If you think it is wrong, and all the ordinary disciples think it is wrong, then when the children of the aristocracy, and indeed all of Dongzhou and the world, also deem it wrong, such absurdities will never occur again." With that, Gu Yun turned to leave, casually stating, "Spread the word. I shall return home alone tonight." The scribe and all the guard around were momentarily stunned. Gu Yun's words had left them profoundly shaken. Indeed, The aristocracy is capable of committing the most absurd acts, believing such deeds to be entirely justifiable. Even some ordinary disciples have acquiesced to the notion that those with power and influence may act with impunity. Their resentment is not directed towards authority itself, but rather their own lack of it. Yet, when they find themselves victims of this brutal and chaotic order, they cling to the illusion that a semblance of order might redeem them. Master of the Hall, is this the intention to first dismantle and then reconstruct? If it is indeed absurd, let it be absurd to the fullest extent so that it becomes universally acknowledged as such, eliciting disdain from all. Only then might there be a desire to overthrow this folly and preserve the hard-won order. Eradicating the malignant tumor of the sect, merits like mountains. Reward, 5,000 merit points. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuja has also received the news. Sun Xingziyu is dead. He can scarcely believe it, his countenance darkening. Teeth clenched in fury. Guiyun, this is your doing. He promptly commands his subordinates to summon Qin Feng and the others from the Demon Suppression Hall for an urgent discussion. He also sends word to the Sun family that Guiyun's life and death will be at their discretion. As night falls, Guiyun returns to his small courtyard alone. Inside, the little Kylin is joyfully watering the medicinal plants. Due to his diligent efforts over this period, Guiyun has rewarded him with numerous treasures. Consumed with gluttony, the Kylin's cultivation has skyrocketed to the Great Ascension realm, and the ancestral blood within him has also become significantly purer. If this momentum continues, achieving a breakthrough beyond the limits of his forebears to reach the ancestral realm may not be out of reach. Upon seeing Guiyun's return, the little Kylin rushes over to greet him, but soon his expression turns serious. He growls with concern, as if sensing an impending crisis. At that moment, Su Yao emerges from the kitchen, her face alight with joy. Senior brother, today Wang Kai caught a fresh dragonfish. It will be stewed and ready to eat shortly. Guiyun responds with a calm smile. Very well, but I have matters to attend to and must step out. Please set aside the dragonfish for me. Su Yao pauses perplexed. Matters? How long will you be gone? Guiyun chuckles reassuringly. Do not worry, I shall return swiftly. No sooner does he finish speaking than a barrier envelopes the courtyard. Su Yao gasped sinadam. This is the Nine Heavens seal. Someone is targeting us. Senior brother, we must flee. Guiyun's gaze remains tranquil as he glances towards the kitchen, saying, the fish is not yet ready. Go check the heat. Su Yao is taken aback, realizing that Guiyun must have anticipated this. Observing his calm demeanor, she gradually relaxes, nodding before heading back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, countless shadows emerge. These figures exude a profound aura, their strength formidable. The weakest among them is at the refinement void realm, with a dozen or more at the Great Ascension stage. The three individuals at the forefront are indeed peerless powerhouses at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage, having opened the Earth Gate. Such a grand display would undoubtedly send shivers down the spine of even Zhao Wuja. Among them, an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow spoke coldly. Addressing his two brothers, when the time comes to act, I implore you to allow me the honor of personally ending that beast's life. He has slain my son and grandson. Unless I can personally rend his body to pieces, my heart shall find no peace. As soon as he finished speaking, the other two chimed in. This boy has risen with extraordinary strength and remarkable methods. We must not underestimate him. Let us act together to subdue him, and then you may deal with him as you see fit. My dear brother is far too cautious. He is merely a brash young lad. Why should the entire Sun family mobilize? I believe it suffices to have the seventh brother take the sacred artifact left by our ancestor to handle him. After all, the forces of the Demon Suppression Palace have been reassigned by Zhao Wuja. He stands alone. As they spoke, the door of Guiyun's courtyard slowly creaked open. Guiyun emerged with a smile, unhurried and composed. The members of the Sun family were taken aback. This young man, he did not flee. Indeed, in a situation of certain death, where could he run? Perhaps he has already steeled himself for a noble demise. Chapter 80. Esteemed guests, time is of the essence. Faced with 100 experts of the Sun family, Guiyun smiled nonchalantly and said, Gentlemen, please commence. I am awaiting my dinner. The Sun family members were momentarily stunned, then filled with fury. Do you intend to challenge the entirety of the Sun family, with hundreds of experts, all by yourself? What audacity! You are courting death. Let him perish. In an instant, the three esteemed masters who had opened the Earth Gate struck simultaneously, with other experts following suit. The small mountain peak erupted with thunderous might, a brilliance illuminating the surroundings. Even though seals were in place, The outside world found it difficult to discern the fierce battle unfolding within. Yet, such a tremendous commotion still sparked considerable celestial phenomena. The night sky darkened, a chilling aura pervading the entire Tianyan Sect. The families who had received news were not overly surprised, but the outer disciples, unaware of the circumstances, broke out in cold sweat. What calamity has befallen the Tianyan Sect? Why can I sense the auras of dozens of great ascension experts erupting simultaneously? The Tianyan Sect indeed possesses profound foundations. On the surface, there are only 7 esteemed masters of the Great Ascension Peak, yet the number of formidable experts remains unknown. We, as outsiders, should refrain from meddling in the affairs of the Tianyan Sect. Such a significant disturbance has left many disciples of Tianyan feeling uneasy. What has transpired atop Humiliation Peak? It feels as if dragons and tigers are clashing. I have heard that Senior Brother Gu from the Demon Suppression Palace slew the head of the Sun family with a single sword strike. The Sun family will undoubtedly seek retribution. Could it be that they are now targeting Gu Yun? Has Gu Yun been too reckless? How can one man hope to challenge the Sun family? What are you saying? Senior Brother Gu suppresses the aristocratic families and upholds the sect's laws. Ultimately, it is we, the ordinary disciples, who shall benefit. How can you speak thus of him? I speak the truth. The Sun family is indeed one of the prominent clans. Until we possess absolute power, we should refrain from recklessly severing ties. Should we venture to Humiliation Peak? Perhaps not. It is of no concern to us. What are you saying? Brother Gu Yun's actions are for the benefit of us ordinary disciples, are they not? Their internal strife is merely that. Who knows if the Gu family will not become a new prominent clan of the Tianyan Sect in the future. At Humiliation Peak, Gu Yun sheathed his sword, the sword of slaying evil, and calmly remarked, I do not favor the sword. However, today I am pressed for time. With that, he turned and walked into the courtyard. Behind him lay a scene of severed limbs and bloodied remains. The 3 peak experts of the Sun family, once so arrogant, now frozen in terror, their heads lolling on the ground. The others had met similar fates, their bodies piled like mountains. In the distance, the spies of various families, who had been covertly observing, widened their eyes in disbelief. One sword, just one sword. How could Gu Yun annihilate over 100 masters of the Sun family? Was he even human? It was not until the barrier enveloping Humiliation Mountain dissipated, releasing a miasma of blood throughout the sect, that these spies regained their senses. Quickly, send word back. The Sun family has been eradicated. As the onlookers fled in fear, Humiliation Peak was left with only a flag of the human emperor to comfort the bewildered souls. One of the remedies for the sect's afflictions. Merits as vast as the heavens. Reward, 50,000 merit points, the intent of slaying. The more one kills, the stronger the intent. Gu Yun picked up a piece of fish and savored it, nodding in satisfaction. The news of Gu Yun's slaughter of all the Sun family's masters spread like wildfire, shocking all the clans. In the main hall of the sect, the Lu, Zhao, Deng, Wang, and Tang families gathered, their leaders' faces dark with concern. Gu Yun's obliteration of the Sun family implied that he possessed a force capable of threatening all prominent clans. This was an imminent sword hanging over their heads, as none could predict who might be the next to fall like the Sun family. Gu Yun's bloodshed was excessive. He had directly executed over 100 of the Sun family's masters. Such ruthless methods. Could he still be considered a disciple of the righteous path? I must see this. He cannot be allowed to remain. We should unite to eliminate this menace, declared the leader of the Zhao family, Zhao Shi, son of Zhao Wujin. The Zhao and Sun families had always maintained a cordial relationship, so his words were not surprising to the others. However, his statement did not resonate with the other clans. Tang Ming, the head of the Tang family, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, cold and composed, sneered disdainfully. Zhao family head speaks with reason. My Tang family supports you in eliminating this pest, Gu Yun. His words dripped with sarcasm, which Zhao Shi readily perceived. He furrowed his brow, casting a discontented glance at Tang Ming. Master Tang, what do you mean by that? Is it merely verbal support? Do you not wish to join us in eliminating Gu Yun, merely standing by and watching him grow? Let's not forget, he is the lord of the Demon Suppression Hall. If he were to strictly enforce the sect's regulations, it would serve no benefit to anyone. Tang Ming chuckled dismissively, his gaze filled with disdain for the young upstart. Thus, he chose not to respond to Zhao Shi, instead directing his attention to the sect leader, Zhao Wujia. Leader, at the end of the day, this matter is a consequence of the Sun family's own folly. They attacked Gu Yun. How could Gu Yun be blamed for their demise? Moreover, Although the Sun family's elite have perished, their ancestors remain alive. This matter is not for us to intervene. Zhao Wuji's brow furrowed. At this moment, he felt a twinge of aversion towards the selfish nature of the aristocratic families. They are well aware that Gu Yun's ascent is detrimental to all, yet they cling to their delusions, fearing for their own interests, hoping for others to expend their resources against Gu Yun while they stand by to reap the rewards. Suddenly, a phrase from his ancestor echoed in his mind. The so-called aristocratic families appear formidable, yet they are merely a collection of paper tigers. For the sake of profit, they would willingly sell the very ropes that would strangle them. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. If he were to place himself in their shoes, he too would not wish to expend his strength for the sake of the Sun family. Thus, he sought to unite the prominent families, hoping to share the risks posed by Gu Yun. Unfortunately, while he envisioned this solidarity, the other families saw it differently. Consequently, he could only place his hopes on the Sun family's ancestors. He spoke slowly. Very well, this is ultimately a matter between the Sun family and Gu Yun. We shall wait for the Sun ancestor to emerge from seclusion. Calculating the days, the ancestor should be out soon, within 2 months at most. As a transcendent being, dealing with Gu Yun would merely require a flick of a finger, leaving us with no cause for concern. The others nodded in agreement. However, Tang Ming interjected once more. The leader's reasoning is sound, yet Gu Yun remains a thorn in our side. I believe it would be best for him to venture out more, lest he cause trouble within the sect. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's eyes brightened. He smirked and replied, "Indeed, it makes sense. Currently, the righteous sects of the Eastern continent are united to eradicate the evil god cult, and there is indeed a task that requires the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall." Chapter 81. Raiding the Family Estate. Hao Miao Peak. After a hearty meal, Gu Yun sat cross-legged in the courtyard. A faint golden light shimmered around him as he was consuming merit points to challenge the second gate of the Great Ascension Pinnacle, the Heavenly Gate. Buzz consumed 60,000 merit points, successfully challenging the Heavenly Gate. Gu Yun slowly opened his eyes, a terrifying aura radiating from him. Nearby, a small Kylan, already at the Great Ascension realm, trembled in fear. Yet, Gu Yun remained unsatisfied. Too slow. The foundation is too weak, and the merits are too few. He rose, pondering how to compensate for his current shortcomings. Soon, a faint smile graced his lips. The Heavenly Transformation Sect, along with the 7 great families. If he were to eliminate them all, he should be able to amass a considerable amount of merit points. However, he also understood that the absence of the Sun family might not draw the attention of the ancient figures behind the Heavenly Transformation Sect. Yet, if all the major families were to be eradicated, those individuals would certainly not let it go unchallenged. For now, he had merely opened the Heavenly Gate and was unable to confront the powerful beings of the Tribulation Realm directly. At the very least, he needed to unlock the final Heart Gate. It seemed that he must engage in more virtuous deeds to accumulate additional merit. In the blink of an eye, the following day arrived. The sun rose, casting a gentle light through the mist surrounding the Heavenly Transformation Sect. The door of Gu Yun's small courtyard was knocked upon. "Is the Hall Master available?" Gu Yun did not exit, but lazily called out from within, "What is it?" The visitor immediately bowed respectfully, speaking with a tone of urgency. "Reporting to Hall Master Gu. The Sect Master has important matters to discuss, and has specifically sent us to invite you." Gu Yun let out a light chuckle. With the Sun family annihilated, Zhao Wujing could not possibly remain indifferent. "Understood. I will first visit the Demon Suppression Hall, and then proceed to the Heavenly Transformation Great Hall." The messenger hesitated, saying, "Hall Master, the Sect Master's message is of utmost urgency. It would be best if you hurried over." At that moment, Gu Yun leisurely stepped out, smiling as he asked, "What if I choose not to rush? Do you intend to force me there?" The 3 visitors were immediately drenched in cold sweat, quickly bowing and saying, "We do not dare. We are merely messengers. Please forgive us, Hall Master." Gu Yun did not hold it against them. Taking to the air as he said, "Return and tell the Sect Master that there is no need for alarm. No significant matters will be disrupted." With that, his figure flickered and vanished into the sky. The 3 messengers exchanged glances. The infamous reputation of Gu Yun slaying over 100 masters of the Sun family had already spread widely. They dared not offend this harbinger of death, only managing a resigned smile as they hurried back to report. Upon arriving at the Demon Suppression Hall, Gu Yun summoned Qin Feng and others. Raid their homes. Without needing further explanation, Qin Feng and the others understood exactly whom he referred to. Everyone was filled with excitement. The Sun family had acted tyrannically for many years. beyond the reach of sect law, yet Gu Yun had single-handedly eradicated them with a single sword strike. Indeed, swordsmanship is also a form of law. Elder Qin Feng then spoke up, yes. However, Sect Master, how shall we interpret this raid on the Sun family? Gu Yun smiled. The Sun family's hundreds of masters ambushed me. This is tantamount to betraying the sect, is it not reason enough? Moreover, given their rampant behavior over the years, is it not easy to find evidence of their crimes? We will raid first and collect evidence of their misdeeds later. Qin Feng suddenly understood. It can be approached in such a manner. The Hall Master is indeed wise. However, he did not allow himself to be swept away by elation as preparations for the raid were being arranged. Qin Feng pulled Gu Yun aside and whispered, Master, the annihilation of the Sun family will undoubtedly incite panic and discontent among other sects and noble families. I fear, before he could complete his thought, a guard from the Demon Suppression Hall rushed in with news. Reporting to the Master, numerous noble families have come to offer congratulatory gifts outside, claiming they are for your appointment. How shall we proceed? Gu Yun chuckled softly and then turned his gaze to Elder Qin. Elder Qin, did you observe? These so-called noble families are merely a collection of cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. They possess endless wealth and indulge in pleasures and luxuries, valuing their lives above all. As long as their interests are unthreatened, why would they risk their safety for the Sun family against us? Qin Feng had not anticipated this. The remaining 7 noble families were indeed formidable. If they banded together, the current strength of the Demon Suppression Hall would be insufficient to contend with them. Yet, astonishingly, they had not even considered the possibility of conflict. Indeed, the words of the ancestral master rang true. Noble families are most spineless, perpetually yearning for peace through compromise and concession. When faced with external threats, these individuals would be the first to betray. He found himself chuckling at the absurdity of it all. This was, in fact, beneficial. There was no need to worry about their underhanded tactics. Gu Yun sneered. While they would naturally avoid direct confrontation, they would not hesitate to resort to cunning schemes. They simply preferred not to expend their own strength to eliminate me, but that did not imply they wished for my survival. Just moments ago, Zhao Wuji had invited me to discuss matters of importance. I suspect that is when they intend to make their move. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback and immediately furrowed his brow. Indeed, this was characteristic of those noble families. Master, I shall accompany you. Whatever the circumstance, the Demon Suppression Hall is willing to face it alongside you. Gu Yun smiled faintly. There is no need for alarm. When soldiers come, we shall defend. When water rises, we shall dig in. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. After giving a few instructions to others in the Demon Suppression Hall, he followed Gu Yun to the Tianyan Grand Hall. At this moment, not only had several peak masters of the Tianyan Sect gathered, but also Luo Wushuan from the Moonshanter Palace, Li Beishuan from the Suimin, and Lu Dao from the Divine Sword Sect were present. Upon seeing Gu Yun arrive fashionably late, Luo Wushuan could not help but snort disdainfully. Master Gu, what grand airs you put on. We have all assembled to discuss how to deal with the evil god cult, yet you deliberately arrive late, keeping us waiting for so long? As these words fell, the others present immediately tensed up, casting worried glances at Luo Wushuan. Gu Yun, who had just entered, smiled warmly at her and replied, I apologize. I indeed had certain matters to attend to. Have I caused any discontent among you for making you wait a moment? With that, Gu Yun cast a sweeping gaze over the gathered crowd. The individuals present, especially the various sect leaders from Tianyan, all trembled involuntarily, as if plunged into a chilling abyss. They immediately exclaimed, No, absolutely not. Master Gu toils daily, enduring immense hardship. What harm is there in us waiting a moment longer? We hold not the slightest objection. The more Luo Wushuan listened, the more furrowed her brow became. What was amiss? These individuals had previously harbored considerable criticism toward Gu Yun. Why now do they appear so fearful? She suddenly recalled the fluctuations caused by dozens of grandmasters from the Tianyan Sect the previous night. In the instant those few acted, they vanished almost instantaneously. Could this incident be connected to Gu Yun? As someone not affiliated with the Tianyan Sect, she was naturally unaware of the intricacies involved. However, upon contemplating this, a chill of dread coursed down her spine. At that moment, Gu Yun looked at Luo Wushuan with a cheerful smile. Ah, it seems everyone holds no grievances against me, except for this esteemed fairy, Luo. Is that so? As these words left his lips, Luo Wushuan instantly panicked. Chapter 82. The Undercover. For reasons unknown, Gu Yun merely continued to smile. An overwhelming sense of fear began to take root in Luo Wushuan's heart, as if she were being scrutinized by a formidable demon lord. She gasped, instinctively rising and taking a step back. Despite being at the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm, how could he exude such terrifying presence? Li Beishuan from the Suimin also broke into a sweat. This Gu Yun, who appeared to be barely in his 20s, instilled such trepidation in him. A Grand Master who had opened the Earth Gate. As for Lu Yuan, it need not be mentioned. Ever since Gu Yun returned alive from the ancient battlefield, he had completely submitted to him. This person was simply too fearsome. Seeing that no one around her offered a word of support, even Zhao Wujia, the leader of the Tianyan Sect, who usually maintained a close relationship with her, remained silent. Luo Wushuan was utterly alarmed. She hastily lowered her head, speaking timidly, No. Master Gu has misunderstood. My previous words were unintentional. I sincerely hope you do not take them to heart. Gu Yun chuckled amiably, appearing quite congenial. Oh, is that so? That is reassuring. However, I must admit, I rather enjoyed your earlier defiant demeanor. As he spoke, he took a seat and then turned to Zhao Wujia, smiling as he said, What matter has prompted the sect leader to invite me here? Though he was the last to arrive, Gu Yun effortlessly commandeered the atmosphere and tempo of the gathering. Zhao Wujia gasped in astonishment. In just one night, he felt that Gu Yun had become even more formidable than before. Although he could not discern Gu Yun's cultivation level, he had a vague sense that Gu Yun's power far surpassed his own. Nonetheless, as the sect leader, he could not afford to lose his own authoritative presence. He forced a smile, feigning composure, and said, Master Gu, today our Tianyan Sect convenes with the 3 other major sects primarily to discuss countermeasures against the evil god cult. We have invited you here to undertake a significant task for the sect, for the righteous path of the Eastern continent, and for all living beings. With a cold smirk, Qin Feng remarked to himself, This old fox has not changed a bit. He sought to elevate the nature of the matter, rendering the Hall Master unable to refuse, while simultaneously digging a pit for him, wasn't he? Just as he intended to remind Gu Yun to be cautious, Gu Yun cheerfully interjected, Oh, what is it that holds such significance? Please do not hesitate. For the righteous path of the Eastern continent and the multitude of its people compel me to act without reservation. Qin Feng was taken aback. Why did the Hall Master agree so readily? This was a trap. Wait, that couldn't be right. The Hall Master must have seen through it all. His words indicated that he was confident and unafraid of Zhao Wuji's petty tricks. Indeed, the Hall Master was formidable. Zhao Wuji chuckled, feigning kindness but harboring disdain within. Young Master Gu, now I can rest easy. The truth is, the task at hand is neither overly complex nor overly simple. We wish for you to infiltrate the evil god cult as an undercover agent. Gu Yun raised an eyebrow. Infiltrate? Precisely, Zhao Wuji affirmed. The evil god cult is elusive, and its core disciples are hidden away. Our efforts to eradicate it have proven futile. We must find individuals to infiltrate and help us locate the cult's headquarters so that we may annihilate it in one fell swoop. Gu Yun nodded and then smiled at Zhao Wuji. I see. This indeed is a matter of great importance. However, why must it be I who undertakes this infiltration? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. This endeavor was fraught with peril. If discovered, even the Hall Master, at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension realm, could fall victim. Zhao Wuji was clearly attempting to ensnare the Hall Master. Unless he provided compelling reasons, this proposal must not be accepted. Yet Zhao Wuji remained composed, stating solemnly, Young Master, you are mistaken. You are not the only one going undercover. Several gifted young disciples from noble families have already been dispatched, including your junior brother Yifan. Your involvement merely increases the likelihood of success. Only individuals of your caliber can blend in among the recruits of the evil god cult. Otherwise, we would not risk sending you into danger. Of course, should you feel apprehensive, you may decline. None of us would hold it against you. After all, fearing the demonic path is quite understandable. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was incensed, gritting his teeth. The conversation had reached such a point that the Hall Master could hardly refuse. If he did, Zhao Wuji would undoubtedly proclaim that the Hall Master was cowardly, afraid of the demonic path, lacking in self-sacrifice, and even inferior to the disciples of noble families. However, Qin Feng could not fathom why the noble families would willingly send their progeny to infiltrate the evil god cult, especially those of notable talent. Were they not afraid of sacrifice and loss? With a calm smile, Qin Feng declared, For the sake of our sect and the righteous path, I shall not falter. Even if it means entering a den of dragons and tigers or traversing mountains of knives and seas of fire. How could I possibly harbor fear? Moreover, since junior brother Yifan has already departed, I, as his senior brother, cannot tarnish our reputation. Zhao Wujia immediately remarked, "Indeed, you have not disappointed us, my dear nephew. There's no time to waste. In 3 days, the Evil God Sect will recruit new disciples in Winter City. If you demonstrate your mastery at the pinnacle of the profound pill realm, you are sure to be selected and brought back to their headquarters. At that time, lie low and seize the opportunity to relay information to our sect, confirming the location of the Evil God Sect's headquarters. This would be a monumental achievement. If successful, you will be hailed as a great benefactor of our sect and the righteous path of the entire Eastern continent." Guyan nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I shall not fail in my mission." Zhao Wujia feigned satisfaction, yet inwardly he could not suppress a cold chuckle. Finally, the bait had been taken. The Evil God Sect harbors countless experts, including a malevolent deity. Once Gu Yun infiltrates their ranks, his demise is all but certain. After finalizing the details, the assembly dispersed. Qin Feng and Gu Yun returned to the Demon Suppression Palace together. Unable to contain himself, Qin Feng spoke up, "Palace Master, I find this matter rather peculiar. Going undercover in the demonic path is exceedingly perilous. Zhao Wujia cannot possibly coerce you into sacrificing the lives of the aristocratic disciples. There must be some ulterior motive at play." Guyan chuckled lightly. "What's so strange about it? If those noble families are already in collusion with the demonic path, what danger could their dispatched disciples face?" Previously, Guyan had gleaned some secrets from the Merit tablet concerning several peak masters and Zhao Wujia, which included information about Zhao Wujia's clandestine dealings with the demonic path. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The noble families are in collusion with the demonic path? How could that be? What audacity they possess. Guyan smiled again. On the surface, they appear righteous. Yet both the righteous and the demonic paths are ultimately avenues for profit. What is so strange about that? It is merely a mutual pursuit of interests. Chapter 83. The Backup Plan. Qin Feng fell silent. In his mind, righteousness was righteousness, and evil was evil. The two should inherently oppose one another, leaving no room for intersection. It now seemed that his understanding was overly simplistic. Both the righteous and demonic paths are constructed by humans, and humans are the most complex entities in this world. 3 days later, Gu Yun set forth alone from the Tianyan Sect, heading towards Winter City. Zhao Wujia had informed him that someone would be there to assist him upon arrival. Once he departed, Qin Feng and the others could not help but worry. Palace Master, going alone to Winter City to infiltrate the Evil God Sect, is that wise? What could possibly happen? The Palace Master is formidable. How could such a minor sect like the Evil God Sect pose any threat? Just as they were fretting over Gu Yun's safety, several peak experts from the noble families came knocking at the door. The Blade God Tang ran from the Tang family, the celestial mechanic Lu Yufeng from the Lu family, and Fang Bupo, the foremost guest and unparalleled body refinement expert from the Zhao family. Qin Feng and the others were puzzled, but soon went to the Demon Suppression Hall to receive them. Qin Feng spoke calmly. 3 figures unexpectedly visited my Demon Suppression Hall. What brings you here? The leader, a master from the Zhao family, let out a cold chuckle. We have come to seek justice for the Sun family. Though the Sun family bears guilt, their sins should not condemn the entire clan. You, who pride yourselves on righteousness, have confiscated all the Sun family's assets, leaving them no means of survival. Is this not excessive? Lu Yufeng also snorted coldly. Indeed, one should leave a margin for others, so they may meet again in the future. Today, we merely request that your Demon Suppression Hall return half of the Sun family's assets, allowing them to live. Such a demand is hardly unreasonable, is it? Among the 3, Tang Ran remained silent, yet his gaze was decidedly unfriendly, as if he were ready to strike at any moment. Upon hearing their words, the members of the Demon Suppression Hall were immediately filled with fury. The matter concerning the Sun family had already been settled. They did not protest before, nor did they do so later. They chose to voice their grievances only after the hall master, Gu Yun, had departed. It was evident they were taking advantage of the absence of support from Gu Yun to bully the Demon Suppression Hall. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, his heart ablaze with anger, and exclaimed, "You 3, the confiscation of the Sun family's assets was a decision made personally by our hall master. The matter is already resolved, and you now come forth demanding we return the confiscated assets? Do you think the Demon Suppression Hall has no one to rely on but the hall master?" Tang Ran, who had remained quiet, let out a disdainful laugh. "So what if it was? Qin Feng, I have long found your kind to be insufferable. Do you dare challenge me?" Though both are at the pinnacle of the great ascension realm, Tang Ran had already opened the Earth Gate, while Qin Feng had yet to cross its threshold. Should a confrontation ensue, there would be but one outcome: Qin Feng's demise. However, Elder Qin Feng was consumed by rage. He laughed in anger. Ha ha ha, do you think I fear you? Even if you were to kill me, the day our Hall Master returns will be your day of reckoning. He will avenge me. Tang Ran and his companions burst into laughter. Tang Ran disdainfully remarked, "You people from the Demon Suppression Hall are truly foolish. Do you really believe that Gu Yin can return? The chaotic factions in Dongsheng are beyond the control of the Eastern Continent's righteous path. Should Gu Yin's true identity be discovered by the evil god cult, he is as good as dead. It is laughable that you still harbor hopes for his return." As his words fell, the other two joined in laughter, exuding a sense of triumph mixed with mockery. However, as they laughed, both began to feel something was amiss. Why did it sound like three voices were laughing? Clearly, Tang Ran was not laughing. Lu Yufeng and Feng Buppo halted, turning towards the source of the laughter. In the next moment, both widened their eyes, their faces etched with terror. Tang Ran also looked on in astonishment. Then he shuddered and stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. He gasped as if he had seen a ghost. Gu Yin, didn't you leave the sect? How have you returned?" Gu Yin chuckled lightly, speaking with a nonchalant air. "You members of the noble families are truly foolish. Do you really believe I would depart without leaving a contingency plan? This is merely an external manifestation of my being. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Great Ascension realm, one can condense a separate self. Since this doppelganger is derived from my true self, its power is only half that of my original form." A doppelganger? Tang Ran and the others rejoiced upon hearing this. "It's just a manifestation. Fear not. Let's strike together and annihilate this doppelganger, and Gu Yun's true self will also suffer." Ha ha ha. Gu Yun is indeed an ignorant child, splitting his power in half to stand within the sect. Such a self-weakening tactic is tantamount to courting death. The three immediately surged forward, intent on delivering a decisive blow to capture Gu Yun. However, the next moment, a cold smile crept across Gu Yun's lips. Boom! A flash of golden light swept through. Tang Ran and the others widened their eyes in disbelief as their vision began to blur. Puff! In an instant, the three became mere heaps of flesh. The experts from the noble families who had accompanied them were drenched in cold sweat, utterly bewildered by Gu Yun's strike. They had only seen Gu Yun unsheath his sword. Yet that single stroke had unleashed the effect of 10,000 blades, reducing Tang Ran and his companions to countless fragments. Great Ascension, pinnacle of Great Ascension. The gate to the earthly realm has opened, and yet, to be slain by a peer with a single sword? The fear within the noble disciples spread rapidly. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Gu Yun is not human. At that moment, Gu Yun spoke with a cheerful tone. From your remarks, it seems you doubt the strength of my sword. Very well. I'm always eager to oblige. Allow you to experience its might. The noble disciples, who had been astonished moments before, widened their eyes in alarm, hastily protesting. No, no. Swish. Alas, human tongues are always slower than swords. Another 10 heads fell to the ground, and the hall of demon suppression was once again awash in blood. Even the stone slabs within the grand hall were stained a deep crimson, irreparably so. The once arrogant noble disciples had instantaneously transformed into cold, lifeless corpses. However, Qin Feng and the others had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. They had merely not anticipated that Gu Yun would leave behind a doppelganger. Qin Feng stepped forward, relieved. Fortunately, the sect master was astute. Otherwise, we would surely have faced calamity today. The others nodded in agreement. Gu Yun waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. It was merely a casual affair. Go! Spread the word. Although the doppelganger I left behind has slain Tang Ran and his companions, is gravely injured, on the brink of dissipating. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, only to soon reveal a smirk laced with malice. Indeed, my subordinates shall act immediately. Chapter 84, Winter City. Gu Yun's true form departed from the Tianyan Sect, journeying northward. After traversing 25,000 miles, the surrounding scenery gradually transformed into a winter wonderland, where snowflakes became the focal point. Winter City loomed ever closer. Situated at the northernmost tip of the eastern continent, Winter City sprawls across a vast area, characterized by its multifaceted borders, rendering it a lawless zone. Consequently, the inhabitants and factions here are exceedingly intricate. comprising not only locals from the eastern continent, but also individuals from various regions of the 9 provinces. These individuals, whether practitioners of the demonic or righteous paths, are predominantly those who have committed transgressions or have made enemies, finding themselves forced to seek refuge here. Historically, Winter City has existed in a state of chaos. The strong preyed upon the weak, with no established order or formidable powers emerging. However, in recent years, the emergence of the evil god cult has assertively claimed dominance over the region. Gu Yun adorned himself in a simple yet elegant white robe, exuding an ethereal aura akin to that of celestial being gracing the mortal realm. His presence on the streets of Winter City instantly attracted numerous gazes, many of which were tinged with contempt. Who is this pretty boy, so ostentatious? Clearly a scion of a wealthy family, daring to parade through Winter City alone, utterly oblivious to the dangers. The onlookers, concealed in the shadows, were brimming with greed, their hearts stirred with untamed desires. Yet, Gu Yun exhibited no fear. Instead, a smile crept upon his lips, his excitement palpable. What a splendid place, he mused, genuinely enchanted. As he sought a suitable location to settle and rendezvous with Zhao Weijing's contacts, several figures appeared before him. Hey kid, with that delicate complexion and pristine appearance. You must hail from an affluent family. We find ourselves in a bit of a bind and could use a loan from you. The newcomers bore fierce visages, their expressions twisted into sinister grins. Gu Yun shot them a glance, unable to suppress a smile. Foundation establishment experts? He mused. The group erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha! You can discern our cultivation levels? Are you frightened? Spare us the chatter. If you wish to live, hand over the money. Gu Yun's smile widened, his exhilaration intensifying. What a remarkable place. Indeed, it is a treasure trove of opportunities. Brothers, let us not act rashly. How many spirit stones do you require? I shall provide them, he declared. The would-be robbers, invigorated by the prospect of an easy target, wasted no time in stating their demands. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Comply, and you shall remain unharmed. Unbeknownst to them, the assailants were unaware of Gu Yun's true wealth. Thus, they opted to extort 10,000 as a preliminary test. Furthermore, possessing 10,000 high-grade spirit stones is already a considerable sum. Even in the affluent regions of the eastern continent, ordinary small sects may not amass such wealth collectively. Gu Yun glanced at the 4 individuals before him and chuckled. Is it merely 10,000 high-grade spirit stones per person? A trivial matter. The 4 robbers were momentarily taken aback. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones was the total amount. This lad actually intended to bestow upon each of them that sum. Moreover, he dismissed it as a trifling matter. Goodness, this young man was even wealthier than they had anticipated. Their excitement surged. Upon completing this task, they could procure the elixirs necessary for advancing to the Confronting realm. Excellent, excellent. 10,000 for each. Now hasten to produce the funds. Their exchange immediately drew the attention of others present. Bystanders, who had previously regarded Gu Yun with disdain, now gazed at him with newfound admiration, akin to ravenous wolves spotting a plump lamb. Even some experts at the Confronting realm entertained ulterior motives. Initially, they had scorned the notion of extorting a young novice like Gu Yun. However, the staggering wealth he displayed was undeniable. 40,000 high-grade spirit stones, offered with such nonchalance, was a fortune indeed. Could he possibly be the scion of a prestigious family in the eastern continent? Consequently, several more figures surged forth. Young man, we too find ourselves in a tight spot. Surely, if you can lend to them, you can extend the same courtesy to us? The original quartet of robbers was incensed. They had intended to ward off these newcomers, but upon observing the increasing numbers and the formidable presence of several, including a few formidable experts at the Confronting realm, they felt their resolve wane. They could only cast a defiant glance at Gu Yun. Quickly, produce the money. More if possible. It is only fair that all who witness partake. Gu Yun could not suppress a slight tremor in his shoulders. Indeed, all who witness shall partake. The sight of his chilling smile left the crowd momentarily stunned. Something was amiss. This young man was peculiar. However, amidst their confusion, Gu Yun could no longer contain his laughter. Whatever amount you desire is within reason. But first, you must meet your demise so I can burn it for you. With that, his expression morphed into one of manic excitement. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and in an instant, a tremendous force surged forth. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. What? Peak of the profound realm? How is this possible? This lad appears to be merely in his 20s. How could he possess such cultivation? Flee? Too late for that. Bang! 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 Guiyun unleashed a powerful strike. Like a fierce gale, it swept through the area, obliterating everything in its path. The dozens of would-be robbers were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Within the city, tranquility was restored once more. Only Gu Yun retained an expression of utter enjoyment. He promptly produced several sheets of yellow paper and casually inscribed on them 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. With a mere flick of his wrist, the papers ignited into flames. I'm a man of my word, he declared, continuing onward. Simultaneously, the golden small flag affixed to his waist subtly radiated light, attracting countless blue glimmers. Punishing the wicked and promoting the virtuous, a small merit indeed. Reward, 1,000 merits, a piece of information from Winter City. The commotion he stirred could not escape the attention of others. In a shadowed corner, several figures melted into the darkness, soon vanishing completely. Subsequently, within a clandestine courtyard, the high priest remarked, a lad in his early 20s has appeared in Winter City. At the pinnacle of the profound pill realm, he employs the techniques of the Tianyan Sect, and quite adeptly at that. Oh, at 20 years old, reaching the pinnacle of the profound pill realm, with such high comprehension, rare indeed. Go keep a close watch on him, and ascertain the reason for his sudden arrival in Winter City. Yes. Meanwhile, Gu Yun swiftly arrived at the rendezvous point, an establishment that appeared quite ordinary. As he settled into a corner on the first floor, several figures entered, and their conversation with the innkeeper quickly piqued Gu Yun's interest. Innkeeper, why have you not paid homage to the holy deity today? Esteemed envoys, I assure you, I have been devout in my worship every day. Today is no exception. You must be mistaken. Nonsense. We have felt no sincerity emanating from you. Do you dare claim you have worshipped with devotion? I suspect you are deliberately disrespecting the holy deity. Chapter 85, The Honored One. Gu Yun turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, revealing several youths clad in white robes. Their attire was solemn and sacred, yet their eyes brimmed with hostility. The innkeeper, a middle-aged man of ordinary physique at the body refinement stage, quaked in fear, collapsing to the ground in supplication. Esteemed envoys, I truly have offered sincere worship. Since my allegiance to the Holy Church, I have never faltered in my monthly tributes, and every morning I present the finest offerings to the holy deity's tablet. I would never dare exhibit even a hint of disrespect. Yet, no amount of explanation could sway the youths. Nonsense. Today, the holy deity appeared in our dreams, explicitly naming you, declaring your disrespect towards him. Do you dare deny it? Do you believe the holy deity is wronging you? The innkeeper's face turned ashen. He realized these individuals had come solely to provoke him. What nonsense about dreams? Just because they claimed it so, did it make it true? However, in his moment of despair, a steady voice of a man resonated. The holy deity is compassionate. Since he has acknowledged his mistake, why must you persist in your harshness? The youths turned to the voice. A middle-aged man, similarly attired but adorned with golden patterns on his white robe, emerged into their view. Several individuals immediately displayed expressions of reverence, subsequently placing a hand upon their chests and bowing as they intoned blessings of the holy deity. We pay our respects to the esteemed one. The man before them radiated a benevolent aura, embodying a saintly presence that evoked a sense of purity. He nodded slightly, a serene smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Go forth, for the holy deity has entrusted us with the mission of spreading boundless love and enlightening all beings. Your hearts must also be expansive. The young men promptly nodded in agreement, murmuring, Yes, esteemed one, your wisdom is noted. We shall take our leave. Once they had departed, the shopkeeper, who had been rendered speechless and collapsed on the ground, quickly regained his senses. Tears of anguish streamed down his face as he fervently bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, esteemed one. Thank you. The man, referred to as the esteemed one, chuckled softly and approached to assist him to his feet, saying, There is no need for thanks. It is the holy deity who has sent me to rescue you. If you wish to express your gratitude, then offer more tributes to the holy deity. The shopkeeper paused and then appeared to comprehend the underlying message. He hastily retrieved a small pouch of spirit stones from his person, humbly and respectfully stating, Indeed, please convey these offerings to the holy deity as a token of my filial piety. The esteemed one chuckled again, naturally accepting the spirit stones and placing them into his pocket, remarking, "Your thoughtfulness will surely elicit greater blessings from the holy deity. However, I have a momentous piece of news to share with you today," he continued. The shopkeeper, taken aback, looked at the esteemed one with cautious curiosity and inquired, "What joyous news?" The esteemed one smiled kindly. "Do you not have a daughter? I have secured for her a distinguished position within the holy deity's teachings, to serve as a handmaiden to the holy deity, ensuring that his divine light eternally blesses her." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's countenance turned ashen, and he gazed at the esteemed one in terror, quickly responding, My daughter is still young. She is merely 16 years old and may find such responsibilities overwhelming. I beseech you to consider another." The esteemed one, who had previously exuded warmth, suddenly adopted a frigid demeanor. He coldly declared, "To serve the holy deity is an unparalleled honor. How many maidens yearn for the opportunity to become handmaidens, but are denied? To choose your daughter is a privilege for your entire family, and you dare to express discontent?" The shopkeeper, overwhelmed by the esteemed one's icy gaze, fell to his knees, prostrating himself in desperation. "Esteemed one, please misinterpret my words. I do not oppose. It is merely that my daughter is too young and inexperienced to bear such a weighty duty." The esteemed one had already lost his patience. He spoke in a detached tone. "This matter is settled. You need not say more. Should you obstruct a handmaiden's entry into the holy deity's teachings, you shall be unforgivable in your transgressions, and I shall personally execute you, the wicked one." The shopkeeper was engulfed in despair. Since the rise of the holy deity's teachings, numerous fair young maidens from Winter City had been chosen to join the order, becoming emissaries of the holy deity. Once these maidens entered the holy deity's teachings, they were lost to the world, their fates unknown. Most crucially, the shopkeeper had overheard drunken adherents of the holy deity discussing such grim realities within his establishment. These so-called female envoys are, in fact, mere concubines of the esteemed ones and the higher echelons of the sect. Torture, humiliation, and wanton violation are part of their daily routine. They deceitfully label this as the purification of the female attendant's body and spirit. If one were to entrust their daughter to such a fate, would that not be akin to casting her into the abyss? Contemplating this, the shopkeeper's paternal instincts surged forth, igniting his blood and fury. His eyes, inflamed with rage, fixed menacingly upon the esteemed one, consumed by a singular thought, to slay him. For that would grant his daughter a glimmer of hope for survival. Though he recognized that, as a mere practitioner of body refinement, he was no match for the esteemed one, who was at least a master of the profound elixir realm, he resolved to fight to the death for his daughter. Suddenly, he erupted in a fit of rage. "You wretched beast, I will fight you to the bitter end." With that, he unleashed all his strength, charging recklessly toward the esteemed one. However, the esteemed one stood unfazed, even breaking into a cold smile. "A mere insect dares to ambush me?" With a resounding crash, the shopkeeper's fist struck, but the esteemed one remained unmoved, as if he were a wall, causing the shopkeeper to be flung back, grievously injured. Collapsing to the ground, he felt his life slipping away, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Despair filled his eyes, tears of hopelessness streaming down his cheeks as he murmured, "Do not harm my daughter." Yet the esteemed one remained indifferent to his plight, sneering, "Why would I harm your daughter? I am an esteemed one of the holy divine sect, spreading love and tolerance." The shopkeeper's breath grew faint, nearing the end of his existence. At that moment, a small shadow darted forth, precisely entering the shopkeeper's mouth. Instantly, his dimming eyes widened as he took a deep breath, visibly recovering from his injuries. The shadow turned out to be a high-grade healing elixir. The esteemed one furrowed his brow, swiftly glancing in the direction from whence the elixir had come. There stood a young man, leisurely sipping wine. To save a life is to accumulate merit. 100 merits awarded. Noticing the esteemed one's gaze upon him, Guyan offered a slight smile, a silent greeting. The others, however, seemed indifferent. The esteemed one, poised to unleash his wrath, halted upon recognizing the emblem of the heavenly transformation sect adorning Guyan. He quickly approached, erecting a soundproof barrier before speaking. "I'm Xianxia, subordinate to the sect. Honored to meet you, Lord Gu." Gu Yun returned the smile, glancing at him. "Ah, so you're the one designated by the sect to connect with me? It appears you have adapted well to the evil god sect, executing your nefarious deeds with such finesse. Oh wait, perhaps you were already well versed in these matters. But here, in the holy divine sect, you find yourself even less restrained. Chapter 86. A Request for Your Head. Guyun's tone was laced with jest. However, Xianxia was immediately drenched in cold sweat. He was well aware of the notorious reputation of the figure before him. If he dared to act recklessly within the sect, how much more so outside, in the chaotic winter city? He hurried to explain. My lord, forgive my transgression. I was left with no choice. The followers of the evil god sect are indeed steeped in malevolence. If I did not feign complicity with them, I would have been discovered long ago. I implore you to consider that my degradation was solely for the sake of the sect and the righteous path, and to grant me your mercy. Guyun could not help but chuckle. It was no wonder that those from noble families were willing to act as spies here. It appeared that one could commit acts of wickedness with impunity, all while claiming to do so in the name of righteousness. Guyun did not argue, merely laughed lightly and remarked, for the sake of the righteous path, how truly unfortunate for you. Very well, let us set aside this matter. Let's discuss how I might infiltrate the evil god sect. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a cold smile crept into his heart. Once he entered the evil god sect, Guyun would undoubtedly meet his demise. This was a trap meticulously laid by the sect leader, and he was astounded that Guyun dared to leap into it. Regaining his composure, he quickly replied, My lord, the evil god sect is currently eager to recruit young talent. Your innate abilities are truly extraordinary. If I were to recommend you, you would surely become a disciple of the evil god sect with ease. Guyun shook his head. Not only would that be troublesome, but would also leave a trail. If the evil god sect were to investigate my background, they would undoubtedly discover my connection to the Tianyan Sect. Xianxia looked at Guyun in astonishment, asking, Then, my lord, what do you propose we do? Guyun chuckled softly. Actually, it is quite simple. I have a method to make the members of the evil god sect invite me to join them willingly. And even if they learn of my ties to the Tianyan Sect, they will remain silent. Xianxia was taken aback. How is that possible? The evil god sect, being a malevolent faction, would never allow a disciple of the righteous path to infiltrate their ranks. Just as he was about to inquire further about Guyun's specific method, Guyun continued, However, this plan requires you to procure something for me. Xianxia, perplexed, instinctively asked, What is it? Guyun smiled with an ominous charm. Your head. Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could utter a word, a flash of golden light swept past. Whoosh! Xianxia's face turned ashen, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Bang! His head was severed, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. The atmosphere in the tavern plummeted to a freezing point. A scream rang out, and the other patrons immediately fled in terror. The tavern owner, having regained his composure, turned pale, but recognized that Guyun had just saved his life. He hurried to Guyun's side and stammered, Master, you must leave at once. Yet, Guyun looked at him with a puzzled expression, asking, Why should I leave? The tavern owner wore a look of deep concern. Alas, benefactor, the person you just killed was a revered member of the Holy Divine Sect. They wield immense power in Winter City, and having slain one of their own, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. Their spies are numerous within the city. If you do not depart soon, it will be too late. Guyun merely smiled with indifference as he lifted the wine jug from the table and poured himself a glass. The jug was empty. He shook it slightly and glanced at the tavern keeper. I shall take responsibility for matters concerning the Holy Divine Sect. You are to concern yourself solely with the wine. Just fetch me more. The tavern keeper was frantic. The young benefactor was far too inexperienced to comprehend the terror of the evil god sect. Even if he could vanquish a revered member, he would surely not stand a chance against the entire sect. Observing that Guyun showed no intention of leaving, the tavern keeper sighed heavily, as if having made a resolute decision. Very well, the benefactor has eliminated a villain for me. How could I not accompany him to face death? It would also be a form of delight. He nodded firmly. All right, I shall go fetch wine for the benefactor. With that, he turned and hurried away, holding the wine jug with both hands. At that moment, the youth who had previously intimidated the tavern keeper rushed in. They had sensed something amiss and came to investigate. Upon entering, they beheld Xianxia sprawled on the floor. Panic ensued. The revered one is dead. Who killed him? Guyun slowly raised his hand and cheerfully declared, I did. However, I advise you not to entertain thoughts of vengeance. You are no match for me. Quickly summon the experts of the evil god sect. The youths were momentarily taken aback, but soon their expressions turned fierce. Before they could utter a threat, Guyun feigned surprise and asked, Do you not believe me? With a resounding crash, he unleashed a powerful strike. In an instant, 4 of the 5 youths were obliterated. Only one remained, staring in shock, trembling in fear. With a benevolent smile, Gu Yun said, "Now, do you believe? Hurry and call for help." The sole survivor turned to flee but stumbled and fell to the ground. He got up and ran again, tripping several times before finally escaping. Before long, 7 or 8 figures appeared outside the tavern, all dressed similarly to Xianxia. They surrounded the establishment, and the leader spoke coldly. "Who are you? And why have you slain a revered member of our Holy Divine Sect?" The Holy Divine Sect embraces the guidance of the Sacred One, educating the masses and spreading compassion, with all members possessing kind hearts. To so ruthlessly slay such a good person, you must surely belong to the demonic path. Inside the tavern, Gu Yun chuckled. The righteous deemed him demonic, while the demonic labeled him as such. Was he to believe that apart from himself, all others were virtuous? Gu Yun had no desire for further discourse. With a resounding boom, he struck out, and the wall collapsed, instantly reducing the speaker to a mist of blood. The other esteemed individuals widened their eyes in astonishment. The one recently vanquished by Gu Yun was at the pinnacle of the profound Dan realm, effortlessly slain by a single strike. What then was his own realm? Was he at the void refinement stage? As they exchanged glances, fear and trepidation began to seep into their hearts. They realized that Gu Yun was well beyond their capability to contend with. At that moment, Gu Yun spoke up. "If you do not make a move, shall I continue?" With a series of explosive sounds, 3 more fell victim, reduced to a mist of crimson. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, their terror reaching its zenith. Who is this individual? Why are his methods so ruthlessly lethal? Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee. Yet, at that instant, they felt as though a great mountain loomed above them, suffocating their very breath, rendering escape impossible. Despair enveloped them completely. Were they truly destined to perish here today? One among them, filled with reluctance, cried out, "Divine Savior, rescue me." At this juncture, Gu Yun emerged, one hand grasping a wine jug and the other holding a cup, moving at a leisurely pace. He poured a glass of wine and approached the desperate individual, glancing up at the sky and then at the one who had called out. With a smile, he inquired, "When shall the Divine Savior you speak of arrive?" Chapter 87. New Year's Eve, a spectacle of fireworks. The sky grew dim. In the distance, vibrant fireworks suddenly erupted. Under the kaleidoscope of colors, Gu Yun's gentle smile radiated. Yet, to the eyes of the followers of the Divine Savior, this scene appeared exceptionally eerie. Among the trio, one suddenly crushed a jade talisman. The surge of spiritual energy instantly shattered the oppressive force weighing down upon them. Run! Without hesitation, they turned and fled. However, as the 3 ascended into the air, growing ever more distant, Gu Yun remained unperturbed. He gazed at the distant fireworks and remarked with a smile, "Today is New Year's Eve in Winter City. Fireworks and firecrackers abound. It is only fitting that I partake in local customs." After speaking, he looked towards the direction from which the followers of the Divine Savior were escaping and unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! 3 resplendent red fireworks blossomed in the sky. The unsuspecting ordinary citizens, witnessing this splendid display, were filled with joy. "Look, red fireworks! How beautiful!" they exclaimed. What the gentleman said was indeed true. Life should be as splendid as fireworks. However, the late arriving high priest of the Divine Savior and his companions, upon seeing 3 esteemed beings at the pinnacle of the profound Dan realm slain, were instantly consumed by fury. What audacity from the heavenly transcendent sect! Do they think our Divine Savior's followers are without protection? He seethed. "I shall take action and eliminate this wretch." With that, the others, excluding the high priest, eagerly prepared to strike, dismissing Gu Yun, who had only revealed his peak profound Dan power, as inconsequential. Yet, at that moment, the high priest suddenly interjected, "Wait." The group fell silent, puzzled, casting their curious gazes toward the high priest. "The high priest, how dare these young ones trouble you to take action personally? We are more than capable. Indeed, you are a formidable being of the Mahayana, far too powerful to deal with a mere youth." Yet, the high priest offered no explanation, stepping forward to intercept Gu Yun, who intended to return to the tavern. "Young friend, please pause." The other members of the Holy Divine Church were taken aback. Why was the high priest so courteous towards this lad? Gu Yun turned leisurely to face him. Before him stood the high priest, slightly over 40 years of age, dressed similarly to Xianxia, yet his robe was not white, but a light golden hue. Moreover, He emanated an aura characteristic of the initial stage of Mahayana. It appeared he held a high position within the Holy Divine Church. Gu Yun smiled nonchalantly and inquired, "You are also of the Holy Divine Church. Do you intend to kill me as well?" The high priest returned a calm smile. "No, those you have slain were all traitors of the Holy Divine Church. They deserve their fate. Therefore, even though you have taken their lives, the Holy Divine will not hold you accountable, and I shall not seek vengeance against you." Guyan could not help but chuckle. It seemed the Holy Divine's true intentions were dictated solely by your own words. The Holy Divine was merely a veil of shame. The other members of the Holy Divine Church immediately grew incensed. "You insolent brat, what did you say? How dare you disrespect the Holy Divine? Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart?" The high priest, however, merely laughed. "Young man, I can see you are an astute individual. Since we are both wise, let us converse as such. Joining the Holy Divine Church, what the Heavenly Transformation Sect can offer you, the Holy Divine can provide even more." Upon his utterance, those around him were left in disbelief, gazing at him in astonishment. "High priest, you wish to recruit this lad? He has just slain our members. Indeed, he is a disciple of the Heavenly Transformation Sect, an adversary to us." The high priest furrowed his brow slightly and coldly retorted, "To save this individual is the will of the Holy Divine. Do you dare to defy it? Moreover, it is precisely because he has erred that we should guide him towards righteousness." The others fell silent, yet it was evident they remained unconvinced. Guyan felt no surprise. The Holy Divine Church was currently in a period of expansion, desperately yearning for talented practitioners. The more formidable he appeared, the less inclined they were to eliminate him. Instead, they sought to recruit him. However, simply acquiescing would not suffice, as it would seem unreasonable. Thus, Guyan let out a cold laugh. "I am a disciple of the righteous path. Do you wish for me to willingly descend into depravity and join the demonic path?" The high priest chuckled once more. "Young man, who can truly discern the righteous path from the demonic?" Internally, the Heavenly Transformation Sect's aristocracy reigned supreme, treating ordinary disciples as mere fodder, suffering immeasurably. In contrast, within the Holy Divine Church, as long as you are willing to exert effort, even an ordinary disciple has the opportunity to rise. Externally, the Heavenly Transformation Sect is even more tyrannical, seizing any resources they desire, and while they may appear civilized, they will first concoct a baseless charge before their plunder. Reflecting upon the Holy Divine Sect, cooperation is embraced where possible, relying on reason to persuade, seldom resorting to violence. In contrast, who truly embodies the demonic path? Although these words may seem reasonable, they fail to sway Gu Yun. With a cold smirk, Gu Yun remarked, "The Holy Divine Sect simply lacks the strength to reach such heights. It still requires ordinary disciples to toil and the cooperation of various factions. Should you genuinely come to command the entirety of the Eastern continent in the future, would you still maintain this stance?" The high priest, rather than refuting him, gazed at Gu Yun with a grave expression. "Indeed, if this is the case, what distinguishes us from the Tianyan Sect? Initially, did they not also profess to act for the benefit of all beings in the Eastern continent? We find ourselves in a similar position now. Today, they have betrayed their original intentions, yet still claim to be righteous. We have yet to forsake ours, so on what grounds do you deem us demonic?" Gu Yun chuckled softly. "Just one point. The founder of the Tianyan Sect has always believed in the equality of all beings. Long live all beings. Yet you, from the beginning, have merely been a group of opportunists in chaotic times." The high priest let out a cold laugh. "Indeed, I am aware of that founder, and I hold him in high regard. Unfortunately, he was but one person. One individual cannot alter this ravaged Eastern continent. Humanity is inherently selfish. This is destiny. After his passing, did not the beings of the Eastern continent suffer anew, enduring further tribulations?" Gu Yun fell silent, yet countless figures emerged in his mind. Elder Qin Feng, the members of the Demon Suppression Hall, and those fearless souls who joined the hall. As the founder proclaimed, they are akin to the sun rising at dawn, gradually ascending. What lies ahead, he did not know. However, he was certain that before the founder, the land of the Eastern continent had never known the warmth of the sun. Even when righteousness existed prior, no one ever regarded the common folk as worthy. Those righteous factions compelled the ordinary to kneel, becoming mere offerings to the sections. Only the founder allowed them to rise and forbade their subjugation. Since this night has witnessed the emergence of a single sun, even if it should dim once more, Gu Yun believes that countless suns will emulate their predecessor, radiating warmth and light anew across the eastern continent. Observing Gu Yun's prolonged silence, the high priest assumed his words had moved him. He smiled slightly and said, "If you can embrace this perspective, it is well with your remarkable talents. Joining the Holy Divine Sect would afford you greater opportunities for growth. Young man, join the Holy Divine Sect." Gu Yun regained his focus, chuckling softly, and inquired, "Pray tell, what benefits do you offer?" Chapter 88. Still the Holy Sun. Gu Yun spoke up. The high priest sighed in relief, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. As long as conditions could be negotiated, it would not be a difficult matter. "What do you desire?" Gu Yun pondered for a moment before responding with a grin. "I hold the title of Holy Sun within the Tianyan Sect, and I command the Demon Suppression Hall. Although it is merely a nominal position, lacking any real authority, those old fellows in the hall still impose their will upon me, compelling me to bear the brunt of their enmity. However, one must acknowledge certain identities. Upon entering your sacred divine church, one cannot simply discard one's own." The high priest was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that Gu Yun was, in fact, the holy son of the heavenly transformation sect, and possessed such a background. Truly, this was a boon for the sacred divine church, acquiring such a prodigious talent with immense potential. Whether Gu Yun was genuinely loyal or not held little significance. As long as sufficient benefits were provided to bind him to the sacred divine church, he would inevitably serve its interests. The high priest chuckled and promptly declared, "Very well. As the high priest of the sacred divine church, I do possess the authority to confer the title of Holy Son. Furthermore, I shall wholeheartedly support you in obtaining the position of Guardian of the Faith. This role is of comparable stature to that of the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall in the Heavenly Transformation Sect. Additionally, our sacred divine church possesses a sacred spring capable of refining one's foundational essence. This is a core resource of our church, to be allocated solely by the church leader. Once the leader emerges from seclusion, I shall advocate on your behalf to secure the sacred spring for you to refine your foundational essence." Other conditions were of little concern to Gu Yun. However, this last matter piqued his interest. Refining his foundational essence was indeed his most pressing need at present. Although he could utilize merits to refine it, such a method was far from efficient. If there existed an alternative resource, it would be most advantageous. Thus, feigning hesitation, he finally smiled and said, "Since the high priest exhibits such sincerity, it would be remiss of me not to comply. From this day forth, I am a member of the sacred divine church. However, I hope you will refrain from publicly announcing this news for the time being. It would be prudent to reveal it at a more opportune moment." Had it not been for this last statement, the high priest might have thought Gu Yun's submission was a tad too effortless. Yet, with this remark, he felt reassured. After all, in the absence of tangible benefits, anyone would leave themselves an escape route. He chuckled, and then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Understood. I shall arrange for you to go to the branch in Winter City. When the time is ripe, I will summon you to the headquarters to receive the sacred baptism." Gu Yun smiled nonchalantly and said nothing further. Initially, without earning their trust, he would naturally not be permitted to go directly to the headquarters. It was evident that one must tread the path step by step, savoring each morsel of progress. Subsequently, Gu Yun followed the high priest's appointed personnel to the branch of the sacred divine church. After his departure, a young man by the high priest's side could not suppress his thoughts and spoke up. "High priest, can this fellow be relied upon? I fear he does not genuinely submit." The high priest scoffed. "Remember, sincerity is inherently unreliable. Therefore, does it truly matter whether this fellow is sincere? As long as he sees the benefits within the sacred divine church, even if his loyalty is feigned, he will diligently serve our cause. Such is human nature." Upon hearing these words, the young man was suddenly enlightened and hurriedly expressed his admiration. "Truly, the high priest is wise." The high priest chuckled in response. "During this period, our Holy Spirit Church has welcomed numerous prodigies. However, how many among them genuinely revere the Holy Spirit? They are merely a group of self-serving individuals, driven by personal gain and the avoidance of harm. Yet, despite their petty schemes, there remain aspects that can be exploited. The young man from earlier exemplifies this notion." Meanwhile, Gu Yun swiftly arrived at a clandestine branch of the Holy Spirit Church in Winter City. This location is remarkably concealed and protected by formations, without a guide. One could never discover this place. Moreover, it exists as a self-contained microcosm, vast in its expanse. Gu Yun was escorted to a lavish villa. The attendant coldly stated, This will be your residence from now on. The Holy Sun token will soon be crafted and delivered to you. I hope your allegiance is sincere, and that you will diligently serve our Holy Spirit Church." Gu Yun smiled faintly and replied, "Naturally." The attendant seemed to dismiss Gu Yun's response, appearing to harbor doubts about his sincerity. Just as he intended to depart, a thought struck him, prompting him to pause and add, "Since you have joined our Holy Spirit Church, you must familiarize yourself with our doctrines. Study this manual and our tenets thoroughly, lest you bring shame to the Holy Spirit." With that, he tossed the tome into Gu Yun's hands and left. Gu Yun did not resist. Instead, he began to study it earnestly. In its inception, the Holy Spirit Church espoused a mission of alleviating suffering. Whether it be the original intent or the teachings, they indeed advocate for goodness. Alas, no matter how noble the precepts, the interpretation lies in human hands, leading to a divergence from the initial purpose. However, if others can define the doctrines, so too can Gu Yun. It ultimately hinges on whose strength prevails and who can rally the masses. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Gu Yun gradually acclimatized to life within the Holy Spirit Church. On this day, as was his custom, he proceeded to the church hall for worship and recitation. An ominous gaze fixated upon his figure. "Gu Yun? What brings him here? Has he infiltrated the Holy Spirit Church?" The observer was none other than Gu Yun's former disciple brother, Yi Fan. After their conflict, he had retreated from the Tianyan Sect, seeking fortune elsewhere. The Holy Spirit Church presented a perfect opportunity for severing ties. Complying with the sect's arrangements, he swiftly integrated himself into the Holy Spirit Church and, through his talents, garnered the attention of its higher echelons. In the span of merely a month, he transformed from an ordinary Tsonrigant into a revered member. Such rapid ascension made the title of Holy Sun seem imminent. Unexpectedly, his aspirations for the righteous path had faltered, only to find hope within the Holy Spirit Church. At present, Yi Fan held a status and influence within the Holy Spirit Church that far surpassed that of the newly arrived Gu Yun. Contemplating this disparity, murderous intent surged within Yi Fan. Now, is it not the perfect opportunity for vengeance? In the guise of a revered master, subduing Gu Yun would be a trivial endeavor. Should he dare to resist and reveal his true identity, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the formidable experts stationed at the branch of the Holy Church. It is said that one of them is on the verge of transcending, and slaying a mere Gu Yun would be a simple task. Yi Fan regained his senses, devoid of any hesitation, and immediately led his entourage before Gu Yun. He bellowed, "Seize him!" though his subordinates were momentarily taken aback. They swiftly surrounded Gu Yun without a trace of doubt. The other onlookers were equally bewildered. What had transpired? Chapter 89. Winning Hearts with Virtue. Before long, Gu Yun found himself encircled by Yi Fan's subordinates. He paused slightly, a hint of amusement in his gaze as he turned to Yi Fan and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Yi Fan returned the smile, one that was brazen and utterly audacious. He sauntered closer to Gu Yun, slightly turned to the side, and whispered, "Brother Gu, has it been so short a time that you no longer recognize your junior? While I could not contend with you at the Tianyan Sect, here in the Holy Church, I possess ample means to deal with you." Gu Yun chuckled in response. "My friend, I cannot comprehend your words, but I advise you not to engage me in combat here." Yi Fan regarded him with feigned astonishment and said playfully, "What, are you frightened? It stands to reason. You have only just joined the order, nothing more than an ordinary Tsonrigant, while I have ascended to the status of a revered master, capable of dismantling you with but a word. Oh, and I must acknowledge, your prowess is commendable. I am naturally no match for you. However, do you dare to utilize it? I may be unable to defeat you, but can you guess whether the experts of the Holy Church stationed here could best you?" With that, Yi Fan displayed a chilling grin and bellowed once more, "The Holy One entrusted me with a dream last night, commanding me to eliminate this individual. What are you waiting for? Seize him." The crowd exchanged glances, their demeanor instantly turning serious. In the Holy Church, the Holy One represents absolute truth. So long as one invoked the name of the Holy One, no one would dare to question or dissent. Moreover, as a revered master, only those above that rank could perceive the will of the Holy One. Even if ordinary individuals wished to refute, they would lack evidence. Upon hearing Yi Fan's declaration, which he claimed to be the Holy One's will, those who had accompanied him were immediately electrified. They exchanged excited looks and cried out, "Brothers, the time to serve the Holy One has arrived. In accordance with the Holy One's decree, apprehend this man." The others nodded eagerly. their gazes turning malevolent as they fixated on Gu Yun. Kill. Instantly, several figures lunged toward Gu Yun, yet he remained unfazed, perceiving them as nothing more than a swarm of insignificant fish. With a calm smile, he raised his hand casually. Bang! The 4 or 5 assailants exploded into a mist of blood. Eradicating evil and upholding righteousness merits virtue. Reward: 1,000 virtue points. The surrounding crowd was momentarily taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could this individual possess such formidable strength? A few Peak Foundation establishment experts had been effortlessly vanquished in a single strike. Only Yi Fan remained unfazed, for he was well aware of Gu Yun's capabilities. As he witnessed the swift demise of several individuals, a cold smile crept onto his lips. This was precisely the outcome he desired. If the incident escalated and drew the attention of the higher-ups from the Sacred Divine Church, Gu Yun would undoubtedly meet his end today. As Yi Fan anticipated, chaos ensued after Gu Yun made his move. The guards rushed in, for this was a sacred place of prayer and recitation. To act violently here was a blatant disrespect to the Sacred Divine. Within the Sacred Divine Church, such disrespect was punishable by death. The church's holy judgment personnel arrived, their anger palpable as they bellowed, demanding to know who dared to disrupt the sanctity of the hall. Observing the holy judgment troops, Yi Fan was filled with exhilaration. He cast a knowing glance at Gu Yun, inwardly reveling in his triumph. Gu Yun, you are finished, he declared, pointing an accusatory finger at him. It was he who committed murder here. Seize him at once. However, to Yi Fan's astonishment, it was he who was apprehended, not Gu Yun. Initially taken aback, his fury quickly rose. Are you deaf? He shouted. I commanded you to seize him, not me. He was the one who struck first. Yet, the leader of the holy judgment troops paid no heed to Yi Fan's protests. Instead, he approached Gu Yun with a respectful demeanor, inquiring, Holy Son, may I ask what transpired just now? At this revelation, everyone present, including Yi Fan, was rendered speechless. Holy Son? The position of Holy Son within the Sacred Divine Church had long been vacant, coveted by all the youth within the church. To become the Holy Son signified a closer proximity to the Sacred Divine and access to greater resources. However, unlike other sects, the Holy Son of the Sacred Divine Church did not ascend merely through strength. It was contingent upon one's faithful connection with the Sacred Divine. Such matters were determined solely by the High Priest and others of similar stature, beyond the influence of outsiders. Yi Fan could scarcely believe that Gu Yun, once a holy son in the righteous path, had now turned to the demonic path yet still retained the title. Was he here as an undercover agent, or merely on a leisurely retreat? A surge of resentment and rage erupted within him. Meanwhile, Gu Yun regarded him with a smirk and casually remarked, Oh, those individuals attempted to ambush this holy son. The most infuriating part is that they dared to act under the pretense of the Sacred Divine's name. Enraged, I took it upon myself to eliminate them, sending them personally to meet the Sacred Divine. Upon hearing this, the leader of the holy judgment troops instantly darkened his expression, glaring fiercely at Yi Fan. You possess great audacity, you mere elder, to invoke the Sacred Divine's name against the Holy Son. Has the Holy Son not yet garnered the favor of the Holy Spirit? Yi Fan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Within the Holy Spirit sect, the Holy Spirit is akin to a mere piece of toilet paper, utilized by anyone to wipe away their troubles. However, this veil of modesty must never be unveiled. Should it be exposed, the consequences would be irrevocably dire. Yi Fan immediately declared, Indeed, I have received the Holy Spirit's decree. The Holy Spirit has also indicated that this individual, he hesitated, caught between words. The leader of the Holy Judgment Army, growing impatient, interjected coldly. What about the Holy Son? Yi Fan, with a quick flicker of his eyes, responded. This matter pertains to the Holy Son and is crucial to the future development of our Holy Spirit sect. Without the authority to speak on it, I dare not divulge further. Yi Fan had already devised a plan to use the name of the Holy Spirit to inform the higher-ups of the sect about Gu Yun's identity as an undercover agent of the Tianyan Sect. By doing so, he could not only evade suspicion but also seize the opportunity to eliminate Gu Yun. Thus, this issue needed to be escalated to the attention of those in charge. Upon witnessing Yi Fan's defiance, the leader of the Holy Judgment Army was immediately incensed. Just as he was about to erupt in fury, Gu Yun chuckled and addressed the leader, saying, Very well. Since he wishes for the matter to be brought before those in charge, let us take him to see them lest others think this holy son is apprehensive. The leader, perplexed, looked at Guiyun. Holy son, why waste time with a worthless individual? Simply eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was infuriated beyond measure. How dare this insignificant nobody label him as worthless? Did he not know that he possessed the supreme bone and was the direct descendant of the Tianyan Sect's ancestor? Guiyun smiled lightly and calmly replied, there is no need for further discussion. This holy son has always preferred to win others over through virtue. At this, the crowd regarded Guiyun with newfound respect. Truly, as the holy son, his character and demeanor were indeed extraordinary. Only Yi Fan felt utterly undermined. Virtue my foot. When have you not resorted to violence? Chapter 90. The Judgment of Justice. Soon, in the Holy Spirit Sect's Hall of Judgment, Yi Fan was bound hand and foot, forced to kneel on the ground. His face was a mask of fury, yet he found himself powerless. Not far from him, Guiyun sat nonchalantly, waving his sleeve with an air of indifference. Yi Fan's anger only intensified. Damn it. Here, I am kneeling while you sit comfortably? Just wait. When the person in charge of the Holy Spirit Sect arrives, I will expose your identity as an undercover agent, and we shall see how composed you remain. In no time, 3 figures appeared within the Grand Hall. Naturally, they were the 3 primary authorities of the Holy Spirit Sect's branch. They served under the Grand Priest, and had some knowledge of this suddenly emerged Holy Son. Thus their curiosity was piqued upon hearing that someone had received a divine mandate from the Holy Spirit to accuse Guiyun. The individual seated at the center among the 3 authorities spoke first. Yi Fan, you claim to have been guided by the Holy Spirit to accuse the Holy Son. Please, elucidate the specifics of the situation. Upon witnessing the gathering of the 3 principal authorities, Yi Fan immediately felt emboldened. He cast a fierce glare at Guiyun and proclaimed, I must report to the leaders that the holy deity conveyed a dream to me, asserting that this individual is affiliated with the Tianyan Sect. Furthermore, it was revealed that he previously held the title of Holy Son within the sacred deity sect. How could he possibly be present among us? I suspect he is undoubtedly an undercover operative for the Tianyan Sect. At this pronouncement, a wave of agitation swept through the assembly. The 3 principal authorities exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. They had anticipated a matter of great significance, yet this was the issue at hand. With evident impatience, they inquired, is there anything else of concern? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. What do they mean by anything else? Was it not a grave matter that an undercover agent from the righteous path had infiltrated their ranks? In bewilderment, he looked at the 3 leaders. Honorable leaders, since you are aware of his identity, why have you not issued orders for his capture? The 3 principal authorities responded with a disdainful snort. Guiyun was indeed the holy son of the Tianyan Sect, but after being enlightened by the high priest, he renounced his dark past and joined our sacred deity sect. Is there an issue with that? Yi Fan was utterly flabbergasted. What? You all know of Guiyun's identity? He dared to openly join the sacred deity sect? He hastily implored, esteemed leaders, this individual cannot possibly be genuinely loyal. I urge you to conduct a more thorough investigation. The 3 authorities grew increasingly vexed. What do you imply by that? Do you think we are incompetent? We have, of course, conducted our inquiries into the background of Holy Son Gu. The findings align perfectly with what he has disclosed, and we have also uncovered that he has long been at odds with the Tianyan Sect, having slain numerous disciples from there since the outset at Hamiao Peak. How dare you recklessly slander the Holy Son without understanding the situation? Yi Fan was rendered speechless by their words. I lack understanding? I am, in fact, part of the situation. However, he had never anticipated that Guiyun's ruthless actions within the Tianyan Sect would serve as a stepping stone to his acceptance into the righteous sect. What a bewildering turn of events. Unwilling to concede, he gritted his teeth and retorted, but he has also slain many of our own from the demonic path. Before the 3 principal authorities could respond, Guiyun was incensed. He immediately barked, preposterous. Our sacred deity sect embodies righteousness, while the Tianyan Sect represents the demonic path. How dare you equate our sacred deity sect with the demonic path? What are your true intentions? Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. Damn it, I misspoke. How infuriating. Guiyun, that scoundrel, was even more adept at feigning innocence than he was. The 3 authorities nodded in agreement. Indeed, this individual instinctively perceives us as the demonic path, indicating that at his core, he has never truly embraced the sacred deity sect. Only those from the Tianyan Sect, who pride themselves on being righteous, would dare to label us as demonic. Is it possible he is the true undercover agent from the Tianyan Sect? At this revelation, Yi Fan was plunged into a state of complete disarray. He hastily interjected, "Disciple, I was momentarily hasty and spoke out of turn. It was not my intention. I implore the three esteemed overseers to see this clearly." Gu Yun sneered, remarking, "It is often the words that slip out unbidden that reveal one's true sentiments. I suspect you are the real infiltrator." In that instant, doubt began to swirl among the crowd, all eyes turning towards Yi Fan. "Indeed, I see him as the traitor. How dare he slander the Holy Sun? Let us eliminate him to vindicate the Holy Sun. Yes, let us put him to death." The three overseers exchanged glances with Gu Yun and inquired, "Holy Sun, how do you wish to proceed?" Gu Yun replied with a chilling smile, "As one hailing from the Tianyan sacred land, I possess a certain understanding of the demonic path. Let us do this. Hand this individual over to me, and I shall personally interrogate him, ensuring we extract the truth." The three overseers nodded in agreement. "Very well, it shall be as you say." Yet, Yi Fan was plunged into a state of utter panic. If he were truly surrendered to Gu Yun, his life would hinge entirely upon Gu Yun's whims. "No, I am indeed an undercover agent of the Tianyan Sect." Before he could finish, the Holy Execution Army approached and delivered a fierce kick to his back, nearly rendering him unconscious. "Humph, facing death, you still dare to accuse the Holy Sun? Take him away. Let the Holy Sun conduct the interrogation himself." Witnessing this scene, Gu Yun could not help but smile. In the dungeons of the sacred divine church, Yi Fan lay battered and on the brink of death, his body marred with wounds. With his supporters dismissed, Gu Yun calmly approached him, grinning as he inquired, "Yi Fan, confess, are you an undercover agent of the Tianyan Sect?" Yi Fan lifted his swollen, bruised eyes to meet Gu Yun's gaze, letting out a cold laugh. "If I fall into your hands, I accept my fate. Spare me the pretense, Gu Yun. What do you desire?" Gu Yun chuckled in response. "Junior brother Yi, your words imply a prior acquaintance between us. However, I indeed have a request of you." As he spoke, Gu Yun narrowed his eyes, smiling as he added, "The supreme bone." Yi Fan trembled involuntarily. Gu Yun was indeed coveting his supreme bone. He growled fiercely, "You dare! If the sect master or my ancestral elders were to learn of your actions, they would not spare you." Gu Yun nodded earnestly, then turned to Yi Fan with a serious expression. "You make a valid point, junior brother. I will ensure this matter remains discreet. They shall never know." Yi Fan was left speechless. Damn it, this is the sacred divine church. If I were to perish here, who would know the truth?" The thought sent a chill down his spine, and he felt cold sweat trickle down his back. Gradually, his tone softened. Brother Gu, I apologize. I spoke too loudly just now. For the sake of our shared sect, please spare my life. Moreover, if you resort to righteous means to extract my supreme bone, the sect's investigation will undoubtedly lead back to you." At that time, Yi Fan had not yet finished speaking when Gu Yun nodded once more. "Thank you for the reminder, junior brother. Indeed, one cannot resort to orthodox methods to extract the supreme bone. Fortunately, I am well versed not only in righteous techniques, but also in demonic arts." As he spoke, Gu Yun revealed a radiant smile. Chapter 91. Devouring the Supreme Bone. Yi Fan's eyes widened, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. In an instant, the temperature in the dungeon seemed to drop by several degrees. His legs trembled, and the terror within him overflowed. "As senior brother, you must be joking, right? You are the master of the Demon Suppression Hall. How could you possibly wield demonic techniques? Moreover, we are fellow disciples, brothers in arms. You would never truly turn against me, would you?" Every muscle in his face was taut, and as he spoke, he forced a smile, attempting to deceive himself. Yet, the chill in Gu Yun's gaze intensified. He looked up at Yi Fan and said calmly, "Junior brother, if you are tired, feel free to rest. I assure you it won't hurt." Yi Fan clenched his teeth, pain shooting through his jaw. He glared at Gu Yun with a fierce intensity, wishing to pierce him with his gaze. "Why you dare? I am the grandson of the ancestor of the Tianyan Sect, a peerless genius. I was born nobler than you commoners. How dare you bang?" Gu Yun struck his chest with a palm, and in an instant, a dark aura coalesced like a dagger, thrusting violently into Yi Fan's heart. The latter felt an excruciating pain, rendering him speechless. The supreme bone within him seemed to sense the impending danger, thrumming violently. Unfortunately, it was ultimately engulfed by the dark aura, with no escape in sight. As Gu Yun slowly withdrew his hand, the ancient rune-etched bone, radiating golden light and pressure, was extracted from Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan writhed in agony, tears streaming down his face. teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, he could only watch helplessly as Gu Yun excavated the supreme bone and consumed it, powerless to intervene. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he hoarsely cried out, "Please, don't." Alas, it was too late. He could not alter his fate. As the supreme bone was extracted, Yi Fan instantly resembled a deflated balloon, his vitality waning. He bowed his head, devoid of life, akin to a withered leaf in autumn, poised to fall. However, his instinct for survival compelled him to rasp, Gu, senior brother, you have acquired the supreme bone. I implore you, spare my life. I am willing to pledge my eternal loyalty to you, to serve as your humble dog." Gu Yun chuckled lightly, responding, "Junior brother, I do not keep dogs." No sooner had he spoken than the Emperor's banner behind him rose, drawing his soul within. All that remained before Gu Yun was a vacant shell, expressionless. Eradicate the remnants of the righteous path, and gain mountains of power. Acquired 5,000 merits. Gu Yun smiled with satisfaction before turning to leave the dungeon. The guard waiting at the entrance approached him immediately, inquiring, "Your Holiness, what did the young man say?" Gu Yun produced a recording stone, displaying the selected image of Yi Fan. "I am the grandson of the ancestor of the Tianyan Sect, a peerless genius born to superiority over you commoners." Gu Yun snorted disdainfully. "He has confessed. Ensure he is securely detained. We can exploit him to uncover further intelligence regarding the Tianyan Sect." The guard nodded in agreement. After Gu Yun departed, they entered to take a glance, noting that Yi Fan appeared unperturbed, and thus they dismissed any further concerns. Following his exit, Gu Yun commenced the refinement of the supreme bone. This artifact served as an excellent remedy for his inadequate fundamental roots. Within a single night, the supreme bone was entirely absorbed, resulting in a qualitative leap in his foundational strength. The merit points required to transcend to the heart door realm were significantly reduced. Meanwhile, the high priest returned to the headquarters of the sacred divine church. He arrived at the temple, where a mass of black mist coalesced upon the altar, seemingly imbued with life. The priest knelt before the altar, speaking with utmost reverence. "I pay my respects to the sacred divine. The offerings have been prepared and are ready for your sacrifice." The black mist emitted a sinister, low laughter. "Well done. When I descend to the mortal realm, your rewards shall be plentiful." The high priest, filled with excitement, replied, "It is my honor to serve the sacred divine." He hastily produced the collected essences of young boys and girls for the black mist to absorb. White light particles were consumed by the darkness, accompanied by intermittent cries of children and anguished screams. Once the black mist had finished its absorption, the high priest spoke again. "By the way, sacred divine, I have recently developed a new follower named Gu Yun, the holy son of the Tianyan Sect. His cultivation talent is exceptional at a tender age. He has reached the pinnacle of the profound pill realm, and none in the same realm can rival him. Though I sense he may not be wholly devoted, I believe that by providing him with substantial benefits and intertwining his interests with those of the sacred divine church, he can undoubtedly become one of us." Upon hearing this, the black mist laughed coldly. "Heh, the pinnacle of the profound pill realm? I fear that is an underestimation. This individual has already reached the zenith of the great ascension realm, with both the earth gate and the heaven gate opened. The final heart door is merely a step away. His true power likely far surpasses yours." The high priest was instantly struck with shock. "What? That Gu Yun possesses such strength? How old is he?" "A mere 20-something at the peak of great ascension, having opened 2 gates. Such a prodigy is unheard of." Yet soon, a cold sweat broke out along his spine. With such power, how could he possibly be interested in the modest position of a holy son within the sacred divine church? He concealed his true strength and infiltrated the holy divine sect with ulterior motives. He immediately raised his gaze towards the dark mist. "Is he an undercover agent from the Tianyan Sect? Holy divine, I have been remiss. I shall summon my followers at once to eliminate him." The dark mist let out a cold, mocking laugh. "It matters not. Among the congregation, there are numerous members from the Tianyan Sect. His absence will not be missed. Moreover, as my true self descends upon this realm, I am in need of a vessel, and this individual is the ideal candidate. Cultivate him well. Once he opens his heart, bring him to meet me." The high priest promptly bowed his head, responding with utmost reverence. "Understood." He then exited the sacred hall and summoned his subordinates, coldly instructing, "Relay a message to the newly appointed holy son, Gu Yun, informing him that the holy divine is exceedingly pleased with him and intends to nurture him closely. He is to come to the headquarters swiftly for the sacred spring baptism to aid in his cultivation." His subordinate was momentarily taken aback. It is known that the sacred spring baptism is the highest honor bestowed upon disciples of the Holy Divine Sect. Legends say that this sacred spring is no mere artifact of this world, but a divine gift from the Holy Divine himself, capable of fortifying the physique and enhancing one's innate talents. For a prodigy, it could elevate their gifts to unprecedented heights. Such a divine resource has been granted to disciples only on rare occasions since the establishment of the Holy Divine Sect. How could Gu Yun, having only recently arrived, be afforded such treatment? However, since the high priest had stated it was a direct order from the Holy Divine, he dared not question it. Thus, he immediately replied, "Yes, I shall convey the message at once." Chapter 92, Defiance. I report to the Holy Son that the high priest has sent word for you to proceed to headquarters to receive the sacred spring baptism. The high priest also mentioned that this is a personal decree from the Holy Divine, a gift to you. In the Winter City branch, at Gu Yun's residence, the messenger bowed and clasped his hands respectfully. Gu Yun was not surprised. Over the past few days, he had visited the hall for worship daily. Sensing a pair of eyes fixed upon him, it must surely be the Holy Divine's gaze. Although Gu Yun was unaware of the true intentions behind the resources being offered to him, he felt no trepidation. Moreover, he was quite curious about the sacred spring that could enhance one's innate abilities. Thus, he replied calmly, "Very well, I understand. But how am I to enter the headquarters?" The messenger chuckled lightly and replied, "Rest assured, Holy Son, there will be designated individuals to escort you. You should arrive this afternoon. In the meantime, it would be prudent for you to keep this matter discreet." Gu Yun raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking the messenger, "Why is that?" The man chuckled again, speaking leisurely. "The sacred spring is the pinnacle of resources within our Holy Divine Sect. Even the sect leader cannot utilize it without the Holy Divine's permission. Many have joined our sect solely for the sacred spring, and numerous individuals have brought considerable assets with the singular objective of obtaining the sacred spring baptism. In this present moment, you have recently joined the sacred church and have been immediately elevated to the status of Holy Son. Now, with the favor of the Holy Spirit and the baptism of the Holy Spring, the blessings are overwhelming. However, I fear that such attention may incite jealousy among others, potentially placing you at a disadvantage." Gu Yun chuckled, understanding the implications. He casually inquired, "Among those you mentioned, are there individuals from the Tianyan Sect?" The other person smiled knowingly. "Indeed there are. The aristocrats of the Tianyan Sect have bestowed numerous resources upon our sacred church in exchange for allowing their progeny to ascend within our ranks. Yet, their aspirations extend beyond mere access to the Holy Spring. They're hedging their bets on both sides. Surely, the Holy Son is aware of the cycle of righteousness and malevolence that transpires every 3,000 years across the eastern wilderness and the entire Xianxia continent. Last time, they emerged victorious, championing the righteous path. But who can say whether this time the sacred church will prevail?" Gu Yun chuckled lightly. "What an astute observation regarding the righteousness. Yet, in my perspective, the true conflict between righteousness and malevolence lies within oneself." The other person paused, intrigued. "What do you mean?" Gu Yun gestured towards the cup on the tea table and replied, "Whether righteous or malevolent, it is merely a matter of thought. One's merit is not judged by success or failure. For the sake of all sentient beings, even if one is labeled as malevolent, the world will still honor and respect them." The other man laughed. "Alas, the world is often blinded, incapable of distinguishing between good and evil, right and wrong." Gu Yun joined in the laughter. "Yet, all sentient beings are part of this world, you and I included." The messenger fell silent, reflecting. Indeed, before joining the sacred church, he had merely been a solitary cultivator, lacking support or background. After joining the sacred church, through his own efforts, he had ultimately become a servant at the side of the high priest. Yet, he still felt a sense of superiority over ordinary disciples, believing himself to be nobler. Naturally, he dared not voice such rebuttals, as he perceived Gu Yun to be of a higher stature. Thus, he could only manage an awkward smile and refrain from further discussion. Gu Yun, sensing the conversation's lack of intrigue, waved his hand dismissively. "You may go." The man nodded and turned to leave. Half an hour later, news of Gu Yun's intention to utilize the Holy Spring at the sacred church headquarters spread like wildfire. Those who had come seeking the Holy Spring were incensed. "How dare he? I have devoted over 6 months to the sacred church, contributing countless spirit mines and various cultivation resources. Why should that young lad be granted access to the Holy Spring while I am denied? To exchange for the Holy Spring, My father has secretly sacrificed countless young men and women in our kingdom to absorb their essence and offer it to the sacred church, only to see it all overshadowed by some insignificant brat who has done nothing. This is unacceptable. We must demand an explanation from the sacred church. Demand an explanation? For what reason? Damn it, it's all that Gu Yun's fault. It must be because of him that our quota has been usurped. We should confront Gu Yun and demand an explanation. Yes, let us confront Gu Yun. What does one holy son amount to? We are many, hailing from various formidable factions. Surely we can contend with him. The esteemed members of the Tianyan Sect were consumed by jealousy. Why should Gu Yun, upon his arrival, be granted such favorable treatment? Upon learning that many were plotting against Gu Yun, they eagerly fanned the flames of discord, even secretly spreading rumors that Gu Yun was, in fact, an undercover agent sent by the Tianyan Sect. Within the inner courtyard of Gu Yun's residence, representatives from several powerful factions of the Eastern continent gathered. The courtyard was bustling with individuals brought by these factions. They were determined that if Gu Yun refused to share the Sacred Springs resources, he would receive a lesson from these newly emerged saints. Gu Yun, let us speak candidly. The resources of the Sacred Spring should belong to us all, and you cannot hoard them alone. Indeed, we are aware of your true identity, merely an undercover agent of the Tianyan Sect. I trust you would not want this matter to reach the ears of the Holy Church, would you? Since we are all on the righteous path, we should assist one another and share resources for the greater good of combating the evil God sect. At the forefront stood a young man named Su Ming, a scion of a hidden family in the Eastern continent, a bastard of the Su clan, once overlooked by his family. He fought his way to recognition through his extraordinary talent. Now, having infiltrated the Holy Church for the sake of family advancement, he had earned the respect of many fellow practitioners. It was he who spearheaded the confrontation with Gu Yun. Once the others had finished speaking, Su Ming declared with righteous fervor, "Brother Gu, our intentions in asking you for this are not driven by self-interest. It is all for the sake of the righteous path. We hope you can consider the greater good and find a way to bring forth the Sacred Spring-esque resources, enabling us to better understand and combat the evil God sect." Gu Yun chuckled lightly, surveying the assembly of peers, all of similar age. After a moment, he spoke, "Do any of you have family?" The group fell silent, then frowned in confusion. Su Ming, unable to contain his displeasure, retorted coldly, "Brother Gu, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that if you disagree with our demands, you will threaten our families?" Gu Yun quickly shook his head. No. Su Ming, you misunderstand. Quite the opposite. I wish to protect your loved ones." The assembly furrowed their brows further, remaining silent as they awaited Gu Yun's next words. With a calm smile, Gu Yun continued, "If you still have family, then you ought to remain silent. For the words you just spoke are sufficient grounds for me to end your lives. Should you say more, it may implicate your kin." The group was taken aback, then instantly erupted in fury. "Gu Yun, are you attempting to intimidate us? With so many of us here, I do not believe you would dare to kill us all." Gu Yun merely smiled, turning to the speaker with a benevolent expression and inquiring, "Oh, do tell, who do you think I would dare to kill?" The man who had stood up was momentarily stunned, not anticipating such a response. His face turned ashen, and he immediately shouted, "I shall see who you dare to kill. Here lies a clandestine family from the Eastern continent, a prince of a prestigious dynasty, and the eldest son of the foremost cultivation guild in the region." Suddenly, with an abrupt gesture, Gu Yun raised his hand. In an instant, the three individuals he pointed at were reduced to mere crimson mist. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as all present gaped in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. The one who had stood to speak was rendered utterly speechless. Did he actually mean it? Su Ming furrowed his brow, rage brewing within him. How audacious of Gu Yun to commit murder before his very eyes, showing not an ounce of leniency. Umph. This ignorant fool. After today, I shall ensure he learns a lesson. Yet, as this thought flickered through his mind, Gu Yun suddenly turned to him with a cheerful demeanor. Su Ming froze, a flicker of fear igniting in his gaze, hastily stammering, Brother Gu, what he said, it has nothing to do with me." Gu Yun smiled lightly and replied, "I understand, but I find it prudent to eliminate a few more, lest this brother remains unconvinced." Su Ming was momentarily bewildered. What on earth kind of reasoning is this? Before he could articulate his thoughts, he too was abruptly transformed into a bloody mist. Silence reigned once more, thick and oppressive. The onlookers held their breath, cold sweat trickling down their backs. They had come as infiltrators, yet this individual was genuinely here to claim the role of the saint. His methods were even more ruthless than those of the demonic path. Gu Yun turned his gaze to the one who had expressed doubt earlier. A gentle smile gracing his features as he spoke. I ask again, do you believe I will kill you? The man stood, dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. Quickly snapping back to reality and nodding vigorously, his face pale with terror. Gu, brother Gu, we have wronged you. I implore your magnanimity. Please do not hold our offenses against us. The others, awakening to the gravity of their situation, hastily rose to offer their apologies. Indeed, it was our fault. Please, brother Gu, do not take it to heart. The holy spring is yours alone to use. It is a blessing for the righteous path, and we shall not dwell on it further. Gu Yun replied with a warm smile. I can understand your intentions to uphold the righteous path. Thus I can overlook your impolite behavior. A collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd, the tension in their faces finally easing into faint smiles. Then we shall take our leave, one ventured. Yes, we shall not impose any longer, echoed another. Indeed, we will depart first. As they turned to leave, Gu Yun's voice resonated from behind them. I only mentioned forgiving your rudeness, but I never stated that I would spare you. Where do you intend to flee? Must you choose a location for your demise? The crowd, backs turned to Gu Yun, widened their eyes in horror, their bodies tensing. Yet, they did not turn back. Instead, they exchanged furtive glances, and then, as if driven by instinct, one of them let out a desperate cry. Run. In the next moment, these individuals exerted every ounce of strength, desperately fleeing for their lives. Alas, Gu Yun's innocent laughter echoed like a death knell in their ears. Cackling, a terrifying surge of pure sword intent erupted forth, deftly avoiding the various bottles and jars, tables and chairs within the room, and hurtling directly towards those attempting to escape. The piercing sounds of penetration and anguished screams intermingled. Before long, both inside and outside the room, a river of blood flowed. Gu Yun, with an expression of calm indifference, summoned the imperial sovereign flag to absorb the remnants of souls. Simultaneously, he communicated with those outside the courtyard. Come in, cleanse the ground. With that, he waved his sleeve and turned back into the inner courtyard. To kill but one, sparing friends and kin, is a great virtue deserving of merit. Reward, 3,000 merits. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of others within the Holy Divine Sect's branch. Particularly, the three venerable protectors stationed there were drenched in cold sweat. Initially, they regarded this sudden appearance of the Holy Sun with disdain, believing him to be merely another scion of an influential family supporting the sect, devoid of the true qualifications to bear the title of Holy Sun. However, this uproar left them thoroughly alarmed. That sword intent just now, if it had been directed at us, do you think we could withstand it? The other two stood frozen in place, only responding after a long pause. A 30% chance. Upon hearing this, the two beside the speaker exchanged astonished glances. A 30% chance, are you certain? Though we have both reached the pinnacle of the earthly gate's great ascension, I personally believe we would not prevail against that sword intent. The venerable who had spoken with confidence retorted with a sneer. What I mean is, if the three of us join forces, and Gu Yun grants us sufficient time to employ all our means, we should have a 30% chance of leaving with our lives intact. Upon hearing this, the other two venerables sighed deeply. In truth, they found merit in this assertion. Now, they finally comprehended why the Holy Divine Sect had taken such an interest in Gu Yun, even providing him access to the sacred spring. Furthermore, this young man audaciously spread such news, inciting animosity. Several hours later, the courtyard was restored to its former cleanliness, with even the bloody scent in the air replaced by a faint fragrance of flowers. The emissary sent to escort Gu Yun finally arrived. Four enchanting maidens, clad in pure white silk gowns, approached Gu Yun and, with a slight bow, respectfully proclaimed, Holy Son, we have come to guide you to the headquarters for the sacred spring baptism. Gu Yun nodded, his demeanor gentle as he replied, Thank you for your efforts. The four maidens exchanged glances, all harboring a favorable impression of Gu Yun. The Holy Son was refined and graceful, his aura ethereal, unlike others within the sect, who were perpetually steeped in bloodshed. Under their guidance, Gu Yun boarded a dragon carriage and departed from Winter City. Although there was a barrier within the carriage that rendered the minds of its occupants oblivious to their location, Gu Yun effortlessly breached this obstacle. He was acutely aware of the direction they were heading, eastward, away from Winter City. After traversing approximately 1,000 miles, a vibrant, multicolored membrane materialized abruptly in the sky, measuring several meters in height and width. The dragon carriage glided through the membrane with ease, entering an entirely new realm. A smile graced Gu Yun's lips as he nodded thoughtfully. Could it be that the headquarters of the cult of the evil god, eluding the search across the eastern continent, was concealed within this diminutive world? Without the coordinates of this realm, it would be impossible to discover, let alone gain entry. Before long, the female attendant outside the carriage announced, "Holy Son, we are nearing the location of the sacred spring. The high priest has instructed that you may immerse yourself in the sacred spring for profound cultivation. Should you achieve a breakthrough, you may visit the heavenly sacred palace to meet the divine being, who shall bestow rewards upon you at that time." Gu Yun chuckled softly, directing his consciousness towards the distant palace, sensing a pair of eyes quietly observing him from that direction. He responded calmly, "Understood." Chapter 94. The Goddess. The Sacred Spring Palace. Upon descending from the carriage, Gu Yun beheld a magnificent hall. To either side stood several guards, each possessing at least the strength of the void refinement realm. The guiding attendant approached Gu Yun, stating, "Holy Son, the sacred spring lies within the sacred spring palace. However, we are unable to enter. Only the goddess responsible for overseeing the sacred spring can escort you inside. Each individual is granted but a single opportunity for baptism in the sacred spring throughout their lifetime. Nevertheless, after baptism, one may continue to soak in the sacred spring for cultivation. Such immersion yields results 100-fold greater than outside." Gu Yun raised an eyebrow, recognizing the value of the sacred spring. At that moment, a figure of ethereal grace emerged from within the sacred spring palace, clad in a flowing white gown. Her beauty was unparalleled, radiating an otherworldly aura. Barefoot, she approached with a poise reminiscent of blooming lotus flowers. Upon her arrival, the others from the cult of the evil god immediately bowed in reverence. "We pay our respects to the goddess." Gu Yun scrutinized her closely, noting the complete absence of demonic energy about her, which starkly contrasted with the typical aura of those from the cult. While the cult claimed to follow the righteous path, they practiced demonic arts, and many of their higher echelons were shrouded in dark energy, including the high priest who had introduced Gu Yun to the cult, exuding a palpable bloodlust. In contrast, the figure before him was pure and untainted, suffused with celestial energy. The goddess turned her gaze towards Gu Yun, her icy countenance blossoming into a gentle smile. "Greeting, Odisson. I am Yunian, the guardian of the sacred spring. I have received the high priest's message and shall fully cooperate with your cultivation. Please follow me into the sacred spring palace." A glint of intrigue flickered in Gu Yun's eyes. Before me stands the ethereal goddess of no thoughts, devoid of any malevolent aura, embodying a pure, sacred body. This sacred form serves as an exquisite vessel for dual cultivation. However, the presence of the vermilion mark upon her arm suggests that she remains untouched. A maiden in her prime. The higher echelons of the Holy Divine Sect are notorious for their predatory nature towards men and their domineering disposition towards women. It is quite curious that they have not confined her within their chambers as a prized possession, yet have entrusted her with the oversight of the sect's most vital cultivation resources. How intriguing. I, Gu Yun, find myself captivated by this divine figure before me. I nod, signaling for the goddess of no thoughts to guide me into the sacred spring palace. She responds with a slight nod, and together we proceed into the grand palace, which boasts towering golden dragon-patterned pillars, each capable of being embraced by 3 individuals. As the goddess leads the way, she elucidates the significance of the sacred spring. Odisson. The sacred spring is the pinnacle of our sect's cultivation resources, a divine gift from the holy god, bestowing miraculous power upon the disciples of the Holy Divine Sect. Immersing one's physical form in the sacred spring enhances one's physique and elevates one's inherent potential. However, each individual is granted but a singular opportunity for refinement. Yet, daily immersion in the sacred spring for cultivation is immensely beneficial to any practitioner, even those at the tribulation stage. I cast a meaningful glance at the goddess's graceful silhouette and, with a smile, remark, "Such a divine artifact, and the holy god permits me unrestricted access. It seems the holy god truly holds me in high esteem." The goddess chuckles lightly, replying, "Indeed, since the establishment of the Holy Divine Sect, I have yet to witness anyone granted such favor by the holy artifact. I implore you, Holy Son, do not disappoint the holy god's expectations. Cultivate diligently and strive to achieve unparalleled merit for the Holy Divine Sect." Feigning curiosity, I inquire, given the sacred spring's significance. It is quite apparent that the holy god places considerable value upon you, goddess. May I ask of your origins that you have garnered such favor? The goddess, engrossed in her steady stride, remained silent for a moment before offering a wistful smile tinged with melancholy. I was raised within the sacred spring palace since childhood. The high priest claims I am an orphan, abandoned in the wilderness, and that it was the holy god who guided him to find and save me. Thus, I was born to repay the holy god, and should the holy god ever descend, the high priest has instructed me to offer myself to him. I narrow my eyes slightly, a smirk of amusement gracing my lips as I respond with feigned sympathy. Ah, I see. The goddess lightly chuckles. There is no need for you to lament my fate, holy son. To be chosen by the holy god is a privilege. Alas, I have lived for over a decade without stepping beyond the confines of the holy divine sect, nor have I witnessed the wonders of the world. I know not what this realm holds. Her voice, soft and imbued with a sense of poignant resignation, invokes compassion. Following her words, she glances back with a delicate smile, a sight that would surely stir the heart of any man. I respond with a gentle laugh, embracing the moment with grace. What difficulty lies therein? Should you be unable to emerge from the sacred divine sect, I can certainly narrate the splendor of the outside world to you and paint it for your eyes. Xianxia was instantly overwhelmed with joy, turning to look at Gu Yun with delight. If such a thing were to transpire, Xianxia would indeed have his wishes fulfilled. Thank you, holy son, for your kindness. Gu Yun merely nodded slightly, and soon the two arrived at the sacred spring. Dubbed a spring, it resembled more of a vast lake, its waters shimmering with iridescent hues, vibrant and full of life. Upon first glimpsing this so-called sacred spring, Gu Yun raised an eyebrow, pondering inwardly, an artifact of the celestial domain. In his previous life, he had traversed the 9 heavens and 10 realms, thus he was well-versed in such matters. The sacred spring before him was not of the Xianxia continent located in the eastern continent. No wonder its effects were extraordinary, akin to divine relics. However, in the celestial domain, such a thing was not particularly rare. It was merely a common spring infused with a trace of heavenly Tao's power. Yet in the present moment, for Gu Yun, this was a resource of great utility. With the power of the heavenly Tao, he could refine his foundation, subsequently breaking through to the great ascension and stepping into the tribulation realm, ensuring a smoother path ahead. Xianxia cast him a glance and cheerfully proclaimed, Holy Son, this is the sacred spring. You may now enter it for cultivation. I shall guard you from outside, and should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call upon me. Gu Yun nodded, refraining from further conversation, and stepped forward, entering the surface of the sacred spring. He then slowly settled into a meditative position, submerging himself within the waters. Xianxia gently retreated. Meanwhile, in the sacred divine hall, the high priest reported respectfully, Holy Divine One, Gu Yun has entered the sacred spring palace. With his talent, coupled with the cleansing of the sacred spring, it should not take long for him to break through the heart's barrier. The ominous dark energy sneered coldly. I'm already aware. This child is as good as in my grasp. There is no need for excessive concern. Our thoughts should be directed towards other matters of importance. The high priest promptly nodded. Your words are wise, Holy Divine One. Rest assured, I have not neglected other affairs. The ancient sacred grounds of the eastern continent are about to open. I have already invited the leaders of other demonic sects to discuss the acquisition of the sacred land's fortune and the golden dragon. Should we manage to seize this fortune, we shall emerge as the greatest victors in this righteous and demonic war. The dark energy chuckled, expressing approval. Tin Pan, your endeavors continue to please me. It seems you have successfully invited other demonic sects. Your plan is already halfway to fruition. The high priest smiled with pride. Thanks to the Holy Divine One's grace, otherwise, as merely a great ascension, I would not have been able to control those formidable demonic powers. Chapter 95, The 12 Demon Sects. Within the sacred waters, Gu Yun closed his eyes in concentration, employing the great transformation of the celestial devouring technique he had cultivated in his past life, absorbing the heavenly Tao's power from the sacred waters. The lake of sacred water visibly diminished. The sacred spring palace saw its spiritual energy rapidly deplete, startling even the goddess Xianxia. What on earth is happening? She extended her consciousness and immediately focused on Gu Yun within the sacred water. Xianxia furrowed her brow, unable to suppress her astonishment. What manner of creature is he, capable of absorbing such an immense power from the holy water? At this rate, The entirety of the lake's sacred water would not suffice for his consumption. Yet, soon Wu Yin's furrowed brow relaxed, her expression becoming tranquil. Let him absorb as much as he desires. As long as the essence of the sacred spring remains, the holy water will inevitably restore itself. However, no matter how formidable Gu Yun may be, his physical form is still insufficient for the pinnacle of the Great Ascension. He cannot possibly utilize that much heavenly Tao power. Moreover, having absorbed a supreme bone, he has already experienced a significant enhancement. Having utilized only 1/3 of the sacred water, his physical foundation has reached perfection. To further advance, he must undergo the tribulation. Even so, despite the completion of his body refinement, Gu Yun did not rush to exit. Soaking in the sacred water has indeed accelerated his cultivation 100-fold. This way, he also conserves his merit points. The merit points he has accumulated can be employed for future breakthroughs. Gu Yun focused on his cultivation, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. He slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant light shimmering within them. Boom! An invisible, domineering aura rippled from the sacred spring palace. The goddess Wu Yin took a deep breath, a smile gracing her lips. She then hastened towards the sacred spring. Outside the sacred spring palace, countless core disciples of the holy divine sect, as well as high-ranking officials within the sect, turned their gazes towards the source of this terrifying aura. Whose presence is this? Has a saintly master broken through to the tribulation realm? They turned towards the direction of the sacred spring palace to inquire who was utilizing the sacred spring. In the holy sanctuary, the dark mist could not help but emit a cold chuckle. He, truly an exceptional physical form, rare even in the celestial domain. Once I seize this body, I shall certainly have the qualifications to return to the celestial domain. Within the sacred spring palace, Gu Yun slowly floated above the sacred water, gently shaking himself to disperse the moisture enveloping him. His once damp clothing and hair instantly transformed to a dry and relaxed state. Observing the faint divine radiance emanating from him, he resembled a celestial being, coupled with Gu Yun's strikingly handsome and otherworldly visage. Even the goddess Wu Yin found herself momentarily entranced. Such a perfect individual from the humble eastern continent, possessing both unparalleled talent and beauty, is indeed a rarity in this world. As Gu Yun glided towards her, Wu Yin regained her composure, her cheeks slightly flushed as she stammered, "Congratulations, Holy Son, on completing the baptism and further enhancing your foundation." Gu Yun, noticing her flustered and bashful demeanor, smiled with amusement. He then spoke, "Today's cultivation ends here. I shall return to the sacred spring palace tomorrow. Oh, by the way, where shall I stay at the Holy Divine Sect headquarters?" Wu Yin paused, instinctively responding, "Well, it seems the high priest did not provide any special instructions. However, the Holy Divine Sect headquarters already has accommodations designated for the Holy Son, so there is no need for you to worry." Gu Yun chuckled softly before turning to her and inquired, "Might I ask where the Divine Maiden resides? If by chance I find myself with some leisure in the evenings, it would be delightful to pay a visit." Wu Yin's face flushed a deeper shade of red as she slightly nodded, responding in a gentle whisper, "I dwell in the sacred spring palace. Unless there are extraordinary circumstances, I seldom leave. However, should the Holy Son wish to visit, it is quite convenient, for the sacred spring palace is not far from the Holy Son S Hall." Gu Yun nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. Since I have promised the Divine Maiden to describe to you the wonders of the outside world, it would be inappropriate for me to break that vow. If the Divine Maiden has no pressing matters, perhaps we could find a place to sit and engage in pleasant conversation." The corners of Wu Yin's lips curled into a smile as she replied, "I shall follow the Holy Son's arrangements." In the ensuing days, Gu Yun led an extraordinarily regimented life. He rose early, practiced diligently, and regaled the Divine Maiden Wu Yin with amusing tales from the eastern continent. Occasionally, he would showcase his artistic talents, painting the breathtaking landscapes for her enjoyment. Before long, 3 days had slipped by, and it seemed that the bond between Gu Yun and Wu Yin had deepened. In private moments, Wu Yin would affectionately call him Brother Gu Yun. On this particular day, Gu Yun arrived at the sacred spring palace for his usual practice, only to find that Wu Yin was absent. Initially, he paid it no mind and continued with his routine. However, after completing his training and stepping outside, he still saw no sign of her. Just as he contemplated leaving, he heard a rather frivolous voice behind him. "Divine Maiden Wu Yin, why the haste? Did the high priest not suggest that we youthful ones should engage more with one another? Indeed, we are all from the 12 demon sect, top-tier prodigies. Surely we have the right to converse with a divine maiden such as yourself? Wu Yin's expression turned to one of disdain, ignoring the group of frivolous youths behind her. As she was about to return to the sacred spring palace, she spotted Gu Yun emerging and rushed towards him as if he were a lifeline. In a flustered tone, she implored, "Brother Gu Yun, please help me drive away these bothersome individuals." Gu Yun was taken aback momentarily. He glanced at Wu Yin, then at the group of 7 or 8 young men who had followed closely. A smile broke across his face, finding the situation amusing. The youths, having noticed Gu Yun, especially the familiar and intimate manner between him and Wu Yin, suddenly changed their expressions. "Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost. I'm in a foul mood and might just feel like killing someone for fun," they exclaimed, revealing their abilities. Some wielded serpents, others emanated dark mist, and a few were surrounded by wandering spirits. Gu Yun merely smiled with indifference and asked, "Do you know where you are?" The self-proclaimed disciples of the 12 demon sect paused, then erupted into laughter. "What? Do you think we wouldn't dare to kill someone in the Holy Church? We disciples of the demonic path hold strength in high regard. Even if we were to slay you, do you believe anyone would dare to retaliate against us?" Gu Yun chuckled in response. "He, what are you talking about? I mean, knowing this is a demonic sect, what gives you the audacity to believe that I am the kind of person you can easily bully?" With that, Gu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly raising his hand, a resounding bang echoed through the air. The once arrogant youth was instantaneously obliterated. The 3 remaining individuals stared in shock, their eyes wide with terror. How could this be possible? A mere cultivation of the void refinement stage, and he eliminated him in a single strike? The trio quickly regained their composure, hastily bowing and nervously imploring, "Senior, we were truly disrespectful earlier. Please forgive us. We are all disciples of the 12 demonic sects of the Eastern Continent. We beseech you, on behalf of our elders, spare our lives." Gu Yun inhaled deeply, his tone icy as he replied, "You dare call yourselves disciples of the demonic path? Have you ever witnessed a demon show mercy simply because of pleas for mercy?" With that, he struck once more. Bang! The remaining 3 were reduced to mere dust. The souls of the 6 fled the sacred spring palace in a panic, their minds consumed by a singular thought: how dare he actually kill us? Just wait. However, they soon encountered a terrifying predicament. Why were their souls uncontrollably racing back? Upon turning around, they beheld a shimmering golden flag. Instantly, fear gripped them. The banner of 10,000 souls. Chapter 96. Preparing for a rainy day. The individuals had no time to plead for mercy as the banner of 10,000 souls radiated a brilliant light, drawing them in. Witnessing this scene, the goddess Union revealed a subtle, meaningful smile. Eliminating the demonic path, a modest merit. Reward, 1,000 merits. Gu Yun felt decidedly dissatisfied. They claimed to be from the 12 demonic sects, yet this paltry merit was all he gained from their deaths. At that moment, Union spoke joyfully, "Thank you, Brother Gu Yun, for relieving my worries. However, should you kill these individuals, what if the experts of the 12 demonic sects seek revenge upon you?" Gu Yun contemplated her words and realized she had a point. Therefore, he promptly declared, "Indeed, that poses a problem. I shall eliminate all of them now to prevent future troubles." With that, Gu Yun instantly expanded his consciousness. The entire headquarters of the sacred divine sect fell under the aegis of his awareness. Every movement of its members was laid bare before him, including that of the sacred divine hall. Such an overwhelming consciousness immediately captured the attention of all the experts within the sacred divine sect, who possessed such audacity to unleash their awareness and pry into our sacred divine sect. We're the guardians of the sect. Why has no one obstructed this probing consciousness? At that moment, the protective formation of the sacred divine sect was in turmoil. The 36 guardians clenched their teeth, cold sweat beading on their brows. It was not that they did not wish to intervene. It was that they simply could not. Gu Yun's consciousness loomed like an ancient beast, rendering their attempts at obstruction as futile as a small fishnet against a colossal kunpeng. How can they possibly obstruct him? A forceful intervention would undoubtedly lead to their instant demise. Beside Gu Yun, Wu Yin's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at him in terror. Who exactly is he? Could he be the divine son of the celestial domain, bearing an extraordinary sacred artifact? Otherwise, how could he possess such a terrifying divine sense? The high priest and the representatives of the 12 demon sects were engaged in a discussion regarding the seizure of the fortune golden dragon when a pair of eyes suddenly appeared above them, sending chills down their spines. Who is it? Everyone tensed, rushing out of the grand hall. The entire Holy Divine Church was engulfed in panic, while the Holy Divine Hall remained untouched. Guyan claimed to be searching for individuals from the 12 demon sects, yet in truth, his ultimate target was the Holy Divine Hall. A mass of black energy emerged within Guyan's sea of divine sense. It lacked form, merely a swirling darkness. Yet within it glimmered a pair of crimson eyes and a sinister smile. Son of the Holy, you may visit the Holy Divine Hall at your leisure. Why resort to such means? Guyan chuckled. The Holy misunderstands. This son is merely hunting a few insignificant fish, not intending to disturb the Holy. However, since the Holy has issued an invitation, I shall pay my respects after dealing with these trivial matters. The Holy chuckled coldly in response. Very well. With that, he dissipated into thin air. Guyan retracted his divine sense and made his way toward the high priest's location. Wunyan quickly regained her composure, her brow furrowed. Is he truly serious? Is he really going to kill the 12 demon sect members? With this thought, her earlier calmness vanished, and she hurried to follow him. The 12 demon sects were one of the foundations of the Holy Divine Church in the Eastern Continent. If Guyan were to destroy them, it would be a significant loss. As the terrifying divine sense faded, the high priest and his associates finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a beam of sword light shot forth. Bang! The leaders of the 12 demon sects were instantly decapitated. The others were left in a daze. What on earth is happening? Those who could become leaders of the 12 demon sects undoubtedly possessed formidable strength, at least at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension realm. Some had even opened the heavenly gate. Such experts in the eastern wilderness would be considered powerful figures akin to esteemed ancestors in medium-sized clans. With a mere snap of the fingers, they could annihilate thousands of lives. Yet this group was being slaughtered as if they were mere vegetables. A farce of the highest order. The high priest and the others stared in disbelief, filled with terror. Could it be the Holy who has intervened? Otherwise, how could these individuals have perished so easily? At that moment, Guyan's figure appeared before them. Clad in pristine white robes, he exuded an ethereal aura. One hand grasped a sword, while the other rested casually behind him. With a calm demeanor, the high priest remarked, Holy Son, I trust you did not err in your judgment. These individuals must indeed belong to the 12 demon sects. The high priest's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You killed first and asked questions later? What if you were mistaken? His anger flared instantly. This Guyan was behaving recklessly. Yet, observing Guyan's formidable presence and terrifying abilities, the high priest's ire somewhat dissipated. Guyan addressed him respectfully, referring to him as the high priest. Should I treat him with disrespect? He might just as well be from the 12 demon sects. He inhaled deeply, forcing a semblance of a smile, and inquired, Holy Son, what transpired that led to the execution of members from the 12 demon sects? Guyan's expression turned serious as he slowly replied, the juniors from the 12 demon sects provoked me, and I eliminated them all. I feared retaliation, so I preemptively dealt with them. Upon hearing this, not only was the high priest taken aback, but the elders and masters of the 12 demon sects trembled with indignation. Preemptively dealt with? You slaughtered our disciples without a second thought, and before we could protest, you hastened to silence us. How outrageous! Although we are all practitioners of the demonic path, the Holy Church has utterly crossed the line. However, faced with Guyan's imposing demeanor, they lacked the courage to confront him directly. Immediately, an elder from one of the 12 sects spoke up, Holy Son, there seems to be a misunderstanding. My Bloodblade sect did not bring any juniors here. He continued, if you have dispatched a few impersonators claiming to be from my Bloodblade sect, we will be grateful to you rather than seeking revenge. The other demon sects, upon hearing this, looked astonished at the Bloodblade elder. Indeed, this cunning fellow is quick on his feet. They all began to echo his sentiments. Yes, we did not bring any juniors either. Those individuals must have been imposters. Rest assured, this has nothing to do with us. We are grateful to you and would never seek vengeance. The high priest couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. These practitioners of the demonic path truly had 100 eyes and ears. Yet, they were now all under the banner of the Holy Church. As the high priest, he felt compelled to lend his support. He forced an awkward smile and turned to Guyan. Holy Son, I believe this matter may indeed be a misunderstanding. You see, Guyan was taken aback, looking at the high priest with surprise. Are you implying that I, Guyan, the esteemed Holy Son of the Holy Church, tasked with the monumental duty of saving all living beings, mistakenly executed 3 virtuous individuals from the 12 demon sects? If that were the case, what would the world think of me, Guyan? Hearing these words, the high priest's scalp prickled with anxiety. The elders of the other demon sects felt their hearts race to their throats. Indeed, a peer in the trade, he can conjure reasons for murder with such ease. Chapter 97, Seizing the Body. The hearts of the members of the 12 demon sect rose to their throats. Instinctively, someone spoke up, no. The Saint's son only kills those who deserve it. Are there any good people in the demon path? However, as soon as these words were uttered, he immediately regretted them. Damn it, they are all from the demon path. Wasn't this providing Gu Yun with a reason for murder? Sure enough, Gu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Indeed, this Saint's son has always been compassionate. How could I indiscriminately slay the innocent? You, from the demon path, are indeed deserving of death." Upon finishing his words, an overwhelming aura erupted from him once more. The high priest sensed the danger and shouted, "Saint's son, no, these people cannot be killed." In a flash, a cold glimmer passed, and the remaining masters of the 12 demon sect were instantly reduced to countless fragments. The Emperor's banner swiftly captured their souls with lightning speed. After completing this grim task, Gu Yun indignantly stated, "High priest, you said these people cannot be killed. Why did you mention earlier? Next time, you must clarify before I act. Otherwise, who can be blamed for such an awkward situation?" The high priest was left speechless, his eyes wide in disbelief. He never anticipated that Gu Yun would dare to act so recklessly in front of the Holy Divine Church, annihilating all members of the 12 demon sect before him. These individuals had taken him considerable effort to control, and now they were all slain. Their souls were also captured in the 10,000 souls banner. Yet, despite his fury, the high priest dared not show it. Firstly, Gu Yun was explicitly favored by the Holy Divine Church. Secondly, Gu Yun's strength was truly formidable. He was not a match for him. Thus, even though he was seething with anger, he could only grit his teeth and mutter, "This matter was my oversight. I spoke too late." Gu Yun chuckled, stepped forward, and patted his shoulder, saying, "No worries, just be more cautious next time." With that, he turned and walked away. The high priest nearly spat blood in rage. "Damn it, you killed someone, and you still tell me to be more careful next time? Is there no justice left?" He could only think that Gu Yun was indifferent to his feelings. After turning away, a notification echoed, "Slaying masters of the demon path, merit mounts like a mountain. Reward, 5,000 merit." As the high priest prepared to head to the Holy Spring Palace, he looked up to find the unfettered goddess standing not far away. He hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully, "Greetings, goddess." The unfettered goddess wore a stoic expression, merely waving her hand, indicating that he need not be overly formal. Unable to restrain his grievances, the high priest remarked, "Goddess, this Gu Yun is utterly unrestrained. Does the Holy Divine Church truly intend to condone him?" The unfettered goddess sneered. "If you could achieve the great ascension at his age and open the 3 gates, would you not be even more unrestrained? Do you believe it?" The high priest was taken aback. What? Gu Yun not only reached the pinnacle of the Mahayana, but also opened the 3 gates, which essentially places him at the threshold of transcending tribulation, does it not? Regardless of his age, his current achievements undoubtedly grant him the audacity to be arrogant. With this thought, he sighed in resignation. Truly, it is a harsh reality that comparison breeds despair. Some individuals are simply born as prodigies in cultivation. At this moment, Wu Yin continued with a cold smile, saying, "However, there is no need for concern. Everything regarding Gu Yun is under the control of me and the holy deity. It won't be long before he obediently complies and ceases to cause trouble. As for the 12 demon sects, their demise is inconsequential." Upon hearing these words, the high priest breathed a slight sigh of relief. He naturally believed in the strength of the divine maiden and the holy deity. Was a mere Gu Yun. Even a transcending tribulation powerhouse cannot escape the grasp of the divine maiden and the holy deity. At this moment, within the heart of the holy deity's sect, there sat a recently refined and controlled transcending tribulation powerhouse. No matter how strong Gu Yun may be, can he surpass that formidable being? After Gu Yun departed, he headed straight for the holy deity's temple. Having utilized the sacred spring of the Sacred Spring Palace to remedy the deficiencies in his physical form, the only value the holy deity's sect holds for him is the presence of this evil deity. Slaying it will surely yield great merit. Soon, Gu Yun appeared at the entrance of the holy deity's temple. The guards on both sides had retreated, and he faced no obstruction as he entered. The hall was vast, dim and foreboding. In the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes glared with malevolence, watching Gu Yun with a sinister smile. You have arrived. A deep, hoarse voice resonated. It was the holy deity. Gu Yun responded with a calm smile. Holy deity? Why do you remain hidden in the shadows while I, the holy sun, have come in person? The holy deity was momentarily taken aback. A mere holy sun dares to be more arrogant than he, the holy deity? Whose holy deity's sect is this, after all? Ha ha ha. How amusing, truly amusing. Gu Yun, I see you possess exceptional talent and are a rare gem, which is why I have taken the liberty to nurture you further. Yet, instead of showing gratitude, you recklessly take lives within my holy deity's sect. You truly do not regard my favor. ¿Qué would you enchakid? Ah, favor? It is your honor to assist me, the holy sun. The holy deity snorted coldly. It is normal for the young to be a bit arrogant, but excessive pride will only lead to your own ruin. Today, I shall impart a lesson, so you may understand that there are heavens beyond the heavens and individuals beyond individuals. As his words fell, a surge of dark energy suddenly surged forth. Boom! In an instant, the holy deity's temple was engulfed in demonic energy. The sky above the entire holy deity's sect was shrouded in a terrifying miasma, which churned violently, forming a colossal and grotesque visage of a demon. Witnessing this scene, all individuals at the headquarters of the Holy Divine Church, regardless of their rank, could not help but tremble. They prostrate themselves on the ground, kneeling in fear and reverence. Even the high priest was taken aback, collapsing to his knees to worship the demonic statue above, muttering to himself in disbelief. The Holy One has personally intervened. Beside the high priest, the untroubled goddess wore a faint, enigmatic smile. Gu Yun, though endowed with extraordinary talents, remains merely a frog at the bottom of a well in this small corner of the eastern continent, entirely unacquainted with true power. Meanwhile, across other regions of the eastern continent, the overwhelming aura of demonic energy was felt. The four righteous sects, including the Tianyan Sect, were engulfed in terror. What kind of power is this? The demonic path of the eastern continent could not possibly possess such strength. Is it truly destined that the righteous will falter in this conflict between good and evil? Zhao Wujing's expression darkened. He had already received word. It seemed that the evil god of the evil god sect had indeed targeted Gu Yun. This action was not merely to subdue Gu Yun, but also served as a stark intimidation towards the righteous factions of the eastern continent. This evil god, undoubtedly, was not a product of the eastern continent's demonic path. It likely hailed from the celestial domain. The defeat of the righteous was all but assured. Preparations should have been made long ago. Within the Holy Divine Palace, the Holy One continued to laugh raucously. Gu Yun, draw your sword. Let me see your limits. Chapter 98, Celestial Domain, Scion. The evil god was exceedingly arrogant. In his eyes, Gu Yun was nothing more than an insignificant ant from the lower realms. A mere trivial creature meant for his amusement. What was there to fear? However, in the next moment, a refreshing blade aura sliced through the air. Whoosh! The evil god was momentarily stunned. He beheld Gu Yun standing inverted, as if the very heavens and earth were turned upside down. He had intended to mock Gu Yun's seemingly ridiculous antics. Yet in the next heartbeat, he saw his own form concealed within the black mist. He was taken aback. Bang! The massive body of the evil god emerged from the black fog, collapsing into a pool of blood. The head that fell to the ground widened its eyes in disbelief. He is dead? In the next instant, a searing pain coursed through his mind. His visage contorted in agony. Before he could even unleash a pained howl, life had already slipped away. Gu Yun raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Was that all? He hadn't even begun to take it seriously, and it was already over. Yet, the seemingly casual sword stroke he executed had instigated massive upheaval across the entire eastern continent. The hidden valley of the evil god sect was instantly razed to the ground. The entire eastern continent trembled violently, as if the very earth was splitting apart. The members of the evil god sect were engulfed in sheer terror. What on earth is happening? What transpired in the Holy Divine Palace just moments ago? Even the untroubled goddess was left in utter shock. She was aware of Gu Yun's strength, yet she never anticipated it to reach such formidable heights. That strike transcended the prowess of the great Ascension realm. The high priest beside her trembled with fear. Goddess, could it be that Gu Yun has the power to slay even the holy deity? Unwavering, she furrowed her brow. Silent and contemplative, she had sensed that her puppet had perished. However, death was inconsequential. It mattered not. Gu Yun could serve as an even better puppet. With a cold smirk, she declared, "Fear not. I have my own strategies. Soon, from the direction of the hall of the evil god, a figure clad in white appeared. Slowly approaching, Gu Yun landed before her, a look of helplessness on his face as he lamented. The holy deity of our holy church was but a facade. He could not withstand even my single strike. How dare such a wretch claim to be a deity? The high priest's eyes widened in disbelief. Had Gu Yun truly slain the holy deity? How could this be? He had witnessed the holy deity's might firsthand, capable of annihilating worlds with but a gesture. Though he was unaware of the holy deity's exact cultivation, it was undoubtedly above the great ascension realm. Yet, such a terrifying being had been vanquished by Gu Yun. Weinian Wander smiled, quickly interjecting, "Brother Gu Yun, you are truly remarkable. In truth, that being was not a holy deity at all, but rather an evil god. Now that you have slain him, the entire holy church has been liberated from his malevolent grasp. From this moment forth, we can soar together. Take me with you." Gu Yun was taken aback, gazing at Weinian in bewilderment. "You wish to accompany me? That is unthinkable. Do you not realize that you hail from the demon sect? Even if you were to leave with me, you would forever live under the prejudice of the righteous path. After all, the biases in people's hearts are as immovable as mountains. Once a demon, always a demon, rather than enduring a life of suffering. Allow me to facilitate your reincarnation and grant you a fresh start." Upon hearing this, Weinian's expression stiffened. Her once innocent and delicate demeanor vanished, replaced by a chilling gaze. "I thought you might harbor some affection for me, considering our closeness in recent days." Gu Yun chuckled. "Were not the young disciples of the demon sect drawn in by you to deliberately test me?" Weinian shrugged, a nonchalant smile gracing her lips. "Very well. Since you have seen through me, there is no need for pretense. Gu Yun, you are astute. I need not elaborate further. I am not of the Eastern continent. To speak plainly, I hail from the celestial domain." Gu Yun inquired earnestly, "What rituals do the celestial domain's inhabitants perform before death?" Weinian was momentarily taken aback. Then her fury surged. "The celestial domain is the realm of the divine offspring, while your world is but a den of ants nurtured by the divine. I am an envoy sent by the divine clan. To submit to me is to submit to the divine. To submit to the divine is to live. Gu Yun, in this lifetime, the demonic path is destined to supplant the righteous path, becoming the true path. This is the will of heaven and the decree of the divine. Immutable by any means. Submit to me, and I can assure you that you shall gain much in this cycle." Before she could finish her words, a beam of sword light suddenly surged toward her neck. Weinian was taken aback, retreating swiftly, yet she was still a fraction too late. Whoosh! A crimson line appeared upon her fair neck. Rage ignited within Weinian. "Aunt, you possess an audacity most brazen." With that, she ceased concealing her true aura, unleashing her full force. In an instant, a terrifying demonic energy enveloped the entire evil god sect. At that moment, the high priest, who had been thrown back, finally comprehended the truth. The true deity of the holy god sect was not in the holy god temple, but in the sacred spring hall. Weinian was the genuine holy god, surrounded by swirling demonic energy. Her gaze was cold and lofty, resembling a descending deity. She raised a hand, and the surrounding dark mist seemed to come alive, transforming into countless chains that surged toward Gu Yun. In the next moment, Gu Yun found himself ensnared by this black energy. A chilling laugh escaped Weinian's lips. "Gu Yun, since you are so ungrateful, I must refine you. Remain obediently by my side, as my puppet." As she spoke, the demonic energy intensified. Though her strength could not directly contend with Gu Yun, she was confident in her ability to completely refine him, for her methods were not of this world, but rather the celestial domain's divine arts, the great method of demonic refinement. Unless someone from the celestial domain intervened, the inhabitants of this world could neither escape nor unravel her grasp. What of Gu Yun's strength? What his high talents? In the eyes of the celestial descendants, he remained naught but a mere nothing. Only two choices lay before him: submission or death. However, just as she believed victory was assured, she found her own power being relentlessly siphoned away. Her eyes widened in shock. What is happening? She suddenly turned to Gu Yun. Her potent demonic energy was being steadily devoured and assimilated by him. Panic struck her. "You, who are you, that you can consume the heavenly demonic energy? Are you too of the demonic lineage?" Gu Yun replied with a derisive smile. "Unrepentant, I offer to purge your demonic energy and restore you to humanity. And yet you dare to slander me? Very well, I have always been magnanimous. Since I have resolved to assist you, I shall see it through to the end. With that, his pace in absorbing and devouring the demonic energy quickened. Wu Yin was thrown into utter disarray. Being of demonic lineage, if her energy were to be completely drained, death would be her only fate. She immediately cried out in despair. No, stop. Chapter 99. Sharing the Blessing. The eyes of the demonic goddess were filled with terror. She could distinctly feel the essence of the demonic path within her being ravenously consumed by Gu Yun. Yet she was utterly unable to reverse her fate. Despite practicing the arcane arts of the celestial domain, why was she being drained by Gu Yun? She could not comprehend it. She was merely an insignificant creature from the lower realms, just a dish on the banquet table of the divine clan. How could he turn the tables on her? No. A low growl of despair and fear escaped her lips. She was completely drained, leaving not a single remnant. Transformed into a mere wisp of dust, dissipating into the ether. Witnessing this scene, the high priest beside her was left aghast, his eyes wide with terror. The goddess! He instinctively exclaimed. At that moment, Gu Yun inhaled deeply, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Assisting the goddess Wu Yunian in dispelling her demonic energy had significantly enhanced his own cultivation. Yet, the most crucial aspect was his genuine pleasure in helping others. Regaining his composure, he turned to the high priest and casually inquired, "It seems the high priest is quite concerned for the goddess. Shall I send you to accompany her?" Upon hearing this, the high priest was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The man before him was utterly unpredictable. He had slain an elder of the 12 demonic sects and immediately turned to kill a holy deity. Now, even the goddess had been drained by him. He was the true demon lord. Quickly gathering his wits, he hastily knelt down. Holy son, no, holy deity. From this day forth, you shall be the sovereign of our holy deity sect. I willingly serve you in all matters. Gu Yun chuckled softly, casting a glance at the onlookers from the holy deity sect. Each one was steeped in malice and burdened by their sins. Their auras either resonated with pure demonic energy or were those of individuals secretly sponsored by righteous sections. In summary, it was a murky atmosphere. Gu Yun spoke calmly. Since you are so understanding, I shall bestow upon you a grand opportunity. No, I shall grant the entire holy deity sect a significant chance. Upon hearing this, the high priest's heart soared with joy, and he cautiously asked Gu Yun, "Thank you, holy deity. May I inquire what this opportunity entails?" Gu Yun displayed a radiant and benevolent smile. At that moment, the words on the merit monument in his mind revealed themselves. Eradicate evil, merit as vast as the heavens. Reward, 30,000 merit points. Upon hearing this, Gu Yun laughed. With the merit he had accumulated previously, he now had just enough to break through to the Great Ascension realm. He beamed at the high priest and kindly asked, "Have you ever heard of the divine body, refining thunder?" The high priest was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp Gu Yun's meaning. Just then, dark clouds gathered above, and thunderous dragons surged forth. The high priest's eyes widened in astonishment. Thunder, the tribulation. The thunder tribulation signified a breakthrough for cultivators in the tribulation phase. Each trial they overcame enhanced their power. However, this tribulation was also exceedingly fearsome. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. Thus, cultivators would prepare meticulously before facing the tribulation. At that moment, the high priest finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Gu Yun is on the verge of breaking through to the transcendence realm, preparing to face his first thunder tribulation. He immediately lets out a fearful roar. "You must be insane. You are about to destroy the holy divine sect." Gu Yun, however, remains unfazed, smiling gently as he replies, "Why such words, high priest? This thunder tribulation is indeed a remarkable opportunity. It possesses the ability to refine the body and can assist cultivators in elevating their cultivation levels. Many aspire to experience such tribulations but lack the chance. Now, I offer you the opportunity to share this experience with me, and yet you express discontent." The high priest is nearly driven to madness. He acknowledges the truth in Gu Yun's words. The thunder tribulation indeed has numerous benefits. However, the crux of the matter lies in enduring it to reap those rewards. Cultivators at the transcendence realm approach each tribulation with utmost caution, striving to mitigate the damage inflicted by the thunder. Even among the strongest in the holy divine sect, who merely stand at the pinnacle of the great ascension realm, a single strike of thunder could obliterate them entirely. Overcome by fear, he hastily bows his head in supplication, "Spare us, holy divine. You cannot bring ruin to the holy divine sect." having painstakingly ascended from the depths of a demonic cultivator to his current esteemed position just below the supreme. He is transformed from exploited to one who can exploit at will, enjoying boundless wealth, resources for cultivation, and a multitude of beautiful young maidens. All of these luxuries are afforded to him due to the existence of the holy divine sect, and he cannot allow it to be destroyed. Absolutely not. Seeing Gu Yun unmoved, the desperation and fear in his eyes twist into rage and malice. Gu Yun, I warn you, the holy divine sect is not solely a demonic force. It is also backed by numerous righteous powers from across the eastern continent. Should you destroy it, you will stand against all the influential families and factions. There will be no place for you in the eastern continent. Upon hearing this, Gu Yun remains composed, slowly responding, I share fortune with you, yet you threaten me? How disheartening. Very well, you shall not partake in this thunder tribulation. The high priest's face brightens, momentarily believing that Gu Yun has been swayed and intends to relent. However, in the next instant, Gu Yun raises his hand fiercely. Bang! A terrifying force crashes down upon the high priest, causing his eyes to widen in shock, instantly transforming him into molten iron. Gu Yun shakes his head in resignation. Are you satisfied now? With that, he quietly retrieves the imperial flag and places it aside, then focuses intently on enduring the tribulation. Meanwhile, the entire holy divine sect senses something amiss. Is that a thunder tribulation? Is someone about to face it? How can this be? Typically, such tribulations are faced in secluded locations. Why here in the heart of the holy divine sect? Is Gu Yun attempting to ascend to the transcendence realm? Now, everyone is in a state of panic. Once the thunder tribulation descends, they shall all meet their doom. Everyone scattered in panic. Yet at that moment, they discovered that the protective formation of the Holy Spirit sect had risen unbeknownst to them. The Holy Spirit sect, now fortified by this impenetrable barrier, rendered them unable to enter or escape. In essence, they were left to await their demise. How could this be? Did Gu Yun intend to annihilate us all? Gu Shenzi, please reconsider. We are all of the same kin. We are righteous individuals. Gu Yun chuckled softly, sending forth a wisp of divine thought, inquiring, how can righteous individuals find themselves within a demonic sect? Those among them were scions of righteous families. Whenever the forces of righteousness and malevolence clashed, they would place bets on both sides. Thus, regardless of who triumphed, their families would thrive eternally. However, Gu Yun's question left them speechless. Unperturbed, Gu Yun continued with a jovial demeanor. Fear not, no matter who you may be. Today, you shall partake in the heavenly thunder that tempers the body. I can see this is your first encounter with the tribulation of thunder. You lack experience and are easily startled. Now, take a deep breath. Do not be anxious, it will soon pass. There will be a next time. The crowd was in utter despair. Was there really to be a next time? Just as their hopes dwindled, a resounding boom erupted. A thunderous dragon, as thick as a bowl, descended from the heavens. Chapter 100, The Return. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning cascaded downwards. A blinding light illuminated the world, purging all impurities. Cries of anguish arose in a cacophony, akin to a sacred hymn. Those who had lived in luxury, those born into wealth, those who had been privileged for generations, at this moment were reduced to nothing more than pitiful ants. They wept and lamented. With eyes full of compassion, Gu Yun observed this scene calmly. It turned out that their demise evoked the same pity as that felt for those they deemed inferior. Boom! Thunder surged towards Gu Yun. This trial and tribulation was not merely a test, but also the harbinger of profound transformation. Such a terrifying thunder tribulation inevitably stirred many on the eastern continent. Countless powerful families turned their gazes towards the direction of the evil god sect, unable to suppress their frowns. Transcending tribulation realm. Who has broken through to the transcending tribulation realm? The method of transcending tribulation is a closely guarded secret of the families of the eastern continent, accessible only to their own. Yet recently, there had been no word of any family attempting a breakthrough. In the back mountains of the Tianyan Sect, several ancient beings simultaneously opened their eyes. Could it be that the evil god has achieved breakthrough? The evil god sect is deeply entangled in significant affairs, backed by powers from the celestial domain. In this upcoming clash between righteousness and malevolence, perhaps they could emerge as the harbingers of a new era. We ought to place our bets accordingly. The ancient sacred land is on the verge of commencement. If we can obtain the auspicious golden dragon, our clan shall prosper for millennia. A storm is brewing, It is time to venture forth and take a look. Meanwhile, the thunder descended, all converging upon Gu Yun. Yet, Gu Yun felt no discomfort. Rather, he savored and absorbed the power of the thunder tribulation with delight. 3 days later, as Gu Yun once again opened his eyes, he beheld a landscape of utter desolation and scorched earth, as if nothing had ever existed here. Yet beneath the charred soil, a tender green shoot quietly emerged. In no time, this place would once again be adorned with vibrant flowers and lush grass, attracting countless birds, beasts, and insects, just as it once had. This beauty did not belong to any single individual. Rather, it belonged to everyone, reminiscent of the beginning. Gu Yun rose, exhaling a breath of stale air, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. In that moment, he resembled a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, radiating an ethereal brilliance. With every gesture, he wielded the forces of heaven and earth. This was the realm of transcending tribulations. Beside him, the banner of the human emperor shone with resplendent golden light, pulsating with divine radiance, as if it were about to burst forth. Gu Yun chuckled softly, remarking that his harvest had been substantial and it was time to return. He summoned the sword of evil slaying and soared into the sky upon it. Standing atop the flying sword, hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the vast expanse of the world, the towering mountains, and could not help but feel a surge of emotion, recalling the verses of his master. The mountains. A swift horse urged on without pause. Startled, I glanced back, 3 feet from the heavens. The mountains, surging like the tide, tumultuous waves, galloping forth. Thousands of steeds in a fervent battle. The mountains, piercing the azure sky, not yet marred. Should the heavens fall, they shall be supported by them. As his heart swelled with fervor, the Tianyan Sect came into view. Upon Gu Yun's return, the members of the Demon Suppression Hall were the first to sense it, the aura of their hall master. The demons suppressed within the hall quivered in fear. The demon had returned. The sect master of Tianyan and the leaders of the various peaks, along with the masters of prominent clans, also felt a stirring. Zhao Wuji swiftly gathered others to intercept Gu Yun's path. Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow. Originally, he intended for Gu Yun to infiltrate the evil god cult, hoping to eliminate him through their ranks. To his astonishment, Gu Yun returned unscathed. Since Gu Yun's departure to the evil god cult, many disciples had lost contact, leading Zhao Wuji to suspect that Gu Yun had betrayed them completely, aligning himself with the cult. The expressions of other clan masters were equally grim. Having finally rid themselves of this threat, they had hoped his demise would ensure their safety. Yet now he had returned. Before Zhao Wuji could speak, someone could no longer contain themselves and questioned, Gu Yun, how dare you return to the sect unannounced? Wasn't the sect master clear in sending you to infiltrate the evil god cult? Another voice chimed in. This matter is of utmost importance. How can you treat it so frivolously? Zhao Wuji added, esteemed nephew, infiltrating the evil god cult concerns the safety of countless lives in the East Continent. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, do not blame me for holding you accountable for negligence. At that moment, Qin Feng and others arrived. With the Demon Suppression Hall present, who dares to trouble our hall master? The hall master has his own plans upon his return. Your words are unnecessary. The atmosphere on both sides was charged with tension, and the reason was evident. During the time that Gu Yun was absent from the sect, his avatar remained industrious. Adhering strictly to the sect's rules, it rectified the behavior of many young scions from noble families. At present, the relationship between these scions and the Demon Suppression Hall has become exceedingly strained. Originally, the upper echelons of the noble families had received news that their ancestors would soon emerge from seclusion, intending to unite in the eradication of individuals like Qin Feng. However, just as the situation grew critical, the fearsome Gu Yun returned, inciting widespread panic among them. Yet, upon remembering that their ancestors possessed the strength of the tribulation realm, they exhaled in relief. Gu Yun's return could serve as an opportunity for the ancestors to deal with him collectively. When faced with their inquiries, Gu Yun merely chuckled and nonchalantly stated, "Oh, I have returned to inquire the sect master about the ultimate objective of my infiltration into the evil god cult." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. The objective, of course, was for him to perish within the evil god cult, though they dared not voice this thought. Zhao Wujin, however, maintained his composure and replied calmly, "Naturally, it is to seize the opportunity to locate the stronghold of the evil god cult and eradicate this malignant presence in the eastern continent." With a casual chuckle, Gu Yun responded, "That happens to be my reason for returning. For 3 days ago, a divine calamity struck the evil god cult, resulting in the demise of all within. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The entirety of the evil god cult has perished? How can this be possible? The calamity from 3 days prior had indeed descended upon the headquarters of the evil god cult. How could such a fate befall them? Did they not possess an evil god? How could they attract such a divine retribution? Gu Yun chuckled again, shrugging his shoulders as he said, as the saying goes, those who commit numerous injustices will ultimately bring about their own demise. It appears the evil god cult has committed countless wrongdoings, and even heaven could no longer tolerate them, resulting in this divine calamity that annihilated them all. Hearing this, Zhao Wujin was utterly bewildered. How could this be? Why had this happened? Hadn't the ancestors stated that the evil god cult was backed by powers from the celestial domain? How could they be entirely extinguished? Did that not mean that the core members sent by their families to place their bets had also met their end? Realizing this, Zhao Wujin seethed with rage. Each core member was a treasure cultivated with immense effort and resources by their families. To lose so many at once would undoubtedly incite the ancestors' wrath. He glared fiercely at Gu Yun, demanding, if they are all dead, why do you still live? Gu Yun, how do you intend to explain this matter? Upon hearing this, the others began to react as well. Indeed, if everyone else had perished, why were you the only one alive? I suspect you were never at the headquarters of the evil god cult. You escaped on your own accord. Zhao Wujin snorted coldly. You better provide me with a reasonable explanation, or not only will I not spare you, but the soon-to-emerge ancestors will certainly not let you off easily either. Furthermore, I have received word that Yi Fan's death seems to be related to you. The mention of the ancestors lending their support instantly invigorated the crowd. They clamored, yes. Give us an explanation. If you cannot clarify today, do not expect to leave the heavenly transformation sect alive. Qin Feng and others immediately tensed, confronting the situation head-on. Unafraid of the confrontation, they still harbored some hope regarding the reclusive ancestors, believing they would at least uphold justice. Gu Yun, however, appeared helpless. Ladies and gentlemen, I truly do not know how to elucidate this matter, but I urge you to remain patient, for I have yet to share some good news. Zhao Wuji let out a cold snort, disdainfully demanding, what is it? Speak. Gu Yun revealed an exceptionally radiant smile, proclaiming, I have advanced to the tribulation stage. Chapter 101. Do you believe it? Upon hearing Gu Yun's declaration, the peak masters and the elite from various clans momentarily failed to grasp the situation, still wearing expressions of righteous indignation. So what if you have advanced to the tribulation stage? But as they spoke, realization dawned upon them. The ancestors in seclusion on the back mountain were merely at the tribulation stage as well. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. When Gu Yun was in the Great Ascension stage, he dared to rampage through the heavenly transformation sect. Now that he had reached the tribulation stage, did that not imply he could even slay the ancestors? A heavy silence enveloped the air, leaving no one to utter a word. Gu Yun, however, was brimming with excitement as he inquired, surprised, unexpected. The expressions of those present turned ashen, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, the very elite who had shouted threats at Gu Yun earlier looked incredulous, repeatedly stammering, You have reached the tribulation stage? How is that possible? How old are you? The ancestors of the various sects have trained for millennia to achieve such accomplishments. How could you? Gu Yun chuckled softly, gazing at him with benevolence. I anticipated this. I knew some of you would be skeptical. However, that is of little consequence. Once I demonstrate my strength, you will surely understand. With that, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand with sudden ferocity. Zhao Wuji seemed to sense something amiss and shouted urgently, Stop! He is Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the elite who had questioned Gu Yun was transformed into a shower of sparks. Gu Yun, filled with satisfaction, could not help but exclaim, The east wind has caused a myriad of blossoms to bloom, causing the red stars to fall like rain. So beautiful, so beautiful. Oh, by the way, Sectmaster, what were you about to say? Who is he? Zhao Wuji's face darkened, his hands clenched tightly, his entire being trembling slightly. With the man now dead, did it matter who he was? His fury had reached a boiling point. Gu Yun had brazenly slain a peak Great Ascension elite before his very eyes, showing utter disregard for his authority as the sect master. Yet, no matter how furious he felt, he dared not reveal a fraction of it. Indeed, the prowess displayed by Gu Yun has unequivocally substantiated his ascension to the tribulation realm. Otherwise, It would be inconceivable for him to vanquish a peak Great Ascension expert in a single strike. Such formidable strength is already on par with the revered elders of the sect, and he stands but a step away from the secluded ancestors. He is certainly not someone one could provoke lightly. Taking a deep breath, he slowly articulated, "Congratulations, Master Gu, on your breakthrough. Heaven has truly favored our Tianyan Sect. I shall immediately decree a celebratory feast in your honor." Gu Yun chuckled lightly and promptly replied, "However, I have yet to elucidate why I am the only one who returned alive. Are you not curious?" Upon hearing this, the crowd trembled with indignation. Was there any need for such a question? It was undoubtedly his deliberate act of attracting the heavenly tribulation at the headquarters of the evil god cult that resulted in the demise of all others beneath the wrath of the thunder. Moreover, what could knowing this change? After all, no one could hold him accountable. At that moment, Gu Yun, still smiling, continued, "Were those expressions on your faces? Surely, you do not believe that I intentionally lured the tribulation to annihilate those from the evil god cult?" As he spoke, his demeanor grew grave. He brought his hands together and, with a tone of disappointment, remarked, "Indeed, the prejudices harbored in the hearts of men are like an insurmountable mountain. No matter how I explain, you still perceive me as a villain." Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on the backs of the crowd. They realized the implication. Gu Yun had ascended to the tribulation realm and was now desperately concocting justifications for his actions. Zhao Wujia immediately shouted, "Who dares?" Master Gu has stated that the heavenly tribulation descended due to the evil god cult's myriad sins. Their self-inflicted demise bears no relation to Master Gu. Anyone who dares to entertain malicious thoughts or unfounded speculations against him shall face me first. His words snapped the crowd back to their senses, and they began to voice their support. "Indeed, we have always believed in Master Gu's character. How could we think otherwise? Should anyone dare to utter a single disparaging word about Master Gu, the Wang family will be the first to protest." The others echoed in agreement. "We too stand united in this." Hearing their fervent declarations, Gu Yun finally revealed a satisfied smile, adjusting his attire with a casual gesture. He then spoke calmly, "We are all fellow disciples. Naturally, I place my trust in you. Why are you all so tense?" The crowd dared not breathe, fearful that any misstep in action or expression might offend Gu Yun. With a swift motion, he raised his hand. The most delighted among them were Qin Feng and the others, for Gu Yun's achievement in the tribulation realm assured their stronghold in the Tianyan Sect. From henceforth, who would dare to challenge them, save for the ancestors? Gu Yun waved his hand dismissively. "You may disperse now. Having fulfilled my sect's mission, I deserve a few days of respite." Upon hearing this, the crowd exhaled in relief. Zhao Wuji hastily proclaimed, "Rest assured, esteemed Lord Gu, our heavenly transformation sect has always been just to those who have rendered meritorious service. I shall promptly report your commendable achievements to the ancestor for his determination." Gu Yun merely smiled with an air of indifference, casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Wuji before saying nothing further. He casually nodded and turned to leave. As he departed, Qin Feng and the others followed suit, leaving only Zhao Wuji and the elite from the other clans behind. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, his voice laced with malice. "This Gu Yun is exceedingly arrogant, daring to publicly slay a master of our clan in the Great Ascension realm. Sect leader, if you do not provide an explanation to the clan, I fear they will not acquiesce." This man was Zhao Zhen, a core member of the Zhao family. Although his cultivation was inferior to Zhao Wuji's, his standing within the Zhao family surpassed that of Zhao Wuji. It was precisely for this reason that he understood the gravity of the situation. If Zhao Wuji failed to balance the relationship between Gu Yun and the other clans, the support of these clans for him would dissipate instantaneously, jeopardizing the Zhao family's position within the heavenly transformation sect. After he spoke, the other masters from the clans fell into a heavy silence, fixated on Zhao Wuji, awaiting his response. His stance would directly dictate their future attitudes towards him. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened to the utmost extent, feeling both frustrated and enraged. "An explanation? How can I provide one?" Zhao Zhen was filled with disappointment. At this juncture, even a few harsh words to appease these clan members would suffice. He immediately suggested, "Sect leader, in my opinion, while the news is yet to spread, we should leverage the sect's power to orchestrate Gu Yun's downfall, and then inform everyone that he was a traitor returning home, thus justifying his execution. When the day comes that the evil god cult is vanquished and the truth is revealed, we can exonerate Gu Yun, placing the blame on a few elders lacking background, claiming they conspired against him. By then, Gu Yun will be dead. Who will care about the truth? Upon hearing this, both Zhao Wuji and the other masters could not help but be swayed by the proposition. What a brilliant idea. It should indeed be executed. Suddenly, someone inquired, but how should we orchestrate Gu Yun's demise? After all, he is currently in the transcendence realm. Zhao Zhan sneered arrogantly. What a transcendence. He is not invincible. There are myriad ways as long as. He had not finished his sentence when he turned around, only to find that the person who had posed the question was none other than Gu Yun himself. His eyes widened in shock. Didn't he leave? Chapter 102. It turns out you are the only villain. Gu Yun. Everyone stared at him as if witnessing a ghost. The attendees were all pillars of the sect, unparalleled powerhouses that commanded respect. Yet now, for the first time, they felt the chill of the sect's winds. A mere whisper of a breeze can render them as if plunged into a frozen abyss. Among those gripped by the deepest dread are undoubtedly Zhao Wuji and that wretched Zhao Zhan, who has threatened to take Gu Yun's life. Gu Yun, having transcended the tribulation realm, finds himself in a quandary, longing for a justification to take a life. Of course, he typically requires no reason to spill blood. Yet, one must never offer him an opportunity to fabricate a rationale. Once he finds a justification, death becomes an inescapable fate. Zhao Wuji's forehead is drenched in perspiration, silently thanking the heavens for having refrained from uttering even a single word earlier. Otherwise, he would surely have fallen victim to Zhao Zhan's treachery. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhan is nearly paralyzed with fear at the thought of Gu Yun, his throat constricted and unable to utter a single word in plea. His terror has rendered him voiceless. Yet, Gu Yun remains unperturbed, exuding an air of nonchalance as if the discussion of his demise does not concern him. With an air of patience, he inquires, "Pray tell, why the silence? How might one go about ending Gu Yun's life more suitably?" After posing this query, he turns to the other eminent figures from various clans, amiably suggesting, "Do not merely stand by. Lend your thoughts as well. After all, eliminating Gu Yun would be a boon for all of you." Upon hearing this, the experts from the clans are nearly reduced to tears. "And Master Gu, we have spoken not a word. This entire debacle is solely the doing of that scoundrel Zhao Zhan," they exclaim. "Indeed, we hold you in the highest regard and esteem. How could we ever consider harming you? Master Gu, allow me to rid you of this scoundrel at once and prove my innocence." The clan leaders are genuinely alarmed. Despite Zhao Zhan's baseless accusations, why should they bear the burden of the risk of death? At that moment, their animosity towards Zhao Zhan reaches a boiling point, a sincere desire to see him eradicated. Just then, Zhao Wuji regains his composure. Gritting his teeth, he delivers a resounding slap across Zhao Zhan's face. A loud crack echoes through the air. Disregarding the dignity of his position, he erupts in outrage. "You wretched fool. Master Gu is a monumental asset to our Tianyan Sect and a champion of righteousness. How dare you conspire against him? You deserve nothing less than death." Though the slap is severe, it is not fatal for Zhao Zhan. Even as he crashes to the ground, spitting blood, the blow has jolted him into clarity. He hastily kneels and implores, "Sect leader, I acknowledge my error. I know not what possessed me to utter such treacherous words. They are not reflective of my true sentiments. Surely, some malevolent entity must have influenced my words, compelling me to speak thus. Pray, see reason." With fervent bows, he begs for mercy. Zhao Wuji breathes a sigh of relief. Though Zhao Zhan is a scoundrel, he possesses a certain astuteness when it comes to navigating the tides of fortune. While his reasoning is utterly absurd, as long as he can find an excuse, it will suffice to placate the situation. Frankly speaking, Zhao Wuji himself feels utterly drained. Were it not for Zhao Zhan, that scoundrel, who is a core member of the Zhao family and is backed by the family's ancestral authority, he would genuinely care little for his life or death. Coming to his senses, he suddenly kicked Zhao Zhan with utmost seriousness. This kick was not merely for show. It was a cathartic release of his pent-up frustrations. The latter was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhao Wuji erupted in furious exclamations. At this point, how could you still quibble? How could the Zhao family harbor such a disgraceful character? Witnessing their leader's unprecedented fury was a first for the onlookers. In their memories, Zhao Wuji had always remained unflappable. Regardless of the circumstances, he was known for his remarkable composure. Today, however, he had lost his cool, and it was merely due to encountering Gu Yun. Under normal circumstances, those close to Zhao Wuji would have stepped forward to mediate, attempting to temper his wrath and facilitate the charade. After all, Zhao Zhan held a higher position within the family than Zhao Wuji himself. Zhao Wuji was astute enough to avoid truly offending him. Yet now, with the specter of Gu Yun, the harbinger of death, watching with a smile, none dared to intervene. At that moment, Gu Yun stepped forward, restraining the still fuming Zhao Wuji. "Oh dear, there's no need for such extremes. Esteemed leader, you are being too harsh. Zhao Zhan is, after all, your kin. How can one resort to lethal measures?" Zhao Wuji was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gu Yun would be the first to intervene. For a moment, he was at a loss. However, as the performance had progressed this far, it must continue regardless of the unfolding events. He feigned indignation, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "Lord Gu, do not restrain me. Allow me to teach this wretch a proper lesson. You profess to toil tirelessly for the sect, unafraid of hardship, yet upon your return, before receiving any commendation, you nearly fell victim to this beast's treachery. I cannot abide by it." Gu Yun immediately donned an expression of heartfelt sincerity. "Esteemed leader, as long as you can comprehend my intentions and understand my struggles, I shall be content. However, this matter with Zhao Zhan is also for your benefit. After all, I have slain numerous scions of noble families and rescinded their privileges, compelling them to adhere to the sect's rules as ordinary disciples. They are undoubtedly reluctant. If you do not eliminate me, the noble families will support you as the leader. As they say, as long as they are willing, even a dog can become the leader." This utterance truly infuriated Zhao Wuji. "Damn it, you may mediate. But what is the meaning of your personal attacks?" The expressions of the surrounding masters from noble families grew increasingly grim. Finally, one could no longer contain himself and slapped a fellow noble expert beside him. Following that, he roared with ferocity, "Is it true? Do you harbor such thoughts that would lead Lord Gu to misunderstand us? In the presence of the rules of the heavenly Yin sect, all individuals stand equal. What the noble families? By what authority do they possess privileges that our Wang family has never accepted? As for adhering to the sect's regulations, it is a matter of fundamental righteousness, and all members of our Wang family dutifully observe these tenets." The individual who was struck was momentarily bewildered. "Come on, we are all in this together. Do not feign purity." Nonetheless, they could not help but admire the audacity and quick reflexes of the Wang family member. "That should have been my line." They clamored in unison. "Who is it that dares to slander members of our esteemed family? Let be known, or I shall ensure they meet a fate most gruesome. Indeed, our family has always championed justice and truth. How could such absurd claims arise?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yun felt a swell of emotion. A smile of understanding graced his face as he realized, after all this talk, it turns out it was Zhao Zhan, that scoundrel, who has sown discord among us. At this revelation, Zhao Zhan, who had just risen from the ground, was genuinely taken aback. "What the hell?" Chapter 103, Then Swear It. Zhao Zhan was flustered. He truly was in a state of panic. "So, you all are saints, and I am the only rogue?" Was Gu Yun's statement not genuine? Engaging in corruption, abusing power, and allowing personal agendas to overshadow the sect's welfare. Has any of this not been instigated by you, the offspring of noble families? Now, you present yourselves as blameless, especially the Wang family, who have shamelessly pocketed untold riches from the sect. Do you not possess even a shred of self-awareness? Yet, he dare not speak further. Instead, he knelt on the ground, weeping profusely, and pleaded, "Lord Gu, I was genuinely controlled by an inexplicable force that compelled me to utter those treasonous words. I beseech your discernment. As the Lord of the Soul Settling Hall, you must not let a villain escape, nor wrong an innocent." In any case, he maintained that he had been under someone else's control. No one could definitively prove the veracity of his claims, nor could anyone prove them false. As long as there exists such ambiguity, there remains room for defense and deception. At that moment, Zhao Wuji cast a cautious glance at Gu Yun and said tentatively, "Lord Gu, based on my understanding of Zhao Zhan, he truly does not seem to harbor such malicious intent." Perhaps. Before he could finish, Gu Yun regarded him with a knowing look. "You know him well? Does that imply you can vouch for him?" Zhao Wuji hastily laughed awkwardly and shook his head. No, I merely spoke offhandedly. Lord Gu, you must make your own judgment." What a jest. He indeed wished to safeguard Zhao Zhan, but only if it could be done without putting himself at risk. Gu Yun chuckled softly and then, with utmost seriousness, stated, "There is some merit to Zhao Zhan's words. As the Lord of the Demon Subduing Hall, I must neither let a villain escape nor wrong an innocent. Based solely on the previous remarks, one cannot convict Zhao Zhan. Perhaps he truly is under someone else's control. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhan's heart soared with joy. There exists a glimmer of hope, a slender thread of possibility. However, Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow, unwilling to relax in the slightest. He sensed that Gu Yun was not the type to be easily swayed. Tentatively, he inquired, "Then, how do you suggest we proceed?" Gu Yun chuckled and turned to Zhao Zhan, stating, "Since we cannot prove your guilt, nor your innocence, there remains but one solution, an oath. As long as you swear that what you just said is true, I shall believe in your innocence." Zhao Zhan was on the verge of tears from joy. For individuals of their stature, oaths were as insignificant as mere flatulence. No one ever took them seriously. The notion that swearing by the heavenly principles would invoke retribution was merely a fabrication spread to deceive those of ordinary backgrounds, a means of management, particularly in critical moments such as this. Elated, Zhao Zhan was about to agree when Gu Yun added with a smile, "Of course. You must also include that should you lie, your entire Zhao family shall suffer dire consequences." Zhao Zhan was taken aback, initially thinking it was a serious matter. What difficulty could this pose? Yet Zhao Wujia was alarmed. Damn it, Gu Yun was cunningly waiting for this moment. If Zhao Zhan dared to swear, Gu Yun would undoubtedly have countless methods to prove that he had lied, leading to a massacre of the Zhao family. Moreover, he could easily shift the blame onto Zhao Zhan, claiming that the ensuing chaos was a consequence of his oath. Despicable. At that moment, however, Zhao Zhan appeared utterly oblivious to this predicament, wearing a foolish grin. He raised 3 fingers to the heavens. "I, Zhao Zhan, swear by the heavenly principles I bang." Before he could finish his declaration, Zhao Wujia delivered a powerful kick. This time, he was genuinely furious, holding nothing back. Zhao Zhan was sent flying hundreds of meters away, spitting blood mid-air and nearly meeting his demise. Fortunately, he had not completed his oath. Zhao Wujia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet Gu Yun was displeased and immediately remarked, "Sect leader, what is the meaning of your actions? I offered your kin the chance to prove his innocence, yet you choose to strike." Zhao Wujia silently scoffed. Was this truly an opportunity for him to prove his innocence? No, it was merely a way to cleanse the Zhao family's reputation. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of righteousness, responding, "Master Gu, what merit does Zhao Zhan possess to swear upon the fate of his entire clan? Regardless of its truth, his personal matters should never overshadow the family. Otherwise, if his actions were to tarnish our Zhao family's fortune, he would indeed be a great sinner." Having said that, he shot a fierce glare at Zhao Zhan, wishing to remind him not to speak recklessly in front of Gu Yun. Zhao Zhan, possessing remarkable intelligence, quickly grasped the situation. Despite being severely injured by Zhao Wuji's kick, he wiped the blood from his lips and, with great difficulty, uttered, "Indeed, the sect master is correct. How could I, Zhao Zhan, joke with my family?" He then implored, "Gu Shao, please rephrase your statement." Gu Yun, visibly displeased, shot a glance at Zhao Wuji and responded, "If the family is not a viable option, then you must swear by the sect master. After all, you are a kinsman. Should you lie, your kin will face dire consequences." Zhao Wuji felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly interjected, "That cannot be. Master Gu, I naturally trust my clan brother. But as the sect master of Tianyan Sect, matters concerning the sect cannot be taken lightly." With a resigned sigh, Gu Yun remarked, "If that is the case, then Zhao Zhan, you shall swear. If you speak falsely, may your noble friends suffer greatly." This time, Zhao Wuji fell silent, adhering to the adage that one should not concern themselves with the demise of others. Zhao Zhan, however, eagerly nodded in agreement. "Excellent. I shall swear now." At this juncture, the other families could no longer tolerate the farce. "Why should your oath involve us?" they exclaimed, though they could not fathom the deeper implications Zhao Wuji considered. Without waiting for Zhao Zhan to respond, a powerful figure from the Wang family delivered another kick, exclaiming, "Do you think we are friends? Swear if you must, but do not implicate us." Others echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, who are you calling friends? I did not know you at all." All were masters of the Great Ascension realm, each delivering a kick with unrestrained force. The already wounded Zhao Zhan was left on the brink of death. Witnessing the chaos unfold, Gu Yun ultimately lost his patience and bellowed, "Enough!" The crowd halted, cautiously retreating to the sidelines. Gu Yun approached Zhao Zhan, crouching down to assess his injuries. He observed Zhao Zhan convulsing, blood oozing from his mouth. Upon checking his pulse, Gu Yun quickly deduced that while Zhao Zhan was gravely wounded, he was not beyond saving. With prompt medical attention, he would likely recover without significant issues. In a sudden, forceful motion, Gu Yun snapped Zhao Zhen's neck, ensuring he was irrevocably deceased. Rising, he pointed a finger at the crowd and furiously rebuked them. You scoundrels! You have killed Zhao Zhen. Do you not regard the sect's regulations or the bonds of brotherhood? Chapter 104. His furious roar left everyone present in shock. Their eyes, bloodshot and wide, darted between the lifeless Zhao Zhen on the ground and the righteous visage of Gu Yun. I cannot restrain myself and let out a curse. Damn! Although they did indeed make a move just now, do they not understand the severity of their actions? Even if several of them acted together, it would not have been enough to kill Zhao Zhen. It was clearly Gu Yun who, in the shadows, exerted force and snapped Zhao Zhen's neck. That unmistakable crack was heard by all, as Gu Yun smirked with a hint of playful malice, and his eyes glinted with a serious intent to kill. The elite of the aristocratic families finally reached their breaking point. Wang Yukang, a master of the Wang family, shouted furiously, Gu Yun, if you intend to kill, do so without unnecessary pretense. I tell you, my ancestor. Before he could finish, Gu Yun interjected with a loud proclamation. Very well. You said it yourself. If I wish to kill you, I can. Is that so? Then let me grant you this favor. Wang Yukang was taken aback. I was merely speaking in anger. The key point is that my ancestor has already left seclusion. I do not believe you would dare be so reckless before him. He hurriedly tried to clarify. I meant to say, Gu Yun sneered, apologies, but I do not heed the words of the dead. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. Bang! With a muffled thud, the master of the Wang family was instantly obliterated, leaving only a mist of blood in human form at the spot. Yet, as the wind blew, nothing remained. The other elite members of the aristocratic families stared in wide-eyed shock. Gu Yun was more frenzied than before. Previously, he had only killed the scions of the families, but now he was eliminating their very pillars without hesitation. Zhao Wuzhou was also taken aback. He quickly shouted, Gu, Lord Gu, the ancestors of the various families have emerged from seclusion. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Yun raised his hand once more, sending 3 more individuals to their demise. He looked at Zhao Wuzhou with a grin and asked, what concern is it of mine if the ancestors have emerged? Zhao Wuzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he truly not fear the might of the ancestors? Although he had successfully transcended tribulation, the ancestors had done so for centuries, making them far more formidable than someone like him, who had only recently crossed that threshold. How could he show no trepidation whatsoever? Zhao Wuzhou gritted his teeth and struggled to speak. I mean, despite their numerous faults, they're still members of the aristocratic families. Perhaps it would be better to let the ancestors decide how to deal with this? Gu Yun let out a cold laugh. Patriarch, the ancestors have long since ceased to concern themselves with the affairs of the sect, dedicating themselves solely to their cultivation. Do you think it right to disturb them over such trivial matters? They're all over 1,000 years old. Should they not be allowed some peace? Zhao Wuzhou was rendered speechless with rage. He angrily retorted, I will not contest the few you killed earlier, but these last 2 are direct descendants of the ancestors. You cannot kill them. At that moment, the last 2 remaining individuals were close to losing control of their bladders. Despite being formidable experts at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, they now appeared pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Even during their confrontation with the demonic sect, they had never felt such fear. Upon hearing Zhao Wuzhou's defense, the 2 immediately reacted, their voices trembling as they cried out, You cannot kill us. We are the direct descendants of our ancestor, his own grandsons. Observing their cowardly demeanor, Gu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. It was hard to believe that these once formidable warriors, who had faced death without flinching, had now produced such timid airs. With an air of indifference, he remarked, In that case, I shall refrain from executing you. Hearing these words, Zhao Wuzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Gu Yun still possessed a shred of reason and had not completely offended the ancestor. The 2 surviving masters from the noble families felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. The sudden release of tension left them utterly drained. Yet before they could rejoice, Gu Yun displayed a benevolent smile and said, Then you shall come and do the deed yourself. What? The 3 were once again rendered speechless. Wasn't it agreed that there would be no killing? Why was the sect leader now expected to carry out the execution? Zhao Wuzhou furrowed his brow, about to speak, but Gu Yun quickly interjected. What is that expression? Sect leader? Did you not imply that these 2 possess a special status, necessitating your personal involvement? Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief as he hastily glanced at the two and waved his hands. They, too, were completely bewildered. Was this truly a discussion about who would carry out the killing? Wasn't death inevitable regardless of who struck the blow? No, that's not what I meant. Zhao Wuji hastily clarified. Guyan paused for a moment. Oh, you mean to say you will not act? I must have misunderstood. Zhao Wuji vigorously nodded in agreement, panic-stricken. Please, do not involve me in this. I dare not harm these two. However, just as he finished nodding, a loud crash echoed from both sides, causing Zhao Wuji to shudder as tomato sauce splattered around him. He relaxed entirely, frozen in disbelief. Wasn't it agreed that there would be no killing? At that moment, Guyan approached with a serious expression and patted his shoulder, saying, I understand the intricacies of human relationships. I will take action, but the credit will be attributed to you. When we encounter the ancestor, I will explain that you enforced justice and personally dealt with these ungrateful descendants, thus elevating your prestige as sect leader. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in horror. You intend to kill, yet you would place the blame on me? He gritted his teeth, pointing an accusatory finger at Guyan, only to be met with Guyan's cheerful countenance. Ah, we are all colleagues here. No need for such formality, no thanks required. Zhao Wuji's mouth fell open in disbelief, cursing inwardly at the audacity of such a shameless individual. I thank your mother. Unfortunately, before he could fully recover from his rage, Guyan had already departed. This time, it is indeed over. For the first time in many years as the patriarch, Zhao Wuji felt a profound sense of helplessness and frustration. The sudden demise of numerous masters from the clan would surely incite the wrath of several ancestors. Nevertheless, he could not allow Guyan to reach the ancestors and spew nonsensical claims. He had to meet with the ancestors immediately to clarify the situation. With that thought in mind, he vanished from his location and personally set out to pay his respects to the revered elders. Meanwhile, the recently emerged ancestor had returned to the family after an extended retreat, having been in seclusion for such a lengthy period. It was only fitting to return home and check on matters. However, upon reaching the doorstep, the ancestor of the Sun family found himself momentarily stunned. When did such significant alterations occur on ancestral grounds? Why had no one informed him? Fury surged within him. The descendants of the Sun family had clearly disregarded his status as their ancestor. With this thought, he attempted to step inside, only to be halted by a guard at the entrance. Elder, may I ask if you intend to enter the ancestral residence of the Sun family? Please purchase a ticket next door first. Chapter 105. You have already chosen your path to death. The ancestor, Sun Xiaochuan, was momentarily taken aback. Must I purchase a ticket to return home? A tidal wave of indignation surged within him. He had already received news that the younger generation was being targeted by someone named Guyan. Not only had many of the family's key members suffered casualties, but the family's wealth had also been completely confiscated. He had come to the ancestral home with a simmering rage, intent on vengeance. Little did he expect that upon his return, another insult would be heaped upon his already burning fury. Laughing in rage, Sun Xiaochuan fixed a cold gaze upon the guard, gritting his teeth as he inquired, Must I purchase a ticket to enter the Sun family? Do you not know who I am? The guard was also taken aback, but soon responded with a smile. Elder, regardless of who you are, you must purchase a ticket, but fret not. This ticket is a one-time pass. After purchasing it for 100 spirit stones, you will be permitted to enter indefinitely. This 100 spirit stones is solely for the development and maintenance of this place. As you are aware, the ancestral residence of the Sun family is not only a historical relic left by the Demon Suppression Hall to warn other clans, but is also a treasure trove for gathering spiritual energy. In ancient times, this was the location of the great array for gathering spiritual energy for our Tianyan Sect, and all disciples of Tianyan have the right to use it. Later, the Sun family, through unscrupulous means, monopolized this collective treasure, even establishing their ancestral home upon it. Sun Xiaoquan's face flushed with rage. He had been the one to procure this piece of ancestral land years ago, and no one understood its intricacies better than he. Now, publicly exposed for his past underhanded dealings, he felt a mix of shame and fury. He immediately shouted, "You insolent wretch! I am the ancestor of the Sun family. How dare you?" The guard was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, "What? You are the ancestor of the Sun family, Sun Xiaochuan?" A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Sun Xiaoquan's eyes. "Now you are afraid? It is over. Young one, in my eyes, you are already as good as dead." He spoke coldly. Indeed, it is I. Youngster, I shall grant you one final opportunity to speak. If your words please me, I shall spare your remains. However, before he could finish his sentence, the guard, with his seemingly amiable demeanor, interjected. You will need to pay more. The regulations of the Demon Suppression Hall dictate that members of the Sun family, whether innocent or exonerated, although possessing the same rights as ordinary disciples, must pay 300 spirit stones to enter the ancestral grounds of the Sun family for cultivation, given their previous enjoyment of ill-gotten gains. Sun Xiaochuan was bewildered. He had anticipated that upon the exposure of his identity, this guard would kneel and beg for mercy, humbly pleading for his release. Yet, to his astonishment, the guard had the audacity to demand more money. Ha ha ha. Sun Xiaochuan was consumed by rage, laughing maniacally in a frenzied manner. Very well. After years of seclusion, I never expected that the younger generation of the Tianyan Sect would become so audaciously fearless. Young one, let me see what capital you possess that gives you the audacity to act so insolently before me. The guard, instantly on high alert, spoke sternly. What are you doing? Do you intend to force your way through? I warn you to leave at once, or I shall be compelled to forcibly expel you according to the sect's rules. Sun Xiaoquan's eyes turned bloodshot, his teeth grinding in fury. How could a mere guard, a mere junior, disregard the authority of an esteemed ancestor of the sect? He had already sealed his fate. Boom! In an instant, Sun Xiaochuan unleashed his full might. As a transcendent being at the tribulation stage, he emanated an aura of divine authority. With a mere thought, the heavens responded to him. Like an ancient deity, he could easily bring about destruction. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered above the Tianyan Sect, heralding a tempest. The tribulation stage, also known as the realm of great powers, was such that the wrath of a powerful being could leave countless corpses in its wake. At that moment, all disciples of the Tianyan Sect felt the fury of the Sun family's ancestor. What was happening? Where did this terrifying power originate? With just a hint of his might, blood was forced from the mouths of many. The leaders of several peaks and the masters of various families were all filled with trepidation. From the direction of the Sun family came the unmistakable aura of their ancestor. Was this the true strength of a transcendent being? Even those at the peak of the Great Ascension stage felt as insignificant as ants in comparison. Simultaneously, a sense of schadenfreude arose in their hearts. With the ancestor of the Sun family emerging from seclusion, they were eager to see how Gu Yun would handle the situation. At this moment, the ire of the Sun family's ancestor had reached its zenith. The guard before him appeared no more than a mere insect, a foul pest. To strike him down would sully his hands. The audacity of this guard, who not only showed no fear of his ancestral lineage but also dared to confront him, elicited a derisive sneer from him. Such boldness. Today, I shall force my way through, and I look forward to seeing what you will do to oppose me. Upon finishing his words, he stepped forward like a colossal beast from the primordial wilderness, advancing towards the guard. Yet the guard exhibited no fear whatsoever. With a cold snort, he declared, after repeated warnings, if you remain obstinate, I shall be compelled to take action. With that, he suddenly raised his hand and struck out. Sun Xiaochuan scoffed internally. With his cultivation, a mere junior dared to confront him. It was akin to an egg attempting to collide with a boulder. The outcome was painfully evident. To challenge a stone with an egg was tantamount to courting death. However, in that fleeting moment, Sun Xiaochuan sensed something amiss. His eyes widened in alarm. Before he could utter a word, a terrifying palm descended upon him with ferocity. Bang! It struck him squarely in the chest. A crisp sound echoed as ribs shattered. Sun Xiaochuan was propelled backward, flying a dozen meters before crashing to the ground. Bang! He landed heavily, and with a gasp, blood spewed forth. He was utterly dumbfounded. What? After years of seclusion, had the heavenly transformation sect truly evolved to such a terrifying extent? A mere young guard possessed the cultivation of a transcendent being. At that moment, the onlooking disciples of the demon suppression sect were utterly astonished. Goodness, the ancestor of the Sun family, is formidable, managing to withstand the Hall Master's strike without perishing. After all, he was an ancestor-level figure, naturally possessing some strength and foundation. Not necessarily. I believe the Hall Master deliberately held back. After all, forcefully intruding into the ancestral home of the Sun family, while against sect rules, does not warrant death. A verbal reprimand suffices. The Hall Master is not a bloodthirsty maniac. He wouldn't kill without reason. The crowd nodded in agreement, finding merit in this reasoning. However, upon hearing these remarks, the ancestor of the Sun family could hardly contain himself. What was this absurd narrative? I withstood his strike and did not die, and you laud me as impressive? Who, pray tell, is the true ancestor here? Yet soon, he grasped the critical information embedded in their words. The individual who had attacked him was, in fact, the archenemy of the Sun family, Gu Yun. To be so young, yet already at the nascent stage of crossing tribulations. Even in a state of complete unpreparedness, he managed to injure this ancestor, who was at the 5th stage of crossing tribulations. No wonder he could annihilate the Sun family. Gnashing his teeth, Sun Xiaochuan attempted to rise and rebuke, "So, you are Gu." But before he could finish, Gu Yun, wielding a modified law enforcement baton derived from the Demon Suppression Hall staff, struck him on the mouth. Bang! His front teeth, mingled with blood, flew out. The ancestor of the Sun family stared wide-eyed. This is dire. I am utterly powerless to retaliate. When did the Demon Suppression Hall's great formation become capable of enveloping the entire sect? Gu Yun did not relent. After 3 strikes, the ancestor finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Stop! Stop! I shall pay for the ticket. Chapter 106. This is also a contribution to the sect. The 3 strikes shattered the pride of the noble family, imparting the lesson that all are equal before the teachings of the ancients, with merits as grand as mountains. A reward of 30,000 merits was announced. Observing the elder of the Sun family relent, Gu Yun revealed a satisfied smile and cheerfully remarked, "That's the spirit, Elder Sunday. 300 spirit stones are hardly exorbitant. What harm is there in making a contribution to the sect?" He beckoned to someone, instructing them to escort Elder Sun to settle the payment. With that, he turned his back on Sun Xiaochuan and departed. Seething with rage, Sun Xiaochuan trembled, yet dared not display the slightest dissatisfaction. Just moments ago, he had felt his cultivation forcefully restrained. That familiar fluctuation unmistakably emanated from the demonic suppression hall's ceiling formation. Yet, he could not comprehend why the formation, which should have been confined to the vicinity of the hall, now extended over the ancestral grounds of the Sun family. Although their ancestral grounds were not far from the hall, such an occurrence had never transpired before. He stood unsteadily, gritting his teeth as he cast a furious glare at Gu Yun's retreating figure, coldly vowing, "Boy, consider this a concession on my part. Once I escape the reach of the ceiling formation, I shall find a way to end your life." At that moment, a disciple from the demonic suppression hall approached with respect, saying, "Elder Sun, this way please." Sun Xiaochuan shot him a glare, snorted disdainfully, and turned to leave. With Gu Yun gone, what was the point of purchasing a ticket? Soon, he exited the ancestral grounds, landing upon a mountain peak where he immediately felt the restraints dissipate. A surge of murderous intent welled within him. "Gu Yun, should we cross paths outside, I shall ensure your body is reduced to fragments." Just as he voiced his threat, a sudden shout came from behind, "Elder Sun." Instinctively, he turned to see a shadow lunging toward him. With a resounding thud, a short staff of water and fire struck him squarely in the face. Sun Xiaochuan was sent sprawling, blood gushing from his nose and mouth as he fell to the ground. Bewildered, he thought, who aside from those few old geezers, possesses the audacity to ambush me within the Tianyan Sect? At that moment, Gu Yun called out to Qin Feng behind him at a distance of 30 miles. "The ceiling formation is functioning normally. Make a note of it." Sun Xiaochuan was in shock, clutching his bleeding face in disbelief as he stared at Gu Yun. 30 miles from the demonic suppression hall. How could the ceiling formation still be in effect? And Gu Yun, that little rascal, had turned him into a test subject? With a broad smile, Gu Yun addressed Sun Xiaochuan. "Elder Sun, did I just hear you say you would reduce me to fragments? Are you quite certain? Attacking me, the master of the demonic suppression hall, amounts to treason against the sect, a capital offense." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaochuan trembled in fear and hastily waved his hands. No, you have misunderstood, esteemed Lord Gu. I have never uttered such words." Gu Yun chuckled lightly, contentedly patting his shoulder, and remarked, "That is good, quite good. As venerable elders of the sect, who have made numerous contributions, I cannot bear to harbor any ill intentions towards you." Sun Xiaochuan trembled with rage, feeling the absurdity of the situation. Yet, restrained by the suppressive magic formation, he had to stifle his emotions, forcing a smile as he replied, Indeed, Lord Gu, if I may be so bold, how is it that this magic formation encompasses such a vast area?" Gu Yun chuckled again. "Oh, originally, this magic formation covered the entire sect. However, you esteemed families sought various reasons to limit the Demon Suppression Hall, thus gradually reducing its coverage. Now that our Demon Suppression Hall has regained intersect enforcement rights, it is only natural that the coverage of the magic formation is restored. Sun Xiaochuan inhaled sharply. If the entire sect were indeed enveloped by the formation, then wouldn't the Tianyan Sect become the domain of Gu Yun and the Demon Suppression Hall? This matter required immediate notification to the other family elders. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "So, where does the magic formation extend to now?" Gu Yun pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, "Just up to this point. The results from today's tests." He added, "Elder son, you are aware that the Demon Suppression Hall has been dormant for far too long and requires some time to recover." Hearing this, Elder son breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It only covers this area. For the Tianyan Sect spans tens of thousands of miles, with hundreds of miles of core territory alone. This area is not extensive. At worst, they could simply avoid this region in the future. However, it was crucial to promptly inform the other families. Allowing Gu Yun to grow unchecked would only serve to further encroach upon their interests. With this thought, Sun Xiaochuan forced a smile, saying, "Lord Gu, please continue with your affairs. I have other matters to attend to, and shall take my leave." Gu Yun smiled in return. "Very well. Elder son, feel free to go. I must continue testing the magic formation, so I shall not see you off." As Sun Xiaochuan made his way towards the core of the Tianyan Sect, a cold laugh escaped his lips. After traveling over 100 miles, he finally felt a sense of relief. Observing his surroundings, he scoffed. This was already considered the core area of the Tianyan Sect, and it surely exceeded the coverage of the magic formation. Should that rogue Gu Yun dare venture here, I would personally flay him alive and turn his bones to dust. However, before he could finish his thoughts, a voice called out from behind, "Elder son." He trembled at the sound, immediately turning around. Suddenly, a terrifying force descended upon him. Bang! His eyes widened in shock. A mouthful of blood spurted forth. The entire figure was abruptly propelled outward, crashing to the ground. Enraged, he glared at Gu Yun and fiercely exclaimed, Didn't you tell me that the demon sealing array only covers 30 miles? Have you deceived me?" Gu Yun chuckled lightly, his demeanor unfazed as he replied, "Ancestor's son, you have misunderstood me. How could I know its extent without conducting a test?" Sun Xiaochuan was instantly incensed. "Then what gives you the right to use me as your test subject?" Gu Yun feigned an expression of regret. Testing the range of the demon sealing array is also a contribution to our sect. Surely, Ancestor son, you wouldn't object, would you?" Sun Xiaoquan's eyes widened in fury, caught in a dilemma of whether to agree or disagree. At that moment, other masters from various clans sensed an unusual tension and hurried over, their ancestral figures looming behind them. Witnessing the scene, Sun Xiaochuan smirked coldly. He glared at Gu Yun, stating, "Gu Yun, have you consulted the other clans before selfishly expanding the range of the demon sealing array? Now that all the clan masters and ancestors are present, let's see how you extricate yourself from this situation." Gu Yun maintained his calm demeanor, replying serenely, "Since everyone is here, I was just about to seek their opinions. However, expanding the range of the demon sealing array would be of immense benefit to our Tianyan Sect, and I trust no one would oppose it." Sun Xiaochuan scoffed, "Ignorant child. We shall see." Chapter 107. Who agrees, who disagrees? The masters of the clans, alongside the few ancestral figures, could not help but frown at the bloodied appearance of the Sun clan's ancestor. Despite Sun Xiaochuan being the weakest among the ancestors, he was still a powerful being at the 5th stage of the Tribulation Realm, who, aside from the other ancestors, could have reduced him to such a state. With this thought, their gazes turned to Gu Yun. They had received word that during their seclusion, this Gu Yun had stirred the Tianyan Sect into chaos. Initially, they dismissed it, considering him merely a buffoon. However, seeing him now compelled them to take him seriously. Gu Yun had not only reached the Tribulation Realm, but had also repaired and perfected the demon sealing array, restoring its ability to envelop the entire Tianyan Sect. Under the array's influence, the cultivation of all ancestors would be suppressed to a level comparable to his. This realization instilled a profound sense of crisis within them. This Gu Yun must be eliminated. At that moment, Gu Yun also turned his gaze toward the legendary ancestral figures. His expression remained indifferent, his eyes cold as ice, resembling a transcendent deity devoid of any empathy for the other disciples. Surrounding him, the clan masters maintained a serious facade, yet their eyes were filled with flattery and sycophancy directed toward the ancestral figures. Zhao Wuji stood at the forefront, yet his position had sunk low beneath the feet of several venerable ancestors who descended from the heavens. Nevertheless, he maintained an upright posture and spoke with an undeniable authority. Admonishing Gu Yun with the esteemed ancestors present, "Why do you not pay your respects?" Gu Yun responded with a light chuckle. Facing the assembly of elite families and the revered ancestors, he slightly cupped his hands and spoke with an air of nonchalance. The Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall pays his respects to the esteemed ancestors. The ancestors, with their gazes lowered and expression serene, offered a slight nod in return, albeit their demeanor betrayed a hint of disdain. For millennia, they had been the supreme entities of the Tianyan Sect. What people or matters warranted their concern? Typically, when they appeared, those before them trembled in fear, kneeling in submission. Even if Gu Yun possessed some prowess now, the ancestors were confident that their overwhelming presence would suffice to intimidate him. Upon witnessing Gu Yun's salute, Zhao Wuji felt a surge of nostalgia for the days when he reigned supreme and controlled everything. It was all returning. Even if Gu Yun were formidable, he would not dare to act recklessly in the presence of the ancestors. His gaze sharpened, and a cold smile crept upon his lips as he asserted more forcefully, "Gu Yun, what were you doing just now? Why did the demon suppression great formation suddenly envelop the entire sect? With the ancestors here, it would be prudent for you to provide a reasonable explanation." Gu Yun chuckled lightly and replied casually, I was just about to report this matter to the esteemed ancestors and the sect leader. Now that the Demon Suppression Hall has reclaimed its authority within the sect, the previous methods of enforcement should naturally be reinstated. The Demon Suppression Great Formation has always covered the entire sect. It is only fitting that it be restored now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's heart raced with alarm. What? The Demon Suppression Great Formation covers the entire sect? When it was not in effect before, Gu Yun had already turned the Tianyan Sect and the entire lineage upside down. With full coverage, the Demon Suppression Hall would wield overwhelming power over the descendants of the noble families. How could they possibly survive? He immediately retorted with fury. Such a significant matter. How could you make such a unilateral decision? Do you still regard the sect and the esteemed ancestors? Gu Yun merely smiled with calmness. Look, you're getting anxious. Sect leader, please do not be so agitated. I am here to discuss this matter with you, the esteemed ancestors, and all the elite families present. Zhao Wuji was taken aback, then could not restrain his anger. You have already completed the task. What is there to discuss? He intended to speak further, but Gu Yun preempted him, raising his voice. Esteemed ones, the matter of the Demon Suppression Great Formation covering the entire sect is of immense benefit to our Tianyan Sect. However, whether or not to implement this coverage, as the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, I must still consider your opinions. So, who is in favor? And who is opposed? At these words, aside from the few ancestors, the elite families were momentarily stunned. The atmosphere shifted uneasily. Gu Yun was certainly not benevolent enough to genuinely engage in discussions with them. This matter was undoubtedly more intricate than it appeared. Given their understanding of Gu Yun, they chose to remain silent, observing the unfolding events. After all, in the presence of Gu Yun, the first to speak might very well be the first to face dire consequences. Thus, after Gu Yun finished his inquiry, the expansive Tianyan Peak, with dozens of formidable experts, remained astonishingly mute. The silence was uncanny. Even the several ancestors were taken aback. They had initially intended to sit back and watch, confident that such trivial matters did not necessitate their direct involvement. The younger generation below could stir up as much trouble as they wished, and should the situation become untenable, they could intervene at their convenience. However, after Gu Yun's questioning, there was not a single response. At this moment, Gu Yun chuckled softly and remarked, "If there is no opposition, does that imply unanimous agreement?" He then turned to Zhao Wuji, smiling as he added, "Master, look, how can anyone possibly oppose such a favorable proposition?" Zhao Wuji was somewhat bewildered. Without the ancestor's input, he dared not voice his thoughts. At this juncture, the ancestor of the Tang family could no longer tolerate the situation. Clearing his throat, he deliberately cast a glance at the nearby Tang family expert. The expert immediately felt a chill run down his spine, comprehending the ancestor's intent to prompt him to voice dissent. However, he was still shaken by Gu Yun's earlier actions and felt an overwhelming reluctance. His expression was one of despair as he silently pleaded with the ancestor. Yet, the more he hesitated, the more incensed the Tang ancestor became, subtly conveying through thought, "I am here. What is there to fear? Speak freely, and I shall support you." The Tang family expert took a deep breath, reassuring himself. Indeed, with the ancestor present, what was there to fear from Gu Yun? Even if Gu Yun were to act recklessly, the ancestor would surely intervene. With this thought, he transformed, regaining the once proud demeanor of a family expert. He proclaimed loudly, "I oppose." His voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the skies of the Tianyan Sect. Other experts from various families cast admiring glances at him, while several ancestors scoffed. They were eager to see how Gu Yun would contend against so many formidable opponents. They truly doubted Gu Yun's ability to engage in a battle of wits with such a multitude. However, in the next moment, the ancestors' eyes widened in shock as they suddenly sensed a terrifying aura of malevolence. Bang! The Tang family member who had just voiced his opposition was instantly reduced to a crimson mist. Gu Yun let out a cold laugh. "Is there anyone else who opposes?" His words resonated with authority, echoing in the ears of the experts and ancestors present at Tianyan Sect. The ancestors were left speechless in astonishment. Such audacity! Who dares to oppose? Shall you eliminate anyone who speaks against you? Who would even dare to voice dissent? The patriarch of the Tang family was utterly enraged. It was not that he was unwilling to intervene and save his descendant. It was simply that Gu Yun's actions were too sudden for him to react. Finally, he could no longer contain his fury and shouted, "You scoundrel!" Gu Yun's expression turned serious as he respectfully replied, "Patriarch, you too believe that your descendant is a scoundrel, do you not? Indeed, you are a discerning individual. However, rest assured, despite his transgressions, he is still a member of the Tang family, and I am willing to grant him a chance for redemption." With that, he summoned the banner of the Emperor of Humanity, directly capturing the spirit of the Tang family's expert. The patriarch of the Tang family was once again left in a state of disbelief. What in the world? Does he even possess the banner of 10,000 souls? The aura emanating from the banner was so formidable that it sent chills down his spine. Beside him, Zhao Wujia furiously exclaimed, "Gu Yun, you are outrageous. In the presence of several patriarchs, do you dare to behave so recklessly?" Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Yun interrupted with a sharp reprimand. "What, Gu Yun? How many times must I say it? When it comes to matters of work, refer to me by my title. You should address me as the master of the Demon Suppression Hall. And as the master, is it considered reckless to eliminate someone who poses a threat to our sect? What is your true intent in saying such things?" Upon witnessing the murderous intent in Gu Yun's eyes, Zhao Wujia immediately cowered. He hastily glanced at the other patriarchs, hoping they would intervene and suppress this impudent youth. However, the patriarchs merely frowned, showing no inclination to act. At that moment, Gu Yun spoke again. "I shall ask once more, who else dares to oppose?" In an instant, Gu Yun resembled a predator poised to strike, keenly observing the members of the aristocratic families. The oppressive aura he exuded made even the patriarchs feel uneasy. This young man was exceedingly formidable. As the assembly fell silent, a cheerful voice broke the tension. Yet, the speaker could utter no more than that single word. Gu Yun abruptly raised his hand. Boom! The force of his strike was even more terrifying than the one that had felled the Tang family's expert. With a violent thrust, the speaker was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, crashing to the ground like a lifeless dog. Witnessing this scene, the other patriarchs were even more horrified. For the one Gu Yun had struck down was none other than Sun Xiaochuan, the patriarch of the Sun family. Though he was the weakest among them, he was still a figure of patriarchal stature, even if his cultivation were suppressed to the initial stage of tribulation. They believed it was impossible for anyone to inflict such grievous injury upon him with a single blow. If they were to measure against the Tang family's expert whom Gu Yun had just slain, they estimated they could easily dispatch 100 of such opponents with a single strike. Yet, Gu Yun's combat prowess was evidently capable of annihilating over 1,000 foes. If this were to be quantified, those at the initial stage of tribulation would undoubtedly find themselves no match for him. Meanwhile, the elder of the Sun family collapsed on the ground and, spewing blood, gritted his teeth and said, I merely wish to express that given my grievous injuries, could we perhaps attend to my treatment before delving into this matter? He stammered in confusion. Why are you striking me again? He had intended to divert the conversation with a jest, but unexpectedly, Gu Yun acted with sudden ferocity. Though he had not been slain, the elders suffered significant wounds. Gu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Then his gaze turned furiously towards the elite from the aristocratic families. Look at the havoc you have wrought. The elite were equally bewildered. What does this have to do with us? You were the one who struck first. Gu Yun continued, had it not been for your procrastination and lackadaisical responses. Would I have misinterpreted the elder's intentions and caused such collateral damage? Furthermore, regarding matters that would benefit the sect without a single detriment, your hesitance clearly indicates a deliberate desire to impede the sect's prosperity. What punishment do you deserve for this? The elite were instantly dumbfounded. So, remaining silent is also an offense? As the oppressive force of the sealing formation loomed once more, Gu Yun's patience wore thin. The individuals around him felt their anxiety heighten. Yet they dared not speak, casting frantic glances towards the elders for assistance. Observing this scene, the elder of the Yi family, who had been lurking in the shadows, finally spoke. Very well. Let us proceed, as per the words of Lord Gu. This matter shall rest here. What say you, Lord Gu? Upon hearing this, Gu Yun displayed a radiant and innocent smile. With the elder of the Yi family personally interceding, how could he refuse? Agreed, let be so. After declaring this, he turned and departed with the members of the Demon Suppression Hall. Once they had left, the elder of the Tang family could no longer contain himself and scoffed. Humph. This child truly is. However, before he could finish his thought, Zhao Wuji swiftly interrupted. Elder, please be cautious with your words. The elder of the Tang family was taken aback, uncertain of what had transpired. Zhao Wuji's face was filled with trepidation as he glanced around and cautiously suggested, "This is not a suitable place for discussion. We should return and converse further." He was genuinely fearful that Gu Yun might return with a vengeance, seeking another excuse to spill blood. The elder of the Yi family also snorted coldly and stated indifferently, "Let's speak of this later." The elder of the Tang family cast a resentful glance towards the direction in which Gu Yun had departed before turning to leave. Meanwhile, after Gu Yun had exited, Qin Feng beside him could no longer restrain himself. "Master, although the sealing formation grants you strength, you ought not to create such a rift with the elders. What if they become desperate and decide to depart from the sect with the offspring of the aristocratic families?" Gu Yun merely chuckled. The noble families have long occupied the sect, and it is not as simple as leaving at will. Not to mention that their very roots lie within the sect. The great formation of the sect serves as both a restraint and a protective barrier. While the noble families wield power within the sect, they face countless enemies and rivals outside its walls. Would they dare to venture forth? Qin Feng remained somewhat apprehensive. However, the strength of the several patriarchs should not be underestimated. If their families were to unite and covertly undermine the demon sealing formation, once the restraint dissipated, how would we respond? Upon hearing this, Gu Yun's eyes brightened, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. No matter, let the soldiers confront the enemy and the waters rise. Everything is under the control of the true master. Meanwhile, several patriarchs and masters of the noble families arrived at Wujifeng and took their seats. After Zhao Wujing activated the three-layer soundproof barrier, he nodded in reassurance and respectfully addressed the gathered patriarchs and masters. "Esteemed guests, we may now speak freely. That little scoundrel Gu Yun is exceedingly treacherous. We must remain vigilant." The patriarch of the Tang family could not help but snort. This lad's conduct and methods are no different from those of the demonic path. He must be eradicated swiftly, lest we face endless troubles in the future. Zhao Wujing immediately concurred. What the patriarch says is indeed wise. So, how shall we proceed with the eradication? Upon hearing Zhao Wujing's inquiry, the patriarch of the Tang family erupted in anger. What do you mean by how to eradicate? Gu Yun has clearly succumbed to darkness. All we need to do is issue an announcement revealing this fact, rallying everyone in the sect to rise against him. I refuse to believe that those in the Demon Suppression Hall would dare to shelter someone from the demonic path. If necessary, we can unite with masters from other sects to encircle and annihilate him. I cannot fathom how he, a mere practitioner of the demonic path, dares to be so arrogant. Zhao Wujing's expression darkened, and he quickly interjected, No. Esteemed patriarch, you are unaware of the situation. It will be better if you did not label him as part of the demonic path. Doing so will only incite his excitement. If we do not call him a demon, he must find reasons to attack us. But if we declare him as such, he may not even bother with excuses and could simply launch a massacre, afterwards claiming that he was merely demonstrating what true demonic behavior entails, thereby proving he is not truly of the demonic path. I fear that before reinforcements from other sects arrive, we may already be wiped out by him. The patriarch of the Tang family widened his eyes in disbelief. What? The other patriarchs also frowned. They had encountered both righteous and evil paths before, But this was their first encounter with such a ruthless individual who embodies both. The patriarch of the Tang family gritted his teeth in frustration. What shall we do then? At that moment, an elder spoke up. Gu Yun's commotion is merely a quest for wealth, power, and fame. Why not simply grant him what he desires? The major noble families can collectively satisfy his wishes, and when he becomes complacent, we can strike him down in one fell swoop. Zhao Wujing shook his head once more. Esteemed patriarch, if Gu Yun truly seeks these things, which would he acquire more of, what the noble families provide or what he seizes by force? If he does not seek this, what difference does it make if it is granted? The elder of the noble clan gnashed his teeth in frustration. Are there truly madmen who do not covet fame, fortune, or power, but merely seek to kill? Do we have no means to deal with Gu Yun? Zhao Wuji wore a look of helplessness. At this moment, he was contemplating how to escape from the Tianyan Sect. After all, the presence of an unpredictable variable like Gu Yun posed an enormous danger to them. At this juncture, the elder of the Yi clan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke in a measured tone. What Gu Yun seeks is nothing more than justice. Within the Tianyan Sect, both the noble families and the ordinary disciples must adhere to the sect's rules. Rewards are given for merit and penalties for transgressions. That is all. This principle is the very foundation upon which our Tianyan Sect was established. What is wrong with that? The assembly was taken aback, gazing incredulously at the elder of the Yi clan. Was he truly considering a compromise with Gu Yun? A wave of resentment surged among the crowd. The noble families had controlled the sect for so many years, and now they were being asked to relinquish the benefits they had consumed and share them with the ordinary disciples. They were being compelled to abandon their privileged, parasitic existence, relying on the support of the ordinary disciples, and instead strive for their own success. They were to forsake their entitlements, abide by the laws, and stand equal to those they deemed beneath them. Immediately, an elder could no longer contain his outrage. If it comes to this, what will become of our noble sect? It is terrifying, utterly terrifying. It would be akin to a hellish scenario. Another elder from a noble family interjected. Elder Yi, you bear a blood feud with Gu Yun. Your hard-won direct lineage, the supreme bone, has also perished at his hands. Are you truly willing to compromise with him? The elder of the Yi clan, with deep-set eyes, revealed no trace of emotional fluctuation. His ancestors were among the founders of the Tianyan Sect. Though they were strong and prosperous, for reasons unknown, the clan had dwindled in numbers. In this generation, it had reached a near-extinct state. Had he not discovered a descendant of the Yi clan who had fallen into obscurity and enlisted the aid of the true god of the heavenly domain to cultivate him through secret methods, he would not have had a prodigious descendant like Yi Fan. He had initially viewed Yi Fan as the hope for revitalizing the Yi clan. Yet fate had dealt a harsh blow as Yi Fan was slain by Gu Yun. All his efforts had come to naught. Did he not harbor hatred? How could he not? Yet, as a cunning old fox seasoned by a millennium of trials, he understood that in such times, one must remain composed and endure. Thus, he coldly stated, Yi Fan's death is his own doing. Let us proceed as I have suggested. However, I assure you, Gu Yun will not dance for long. The assembly was momentarily stunned. They all understood that although the Yi clan may not be numerous, it was indeed the true power that governed the Tianyan Sect. All noble families were bound to heed the commands of the elder of the Yi clan, for he alone could reach out to the true god of the heavenly domain. In the presence of the true god of the celestial domain, these individuals, including Gu Yun, were but mere ants. Upon realizing this, the crowd fell silent, resigning themselves with a heavy sigh. Indeed, we shall adhere to the commands of our ancestor. After the assembly dispersed, the ancestor of the Yi family made his way to the ancestral grounds. He arrived at the ancestral hall, lit 3 sticks of incense, and placed them before a nameless tablet. Subsequently, he prostrated himself on the ground like a weary dog. Soon, the smoke from the incense coalesced into a figure, who coldly inquired, "What is it?" The Yi family ancestor promptly responded, "I pay my respects to my lord. I have urgent matters to report. The vessel for the Fortune Golden Dragon is lost." The figure expressed a note of curiosity, asking, "Has another divine clan intervened against your descendants?" The Yi family ancestor sighed in resignation. "No, the Tianyan Sect has produced yet another restless youth, one whose actions have stirred more commotion than all previous individuals, even shaking the very foundations of the sect. He has not only broken through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm, but has also restored the great demon sealing array, capable of enveloping the entire sect. It was he who killed Yi Fan." The figure fell silent for a moment before chuckling and mused. How intriguing. I did not anticipate such upheaval within your Tianyan Sect. However, this is your own affair. Without a vessel, the Fortune Golden Dragon shall naturally have no opportunity for contention. If you seek my assistance, you must offer greater resources. The Yi family ancestors' countenance darkened. Over the years, the resources amassed by the aristocratic families have been entirely condensed into celestial spiritual energy, offered to this true god. In return, they had received a supreme bone to bear the Fortune Golden Dragon. Now that Yi Fan is dead, the prospect of contending for the Fortune Golden Dragon is bleak. Thus, he sought the aid of this true god. Yet, without uttering a word, the deity had already conveyed such sentiments. The Yi family ancestor gritted his teeth and cautiously spoke. Divine Lord, could you possibly grant my Yi family another vessel? I swear, once we obtain the Fortune Golden Dragon, we shall certainly gather and present the celestial spiritual energy owed to you. The figure suddenly let out a cold laugh. You are but a dog nurtured by me. I may choose to grant you what you desire, but unless I have spoken, you lack the right to make such demands. The Yi family ancestor trembled all over. He never expected that after serving this deity as a mere dog for tens of thousands of years, helping to extract countless celestial spiritual energies, he would not even possess the qualification to plead. In that moment, he understood the true meaning of being a dog forever, incapable of ascending to humanity. He must acquire the Fortune Golden Dragon. Only then could he extend his life for another few millennia and relish in additional years of enjoyment. Since the Divine Lord is unwilling to grant further assistance, he must resort to killing Gu Yun to reclaim the Supreme Bone. Meanwhile, within a certain divine clan's domain in the celestial domain, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly echoed through a dim room. Shortly after, a figure emerged, hands stained with blood. With a blood-red bone still pulsating in his hand, he murmured with a cold laugh. The Ling Tian Swordbone, a mere wretched being from the lower realm, has somehow managed to grow such a rare bone. After speaking, he summoned those nearby to encase the blood-red bone in a seal jar before departing. Chapter 110. The Palace Conspiracy. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The masters of the aristocratic families behaved unusually calmly, with none daring to confront Gu Yun or the Demon Suppression Hall. The atmosphere within the sect underwent a dramatic transformation. Naturally, the ordinary disciples were the most delighted. By aiding the sect in resource extraction, they received the entirety of the spiritual power rewards, a stark contrast to the meager 1/10 they previously obtained. Moreover, they were now required to mine for only 3 hours a day, enjoying 8 days off each month. The high-priced rental for cultivation techniques was abolished. Previously, one might incur a lifetime of debt for a single high-level technique costing several million spiritual stones. Purchasing medicinal pills also became more affordable, as the sect provided substantial support. What a change! Just days ago, an ordinary disciple had successfully accused an elder from an aristocratic family of embezzlement, winning the case, and that disciple remained unharmed. The Tianyan Sect had truly improved. It had indeed transformed for the better. Everyone was immersed in excitement and dreams of the future. Yet, the disciples from the aristocratic families felt as if their days were dragging on for an eternity. No longer could they indulge in idle pursuits. They had to complete sect tasks to earn their rewards. This was particularly harsh for the elder members of these families. Gu Yun had abolished the lavish pension policy. Where they once received 100,000 spiritual stones monthly, they now only acquired 4,000. Some elders who had contributed little found themselves in an even harsher predicament, receiving nothing and being required to return previously received funds. Of course, Gu Yun had offered them a choice. They could opt not to return the funds. However, they refused, insisting that they should not benefit from the sect's generosity. Gu Yun had grown too arrogant. In just a few days, he threatened to extort their family wealth accumulated over millennia. If this continued, what difference would there be between the disciples of the aristocratic families and those of the common folk? An esteemed elder of the sect was punished severely by Gu Yun for merely injuring a dung collector, receiving 50 strikes with the water and fire staff. All while Gu Yun proclaimed that the dung collector was contributing to the sect. This cannot continue. We must resist Gu Yun's tyranny. A number of elder aristocrats gathered, expressing their grievances, wishing to devour Gu Yun alive. However, they soon calmed down, sighing in resignation. But how could they retaliate? Gu Yun was already formidable, and even the ancestors were powerless against him. What could they possibly do? Just then, someone had a sudden revelation. Wait, there must be a way to deal with Gu Yun. Upon hearing this, Everyone paused, directing their attention towards the elder of the Tang family who had spoken. Tang Baikan, one of the 4 esteemed elders responsible for the Tianyan Sect's financial matters. He wields considerable influence over the sect's economic lifeblood. Portly in stature and exuding an air of affluence, he was now visibly enraged, his corpulent body quivering with agitation. He spoke once more, asserting, indeed, "We possess methods to contend with Gu Yun." The other elders immediately perked up, eager to hear his thoughts. "Brother Tang, what is your proposal? Speak plainly and without preamble," they urged. "Yes, how shall we confront Gu Yun?" Tang Baikan replied with a cold chuckle, his demeanor haughty. "In terms of cultivation and strength, we are undoubtedly no match for Gu Yun. However, the operation of our sect is inextricably linked to the contributions of us elders. Consider this, my esteemed colleagues. We control the sustenance and livelihoods of all disciples within the sect. Without our oversight, would the sect not be rendered utterly incapacitated?" A realization dawned upon the assembly. Indeed, they exclaimed, although they lacked the strength to rival Gu Yun, their role within the sect was indispensable. With a vast population of over 100,000 individuals in the Tianyan Sect, management, coordination, and mediation were paramount. This was a task that Gu Yun alone could not accomplish, even with the support of disciples from the Demon Suppression Hall. "Precisely," one elder interjected. "Take my alchemy chamber. For instance, without the elixirs I produce each month, the disciples would have no access to high-grade pills. In such a scenario, even the ordinary disciples would not tolerate it. With a little incitement from us, they would surely rise against Gu Yun. When the disciples from prominent families oppose him, and the common disciples do as well, no matter how formidable he may be, can he truly vanquish them all? If he were to resort to such extreme measures, the sort of evil suppression in his possession would not permit it. Well said. Let us unite and apply pressure on Gu Yun. Should he fail to restore our previous privileges and entitlements, we shall resign from our posts. When chaos ensues within the sect, Gu Yun will have no choice but to beseech our return." Agreed. Let's act swiftly. We must notify the other elders and management. It is imperative that we present a united front to demonstrate our significance to Gu Yun. Without a doubt, driven by their shared interests, these elders were remarkably harmonious. An hour later, in the Grand Hall of Tianyan, over 1,000 elders of varying ranks and powers from prominent families gathered. Soon thereafter, Gu Yun and Zhao Wujing arrived. Gu Yun surveyed the assembly, a smile gracing his lips. "Esteemed colleagues, what brings you all together here?" Tang Baikan, stepping forth as the representative elder, replied, "Master Gu, your arrival is fortuitous. We elders have matters to discuss with you." Gu Yun, maintaining a calm demeanor, quickly discerned that their intentions were likely not benign. Yet, he remained unflustered, smiling gently as he replied, "Very well, please feel free to share your concerns. All of you are the pillars of my Tianyan Sect. Naturally, I cannot disregard your opinions." Upon this realization, Tang Baikan and the others felt a surge of confidence. "Master Gu, in light of this, I shall speak plainly. We demand the restoration of the privileges we once enjoyed as elders." Master Gu immediately chuckled. "Restore your former privileges? What privileges are those?" "The tasks assigned by the sect, which you delegate to your subordinates, and still expect to receive substantial monthly stipends. Your offspring, upon birth, receiving sect salaries, even if their cultivation is subpar, will still have guaranteed positions within the sect upon maturation. Moreover, you expect the provision of at least dozens of young and attractive disciples, either male or female, for your amusement each month. And there are other absurd and unreasonable benefits and privileges that you dare to enjoy. I find it hard to even utter such things." Tang Baikan scoffed. He saw no issue with such arrangements. After all, he was born into a noble family, inherently superior to ordinary disciples. With pride, he declared, "Master Gu, we merely present these demands. Whether or not you acquiesce is your concern. Regardless, we cannot overpower you or force your hand. However, should you fail to meet our demands, we shall resign from our positions as elders. You may find others to fulfill these roles." Upon hearing this, the other elders quickly echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, we can simply walk away. Other sects have long sought to recruit me for alchemy, offering terms far superior to those previously provided by Tianyan Sect. Do you truly believe I cherish my place here? Without us, the governing elders, the sect will descend into chaos. Let's see how you manage that." At this, Master Gu comprehended their intentions. This was a coup. Qin Feng also furrowed his brow and discreetly communicated, "Master, while these individuals may be insufferable, The sect cannot operate without them. We must find a way to stabilize the situation. We cannot allow them to abandon their posts. However, Master Gu merely smiled calmly and announced loudly, "So, you wish to resign? Very well, I grant your request. Elder Qin Feng, make a note of all present elders. Effective immediately, I relieve them of all duties." Chapter 111. There are plenty who will step in. As soon as Master Gu's words fell, the previously confident elders were rendered speechless. What? Master Gu has accepted their resignation? How could he dare? Without them, the Tianyan Sect would surely descend into chaos. Tang Baiqin trembled with rage. Youthful folly, indeed. He had no grasp of the consequences of such actions. However, the current scenario was far from their desired outcome. He had anticipated that Master Gu would attempt to persuade them to stay and then compromise. Who could have guessed that Master Gu would simply agree? He let out a cold snort and immediately remarked, "Master Gu, we are not devoid of humanity. If you exhibit sufficient sincerity, we can still engage in discussion." He attempted to provide Gu Yun with an avenue for retreat. However, Gu Yun merely chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly, "I have never been one to coerce others. If you all wish to resign from your current positions, then by all means." Tang Baiqin and the other elders were instantly thrown into a state of panic. Their intention had merely been to intimidate Gu Yun, not to genuinely resign. After all, despite the diminished benefits compared to before, they still held positions of authority. Once they resigned, how would they differ from the ordinary disciples? Some of the more restless elders grew anxious. "Gu Yun, you must consider this carefully. Without us, the Tianyan Sect will undoubtedly descend into chaos. Indeed, with so many disciples, a lack of management would lead to unrest in no time." Gu Yun smiled at this. "Gentlemen, this is no longer your concern. You are no longer elders, and thus, you have no right to remain here. I kindly ask that you leave at once." The elders were immediately flustered. They wished to protest further, but Tang Baiqin stepped forward, blocking them. With a cold snort, he addressed Gu Yun, "Master Gu, this is your choice. Do not regret it later when you find yourself seeking our return. We shall take our leave." With that, he led the others out of the Tianyan Hall in a huff. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng could not suppress his concern and discreetly said to Gu Yun, "Master, with tens of thousands in the sect, management and mediation are indeed necessary. The sudden absence of these elders could lead to trouble." Gu Yun scoffed. "If they refuse to fulfill their roles, there are others willing to step up. Issue a directive to promote the disciples who were previously assisting these elders, elevating them to fill their positions." Qin Feng could not help but worry. Is that feasible? After all, these elders possess considerable experience and capability. Gu Yun smiled. The Tianyan Sect is not lacking in capable individuals. Besides, do you truly believe that all among them are competent? Qin Feng nodded and promptly set about carrying out Gu Yun's orders. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji remained oblivious to the covert exchange between Gu Yun and Qin Feng. He sneered, anticipating the ensuing chaos within the sect, eager to see how Gu Yun would manage the fallout. Simultaneously, he dispatched messengers to inform the patriarchs of the major families. Should Gu Yun fall from grace, it would present them with the perfect opportunity for retaliation. On the other hand, the elders who had followed Tang Baiqin began to feel uneasy. "Elder Tang, will this plan truly succeed?" one queried. "Indeed. What if Gu Yun proves obstinate and does not come seeking us?" Elder Tang confidently replied, "Rest assured, as long as you follow my instructions, there will be no issues." "Have you prepared your disciples beforehand?" The other elders nodded in agreement. "Everything has been arranged according to your instructions. Those disciples are my trusted confidants, who have always heeded my words. I have also informed them that regardless of who assumes the role of elder, they are not permitted to take action. These individuals have been promoted by me personally. Apart from my directives, they heed no one else. The elders have deep-rooted authority within the sect, having been established for centuries, and they possess considerable influence. They are quite confident that no one else can mobilize their subordinates." Tang Baiqin chuckled lightly. "There is no need for concern. Return and await the unfolding spectacle." Half an hour later, the news of the dismissal of the elders from various sects spread throughout the entire organization. However, the disciples under those elders were not taken by surprise. They had already received word. For instance, the disciples in charge of the 4 major money operations, overseen by Tang Baiqin, were already aware that following his departure, everyone had entered a state of stagnation, awaiting his return. Consequently, before Gu Yun's people had even arrived, the 4 leading disciples from the 4 money operations convened to discuss the matter. "Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this situation?" one asked. Is there any need to question it? Elder Tang has shown me immense favor. He has given me a second chance. Apart from him, I will heed no other commands. One of them declared, his heart racing with excitement. If he obeyed diligently, he was certain that Elder Tang would promote him upon his return. However, the other three wore furrowed brows. In truth, they were ordinary disciples without any backing, merely tools in Tang Baikon's hands. Although they were reluctant to oppose the sect, they did not dare defy Tang Baikon's orders. After all, the influence of the noble families had persisted for a millennium, and the fear ordinary disciples held toward them could not be easily altered. Just as the four harbored their thoughts, the enforcers from the Demon Suppression Hall arrived. The disciples from the four money operations received orders to relieve Tang Baikon of his duties as the chief elder overseeing the four operations. Upon hearing this, the disciple who had previously vowed to staunchly support Tang Baikon immediately interjected, "Brother, you must not. Without Elder Tang, our four money operations cannot function at all. The construction of the sect, as well as investments both within and outside the sect, will be severely impacted, thereby affecting the sect's overall revenue. I implore you, please report this to Lord Gu and retract the order," he pleaded. The enforcer from the Demon Suppression Hall glanced at him and inquired, "What is your name?" With a cold smirk, he proudly replied, "I am Zhou Guzi, responsible for the western route." The enforcer nodded and then stated, "Very well, from today onward, you are also relieved of your duties. If anyone else believes that our four money operations cannot function without Tang Baikon, you may leave as well." Upon hearing this, Zhou Guzi was taken aback. Am I being dismissed outright? How can this be? He was instantly filled with rage. It is important to note that he is indeed the most capable subordinate of Tang Baikon. Without him, the Western expedition would not run as smoothly. Yet, he dared not voice his dissent. With a cold snort, he contemplated that once Elder Tang returned, he could reclaim his former position. However, the other three began to harbor doubts. Dongxing He Ping spoke up, "Senior brother, the four major monetary factions are vital to the sect's financial lifeblood. We cannot afford to be without a leader for even a day." He did not directly oppose the idea, but emphasized the necessity of having an overseeing elder. The disciples of the Demon Suppression Hall chuckled. "Very well. From this moment forth, you shall be the provisional Grand Elder of the monetary faction, with a 6-month probation period. If you perform well, you may be confirmed in your position. As for the rest, as long as you fulfill your duties diligently, opportunities for advancement will be available." Upon hearing this, He Ping was taken aback and instinctively exclaimed, "Wait, I can become Grand Elder? But I am merely an ordinary disciple without any prestigious lineage." The disciples of the Demon Suppression Hall sneered. "The Hall Master has decreed that from today onwards, all positions within the sect are open for application by all disciples, ensuring a fair selection based on ability, regardless of background." At these words, the ordinary disciples present trembled with excitement. What? They too could aspire to the position of elder? A moment later, someone eagerly interjected, "Senior brother, even without Tang Baikon, we can manage things well. For these years, it has been us doing the work. A dog in his position would perform better. Indeed, all the plans have been conceived by them, and yet he had monopolized the accolades." More and more disciples became animated. The previously stunned Zhou Guzi could hardly believe it. He never imagined that a mere dog could rise to claim the role of master. Thus, he quickly asserted, "Yes, exactly. Without Tang Baikon, I can also manage the Western expedition well." One of the disciples from the Demon Suppression Hall scoffed, turning to Zhou Guzi. "What concern is the monetary faction to you? You have already been dismissed. Leave this place immediately." Zhou Guzi panicked and hastily protested. "On what grounds? I merely misspoke. And you dismiss me? Why does He Ping get the opportunity to become Grand Elder, while I do not?" The disciple from the Demon Suppression Hall merely chuckled. "He is capable of discussion, and it is clear he has a passion for the sect." Zhou Guzi became frantic. "I can discuss matters too. I can also have a passion for the sect." However, the disciple from the Demon Suppression Hall showed him no further opportunity and signaled to his subordinates to forcibly drag him away. After dealing with Zhou Guzi, the disciple turned to the others. "Esteemed colleagues, the Hall Master has fought hard for this rare opportunity for ordinary disciples to rise. I hope you will not disappoint him." The others were equally invigorated and immediately clasped their hands, declaring in unison, "We shall certainly devote ourselves to the sect and live up to the Hall Master's expectations." The disciple from the Demon Suppression Hall nodded and then turned to leave. In just a few days, the formerly confident elders began to feel increasingly restless. Several days have passed, yet there remains no sign of chaos within the sect. This is quite unexpected. Tang Baiken furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat unsettled. Unable to contain his curiosity, he gathered a few elders and made his way to the Qianhang to discern what He Ping and the others were up to. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Qianhang, they observed the disciples diligently attending to their duties. Witnessing this scene, Tang Baiken was instantly filled with fury. Spotting a familiar subordinate, he reprimanded, "Lu Dingtian, how dare you? Did I not instruct that no one is to conduct any business without my explicit command? What are you doing here?" Lu Dingtian, the disciple addressed, was momentarily taken aback, instinctively feeling a twinge of fear at the sight of Tang Baiken. However, recalling the Jinmo Hall and Gu Yun, he quickly regained his composure. With a smile, he approached and inquired, "Esteemed uncle, is there something you need? This is a crucial area of our sect. Without a sect token, outsiders are not permitted entry." Tang Baiken and the others stood frozen in disbelief. Among these ruffians were merely ordinary disciples, mere pawns under his command, yet they dared to speak to him in such a manner. Tang Baiken retorted, "Very well, Lu Dingtian. You think you can defy me? I hereby revoke your position." Lu Dingtian chuckled. "Uncle, have you lost your senses? You are no longer the Grand Elder of the Qianhang. What authority do you have to dismiss me? Begone, and cease impeding our duties, or you shall face consequences." Fury ignited within Tang Baiken, and he unleashed his peak cultivation of the refinement void realm. "You are courting death, young one." Yet in the next moment, several shadowy figures surged forth, demanding, "Who dares to cause a disturbance in this sacred place?" Upon recognizing the newcomers as disciples of the Jinmo Hall, Tang Baiken immediately felt intimidated, yet he persisted, declaring, "I am the Grand Elder of the Qianhang." The Jinmo Hall disciple merely sneered. "Present your credentials." Tang Baiken was at a loss for words. Just days prior, they had approached Gu Yun to resign, surrendering their elder tokens. What credentials could they possibly present now? The Jinmo Hall disciple coldly scoffed. "Not only have you caused a ruckus in a vital area of the sect, but you have also impersonated sect officials? Multiple offenses warrant severe punishment. According to sect regulations, you shall receive 50 strikes of the water and fire cane." Tang Baiken's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with indignation. "How dare you? You, a mere fledgling in the Xiandan realm, would dare lay a hand on me?" The Jinmo Hall disciple showed no mercy. With a mere gesture, the sealing formation was activated. In an instant, Tang Baiken's cultivation was thoroughly suppressed, rendering him incapable of drawing upon any spiritual energy. The Jinmo Hall disciple coldly commanded, "Strike." Immediately, someone charged forward, raising the water and fire cane to deliver a resounding blow. Thud! The cane struck Tang Baiken's back, eliciting a pained cry. Yet, this was far from the end. It is said to be 50 strikes. Thus, not a single blow will be spared. The elders who accompanied Tang Baiken were left utterly bewildered. "We haven't said anything. Why are you attacking us?" They exclaimed. Accomplices share the same fate. Strike them." In an instant, anguished cries echoed at the entrance of the Qianxing headquarters. The disciples witnessing the scene felt a profound anguish within. "Well done. These old geezers do nothing but command us. We bear the hardships while they relish in luxury. They are nothing but parasites of the sect. It would be better if they were dealt with." I had thought that these lofty figures would not feel pain, yet it seems that after being struck, they howl and plead for mercy like wild dogs. Such scenes unfolded across various locations within the Tianyan Sect. In the Demon Suppression Hall, Qin Feng hastened to stand before Gu Yun. "Master, most departments of the sect are functioning smoothly, but there are issues in the alchemy room. The elder in charge, Li Xiao, along with a dozen alchemists, has gone on strike. Currently, there are no high-level alchemists, and the medicinal pills required by the disciples are woefully insufficient. Even if we seek replacements, it will take time. If this continues, I fear there may be serious consequences." Upon hearing this, Gu Yun, who was polishing the evil-slaying sword, smirked and replied, "Then I shall personally pay a visit to Elder Li Xiao and inquire whether he can remain with the sect." Qin Feng did not share this optimism. Li Xiao is a scion of a prominent family. Their alchemical techniques are tightly held within their lineage and never shared. Should anyone dare to learn them, the family would execute them on the spot. Therefore, the alchemy room is filled with their kin. If they unite, we may truly be powerless against them. Gu Yun chuckled lightly. "Regardless, we shall first see for ourselves." With that, he sheathed his sword and made his way to Li Xiao's residence. At that moment, Li Xiao and dozens of alchemical elders were reveling at home, drinking merrily. "Come, drink. This exquisite wine is brewed from the blood of virgin maidens, It requires the sacrifice of at least 30 lives to produce this barrel. Truly a tonic. They laughed heartily. Such fine wine. Those commoners are nothing more than livestock raised by our esteemed families. Gu Yun actually believes he can elevate them to the same status as our disciples. What a foolish dream. Indeed, with our collective strike in the alchemy room, he will find no one to concoct pills. Let's see how he responds. Never mind him. Let us continue to drink. Just as the alchemists were indulging in their revelry, Gu Yun appeared before them. Esteemed ones, what a fine gathering. The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically upon Gu Yun's arrival. All present froze in place, filled with dread as they gazed upon him. The sight of his smirking visage sent shivers down their spines. Fear. It was palpable. Upon encountering Gu Yun, one is reminded of meeting the living embodiment of the king of hell. However, it did not take long for their spirits to rise. Why should we fear him? The Tianyan Sect requires their alchemical services. Gu Yun would not dare to offend them. With this thought, a collective sneer emerged from the crowd. As the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Chamber, Li Xiao cast a disdainful glance at Gu Yun and mockingly inquired, "What brings you to our humble abode, Lord Gu?" Gu Yun glanced at the vivid, blood-red spirits in their hands and chuckled softly. "As the Alchemy Chamber currently lacks practitioners, I have come to discuss the matter of your return to alchemy." Upon hearing this, the alchemist grew even more arrogant and brazen. Isn't Lord Gu supposed to be invincible? Does he truly require our assistance for such trivial matters? One remarked, "Indeed, it's rather peculiar that Lord Gu would still seek the aid of us, the fourth-rate disciples." Li Xiao burst into laughter. "We are no longer affiliated with the Alchemy Chamber. Why should we toil for the sect?" Gu Yun smiled serenely and replied, "That is certainly not the case. My intention today is to negotiate. There is no coercion involved. The sect is in dire need of alchemists, and I hope, considering our shared lineage, you might contemplate the welfare of the sect. What do you think?" Li Xiao snorted derisively, glaring at Gu Yun. "Now you seek our aid? Where were you when we needed you?" He taunted. "What say you, esteemed colleagues? Shall we extend our assistance to Lord Gu?" The other alchemists immediately joined in with scornful jests. "I'm not his father. Why should I help him?" Another quipped, "If they restore my previous benefits and double them, I might entertain the thought. Ah, we are all brethren, yet we can stand by and watch him falter, provided Lord Gu kneels and begs. We might consider lending our support." At this, the crowd erupted into laughter. Gu Yun maintained his smile, unaffected by their derision and humiliation, his grin even broadening. A soft, eerie chuckle escaped him, leaving the assembly momentarily stunned. All gazes turned to Gu Yun, brows furrowed in unease, instinctively fearful. Yet, the realization that they held the upper hand over Gu Yun dulled their concern. Li Xiao huffed, "Lord Gu, this is my private domain, beyond the jurisdiction of your demon suppression hall. If there is nothing further, I kindly request you to leave." The other alchemists echoed his disdain. "Begone. You are not welcome here." Gu Yun's smile grew even more radiant. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "I believe elderly cannot speak for all the alchemists. I must consult with each of you personally." Li Xiao, unimpressed, welcomed the opportunity for Gu Yun to further humiliate himself. He sneered, "Feel free." Gu Yun wore a benevolent smile as he gazed at the alchemist who had just forced him to kneel. "Esteemed colleague, do you truly refuse to lend a hand to our sect?" The man scoffed derisively, retorting, "I have made myself abundantly clear. Only if you kneel and beseech me will I acquiesce." Gu Yun nodded with a smile. "Ah, so that is the case. While your reluctance to assist the sect is understandable, you ought not to humiliate me. Do you not know that the master of the Demon Suppression Hall is not to be insulted?" With that, Gu Yun's eyes widened dramatically, his expression shifting abruptly. With a thunderous clap, he unleashed a strike that sent a crimson shadow scattering in all directions. The man's wine cup slipped from his grasp, splattering blood-red wine onto the nearby alchemists. The onlookers gasped, their eyes wide with shock. Gu Yun, how dare he? How could he so brazenly resort to murder? It must be remembered that alchemists are invaluable treasures to any sect. Without them, the daily supply of medicinal pills could not be sustained. "Lisho, aquali astunisha," exclaimed. "Master Gu, what do you intend to do?" Gu Yun chuckled darkly, a mischievous glint in his eye as he regarded Li Xiao. "Fildili, this man has just insulted me. Is it wrong for me to take his life?" Li Xiao dared not utter another word. Presently, Gu Yun sought their alchemical expertise, and he could not afford to provoke him. The audacity of the previous man had indeed crossed the line. Silently, he stared at Gu Yun with wide eyes, convinced that as long as he remained reasonable and did not offend Gu Yun, the latter would refrain from lethal force. Gu Yun, however, merely smiled casually, addressing the assembly. Of course, if anyone believes my actions to be unjust, they are welcome to voice their opinions. I have always held great respect for others' perspectives, if their arguments are sound. I shall reconsider. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, and soon one stepped forward, indignation evident in his voice. Gu Yun, while that senior brother was indeed in the wrong, his transgressions do not warrant death. Your cruelty renders you no different from the demonic path. Gu Yun erupted into laughter. Looking at the man, you dare to voice your opinion. How bold of you. No sooner had he spoken than his expression darkened with excitement and malice once more. With a resounding thud, another pool of blood formed. Fear gripped the assembly. Gu Yun was a madman, utterly unhinged, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Li Xiao trembled with rage. This was a meticulously trained alchemist, and with each death, the sect lost an invaluable asset. He hurriedly interjected, Master Gu, what is the meaning of this? You invited opinions, yet when one was offered, you swiftly resorted to violence? Is the demon suppression hall truly devoid of reason? Gu Yun merely smiled, a glint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Li Xiao. Elderly, why have you ceased to reason? You may certainly voice your objections to me, but they must be grounded in logic. The utter nonsense spoken by that individual moments ago was devoid of any rationale. Is it not justifiable for me to eliminate him? Li Xiao was utterly bewildered. How can reason be dictated solely by your words? Gu Yun gazed at him with a smile. You seem rather unconvinced. Very well. I have always preferred to persuade others with reason. Now, let us raise our hands in a vote. Those who believe my recent actions were erroneous, please raise your hand. Upon finishing, he cast a cheerful glance at the crowd. Instantly, everyone broke into a cold sweat, exchanging nervous glances, none daring to raise a hand. Beads of perspiration continued to form on Li Xiao's back. At that moment, Gu Yun turned his attention to Li Xiao. You see, everyone concurs that my actions were justified. Why is it that only you believe otherwise? Li Xiao, are you deliberately targeting me? Chapter 114, now belonging to the sect. Li Xiao was momentarily paralyzed with fear, instinctively retreating 2 steps. However, he quickly regained his composure, asserting, You must not speak such nonsense. I have said nothing and done nothing. You are merely slandering me. Gu Yun, let me make this clear. If you dare to kill me, the Tianyan Sect will certainly not provide alchemy for the sect. Gu Yun sneered. Nonsense. All the alchemists present have been nurtured with substantial resources from the sect and are deeply indebted to it. Now that the sect is in peril, I trust they will step forward to share the burden. After saying this, he turned his cheerful gaze to the other alchemists. The alchemists felt a wave of despair wash over them. They all understood that if they dared to refuse, Gu Yun might not hesitate to act violently. There were only so many alchemists, and though Gu Yun might not be able to kill them all, none wished to be the first victim. At that moment, someone finally could not contain himself. He trembled all over, a dampness spreading in his trousers, a pungent odor emanating from him. I am willing. His words were cut off abruptly by Li Xiao. Silence. We are all in this together, as long as we do not compromise. Gu Yun will not dare to kill us all, but should we yield, you shall forever remain as mere commoners, unable to reclaim the rights that belong to your noble families. Upon hearing this, the other alchemists trembled, their jaws clenched in determination. Indeed, losing their privileges and becoming mere, ordinary disciples was worse than death. Gu Yun, if you possess the courage, then kill us all, even in death. We shall not provide you with alchemy. Come on, what is death but a single act? They were gambling, believing that by daring to stand firm, Gu Yun would hesitate. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiao finally displayed a glimmer of pride in his eyes, looking at Gu Yun with a mocking smile, and declared, Master Gu, go ahead and kill us. Even if you wipe us all out, we will still refuse to provide alchemy. If you truly annihilate us, there will be no one left to refine elixirs, leading to chaos within the sect. I wonder how you will emerge from such a predicament. Gu Yun feigned difficulty, expressing a look of helplessness as he spoke. I never anticipated your resilience. Sighing, he continued, Alas, there is little I can do. Li Xiao shukulat kulli. If there is no recourse, why do you not take your leave? Allow me to reiterate, this is my private domain, beyond the jurisdiction of your demon suppression hall. Gu Yun smirked playfully, directing his gaze at Li Xiao. Not under the purview of my demon suppression? Then, starting today, this territory shall revert to the sect. And it is now under my authority, is it not? Li Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Gu Yun. Are you brazenly robbing us? What distinguishes this from the actions of a noble family? Yet, the situation escalated. With a casual wave of his hand, several towering alchemical furnaces materialized before them. I initially intended to persuade you to refine elixirs, but alas, you chose to disregard my counsel. Thus, I am left with no alternative but to merge your souls with the furnaces, creating artifacts capable of self-refinement. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Merging the souls of alchemists with the furnaces to forge self-refining artifacts? This was indeed a sinister method, one belonging to the dark arts, and a high-level one at that, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary demonic factions. I am willing to refine elixirs. I implore you, Master Gu, show mercy. I do not wish to perish. I consent to refine elixirs for you. Although fear gripped him, Li Xiao could hardly accept the reality. He shouted defiantly, "Do not panic. I do not believe you would resort to such measures." Suddenly, with a mere gesture from Gu Yun, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. Li Xiao felt his entire being grow weightless. Glancing down, he realized his physical form had disintegrated into a fine powder, leaving only his soul suspended in the air. Before he could comprehend the situation, Gu Yun beckoned, and his soul uncontrollably surged towards the furnace. Now, panic fully set in. Master Gu, I am willing to refine elixirs for the sect. I shall serve the sect. Please spare my life. Gu Yun chuckled. You shall refine elixirs within the furnace while he does so outside. It is all in service to the sect, after all, is it not? Li Xiao was left utterly bewildered. Before he could utter another word, his consciousness began to blur. Everything except the memories of elixir refinement was obliterated. Soon enough, a self-sufficient alchemical furnace was completed. Gu Yun tossed in some spiritual herbs and declared, "Refine the gathering spirit pill." In no time, the furnace began to operate autonomously. Gu Yun nodded in satisfaction. Henceforth, the alchemical chamber could continuously refine elixirs for 12 hours without interruption, and there would be no need to pay monthly wages. Truly splendid. The other alchemists were left in a state of shock. They typically refined one batch, then rested for several days before attempting another. Moreover, regardless of the sect, the status of alchemists was always exceedingly high. The automatic alchemical furnace, crafted by Gu Yun, has undeniably outclassed their previous efforts in terms of cost-effectiveness. However, it is imperative to first subdue them before any alchemical concoction can commence. At this moment, panic truly seized them, and they fell to their knees. Lord Gu, we acknowledge our mistakes. We should not have leveraged the skills honed by the sect to threaten it. We are willing to perform alchemy for the sect. We implore you. Lord Gu, spare us this once. They cried in unison. Indeed, we beseech you, Lord Gu, for mercy. Gu Yun gazed upon them with satisfaction and remarked, "Your ability to recognize your errors pleases me. Therefore, I shall grant you an opportunity." Hearing this, the crowd erupted in joy. Yet deep down, they were merely fearful of Gu Yun's methods, not genuinely remorseful. They were contemplating that if they could survive this ordeal, they would promptly flee from the Tianyan Sect. The sect, lacking sufficient benefits, could not expect them to dedicate their time to alchemy. Thus, they nodded fervently, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Lord. We shall cherish this chance and strive to meet your expectations." Gu Yun nodded in acknowledgement and continued. "As you can see, the sect is currently facing tumultuous times, and there are not ample resources to offer you. If you willingly merge with the furnace to perform alchemy for the sect, you will undoubtedly save considerable resources for it. Surely, you would not decline such a splendid opportunity to contribute to the sect?" Instantly, confusion enveloped them. Merge with the furnace willingly? Would that not entail their demise first, only to be transformed into a self-operating demonic alchemical furnace? They realized that refusing to engage in alchemy would lead to death. Yet acquiescing would also result in the same fate. Was it not futile to agree then? In an instant, one among them pleaded, "Lord Gu, we agree to everything else. But this might be too much." Gu Yun's expression darkened as he retorted fiercely, "You just proclaimed your willingness to contribute to the sect. Yet when called upon to truly exert yourselves, you refuse. Such a lack of sincerity." No sooner had he spoken than he raised his hand. Boom! The disciple who had expressed dissent was instantly obliterated into dust. Chapter 115, Counterattack. After dispatching them, Gu Yun turned his gaze to the other alchemists. "What say you?" The remaining individuals were rendered speechless, bowing and begging for mercy. "Lord Gu, we truly recognize our faults. We are willing to selflessly dedicate our lives to alchemy for the sect, and we beseech you to spare us." Yes, We even wish to pass down the techniques of alchemy to cultivate more alchemical disciples for the sect. Gu Yun smiled lightly, satisfaction evident in his demeanor. Now, this is more like it. Had you spoken thus earlier, we could have avoided such drastic measures. Why are you all still kneeling? I'm not one to be difficult. The group was utterly terrified. Although they internally disagreed with Gu Yun's words, none dared to voice their objections, nor even risk a silent curse in their hearts. The news of the restoration of the alchemy supply soon spread throughout the sect, bringing with it a wave of excitement. The alchemy chamber began to accept ordinary disciples, teaching them the art of alchemy. The ordinary disciples were overjoyed at the prospect of learning this skill. For so long, the techniques of alchemy had been monopolized by the powerful families, leaving common disciples with no opportunity to engage with this art unless they served as mere pawns to these families. The alchemy furnace had been fired thousands of times, and now, for the first time, ordinary disciples had a chance to take the reins. However, this development clearly threatened the interests of the prominent families. Gu Yun's decision to share the secrets of alchemy with the ordinary disciples was intolerable. If the techniques were leaked, how could they continue to manipulate and control the common folk? In the realm of cultivation, medicinal pills were indispensable. They were essential for enhancing one's abilities, aiding in practice, breaking through bottlenecks, and healing wounds or detoxifying. These pills were vital, which is why the powerful families kept a tight grip on them. Their monopoly on the pills translated to a continuous influx of spiritual stones. Now that Gu Yun aimed to dismantle their lucrative enterprise, they could not simply acquiesce. Some proposed rebellion, suggesting they unite to eliminate Gu Yun and the scoundrels of the Demon Suppression Hall. With the weight of their heritage spanning thousands of years, what do they have to fear? Yet, as their enthusiasm surged, a palpable hesitation filled the air. None dared to confront Gu Yun directly. Their bravado crumbled into awkward silence, revealing their lack of courage. At this moment, an experienced figure from the families stepped forward to mediate, suggesting that the matter required careful deliberation. The others quickly agreed, feigning composure as they returned to their seats, as if their earlier fervent declarations had been nothing but a silent whisper. Witnessing the cowardice of the families, Zhao Wuzhe was infuriated. Look at yourselves, a bunch of spineless cowards. The reason the powerful families have been humiliated by Gu Yun is because you falter at critical moments. The group felt a flush of shame, yet their dissatisfaction only grew. Someone dared to speak provocatively. Since your Zhao family possesses such resolve, why not lead the charge and set an example for us? Another added, if anyone is to perish at Gu Yun's hands, it should be your family first, as you have suffered the most. Zhao Wuzhe gritted his teeth in anger. He retorted, rest assured, my Zhao family is already taking action. I have dispatched individuals to investigate the core of the demon sealing array. Once we locate it and dismantle it, Gu Yun will have no reason to instill fear. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly enveloped in excitement. Indeed, the current arrogance of Gu Yun stemmed solely from his reliance on the demon sealing array, which constrained the power of the ancestral elders from various clans. Without the protection of this array, how could Gu Yun, with merely the strength of a tribulation stage cultivator, possibly contend with the esteemed elders? Yet, an undercurrent of anxiety persisted among them. Such a clandestine matter was not easily discernible, and should they fail to disrupt the array's core, would they not be subjected to Gu Yun's oppression for eternity? Indeed, Gu Yun was cunning and resourceful. If he could effortlessly divulge the location of the array's core, I would be astonished. Zhao Wuzhe furrowed his brow slightly. He understood that the situation was far from straightforward, which was precisely why he had summoned everyone to collectively devise a strategy. However, at that moment, an unexpected voice broke the tension. I know where the array's core is located. The crowd brightened instantly, hastily turning towards a voice. Really? How do you know? But when they all looked, they were left utterly dumbfounded. The speaker was none other than Gu Yun himself. Every hair on their body stood on end, a chill running down their spines. Zhao Wuzhe rose abruptly, his eyes wide with shock, and a cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Gu Lord Gu, how when did you arrive? Zhao Wuzhe felt as if he were losing his mind. They had convened to discuss strategies against Gu Yun, taking precautions by erecting multiple barriers for fear that their walls had ears and that Gu Yun might overhear. Yet, here he was like a ghost, sitting there unbeknownst to them for who knew how long. All present felt their legs weaken, terrified that Gu Yun might unleash his wrath at any moment. But Gu Yun merely smiled serenely, taking a delicate sip of tea, and remarked, Why are you all so tense? Please sit down. I've just arrived and happened to overhear Elder's remark about how, if he were to learn the location of the demon sealing array's core, he would be astonished. I must admit, I find such a unique skill rather intriguing, so I might as well disclose the location to you. In an instant, Zhao Wuji and the others tensed up. Wait, Lord Gu, the matter of the demon sealing array's core is a closely guarded secret of our Tianyan Sect. How could it be casually revealed? Even if you wish to divulge it, we absolutely cannot listen. They implored Gu Yun to exercise caution in his words. The others were momentarily taken aback, but soon regained their composure. Indeed, they could not afford to listen. If Gu Yun were to finish speaking and then fabricate an accusation against them for leaking information, it would provide him with a pretext to take action. Yes, Lord Gu. There is no need for further discussion. We are not interested in this matter. Lord Gu, please be mindful of your position and maintain confidentiality, they urged. Gu Yun was also momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, were they not the ones eager to learn? Now that he was prepared to enlighten them, they were suddenly unwilling to listen. As for confidentiality, they were all comrades. Could he not trust them? As he spoke, he produced the token that controlled the sealing formation and placed it on the table with a thud. This token is the key to the sealing formation. Whether it is to locate the formation's eye or to deactivate the array, it can accomplish both. I have come here today specifically to present it to the sect leader. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in astonishment, for he sensed the scent of a conspiracy. Chapter 116, Counterattack 2. The hearts of the crowd leaped into their throats. Could it be that Gu Yun voluntarily presented the token capable of shutting down the formation, exposing a flaw? Was that even conceivable? The others, having been ensnared by Gu Yun before, were deeply skeptical. Yet, Gu Yun, with a cheerful demeanor, placed the token on the table beside Zhao Wuji and remarked, "Now that I have delivered this item, I shall take my leave." Oh, do continue your discussions from earlier. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji and the others immediately tensed up. What they had been deliberating was precisely how to deal with Gu Yun. Did he genuinely not hear them, or was he merely feigning ignorance? However, Gu Yun did not erupt in anger. He simply turned and departed. The attendees exchanged glances, looking towards Gu Yun's retreating figure and then at the token he left behind. Sect leader, this. One person was about to speak when Zhao Wuji shot a glare in their direction. His eyes widened, brows furrowed, and he shook his head. Without needing further explanation, the individual comprehended the unspoken message and promptly closed their mouth. They all feared Gu Yun might return. After all, he had done so before. Yet, after a lengthy wait, Gu Yun's figure did not reappear. Only then did the crowd exhale in relief, their previously tense bodies visibly relaxing. Could it be that he truly left? What was Gu Yun truly up to? Zhao Wuji's brow remained tightly knitted as he fixed his gaze on the token. Was this genuinely the token of the sealing formation? Without the constraints of the sealing formation, Gu Yun would be no match for the several ancestors. He understood this, and thus Gu Yun must surely be aware as well. There was no reason for him to hand over a weapon capable of destroying him to his adversary. The only plausible explanation was that this was a trap and a scheme. Could it be that Gu Yun intended for them to take the initiative to dismantle the formation, only to ensnare them all in one fell swoop? After all, sabotaging the formation would equate to betraying the sect. Zhao Wuji inhaled sharply. They could not allow Gu Yun to seize any incriminating evidence against them. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up. This does indeed resemble the token that controls the sealing formation. I previously oversaw the maintenance of the sect's array and have seen this token before. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji, who had initially intended to disregard the token, widened his eyes. Was Gu Yun serious? Was he truly using a genuine token to lure them into a trap? He was indeed playing with fire. Yet, he also recognized that only by presenting the authentic item could there be any chance of ensnaring them. Zhao Wuji inhaled sharply, his voice laced with malice. What a daring fellow Gu Yun is. He is wagering, testing whether we have the courage to stake our own fortunes. The crowd displayed visible signs of temptation. If they could indeed dismantle or disable the demon sealing array, Gu Yun could be effortlessly eradicated. One individual could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Damn it, as long as Gu Yun lives, we cannot find peace. We might as well take the gamble." Another chimed in, "I am willing to bet that Gu Yun has overreached this time. He could very well be his own undoing. If he remains unscathed, we shall inevitably meet our demise at his hands. Thus, why not take the risk? Indeed, let us gamble." Zhao Wuji was stirred by the fervor, his expression a tempest of emotions. Yet he finally raised his hand, saying, "Do not rush. Allow me to consult the ancestor before making a decision." The others nodded in agreement, deeming this the most prudent course of action. Before long, they arrived at the luxurious palace nestled in the rear mountain, where the ancestor resided. The air was thick with spiritual energy, and an ethereal ambience enveloped the surroundings. A dozen youthful and beautiful female disciples surrounded the ancestor, some kneading his shoulders, others massaging his legs, and a few offering him tea. Zhao Wuji hurriedly approached and bowed before the ancestor, declaring, "Ancestor, I have urgent matters to report." The ancestor, without opening his eyes, spoke in a calm voice, "What is the haste? Speak slowly." Zhao Wuji nodded and recounted the incident involving the token delivered by Gu Yun. Only then did the ancestor slowly open his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the item presented by Zhao Wuji. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he examined it for a moment, before emitting a contemplative sound. Is indeed genuine. This audacious lad, Gu Yun, has truly delivered the token of the demon sealing array into your hands." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's heart raced. He quickly responded, "Ancestor, since Gu Yun is courting his own demise, why not strike decisively and eradicate this scourge from our sect?" The ancestor snorted coldly. "Do you presume him to be foolish or simply tired of living? Would he so readily expose our vulnerabilities, inviting us to slay him?" Zhao Wuji was taken aback, gazing at the ancestor in astonishment. "Yet, this is indeed the genuine token. Should we succeed in using it to dismantle the demon sealing array, Gu Yun will undoubtedly meet his end." The ancestor laughed derisively. "This lad likely has his own contingencies. This must be a trap. However, we can turn the tables and let him suffer the consequences of his own machinations." Zhao Wuji was momentarily stunned before the ancestor's intention dawned upon him. He immediately ventured, "You mean to use others to eliminate him?" The ancestor regarded Zhao Wuji with satisfaction. "You're not as dim-witted as I thought. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. Gu Yun has caused the demise of many disciples from the righteous sects through the evil god cult. These individuals are undoubtedly seeking retribution. We can conveniently offer them this opportunity. With their assistance, we need not lift a finger to see Gu Yun dealt with." Zhao Wuji was elated, and immediately followed up with, "Should we fail, it will not concern us. In fact, we may even reap the benefits like a fisherman." The ancestral master is indeed remarkable. This strategy is truly ingenious. The elder of the Zhao family once again closed his eyes, embodying the demeanor of a formidable figure at ease. As he casually reached into the garments of a female disciple beside him, he spoke with nonchalance, "Proceed with the task. Remember, other factions are cunning. Generous incentives must be offered to enlist their cooperation. The interests of our clan must remain intact, yet sacrificing a bit for the sect's benefit is of little consequence." Zhao Wuji nodded and gradually retreated, respectfully departing from the ancestral hall. A few hours later, the foremost powers of the eastern continent received Zhao Wuji's message. The individual responsible for the demise of various faction schemes against the disciples of the evil god cult had been identified as Gu Yun of the Tianyan Sect. Of course, this information was sent anonymously by Zhao Wuji. He was confident that once the leaders of the various factions saw this news, they would undoubtedly reach out to him. As anticipated, that very evening, someone came knocking. "Zhao Sect Master, we have received word that the evil god cult was eradicated by your esteemed sect's Gu Yun. Is this true?" Zhao Wuji chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, it is true. Moreover, Gu Yun has already transcended to the tribulation stage." The thunderstorm of that day was summoned by him. Upon hearing this, the crowd was both astonished and infuriated. "What? He possesses such formidable cultivation? Zhao Sect Master, you must provide us with an explanation regarding this matter. The evil god cult encompasses more than just its members. There are numerous infiltrators from our righteous path among them. Gu Yun has slain our people. This is utterly excessive." Zhao Wuji chuckled again and calmly stated, "Esteemed guests, he has not only slain your people, he has also eliminated the infiltrators sent by our Tianyan Sect. I believe our dear Guhal Master harbors a heavy killing intent, perhaps even possessed by some demonic entity." The crowd raised their eyebrows. They had clearly heard of the discord between Gu Yun and the upper echelons of the Tianyan Sect. Perhaps the information they received was intentionally disseminated by the higher-ups of the Tianyan Sect, aimed at utilizing them to eradicate Gu Yun. If that were the case, they became more cautious. If Gu Yun was so easily vanquished, why had Zhao Wuji not taken action himself? At that moment, Zhao Wuji addressed them, "Esteemed guests, You are aware that our Tianyan Sect possesses a sealing formation. In truth, our ancestral master has long wished to teach Gu Yun a lesson. It has not had the opportunity due to the formation's power. If you would assist our Tianyan Sect in eliminating the scourge, we shall undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Chapter 117. Baiting the trap. Upon hearing the phrase, not at a loss, the leaders of the various factions present instantly brightened. They did not resent being used. What they resented was the absence of benefits. However, as disciples of the righteous path, certain matters must not be articulated too bluntly. The elder of the Suimin chuckled softly and remarked, Master Zhao, your words are rather formal. We are both from righteous sects, and mutual assistance is only fitting. Moreover, the eradication of evil is inherently our duty. Zhao Wujia turned his gaze towards him, revealing a facade of insincerity. Elder Xiao, your sense of justice is commendable, and my Tianyan Sect appreciates friendships with individuals such as yourself. If the Suimin can assist my Tianyan Sect in eliminating the menace that is Gu Yun, we shall gladly acquire your troublesome spirit stones. The disciples of my sect will handle the matter for you. Upon hearing these words, the leaders of several major factions present raised their eyebrows. It appeared that the Tianyan Sect was prepared to make significant sacrifices to deal with Gu Yun. Recently, certain spirit minds under the Suimin's jurisdiction had encountered issues, and while outsiders may be oblivious, the Suimin was acutely aware of the situation. The spirit stones produced from those minds were not only riddled with impurities, but also of inferior quality. Most critically, they were utterly unsuitable for cultivation. Those who attempted to use these stones were at a considerable risk of falling into madness. Thus, the Suimin found themselves in a state of urgency. If they could not manage this batch of spirit stones, they would incur monumental losses. Elder Xiao, upon hearing this, was immediately elated and exclaimed, Once a promise is made, it is not easily retracted. However, Master Zhao, can your sect truly consume such a quantity of spirit stones? Zhao Wujia chuckled softly. In just a few days, it will be time for my Tianyan Sect to distribute cultivation resources to the disciples. It would be perfect to allocate your batch of spirit stones to the ordinary disciples. How does a single ordinary spirit stone in exchange for 10 inferior stones sound? The elder of the Suimin's eyes lit up with delight as he responded, Excellent, excellent. Let it be agreed upon. The two exchanged smiles. Despite the issues with the spirit stones, as long as they remained silent, how would the ordinary disciples ever know? Thus, the Suimin would rid themselves of defective spirit stones, while the Tianyan Sect saved a considerable sum. A win-win situation indeed. As for whether those ordinary disciples might suffer from madness or injury due to these stones, it was of no concern to them. After all, in the eyes of these sect leaders, apart from the scions of noble families, the ordinary disciples were merely livestock and resources for the sect. Seeing the substantial benefit gained by the Suimin, other factions could not help but feel tempted. Luo Wushuan from the Moon Toad Palace could not refrain from speaking up. Master Zhao, my Moon Toad Palace also has a batch of spirit beast meat that requires disposal. As you are aware, a recent plague severely affected many of the spirit beasts we raised, resulting in considerable losses. She spoke while casting an expectant glance toward Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia, naturally recognizing her intent, chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, That can be arranged. As long as Elder Luo assists my Tianyan Sect in eliminating the bane that is Gu Yun, I will instruct the Sect's kitchen to purchase your batch of spirit beast meat. The ordinary disciples, with their tough skin and resilient flesh, have not tasted delicacies. Thus, these spiritual meats are most suitable for them. Luo Wushuan was also beaming with joy. Therefore, I extend my gratitude to Master Zhao. Our moon-chasing palace shall spare no effort in assisting the Tianyan Sect in eliminating the fiend Gu Yun. Other factions chimed in as well. Master Zhao, our sect and your Tianyan Sect have historically contested over territorial disputes. Fear not. As long as you help eradicate Gu Yun, I shall personally delineate the territory you desire from the Tianyan Sect. However, the stipulation is that these territories do not belong to my clan. Excellent. It is thus settled. Our Divine Sword Sect shall also aid in vanquishing that rogue Gu Yun by sacrificing the interests of our sect and the ordinary disciples of the Tianyan Sect. Zhao Wujia swiftly garnered a substantial number of allies. These individuals, harboring grudges against Gu Yun and seeking benefits, were naturally inclined to unite against him. Yet, the most pressing dilemma at hand remains: how to confront Gu Yun. According to your instructions, Master Zhao, Gu Yun has already entered the tribulation realm, and only those of the same realm can contend with him. Furthermore, A critical issue persists. Your Tianyan Sect possesses a sealing formation. Even if our sect, as tribulation experts, were to arrive, their powers and abilities would be suppressed, rendering our efforts futile. Zhao Wujia let out a cold chuckle, promptly producing a token, proclaiming, I have devised a strategy. This is the control token for the sealing formation. With it, we can dismantle the formation. At that point, we shall coordinate our efforts, first breaching the sealing formation, and then confronting Gu Yun. This task must be undertaken by you, for we still maintain our status within the Tianyan Sect. Dismantling the formation would invite scrutiny, and even if Gu Yun is slain, it would be hard to quell dissent. The leaders of the other factions nodded in agreement, feeling that everything was now in place for Gu Yun's inevitable demise. Very well, in that case, let us return to inform our tribulation experts to come forth. A mere initial stage tribulation practitioner is no concern. With 3 to 5 experts of the same realm collaborating, his death is assured. Zhao Wujia pondered for a moment, then stated, for prudence, it is best to summon experts above the 3rd stage of tribulation. That will be the most reliable approach. Gu Yun's tactics are arcane, and those of the same realm may struggle against him. The assembly nodded, then departed in unison. Meanwhile, at a spiritual lake within the Tianyan Sect, the little Kailin and Su Yao, following Gu Yun's instructions, continuously cast bait into the water. Su Yao, puzzled, glanced at Gu Yun, who was leisurely reclining in chair, and inquired, Brother, are you fishing or feeding the fish? Why do you have us only throwing bait without seeing you cast your line? Gu Yun, eyes closed in meditation, hands crossed behind his head, replied leisurely, Junior sister. The essence of fishing lies in first luring the fish closer. Without baiting the spot, how can one attract the school of fish? Moreover, who said I intend to cast my line? No matter how many hooks there are, they cannot compare to the elaborate net I have woven. Su Yao wore a wry smile, unable to decipher her senior brother's thoughts. Nevertheless, as long as he was content, she would comply with his wishes. While continuing to bait, she engaged in casual conversation. Senior brother, there seems to be an auspicious sign rising in the East Continent. It is said that a fateful golden dragon will descend there. Many factions from the 9 provinces have already ventured into the East Continent in pursuit of this dragon. Why have we at the Tianyan Sect not heard of any such developments? Could it be that the sect leaders are uninterested in the golden dragon? Gu Yun slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, perhaps they have matters of greater significance at hand. Su Yao couldn't help but retort. Legend has it that the sect that acquires the golden dragon will enjoy a millennium of prosperity. What could possibly be more important than the flourishing of our sect for 1,000 years? Gu Yun chuckled. Oh, the golden dragon is indeed formidable. It hardly pertains to the Tianyan Sect. After all, the fate of the sect is of little concern to them, as long as the prominent families remain intact. Even if the Tianyan Sect were to perish, there would still be the Dian Sect, the Tianyan Sect, or others to take its place. Who truly cares for the lives of ordinary disciples? Chapter 118. Confrontation. 3 days swiftly passed. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze stirred the air. Suddenly, a hurried voice shattered the tranquility of Gu Yun's courtyard. Master, trouble has arisen. Gu Yun opened the wooden door and stretched comfortably before turning to the anxious disciple of the demon suppression hall who had intruded upon his sanctum. He spoke calmly. What has caused such alarm? The young disciple immediately adopted a serious demeanor, reporting to the master. Many ancestral-level experts from various factions in the East Continent have come to seek you out specifically. They claim that you are responsible for the deaths of their disciples who were infiltrating the evil god sect and demand an explanation. Upon finishing, the disciple looked at Gu Yun with genuine concern. Master, it is evident that they have come looking for trouble. There are many of them. Perhaps you should consider hiding? Gu Yun merely smiled and strolled towards the disciple, casting a glance in his direction. Are you new to the demon suppression hall? The disciple was taken aback, but quickly responded earnestly, reporting to the master, Indeed, I joined the demon suppression hall just a few days ago. I have heard of your exploits and hold you in great admiration, which is why I chose to join. Gu Yun chuckled, patting the young disciple's shoulder. No wonder you are not yet familiar with my methods. Fear not, it is of no concern. With that, he vanished into thin air. The young disciple was left in astonishment. So many ancestral-level experts, and the master is truly unafraid? No, I must follow and see for myself. Though I possess little strength, I am willing to contribute my efforts to protect the master in critical times. Upon this realization, the disciple regained his focus and hastened towards the summit of Tianyan. At this moment, within the grand hall of Tianyan, Zhao Wujia occupied the principal seat, flanked by representatives from the 5 factions, including 5 venerable ancestors and their esteemed companions. The atmosphere was tense, each visage shadowed by a hint of hostility. The ancestor of the Divine Fire Sect cast a fleeting glance at the youth beside him and discreetly conveyed, "Haichuan, you know what to do when the time comes. There's no need for further instruction, is there?" The youth, named Xiao Haichuan, immediately donned a resolute expression and confidently nodded in affirmation. He silently replied, "Rest assured, ancestor." Haichuan understands. After his response, the Divine Fire Sect's ancestor nodded slightly and turned his gaze away. Xiao Haichuan, his heart simmering with indignation, glanced towards the hall's entrance. "Brother, at last, I can avenge you." His brother, Xiao Heiren, had fallen into the clutches of the evil god sect. All of this misfortune stemmed from Gu Yun. Initially, his brother had committed an egregious act within their sect, taking the life of a newly initiated, talented female disciple, which caused quite a stir. This compelled him to seek refuge within the evil god sect. However, upon his arrival, news of his tragic demise reached them. He had perished beneath the wrath of divine lightning. Xiao Haichuan was engulfed in grief and fury. He had shared a profound bond with his brother since childhood, despite his brother's mischievous nature. The crime of taking the life of an unassuming, ordinary talented disciple did not warrant death. Today, he had finally pinpointed the true culprit behind his brother's demise, Gu Yun of Tianyan Sect. He was determined to ensure that the perpetrator paid dearly for his transgressions. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he refocused, rapidly re-evaluating the strategy devised by the 5 sects to confront Gu Yun. The 5 factions were represented by formidable ancestors, each possessing superior cultivation and prowess compared to Gu Yun. Naturally, they could not openly accuse him, lest they compromise their dignity. Thus, the task of provoking and enraging Gu Yun fell to their younger disciples. If they could successfully incite Gu Yun to a point of fury, it would grant the elders the opportunity to strike him down. Though Xiao Haichuan was aware of Gu Yun's considerable strength, including his mastery of the tribulation stage, he harbored no fear. After all, with the ancestors by his side, even if Gu Yun were to retaliate, the elders would swiftly intervene on his behalf. He felt secure. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, a figure sauntered leisurely into the grand hall of Tianyan. The others instinctively looked up, including Xiao Haichuan. The newcomer possessed an elegant countenance, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips, clad in white robes, exuding an ethereal aura. The younger generation could not discern his true power, but the venerable ancestors merely cast a casual glance, revealing their disdain. A mere initial stage of tribulation did not warrant the combined efforts of so many ancestors at the 3rd stage and beyond. Once the magical barrier was breached, this young man would undoubtedly meet his end. Upon seeing Gu Yun enter, Zhao Wuji felt a surge of excitement. The fate of Gu Yun would be determined today. He promptly rose and spoke aloud. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the esteemed Master Gu Yun, the head of the Demon Suppression Hall of our Tianyan Sect. If you have any matters to discuss, feel free to address them directly in front of Master Gu." The various factions immediately responded with disdainful scoffs. Indeed, it was true that heroes emerge from youth. They had not anticipated that Master Gu would be so young. At such a tender age, possessing the cultivation of the tribulation stage, he certainly had the audacity to be arrogant. However, as a righteous figure, Master Gu's actions were undeniably disgraceful and disconcerting. Most of the onlookers responded with scornful ridicule, dismissing him entirely. Only the elder of the Tianyan Sect, from the Liu family, remained silent. Prior to this, a junior from the Liu family named Liu Dao had warned him that Gu Yun was a peculiar and sinister individual, not easily dealt with. He advised him to observe the spectacle without getting involved, suggesting that if others could subdue Gu Yun, there would be no need for him to intervene. Conversely, if they failed, his participation would be futile. Although he was somewhat skeptical of Liu Dao's words and did not believe Gu Yun was truly that formidable, he thought it wise to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, the Liu family had not suffered losses at the hands of the evil god sect. He was merely there to enjoy the show and reap any benefits that might arise. At that moment, Gu Yun traversed the grand hall and took his seat beside Zhao Wuji, nonchalantly settling down. With a serene expression, he looked towards the assembly and cheerfully inquired, "Esteemed guests, what brings you to our Tianyan Sect unannounced, specifically seeking me?" Zhao Wuji, standing beside him, felt a surge of displeasure as he observed Gu Yun's relaxed demeanor. How could a mere head of the Demon Suppression Hall presume to stand on equal footing with him, the sect leader? What right did he have? Even if he had ascended to the tribulation stage, without a prestigious lineage, Gu Yun remained merely a slightly more formidable insect. Today, however, would mark his demise. Gu Yun, you have caused the deaths of our disciples from the Sacred Fire Sect and my brother within the Evil God Sect. What do you have to say for yourself? Gu Yun lifted his gaze and saw a remarkably handsome young man, exuding righteous indignation, stepping forward. I am Xiao Hoquin, the holy son of the Sacred Fire Sect. Gu Yun nodded in understanding and replied with a smile. Holy son Xiao, I am aware of your brother's demise and your sorrow. However, do not be hasty. I happen to possess the recording stone of your brother's final moments. Not only your brother, but the other disciples as well. In their final days, they infiltrated the Evil God Sect and ultimately fell into depravity, committing heinous acts alongside the demonic path. It was for this reason that I eliminated them. I feared you might misunderstand, which is why I preserved their evidence with the recording stone. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. What? How could Gu Yun possess such evidence? Initially, they had aimed to confront Gu Yun under the pretense of his indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. But now he had produced the very evidence of their disciples' misdeeds. To forcefully take action against Gu Yun is utterly unreasonable. As representatives of the righteous path, one may speak twisted logic, yet one must possess a semblance of reason. Otherwise, stripped of even this flimsy veil, how can one still claim to uphold the righteous path? Without such a claim, many interests cannot be openly and justly possessed. Xiao Hoquin, too, was somewhat bewildered. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Nevertheless, being a holy son of his faction, his mind was quick and his reaction swift. As he pondered, a clever plan suddenly dawned upon him. He hastily spoke. Guhal Master, my brother has always been obedient and sensible, never committing any heinous acts. How could he possibly fall into the clutches of the demonic path? I refuse to believe it. I implore you to show me the recording stone in your possession, so that I may be convinced. Gu Yun chuckled lightly, then tossed it over, responding nonchalantly, by all means, examine it at your leisure. However, as Xiao Hoquin caught the recording stone, a cold smirk appeared on his face. Evidence? If I were to destroy it, wouldn't Gu Yun be left without proof? Chapter 119. Evidence. Isn't it already in my hands? Xiao Hoquin's gaze turned icy, and in the next instant, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from his body. Bang! The recording stone he had just acquired was instantly crushed into powder. He casually waved his hand, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing this scene, the others were momentarily stunned, but soon they comprehended his intent. If Gu Yun truly possessed evidence, they would be unable to act openly, and everyone would find themselves in a passive position. However, with the recording stone destroyed, Gu Yun would be left without proof. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. No wonder he is the holy son of the Divine Fire Sect, sharp-minded and audacious. The ancestors of the Divine Fire Sect revealed satisfied smiles, their hearts swelling with pride. Truly, a worthy descendant of the Xiao family. Well done. Yet atop the high seat, Gu Yun feigned mild anger, furrowing his brows as he coldly reprimanded. Holy son Xiao, what is your intent? Why destroy it? I provided you with the recording stone to expose the transgressions of these sect disciples within the evil god cult. Xiao Hoquin laughed heartily, looking at him with an air of arrogance and feigned innocence, asking, what evidence? What are you talking about, Home Master Gu? I cannot comprehend your words. After speaking, he provocatively glanced at Gu Yun and then surveyed the surroundings, tauntingly inquiring, everyone, do you understand what Home Master Gu is saying? The others from various factions erupted in mocking laughter. We cannot comprehend either. What evidence? What transgressions? Our sect infiltrated the evil god cult to serve as an undercover, to risk and sacrifice for the righteous path. Where is the evidence of wrongdoing? Gu Yun pretended to be slightly angry, then turned to Zhao Wuji beside him, only to find the old man rubbing his eyes. Before Gu Yun could inquire, Zhao Wuji muttered himself, alas, where did that dust storm come from? It has blinded my eyes. What has transpired? After the massage, he feigned ignorance, looking at Gu Yun with a smile, and said, Master Gu, did you not say you had evidence to show them? Please present it. As long as you can provide proof that your actions against those individuals were justified, the entire Tianyan Sect will certainly support you unwaveringly. Gu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. What a clumsy sect leader. Is he so lacking in finesse, even in his theatrics? At that moment, Xiao Hoquin reprimanded him, saying, Gu Yun, you have harmed your fellow disciples of the righteous path, and without any evidence, you slander them. You are unworthy to be considered a person of the righteous path. You must give us an explanation today, or none of us present will let you off the hook. Others echoed with disdain. Xianxia is right. You must provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, do not blame us for turning against you. Seeing the crowd brimming with righteous indignation, Gu Yun Kun Ti suppresses laughter. These individuals, while pretending to be righteous, are in fact far removed from true virtue. Gu Yun rose slowly and spoke calmly. Esteemed guests, I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. Although I currently lack the evidence of the crimes committed by those disciples of your evil god sect, I now possess evidence of Xianxia's actions in destroying said evidence. Upon finishing his statement, he produced a recording stone, and an image materialized before everyone. Master Gu, my brother has always been obedient and principled. He has never committed any heinous acts. How could he possibly fall into the demonic path? I refuse to believe it. So please show me the recording stone you hold, to convince me. Naturally, you may inspect it as you wish. The earlier scene reappeared before everyone, leaving them in utter shock. What the hell? This cunning fellow anticipated that Xiao Hoquan might destroy the evidence and recorded everything. Now they found themselves in a passive position. Observing the stunned expressions on their faces, Gu Yun scoffed, saying, As for those I have killed, I cannot ascertain their guilt. Yet, Xiao Hoquan's actions are undoubtedly inexcusable and beyond dispute. Do any of you dissent? Gu Yun sneered. Who prepares evidence against the wicked before taking action? Gu Yun had merely deceived these individuals, wagering that Xiao Hoquan would never allow the so-called evidence to remain intact. The outcome proved his gamble correct. The crowd was left bewildered. Can this truly happen? The elder of the Divine Fire sect was also infuriated. He had meticulously orchestrated today's encounter to trouble Gu Yun, only to find himself ensnared by Gu Yun's counterstrike. He was thoroughly disgusted by Gu Yun's tactics. With a cold snort, he finally spoke. Master Gu, what do you intend to do? The words had reached their limit. Should you dare to act against Xiao Hoquan, it would be an open confrontation. After all, the 5 sects are united, and their ranks are filled with formidable experts. In the midst of this turmoil, Zhao Wuji coordinated both internally and externally. Should Gu Yun make excessive demands, he would possess justifiable grounds to take action, and at that moment, Gu Yun would undoubtedly meet his demise. Gu Yun chuckled softly and spoke with an air of nonchalance. Xianxia, in a moment of impatience, found it hard to believe that his younger brother had erred, leading to the destruction of crucial evidence, which he could comprehend. After all, it was merely a mistake from a junior, and it would be inappropriate to pursue it further. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Divine Fire sect was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Gu Yun. Was he truly not going to hold Xiao Hoquan accountable? Soon, the elder came to a realization. Gu Yun was intimidated. Understandably so, given their overwhelming numbers. Gu Yun dared not confront them directly. This thought filled the elder with a sense of triumph, and he coldly snorted, brimming with arrogance. He believed Gu Yun would not dare to pursue the matter further. The others regarded Gu Yun with disdain. Prior to their arrival, they had heard Zhao Wuji caution them that Gu Yun was a tough opponent, urging them to tread carefully. Yet, it now appeared that Gu Yun was nothing more than a spineless coward, unwilling to stand firm when faced with adversity. However, just as they dismissed Gu Yun, he spoke again, his tone laced with a chilling intensity. Yet, is it not the father's fault when the son is uneducated? As a distinguished saint of the Divine Fire sect, not only did he dare to defy me, an elder, but he also publicly destroyed vital evidence. What does this signify? It indicates a failure in your guidance, old man. While I shall not pursue the younger generation, you, old fool, cannot escape your culpability. With that, he raised his hand abruptly. Boom! A terrifying wave of power surged forth. The Divine Fire Elder was startled, instinctively summoning all his strength to defend himself. Yet, in the next moment, an inexplicable pressure suppressed the spiritual energy within him, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full prowess. A sealing formation? The Divine Fire Elder inwardly cursed his misfortune. Bang! In the blink of an eye, he was sent sprawling, careening through the air, coughing up blood. The onlookers were all struck with shock, immediately rising to their feet, filled with anxiety. They were deeply concerned. The sealing formation had not yet been dispelled. This was disastrous. They had turned against him too soon. Gu Yun, disregarding the crowd's alarm, called out, "Where is the enforcer of the Demon Suppression Hall? Seize him at once. According to the regulations of my Tianyan Sect, administer 100 strikes with a water and fire rod." Let the elder of the Divine Fire Sect understand the consequences of failing to educate his juniors properly. The elder and the others were left dumbfounded. What? You dare to invoke the Tianyan Sect's regulations to punish the elder of a Divine Fire Sect? Chapter 120. What of it? The Divine Fire Elder attempted to resist. But alas, the suppression of the sealing formation and Gu Yun's overwhelming presence rendered him powerless. A dozen figures from the Demon Suppression Hall emerged in succession, pinning him down. Bang! A water and fire rod struck fiercely against his back. The Divine Fire Elder's eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. On that fateful day, the water and fire staff of the Tianyan Sect proved to be as fearsome as rumored. Even this venerable ancestor felt excruciating pain, particularly in his soul, as if his very heart were being torn asunder. Nevertheless, being a figure of such high standing, he endeavored to suppress his cries, for to do otherwise would be beneath his dignity. Yet, after enduring 3 or 4 strikes, the grand ancestor of the Divine Fire Sect could no longer contain his anguished wails. The other onlookers, witnessing such an uncharacteristic display, could not help but frown. How could a respected ancestor be subjected to such humiliation by Gu Yun? Indeed, Gu Yun was a formidable opponent. Xiao Hoquin, the revered son of the Divine Fire Sect, felt his rage escalate to the point of near madness and shouted at Gu Yun, "How dare you openly humiliate the ancestor of my sect? Are you declaring war against the Divine Fire Sect?" It was only then that Gu Yun turned his gaze toward him. With a swift motion, he unleashed an invisible force that sent Xiao Hoquin sprawling to the ground, utterly bewildered. Gu Yun lamented, "You, who are the esteemed son of the Divine Fire Sect, should reflect upon the suffering your ancestor endures for your sake. Yet, you still incite me to wage war against your sect? Bring him forth. He shall be punished as well." Xiao Hoquin was left in a state of utter shock. Was there no sense of justice? He looked to the other ancestors present and cried out, "Esteemed elders, this Gu Yun is tyrannical and unrestrained, clearly possessed by madness. I implore you to uphold justice for my Divine Fire Sect." Before he could finish his plea, another strike from the water and fire staff landed upon him, causing both the elder and the younger of the Divine Fire Sect to scream in agony. The other witnesses averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. Even the ancestor of the Suimin could no longer watch in silence. With a fierce glare directed at Gu Yun, he admonished, "Lord Gu, do you not think you've gone too far?" Gu Yun chuckled softly, unfazed, and replied, "And if I have? What if I have not? Ancestor of the Suimin, do you intend to defend the Divine Fire Sect?" The Suimin ancestor's eyes widened in fury. He wished to retaliate, but the sealing array could restrain the ancestor of the Divine Fire Sect just as easily as it could contain him. The gathered crowd exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, and began to discreetly communicate with Zhao Wuji. When can the sealing array be dismantled? Zhao Wuji's expression turned grave as he responded helplessly. After all, the sealing array was the foundational formation of the Tianyan Sect. Even with the token, it would require at least half a stick of incense to dismantle. It should be soon. Half a stick of incense. Just half a stick of incense. After that, Gu Yun would meet his end. Everyone clenched their teeth, anxiously awaiting the moment when the sealing array would be lifted. At that moment, Gu Yun spoke again. "Esteemed guests, did you not come seeking an explanation? Why the sudden silence?" In that instant, no one dared to provoke Gu Yun, and thus they remained silent, intent on stalling for time. As Gu Yun took the initiative to speak, the others found themselves compelled to respond. The venerable ancestor of the Suimin snorted coldly, stating, "Lord Gu, regardless of the circumstances, the so-called evidence you mentioned has vanished. None of us can ascertain whether what Xiao Hoquin destroyed was indeed the proof you claimed. In the absence of evidence, you must provide an explanation for the deaths of my disciples." Gu Yun chuckled nonchalantly. "I did kill them. What will you do about it?" Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock. How audacious! The Suimin ancestor glared fiercely, reprimanding, "Gu Yun, you are exceedingly arrogant. Do you truly believe we dare not take action?" Gu Yun merely smiled in response. "Then why don't you act?" The Suimin ancestor's face turned a shade of green with rage. "Do not push me." Gu Yun burst into laughter. However, his expression shifted abruptly. With a resounding clap, he unleashed a powerful strike. The Suimin ancestor was caught off guard, unable to evade in time. The blow landed squarely on his chest, sending him hurtling backward. This sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of agitation, and they instantly rose to their feet. "Gu Yun, what are you doing? Why attack the Suimin ancestor without provocation?" Gu Yin continued to grin. I merely wish to see how he will respond to my provocation. As for the rest of you, if anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to take action now. There is no need for further futile debate. The crowd gritted their teeth, filled with indignation yet silenced by fear. If it were not for the sealing formation, how could a mere Gu Yun act so brazenly? The ancestor of the Moon Chanter Palace snorted, then remarked, since Lord Gu is so unreasonable, we shall not waste further words with you. We shall take our leave. With that, she turned to depart, accompanied by the experts of the Moon Chanter Palace. Aware that the sealing formation was still intact, she knew that staying would only lead to greater misfortunes. However, just as they attempted to leave, Gu Yun interjected with a laugh, wait, who permitted your departure? The Moon Chanter Palace ancestor shot him a fierce glare and retorted, on what grounds do you forbid us to leave? Gu Yun replied with a smile, simply because you cannot withstand my blow. Without further ado, he raised his hand forcefully. The Moon Chanter Palace ancestor's eyes widened in shock. With a resounding crash, she too was sent flying. Now, apprehension gripped the assembled crowd. Out of the 4 ancestors who had come, 3 had been felled. The last, an ancestor of the Divine Sword Sect, feigned ignorance. What is their play at now? Gu Yun scoffed. You all arrived, pointing fingers and falsely accusing me of the wrongful deaths of your disciples. Now, you think to simply walk away? It won't be so easy. Today, if you do not provide me with an explanation, none of you shall leave. The crowd was utterly bewildered. They had come united to create trouble for Gu Yun, yet now it was Gu Yun demanding an explanation from them. All eyes turned toward Zhao Wuji, whose forehead was beaded with perspiration. Whispers circulated in secrecy. Soon, the sealing formation will be unraveled. At that moment, a young disciple from the Suimin stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, Lord Gu, at this juncture, further discussion serves little purpose. Is it not the case that your audacity stems from the protection of the sealing formation? Let us settle this with a duel. Should I emerge victorious, you will permit our Suimin members to depart. A hush fell over the crowd as they regarded the speaker, none other than the esteemed saint of Suimin, Su Yuming. Such audacity! Even their revered ancestor had been sent flying by Gu Yun's hand, yet here stood a mere saint daring to challenge him. Gu Yun chuckled, what gall! Very well, I accept your challenge. Brace yourself, for I shall not hold back simply because you are but a youth. Upon hearing this, Su Yuming was drenched in cold sweat. Gu Yun's strike had proven too much for even their ancestor to withstand. How could he, with his frail physique, hope to endure? He quickly interjected, wait, I propose a literary contest. We are all practitioners of righteousness, civilized individuals. Resorting to violence would be beneath our dignity. Thus, a battle of wits is most fitting. Surely, Lord Gu would not shy away from such a challenge. Chapter 121, The Chessboard. Gu Yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A literary contest? How delightful. He had not anticipated that the young saints of the righteous sects in Eastern Continent would possess such charm. Unable to suppress a laugh, he exclaimed, how amusing. Very well, I shall engage you in this literary duel. Pray tell, what form of contest do you envision, esteemed saint of Suimin? Su Yuming felt beads of sweat trickle down his brow. With Gu Yun's acceptance, he finally exhaled in relief, a cold smirk forming within. They had taken the bait. In terms of cultivation, he knew he could not match Gu Yun, a formidable figure comparable to their ancestor. However, if he could guide the contest along his desired path, engaging in a literary duel, Gu Yun might not prove to be his equal. He envisioned himself triumphing, saving his sect, and becoming a legendary figure among the youth of the Eastern Continent. A smile crept upon Su Yuming's lips as he spoke slowly, Lord Gu, let us use the world as our chessboard, wielding spiritual essence as pieces, arranging formations to determine the victor. This contest will be a test of both strategy and formation skills. I wonder if Lord Gu dares to match wits with me? With that, Su Yuming deliberately cast a challenging gaze, believing that he needed to provoke Gu Yun continually, luring him into the carefully crafted trap he had devised. The crowd of Suimin members immediately comprehended Su Yuming's intentions. Among the various sects in Eastern Continent, Suimin was renowned for its mastery of formation arrangements. Su Yuming is, without a doubt, the unparalleled genius of array formation in the Tianyan Sect, a title unmatched in millennia. Even the formidable Xianxia, old ancestor of the Suimin, has acknowledged that Su Yuming's talent in array crafting far surpasses his own. When it comes to the art of arrangement, there exists no rival for him across the entire Eastern Continent. If Gu Yun consents, he is bound to lose this match. All eyes turn to Gu Yun. To assist Su Yuming, The members of the Suimin began to taunt him. Surely, the esteemed Guhol master isn't afraid, is he? After all, losing to a junior would certainly be a stain on his reputation. If he declines, he can at least preserve some dignity. Upon hearing this, Gu Yun burst into laughter. What is there for me to fear? Let us engage in this contest, as the holy son of Suimin suggests. The Suimin members rejoiced. Gu Yun had taken a bait. Su Yuming was equally exhilarated and promptly declared, "Excellent. Let us commence forthwith. I ask that Gu Hall Master uphold his promise. Should you lose, allow us to depart." Gu Yun nodded, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Once I speak, my word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses." Su Wumin is Nereth Goldli. Then summoned his spiritual energy, harnessing the power of the cosmos to manifest a game board. The board, though modest in size, appeared within a translucent sphere roughly the size of a watermelon. With eyes closed, Su Yuming's consciousness entered the board, and soon his figure materialized upon it. He calmly invited, "Please, Gu Hall Master, join the game." Gu Yun responded with a serene smile, sending a fragment of his own spirit into the realm. Within this chessboard world, vast and profound, Gu Yun found himself standing upon an immense board that seemed boundless. Initially devoid of pieces, only Su Yuming and Gu Yun faced each other. Su Yuming scoffed, "Entering my game, do you still believe you can win?" Gu Yun, prepare to be humiliated. Recollecting his focus, Su Yuming declared, "Hall Master, I'm about to make my move." With a swift motion, he conjured countless white pieces that descended onto the board, transforming instantaneously into a legion of white-robed soldiers. At his command, this army surged forth like a torrential flood toward Gu Yun. Intrigued by the unfolding scene, Gu Yun raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy to manifest black-clad entities resembling demonic figures on the board, ready to counter Su Yuming's advancing forces. At this moment, onlookers focused intently on the chessboard. Experts from the Moon Toad Palace and the Divine Fire Sect approached the Suimin masters, unable to suppress their curiosity, quietly inquiring, "Does Su Holy Son have confidence in winning this game?" The Suimin expert replied with a smirk, "Fear not, Gu Yun is undoubtedly destined to lose. This game, known as the Heavenly and Earthly Chessboard, utilizes the principles of celestial array formation. It may appear as mere chess, yet it truly tests the opponent's skills in arrangement. Even within my sect, no one can rival the esteemed Su Shenzi. Even if our venerable ancestor were to compete against him, Su Shenzi would still manage to gain an upper hand. What is a mere Gu Yun in comparison?" Upon hearing this, the experts from other factions finally exhaled in relief, followed by derisive laughter. It seemed that Gu Yun was destined for humiliation this time. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Demon Suppression Hall were filled with concern for Gu Yun. Their anxiety peaked, causing them to glance over at the enforcers nearby, instinctively reprimanding them. "What are you staring at? Once we finish with 100 strikes of the water and fire rod, make sure to strike harder. Have you not eaten?" At this command, the disciples promptly regained their focus, swinging their water and fire rods with renewed vigor. The ancestor of the Divine Fire Sect and the Holy Son, Xiao Hoquan, once again let out heart-wrenching cries of despair. At this moment, the game had commenced. Su Yuming maneuvered his pieces, continually probing Gu Yun's strategic prowess. One must admit that Gu Yun possessed considerable skill. At the very least, his arrangement techniques were on par with those of an ordinary elder from a sect. However, such ability alone was insufficient to secure victory against him. Contemplating this, Su Yuming feigned defeat with a subtle shift of his gaze. In an instant, Gu Yun's black pieces surged forward, capturing a significant portion of his white pieces. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. What was happening? Was Su Yuming on the verge of losing? That shouldn't be the case. Gu Yun, with a playful glint in his eye, remarked Su Shenzi, "If you don't take this seriously, you might just lose." Su Yuming remained unfazed, responding with a calm demeanor, "Lord Gu, since the game has commenced, how about we raise the stakes?" He continued, "If I win, I shall claim your evil repelling sword." Gu Yun was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, then, with a teasing look, inquired, "And if I were to win?" Su Yuming smirked, "How could you possibly win?" He replied nonchalantly, "If you manage to win, you may dispose of me as you wish." Instantly, Gu Yun chuckled and nodded, saying, "Very well." Upon hearing this, Su Yuming's smirk deepened. He had successfully deceived him. With a swift motion, his previously faltering white pieces launched a counterattack. Gu Yun's black pieces began to retreat rapidly. Outside the board, the crowd erupted in excitement. So, it was all a ruse by Su Shenzi to feign weakness, allowing Gu Yun to lower his guard, thus securing his agreement to wager the evil repelling sword. Ha ha! It seemed Gu Yun was destined to suffer a double loss this time. The esteemed master of the Demon Suppression Hall, if he were to lose the evil repelling sword, how could he possibly show his face in the Divine Transformation Sect again? As time ticked away, Su Yuming's white pieces grew increasingly numerous and formidable, overwhelming Gu Yun's black pieces to the point of suffocation. Half a stick of incense later, the two withdrew from the celestial chessboard. Su Yuming and Gu Yun simultaneously opened their eyes. The former, with a triumphant smile, declared, "Lord Gu, you have lost. Your black pieces have dwindled to a mere 3. The crowd erupted in excitement. Gu Yun is lost. Gu Yun is truly lost. A spectacle was about to unfold. Gu Yun, however, wore an expression of shock and disbelief. Did I really lose? In truth, he lacked a thorough understanding of how to judge victory or defeat in the game. With that, he turned to Zhao Wuji, who was reveling in the misfortune, and then broke into a radiant smile. Master, could you assist me in discerning whether I have lost or won this round? Zhao Wuji, initially eager to witness Gu Yun's embarrassment, was caught off guard by Gu Yun's unexpected words. The smile vanished from his face, and cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Oh no, am I to declare that he has lost? If I say he has lost, it would spell my doom. Chapter 122. Who wins, who loses? Zhao Wuji's eyes widened as his mind raced, contemplating how to navigate this predicament without offending Gu Yun or losing face. Just then, Gu Yun spoke again. I recall that Master is quite adept at the art of strategy and should be able to discern the outcome. If you truly cannot determine it, then you must be deceiving me, correct, Master? As he spoke, he raised his left hand, a terrifying force brewing within it. It seemed that if Zhao Wuji uttered even a single erroneous word, that force would be unleashed with ferocity. Zhao Wuji was thoroughly alarmed. The ceiling formation was on the verge of collapse, and Gu Yun was about to meet his demise. He could not allow himself to fall into disarray just before dawn. He quickly declared, in this game, it is my belief that Lord Gu has triumphed. As soon as Zhao Wuji's words left his lips, everyone present was rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. They glanced back and forth between the board and Zhao Wuji. Is he speaking nonsense? Gu Yun was clearly left with only 3 pieces. There was no way he could win. Su Yuming's expression shifted. The previously certain outcome had taken an unexpected turn. Enraged, he glared at Zhao Wuji and exclaimed, Master Zhao, are you jesting with me? Gu Yun has but 3 pieces remaining, while I have hundreds. According to the rules of Go, the score clearly favors me. How could he be declared the victor? Zhao Wuji was equally furious. Am I, the dignified master, required to explain myself to a younger generation? Besides, you have no comprehension of Gu Yun's formidable prowess. With a huff, Zhao Wuji stated unequivocally, according to the customs of my Tianyan Sect, Lord Gu is the victor. Su Yuming gritted his teeth in frustration. He turned to Gu Yun, indignantly saying, Lord Gu, you are clearly attempting to cheat. Master Zhao, being the leader of the Tianyan Sect, is naturally biased in your favor. This game is undeniably mine. How can there be any uncertainty? Gu Yun chuckled softly, responding with a nonchalant demeanor. Young man, anything is possible. You may believe you have triumphed, yet it is merely an illusion. However, I have always prided myself on being reasonable. If you perceive that Master Zhao is unjust and biased in my favor, let us seek the opinion of others. With that, Gu Yun turned his gaze towards the venerable ancestor of the Divine Sword sect. He donned a benevolent expression and spoke, Ancient One of the Divine Sword, pray tell, who has won and who has lost? The ancestor of the Divine Sword had already sensed the peril posed by Gu Yun. He had intended to feign ignorance and blend into the background, indifferent to whether Gu Yun lived or died. Yet, to his astonishment, Gu Yun had drawn the calamity upon him. Casting a glance around, he observed the solemn expressions of those present, all fixated upon him. He looked at Gu Yun, who was brimming with a terrifying power. The atmosphere in the Divine Sword sect grew tense. He stammered, I am not well versed in the art of the game. Thus, I'm unable to judge. Su Yuming was utterly bewildered. Even without a deep understanding of the game, one could discern who had more pieces and who had fewer. Could he not count? This was a glaringly obvious matter. How could he claim ignorance? He urged, I implore you, ancestor, to speak the truth. The others echoed his urgency. Please do say. If you declare that Gu Yun has lost, we can leave. Gu Yun chuckled softly and then spoke with an air of nonchalance. Ah, so the venerable ancestor of the Divine Sword claims ignorance in the art of the game. How fortuitous. I happen to possess a tome on the subject. Let me present it to you, so you may familiarize yourself with the rules. With that, Guyan raised his hand and tossed a scroll towards the ancestor. The latter was taken aback, for the scroll was imbued with a palpable aura of menace as it soared toward him. In his eyes, it was no mere scroll, but rather a lethal blade. He hastily summoned his spiritual energy to catch the scroll, yet the overwhelming aura emanating from it still left him shaken. How could this be? I'm a swordsman. My mind is resolute and unyielding. How can I be intimidated by a mere scroll? Trembling slightly, he unfurled the scroll, only to widen his eyes in disbelief. Upon the blank parchment, there was but a single character: kill. The sheer potency of that solitary character sent waves of panic through the ancestor, causing his scalp to prickle. He hastily closed the scroll. At that moment, he comprehended that Guyan's terror far surpassed his imagination. Should it come to violence, he would either be dead or gravely injured. Realizing this, he once more looked at Guyan, his gaze becoming resolute, and he stated firmly, having reviewed the rules, "It is clear that Lord Gu has emerged victorious." Upon hearing this, Su Yuming was utterly confounded. He scrutinized the board once more, examining it painstakingly multiple times, before casting a bewildered glance at the ancestor of the divine sword. It was evident that he had won. Why was the ancestor fabricating such falsehoods? At that moment, Guyan, with a smile, remarked, Su Shenzi, it appears that I have indeed won. Should you remain unconvinced, feel free to summon someone present who understands the game so that we may have an impartial judge. Su Yuming's eyes widened as he scanned the surroundings. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are any among you who understand the intricacies of the game, I implore you to step forward and speak the truth. This match is undeniably mine. His heart raced with desperation, and self-doubt began to creep in. Could it be that having only 3 pieces left truly counted as a victory? It shouldn't be. It couldn't be. Such a rule does not exist in Go. At that moment, someone could no longer hold their tongue. A master from the Suimin shouted loudly, Guyan, cease your distortion of the truth. According to the rules of the game, it is clear that Su Shenzi has emerged victorious. A glimmer of hope flickered in Su Yuming's eyes. At last, someone had stood up for him. However, in the next instant, bang, a resounding explosion échoed. Su Gumin tourneth. But before he could discern who had spoken on his behalf, he was engulfed in a cloud of blood mist. The crowd gasped in disbelief. No wonder Zhao Weijing and the divine sword ancestor dared not speak the truth. The moment Guyan made his move, he could obliterate a peak master at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension realm. Su Yuming had indeed lost. He had lost from the very beginning, not in the game, but because he lacked the ability to contend with Guyan, yet foolishly clung to the naive hope of outsmarting him through trickery. Guyan waved his hand dismissively and spoke coolly. This individual knows nothing of the game and spouts nonsense. Is there anyone else here who understands? Su Yuming was utterly shattered. Just when he thought someone was defending him, that person was swiftly silenced by Guyan. Enraged and humiliated, he was about to rebuke Guyan when Guyan revealed a cold smile and continued, Su Shenzi, everyone believes I have won. Otherwise, why has no one stepped forward to refute me? Since I am the victor, I shall proceed with what we agreed upon. You said that if I won, you would allow me to dispose of you as I please. Upon hearing this, Su Yuming instantly panicked. No, please. Guyan's laughter echoed coldly, and a terrifying aura surged forth, instilling fear in everyone present, even among the elder figures. Yet, just as Su Yuming teetered on the brink of despair, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted above the Tianyan Sect. As the golden brilliance appeared, an imperceptible wave spread out, dissipating the oppressive force weighing upon the elders. Their faces lit up with joy. The demon sealing array is broken. Su Yuming felt the shift and was momentarily stunned, but then he erupted into maniacal laughter, gazing arrogantly at Guyan. Guyan, the demon sealing array has crumbled. Your time is up. However, as soon as the words left his lips, Guyan abruptly raised his hand. Boom! Su Yuming felt an inexplicable lightness, as if his body was no longer under his control, and he drifted towards a yellow banner. Chapter 123. There are still 8 such arrays remaining. Su Yuming had not yet had the chance to revel in his triumph, when he was abruptly reduced to a mist of blood. He felt his very soul being drawn away by Guyan's soul-absorbing banner, and panic seized him. Ancestor, save me. At that moment, the grand ancestor of the Tianyan Sect, sensing the pressure lift from his body, bellowed with urgency. Esteemed colleagues, the demon's sealing formation has been shattered. What are we waiting for? The grand ancestors of Divine Fire, Moon Toad, and Divine Sword exchanged glances, and in an instant, unleashed a terrifying aura, declaring, "Eradicate the malevolent Gu Yun." Just as the Grand Ancestor Xianxia was about to unleash his wrath, he suddenly sensed something amiss. What was happening? Although his suppressed cultivation had been released, it was not entirely free. Was he still merely at the second level of tribulation? The others were equally astonished. Why was this the case? Zhao Wujin's eyes widened in disbelief. No, the demon sealing formation has clearly been breached. Why? Oh why? Is there still a formation seal above the Tianyan Sect? At that moment, a disciple from the demon suppression hall hurriedly turned to Gu Yun, exclaiming, "Hall Master, the demon sealing formation has been destroyed." Gu Yun nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Indeed. The ninth formation has been compromised. However, the other 8 formations are still functioning perfectly well, so there is no cause for alarm." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes widened in shock. What? There are a total of 9 demon sealing formations? Why had Zhao Wujin not mentioned this before? They had all assumed that breaching one would completely lift the constraints of the demon sealing formation. Yet, as the sect master of Tianyan, Zhao Wujin was also unaware. He sprang from his seat, glaring at Gu Yun. "Hall Master Gu, when did so many formations come into existence?" Gu Yun chuckled softly, replying nonchalantly, "Without such a multitude of formations, how could we possibly extend their influence across the entire sect? What I provided to the sect master was indeed the token for the 9th formation. Now, coincidentally, that formation has been breached. This situation seems rather too fortuitous. Don't you think, sect master? Perhaps you owe me an explanation?" As he spoke, Gu Yun donned a benevolent smile. Zhao Wujin was immediately filled with dread. In his eyes, Gu Yun's smile resembled the grim Reaper's decree. At this moment, he finally comprehended Gu Yun's intentions. Indeed, Gu Yun sought to ensnare him in a legal trap. Fortunately, the aristocratic families had not fallen for the ruse, allowing Suingwen's people to tread the treacherous waters first, thus preserving some room for maneuver and explanation. Realizing this, he quickly exclaimed, "Oh no, where's my token? It has been stolen." Watching his self-directed performance unfold with such depth, Gu Yun could not help but laugh heartily. "Sect Master, you should really be on stage with the Southern Melody Troupe. It would be a waste of your talent otherwise." Zhao Wujin, in a state of utmost panic, solemnly insisted, "Hall Master Gu, I truly have no connection to this matter." However, Gu Yun paid him little heed. He turned to the gathered members of Xianxia, smiling cheerfully as he inquired, "What was it you all said a moment ago? It sounded rather like you intended to kill me. I'm a master of the Righteous Path Demon Suppression Hall. If you seek to slay me, are you not akin to the dark forces?" A chill swept over the crowd. Could they truly contend with Gu Yun, who had merely ascended one realm? No one possessed such confidence. However, the Grand Ancestor of the Suimin, consumed by rage after witnessing Su Yuming's demise, cast caution to the wind. What need was there for further discourse? A small realm in the tribulation crossing stage represented an insurmountable chasm, and with our greater numbers, the advantage lay with us. Charge forth and vanquish this wicked demon. With that, the Grand Ancestor of the Suimin surged ahead, eager to set an example for the others. The ancestors of the Moon Chaser, Divine Fire, and Divine Sword quickly rallied in agreement. "Yes, let us unite. Slay this demon and restore a clear and bright sky to the righteous path." Yet, despite their fervent words, their bodies remained motionless. They hesitated, watching closely. Should Gu Yun falter, they would readily seize the opportunity. If he proved formidable, they would bide their time. As the Grand Ancestor of the Suimin charged forward, eyes ablaze with murderous intent, Gu Yun merely smiled calmly. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted in an instant. With a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed a devastating strike. Bang! The previously arrogant Grand Ancestor of the Suimin was instantly reduced to a feeble state, akin to a dying dog, blood spewing forth as he was sent flying like a withered leaf. The crowd gaped in disbelief. The second realm of tribulation crossing? Had Gu Yun just recently breached that threshold? How could he have ascended yet again? There were only a handful of figures at the level of the Eastern Continent ancestors, and each required centuries to attain even a minor advancement. Why was Gu Yun an exception? Did he truly regard the tribulation crossing cultivation as something as trivial as cabbages, easily elevated at will? Gu Yun chuckled, a playful glint in his eye as he addressed the crowd, saying, "My esteemed guests, do not merely stand by. Did you not proclaim your intent to confront me together? Furthermore, you have branded me as a demon." The ancestors of the Divine Fire sect and others widened their eyes in terror. Among the group, the Grand Ancestor of the Suimin was deemed the strongest. If he could be felled by a single strike, what hope did they have against Gu Yun? Gritting his teeth, the grand ancestor of the Divine Fire Sect commanded, "Let us join forces and subdue this demon." The ancestors of the Moon Chaser and Divine Sword exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Indeed, as elders of the righteous path, we cannot allow this demon to act with impunity before us. With that, the three launched their assault, their tribulation crossing might surging forth. But in the next moment, the crowd was left dumbfounded. Instead of attacking Gu Yun, the three united to seize the grand ancestor of the Suimin. The elite from several major factions, along with Zhao Wujia, were rendered speechless. Even Gu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Without waiting for him to speak, the venerable ancestor of the Divine Fire Sect solemnly remarked, "The ancestral figure of the mystical gate has suddenly been challenged by Lord Gu, akin to a frenzied beast. I believe he must be enchanted." The ancestor of the Divine Sword Sect immediately concurred. "Indeed, I was about to intervene, yet I did not anticipate Lord Gu's superior skills, which left me no opportunity. Regarding Lord Gu's prowess, I am truly in great admiration." The ancestor of the Moon Toad Sect chimed in, most certainly. Witnessing this scene, Gu Yun could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, the esteemed families of the world are not without their principles, adept at seeking profit and evading harm. Ha ha ha, esteemed gentlemen, it appears that the evil spirit you refer to is not I, but rather the ancestral figure of the mystical gate. Gu Yun taunted. The Divine Fire Ancestor immediately cast a glance in his direction, stating, "That is only natural. Lord Gu stands for righteousness, tirelessly eradicating the evil god sect, and rightfully deserves to be hailed as the pinnacle of righteousness. How could he be associated with malevolence?" Gu Yun laughed even more joyfully, and then inquired, "However, I just commanded my men to strike you and young Saint Xiao with 100 water and fire rods. Do you harbor any resentment towards me?" The Divine Fire Ancestor promptly replied, "Lord Gu, that was merely a means to discipline my juniors. How could I possibly hold a grudge? Moreover, after your strikes, I felt quite invigorated." Gu Yun could not help but applaud. "Excellent, excellent. Now, previously, you sought an explanation from me regarding the demise of your sect's disciples. Did you not?" The ancestor of the Moon Toad Sect quickly interjected. "An explanation? What explanation?" "Lord Gu, you might have misheard. We are here to express our gratitude. Those disciples had already betrayed our sect. You have assisted us in cleansing our ranks, and we are grateful, not the other way around. We came today specifically to thank you. Earlier, we may not have articulated ourselves clearly, which led to your misunderstanding." Chapter 124, A Token of Gratitude. Gu Yun chuckled coldly. "So it turns out you all came to express gratitude, except for the ancestral figure of the mystical gate, who harbors malign intentions." Upon hearing this, no one dared to refute. At this moment, who would dare admit to harming Gu Yun? The consequences would undoubtedly be dire. As the saying goes, better a dead companion than a dead monk, and everyone nodded in agreement, shifting all blame onto the mystical gate. We did not expect the ancestral figure of the mystical gate to be such a treacherous individual, intent on harming Lord Gu. Lord Gu is indeed the light of our righteous path. To act against you is to oppose the entire righteous faction. The ancestral figure of the mystical gate must have been bewitched by evil spirits. Perhaps the token of the demon sealing great formation was stolen by him. Hearing these words, the ancestral figure of the mystical gate nearly exploded with rage. "You shameless!" However, before he could finish his sentence, the other esteemed ancestors struck simultaneously. Bang! Multiple terrifying forces crashed upon him. Already injured by Gu Yun, the ancestral figure of the mystical gate suffered further devastation, his eyes bulging as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Divine Fire Ancestor coldly remarked, "What, do you mean to say that after committing a wrong, you did not allow us to speak of it? Indeed, we are all venerable ancestors of the righteous path. Could we possibly conspire to wrong you? In this world, acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for redemption is never too late. Dear friends, do not remain obstinately ignorant. Those who can shift the blame onto another will certainly ensure that the scapegoat does not drag them down into the abyss. Thus, this matter must be firmly established, leaving no opportunity for the venerable elder of the Suimin to speak. The elder, already consumed by fury, is akin to a wounded beast barely clinging to life, unable to articulate a word. Such a remarkable spectacle of dog-eat-dog. Even Gu Yun could not help but applaud. Excellent. Now that the truth is clear, let us regard the earlier incident as a mere misunderstanding. The elder of the Suimin shall be dealt with by me. The crowd, too intimidated to oppose, immediately responded, "Indeed. Indeed, that is only natural. If there are no other matters, we shall take our leave." Quite right, Lord Gu, your time is precious, and we shall not impose further. With that, they turned to depart, eager to distance themselves from the detestable Tianyan Sect. They had no intention of returning in the future. However, just as they turned, a light chuckle from Gu Yun reached their ears. "Dear friends, are you in such haste to leave? Did you not just express your gratitude for my assistance in clearing your way? What? No gifts of appreciation. Such a lack of sincerity." The elders of the Divine Fire Sect stiffened. They had originally intended to eliminate Gu Yun and reap the benefits from the Tianyan Sect. But now they found themselves empty-handed and facing potential losses. Their expressions darkened, yet they understood that if this matter was not handled properly, none would leave today. Thus, they turned once more, forcing smiles that resembled grimaces, and spoke. "What Lord Gu says is indeed true. We had prepared gifts of gratitude. In our haste, we simply forgot. Yes, there are indeed gifts." Gu Yun smiled with satisfaction, nodding as he instructed for the severely injured elder of the Suimin to be taken away, while he leisurely took a seat and remarked, "Thus, one must not rush in their endeavors. Come, sit, and let us discuss this slowly." The elders of the Divine Fire Sect had no desire to sit. Merely standing was a torment. The elder of the Divine Fire Sect spoke first. "Lord Gu, does our Divine Fire Sect not have a dispute with your Tianyan Sect over the ownership of a certain city? We shall give you that city as a token of our gratitude." Upon hearing this, the elder of the Moon Chanter and the elder of the Divine Sword both brightened. Indeed, selling out their sect's interest would suffice. The damage to the sect mattered little to them, as long as their own benefits remained intact. Thus, they too began to speak. "I, from the Moon Chanter Palace, shall offer Lord Gu a mining site of our sect. I, from the Divine Sword Sect, shall provide a secret technique for artifact crafting. Lord Gu, are you satisfied?" Witnessing their utter lack of principles, Zhao Wuji felt a surge of contempt and indignation within. A group of worthless fools. He cast a worried glance at Gu Yun, unable to suppress his concern. In this instance concerning Gu Yun, although he was not apprehended, the opportunity to eliminate him was regrettably lost. Who knows when another chance to remove Gu Yun will arise. Gu Yun chuckled lightly. "Since you are all so courteous, I shall graciously comply with your wishes." Upon hearing this, everyone finally exhaled in relief. Simultaneously, a series of golden characters began to manifest in Gu Yun's mind. Inscribed upon the monument of virtue, defeated the malevolent ancestor of the Suimin, upheld righteousness, merits immense as a mountain, secured vast benefits for the sect selflessly, merits as boundless as the sea, deterred numerous nefarious individuals, elevated righteousness, established the authority of the righteous path, merits immense as a mountain. Reward, 100,000 merit points. Reward, the chaos twin eyes of Haoshan. A faint smile of contentment graced Gu Yun's face. A virtuous individual deserves recompense. His rewards, as a good person, were indeed well-deserved. Subsequently, the ancestor of divine fire and the others departed, leaving only Gu Yun and Zhao Wuji in the grand hall of Tianyan. At this moment, Zhao Wuji was gripped by sheer terror. Although the aristocratic families had not provided Gu Yun with any incriminating evidence, did a fiend like him truly require proof to commit murder? As Gu Yun turned his gaze upon him, Zhao Wuji was filled with dread. He promptly rose and, with a thud, knelt before Gu Yun, exclaiming in despair, "Master Gu, please say no more. Although I was unaware of the Suimin's chaos, I still bear responsibility for the loss of the sealing array token. I voluntarily accept a 10-year confinement as a lesson." Gu Yun chuckled coldly. In these times, the demonic forces run rampant in the eastern continent, and the so-called righteous path is fraught with ulterior motives. Zhao Wuji feared to venture outside, terrified of retribution from his enemies. His proposed confinement was no different from empty words. Thus, Gu Yun smiled calmly and replied, "There is no need for confinement. After all, I am the master of Tianyan Sect, and I must uphold my dignity." Zhao Wuji's heart leapt with joy, eager to express his gratitude, when Gu Yun continued, "Go to the Demon Suppression Hall and collect 1,000 water and fire sticks." Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Gu Yun in shock. 1,000? Master Gu, did you miscommunicate? With my cultivation, receiving 300 strikes could potentially kill me. Gu Yun chuckled kindly, saying, "Sect Master, therein lies your misunderstanding. If you cannot endure it all at once, why not collect them in installments? I shall not charge you any interest." With that, Gu Yun slowly rose, smiling as he added, "Of course, should you feel dissatisfied, you may appeal to the Demon Suppression Hall. If your appeal is successful, the punishment can be revoked." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's expression darkened further. What good is an appeal? The outcome will still be determined by you. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly replied yes. His resentment towards Gu Yun had reached its zenith, and he silently vowed vengeance. A sense of urgency enveloped the air. A strategy to eliminate Gu Yun must be devised without delay. Chapter 125. The Chaos of Haoshan's Dual Eyes. After departing from Tianyan Peak, Gu Yun returned to his humble abode. He settled into a meditative posture, resuming his cultivation. Consuming 100,000 merits to enhance his cultivation level, Gu Yun felt an invigorating surge of power within him, having reached the pinnacle of the second stage of tribulation transcendence. He stood on the brink of a breakthrough, yet knew that further virtuous deeds were necessary to amass more merits. However, he understood that merits were not accumulated in a day, and there was no need for haste. Moments ago, the Merit Monument had rewarded him with a pair of Haoshan's Chaos Dual Eyes. He pondered their potential significance. Drawing a deep breath, he focused his mind intently on his eyes. In the next instant, his perspective underwent a profound transformation. Gu Yun was momentarily taken aback. The world around him swirled, embodying the eternal cycle of creation and destruction. At this moment, he perceived mountains not as mere mountains, but as mountains anew. It dawned on him that these Haoshan's Chaos Dual Eyes could penetrate the very essence of the universe, discerning the fundamental nature of all things. A remarkable treasure. With these divine eyes, Gu Yun would find it far easier to comprehend the cosmos and discern loyalty from treachery. Immersed in his understanding of the universe, he continued his cultivation. Meanwhile, the major clans of the Tianyan Sect could no longer remain idle. The Sect Master, in alliance with the Divine Fire Sect and the elders of 4 other clans, intended to seize this opportunity to eradicate Gu Yun. They believed their plan was foolproof, even as they witnessed the destruction of the Demon Sealing Formation. Those who had long harbored grievances against the Demon Suppression Hall and Gu Yun could not contain their impulses and initiated a rebellion. Yet, who could have anticipated that the cursed Demon Sealing Formation had 9 segments? In addition to the original, Gu Yun had newly constructed 8 others. Although the 9 formations were interconnected, damaging just one would not affect the overall situation. The impulsive young scions of the clans were immediately suppressed and annihilated. If it had not been for the quick thinking of the clan elders, who severed ties with the rebels to safeguard their interests, the situation would have escalated catastrophically. The forces of the Demon Suppression Hall were already at their doorstep. The Sect Master and the elders needed to act in unison before it was too late. A distressed expert from the Sun Clan lamented. This rebellion saw the Sun Clan actively participating, with nearly all of their remaining transcendent masters involved. Now, they had been entirely eradicated. The Sun Clan had been decimated twice at the hands of Gu Yun and the Demon Suppression Hall. Only the severely injured elder of the Sun Clan and a few elderly, women, and children remained. The once proud lineage had withered within such a brief span. This expert from the Sun Clan was unwilling to accept this fate. He had not yet had the chance to relish the privileges of his clan. How could it have vanished so suddenly? Yet, he failed to consider that had the Sun Clan not been on the brink of extinction, he would not have been compelled to represent them in dialogue. Zhao Wuji's countenance was equally grave. Did he not realize that only a few esteemed patriarchs from the foremost clans could potentially subdue Gu Yun? These patriarchs had all attained the pinnacle of tribulation. The weakest among them had reached the 7th or 8th level of tribulation. Even with the suppression of the Demon Sealing Formation, their combined strength would provide a 60% chance of eliminating Gu Yun. However, they would have to pay a price. Perhaps their foundations would be compromised, rendering future breakthroughs impossible, or they might suffer severe injuries that would diminish their realms. Despite the universal understanding that eliminating Gu Yun would benefit all clans, none were willing to bear such a significant cost. For the greater good, many noble souls exhibit valor. Yet, those patriarchs were clearly not of that ilk. They were timid, self-serving, and some even contemplated a compromise with Gu Yun, wishing to cede 10 cities today and 5 tomorrow in exchange for a single night of peace. Zhao Wuji clenched his fists. He did not dare to think further. To do so would risk disrespecting the patriarchs. Taking a deep breath, he coldly remarked, "Patriarchs have their own considerations. It is not for us to ponder excessively." This statement seemed directed at the expert from the Sun family, yet it also resonated within himself. The expert from the Sun family, in despair, could not help but exclaim, "What can we do now? Are we to watch helplessly as Gu Yun reclaims the privileges of the clans, destined to be bound by the sect's laws like those lowly commoners? Our ancestors of the clans shed blood and sacrificed their lives, laboring to secure a place for us, only to be crushed underfoot by Gu Yun?" Upon utterance of these words, countless clan experts present felt a profound connection, their hearts heavy with sorrow. It was as if they were collectively experiencing their own apocalyptic calamity. Despair, resentment, and sorrow. Yet, Zhao Wuji could not help but cast a scornful glance at the Sun family member. How foolish! No wonder your Sun family was the first to be annihilated. Other families, despite enjoying privileges, understood the necessity of maintaining appearances and performing their roles. But you have abandoned all pretense, have you not? Furthermore, was it not your ancestor who shed blood for the sake of elevating you? Did he not also despise the elite and aspire to create an egalitarian sect, willing to risk his life for that vision? Zhao Wuji was disinclined to engage in such mindless discourse. Just as he contemplated diverting the conversation, a thought struck him, and he turned to the Sun family expert, saying, "Our Tianyan Sect sends disciples for further training every decade. Your Sun family has even more. I recall that one of your disciples entered a major sect in Zhongzhou known as the Holy Sun Immortal Sect." The Sun family expert's eyes brightened instantly as he replied, "Indeed, that disciple is named Sun Tian, a female disciple. We, the Sun family, expended considerable effort to secure her admission into the Holy Sun Immortal Sect." Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement. "I remember that during that time, our Tianyan Sect was embroiled in a fierce conflict with the demonic sects, and resources were scarce on the front lines. The ordinary disciples of the sect united with unwavering resolve. In support of their sect, they lived frugally, selflessly donating their spirit stones, magical artifacts, and various resources to the front lines. However, in the end, these supplies merely filled the coffers of the Sun family. This has resulted in a significant scarcity of resources for many ordinary disciples on the front lines, leading to heavy casualties." The masters of the Sun family chuckled arrogantly. "Indeed, those lowly commoners are foolish. They can no longer afford elixirs, yet still rush to donate. Nevertheless, it is precisely because of this that our Sun family has amassed sufficient resources to send Sun Tian to the Holy Sun Immortal Sect." Just days ago, she wrote home, stating that the Holy Sun Immortal Sect would also send representatives to compete for the upcoming fortune of the Eastern Continent's Golden Dragon. Furthermore, she mentioned having encountered a tremendous opportunity, seemingly connected to the Celestial Domain's divine clan. Zhao Wuji's eyes sparkled with interest. The Celestial Domain's divine clan. The Holy Sun Immortal Sect is, after all, the representative sect of the Celestial Domain's divine clan in this world. If Sun Tian can indeed establish contact with the divine clan, eliminating Gu Yun would be a mere formality. Zhao Wuji immediately exclaimed, "Contact Sun Tian at once and inform her that the sect requires her assistance. She is likely unaware of the current situation of the Sun family. It is high time for her to repay her family." The masters of the Sun family nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall attend to this immediately." In truth, even if Zhao Wuji had not spoken, he would have suggested it himself. He harbored selfish motives. Having long desired for Sun Tian to leverage her connections with the Celestial Domain's divine clan to deal with Gu Yun, thereby aiding the Sun family in becoming the foremost family of the Tianyan Sect. However, he feared that Zhao Wuji might harbor suspicions and reservations, which is why he refrained from directly voicing his intentions. Now, with Zhao Wuji's proactive request, it was indeed a stroke of fortune. Chapter 126, Immortal Sovereign. After Sun Yuvai departed, he promptly returned to his residence. At present, the remaining members of the Sun family, like the ordinary disciples, were settled in a modest residential area. Gone were the days of ornate architecture and luxurious living. Only simplicity and ordinariness remained. What appeared to be a normal life in the eyes of common people was, in their view, a profound humiliation. Sun Yuvai quickly found the ailing patriarch on his sickbed. The patriarch looked significantly better than a few days prior. Although he still bore signs of bandaging, his spirit had noticeably improved. He sat cross-legged on a simple bed, cultivating his energy. Upon hearing someone enter, he slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Sun Yuvai. "What did the sect leader say?" The patriarch inquired first. while his injuries had nearly healed. The psychological shadow cast by Gu Yun's earlier defeat lingered, refusing to dissipate. As long as Gu Yun remained, he had no desire to venture out. Hence, he was particularly concerned about the attitudes of the Zhao family and their patriarch. Sun Wuyuwei shook his head in resignation, sighing as he responded. They are unwilling to take action, likely because they do not wish to shoulder even the slightest risk. The patriarch of the Sun family was instantly enraged. A pack of cowardly rodents. If they were to join forces, even with a formidable ceiling formation in place, they would possess a 6 or 7% likelihood of subduing that scoundrel Gu Yun. To shun even this modicum of risk, how can they still claim to be figures of their ancestral stature? Truly, the longer one lives, the more one fears death. Just as the elder of the Sun family was seething with rage, Sun Wuyuwei cast a glance in his direction and spoke with a smile. However, there is indeed some good news. Zhao Wujin has proactively suggested that we leverage our connections with the Holy Sun Immortal Sect. The elder of the Sun family was momentarily taken aback, his anger dissipating by half, and he could not help but chuckle coldly. The Zhao family is indeed cunning, seeking to have others risk their lives while they sit back and reap the rewards. Yet, their scheming presents a perfect opportunity for our Sun family to achieve a complete turnaround. Very well. You shall contact Tian and have him bring those 2 distinguished guests from the divine clan of the Holy Sun Immortal Sect to our aid. After we deal with Gu Yun, we can also take the opportunity to rectify the other families within the Tianyan Sect. If all goes smoothly, the Sun family shall rise to become the foremost family within the Tianyan Sect. Sun Wuyuwei, brimming with excitement, promptly replied, "Yes, ancestor. I shall take care of it at once." Swiftly, he utilized the secret communication techniques of the Sun family to relay the message. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 figures approached the Tianyan Sect, soaring through the skies on their swords. 2 esteemed immortals. We have arrived at the Tianyan Sect. A young woman in her 20s, clad in opulent attire, spoke with a face full of flattery and commendation. Beside her stood 2 tall figures, adorned in pristine white robes, their skin as dark as coal, marked with intricate golden runes. The 2 men nodded haughtily at the young woman's words, offering no further comment. Before long, the trio arrived at the Tianyan Sect, where the Sun family and others had already received word and informed Zhao Wujin. A crowd awaited atop the main peak of Tianyan. Upon seeing Sun Tian, Zhao Wujin and the others were filled with exhilaration. She has returned, the younger generation of the Sun family. Are those 2 beside her truly the immortals she mentioned in her letter? How extraordinarily dark-skinned they are. They dare not speak too freely, for fear of incurring the wrath of the immortals. Such a predicament would spell great trouble. Just as the crowd was murmuring, the 3 figures approached them. Sun Tian quickly spotted her ancestor and uncle, and with great respect, she greeted them. "I pay my respects to you, ancestor, Uncle Wuyuwei." The elder of the Sun family and Sun Wuyuwei beamed with pride, hastily responding, Good. Tian has worked hard. There is no need for excessive formalities." However, as they observed this familial display of reverence and filial piety, Zhao Wujin and the others felt a sense of displeasure. Especially Zhao Wujin. After all, he was the sect master of the Tianyan Sect. How could the younger generation of the Sun family overlook him without so much as a greeting? Indeed, it seems that with the backing of the Immortal Sect, they have become increasingly arrogant and impolite. Yet, out of deference to the 2 immortals accompanying Sun Tian, he held his tongue. Zhao Wuji could only stifle his indignation and, with a jovial demeanor, initiated the conversation. Tian, why not introduce the 2 esteemed individuals behind you? At that moment, Sun Tian turned to Zhao Wuji and proudly declared, as the sect master has mentioned, "Allow us to formally introduce these 2 distinguished celestial elders from the heavenly domain, Elder Nei and Elder Ni." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji and the others immediately displayed expressions of utmost respect, hastily bowing and saying, "We pay our respect to the 2 celestial elders." However, the 2 elders, with an air of superiority, merely nodded slightly, offering little in response. Sun Tian then arrogantly continued, "Sect Master, you are aware that had it not been for my influence, these 2 celestial elders would never have graced our humble Tianyan sect with their presence. Therefore, we must ensure they are treated with the utmost hospitality." Zhao Wuji promptly affirmed, "Indeed, with the arrival of 2 celestial elders at our Tianyan sect, they are esteemed guests, and we shall not be remiss in our duties." After this, Zhao Wuji discreetly communicated with Sun Tian. Tianyan, what are the preferences of these two celestial elders? Son Tianyan chuckled lightly and replied, what treasures have these elders not encountered? They would hardly take interest in the trifles of our modest sect. If the sect master truly wishes to curry favor with them, it would be wise to arrange for several beautiful young female disciples to accompany them during their stay, showcasing our Tianyan Sect. Zhao Wuji's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Young and beautiful female disciples? That is easily arranged. He nodded slightly, and then addressed the two celestial elders. Esteemed elders, we have prepared your accommodations, and I shall arrange for someone to escort you there immediately. He promptly instructed his attendants to lead the elders to the most luxurious and splendid abode within the Tianyan Sect. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals led Sun Tianyan to a secluded area where they gathered together to commence their respective performances. The first to speak was Zhao Wuji. Tianyan, have you heard? Your parents have met with a tragic fate. Upon hearing this, Sun Tianyan's eyes reddened, and she clenched her teeth, fiercely declaring, I know. It was that vile Gu Yun who murdered my parents. I have returned solely to avenge them. I shall ensure Gu Yun suffers a fate worse than death. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Wuji exchanged glances with others, all revealing expressions of reassurance. The elder of the Sun family could not help but interject, Tianyan. Gu Yun is not to be underestimated. You cannot face him alone. Not even I could escape his grasp. Sun Tianyan turned her gaze to the elder and coldly scoffed. Rest assured, grandfather, I am not so foolish. I am acutely aware of my limitations, which is precisely why I have exerted great effort to bring the two celestial elders back to our sect. With their intervention, Gu Yun's demise is inevitable. However, upon hearing the latter part of her statement, the elder's heart sank as he sensed a foreboding. But, what do you mean by only? He hastily inquired. Others cast puzzled glances at Sun Tianyan. She did not conceal the truth, but candidly stated, although I share a certain camaraderie with the two celestial lords, persuading them to assist us necessitates a degree of sincerity. They have previously hinted that only by serving them well will they consider intervening to eliminate Gu Yun. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This is not an insurmountable obstacle. Our Tianyan Sect is vast and resourceful. Serving the two celestial lords is well within our capabilities. Starting tomorrow, whatever resources you require, feel free to approach me and the sect leader, Zhao Wuji immediately affirmed. Indeed, your esteemed ancestor speaks the truth. As long as we can rid ourselves of Gu Yun, our Tianyan Sect is willing to pay any price. Hearing this, Sun Tianyan felt a surge of confidence and nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two celestial lords, having been settled in a luxurious paradise, dismissed their attendants and immediately revealed their excitement. Brother, you are absolutely correct. These mortals from the lower realms are so easily deceived. They genuinely revere us as their ancestors. The two brothers, despite originating from the celestial domain, had lived as the lowest of the low there, akin to mere servants of the divine clans. Changing their fate seemed an insurmountable challenge. Thus, they scrimped and saved for several centuries, finally amassing enough resources to bribe those overseeing the lower realms. Utilizing secret methods, they elevated their cultivation, granting them the qualifications to descend. Upon arriving in the lower realms, they underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving from mere livestock to revered celestial beings. While women from the celestial domain regarded them with disdain, the women of the lower realms eagerly sought to please them. This stark contrast led the brothers to believe that this place was the true celestial domain, a domain that rightfully belonged to them. The elder brother, and Iga, grinned with pride. These lower beings are inherently inferior, even more so than us, so their adulation is only natural. However, the Holy Sun Immortal Sect is affiliated with a divine clan from the celestial domain, and there are still numerous celestial beings there, which keeps us beneath them. Yet, the Tianyan Sect is different. Devoid of any celestial domain denizens, we stand as the most noble entities here. This will become our exclusive kingdom, where we can indulge as we please. The younger brother, Enai, was equally exhilarated but soon recognized a pressing concern. He cautioned his elder brother, before we arrived. I gathered some intelligence. The Tianyan Sect boasts several formidable ancestors, with the most powerful reaching the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing stage. With our current strength, they may pose a significant challenge. We are but the dregs of the celestial domain, even if we have ascended to the third stage of tribulation crossing through secret arts. Our true capabilities may not even match those of a stronger first-stage practitioner. Nevertheless, Nej remained utterly unfazed. He let out a cold laugh. These lowly peasants from the lower realms, no matter how formidable their strength, would they dare to lay a hand on us? Furthermore, we possess secret techniques that can elevate our cultivation in an instant, enough to instill fear in them. Upon hearing this, Enaihe also chuckled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the people from the lower realms are truly despicable. Despite the presence of individuals with greater prowess, the moment they learn of our origin from the celestial domain, they instantly become obsequious, almost eager to kneel and serve us like dogs. Though they do not comprehend the reasons behind this, it is, nonetheless, a fortuitous circumstance for them. As the two conversed, a respectful voice resonated from outside. Disciples of the Tianyan Sect have come to pay their respects to the two esteemed immortals. The brothers Nej exchanged startled glances. They immediately sensed the presence of several beings at the pinnacle of the tribulation transcendent stage, the weakest among them being at the 7th or 8th level of that realm. Such individuals could hardly be classified as ordinary disciples. They were most likely the ancestors of the Tianyan Sect. The two shared a proud smile and proceeded to step outside leisurely. As the grand doors swung open, they indeed beheld several venerable elders with silver hair and youthful visages, exuding an air of ethereal grace. These were none other than the ancestors of the Zhao family. With expressions of utmost courtesy and even a hint of flattery, they respectfully clasped their hands in greeting, saying, "We have the honor of meeting the two esteemed immortals. The arrival of the immortals graces our Tianyan Sect with unparalleled brilliance. Thus, we have prepared some humble gifts for this meeting. We hope the esteemed immortals will graciously accept them." As they spoke, the Zhao ancestors produced their meticulously prepared offerings, millennium-old sacred herbs, exquisite crystal sources, and a plethora of rare treasures from the heavens and earth. The brothers Nej exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with excitement. Even in the celestial domain, such items were not easily attainable. They were beyond their means. To their astonishment, here they were, being presented with these treasures. Nej felt a surge of exhilaration, yet he maintained an air of feigned disdain. "You present such trifles to esteemed guests?" The Zhao ancestors were instantly alarmed, hastening to respond, "Esteemed immortal, please do not take offense. These gifts were prepared in haste. We implore the immortal to grant us a little time, and we shall surely present offerings that will satisfy your esteemed self." Nej smiled with satisfaction, replying, "Though the gifts are rather ordinary, your attitude pleases me greatly. Very well, I shall accept these for the time being." The Zhao ancestors were overjoyed. To establish a connection with someone from the celestial domain was an immense honor. "Thank you, esteemed immortal." Nej and his companion exchanged knowing smiles, their hearts secretly reveling in the irony. A congregation of beings at the 7th and 8th levels of tribulation transcendence were bowing and scraping before two mere, trifling cultivators at the 3rd level. Moreover, they were eagerly offering gifts and expressing gratitude towards them. How utterly despicable. Indeed, they were thoroughly contemptible. Yet, in a way, this was quite agreeable. Even if their cultivation is insufficient, they will still be able to walk with confidence within the Tianyan Sect. And Enaihe let out a cold laugh, saying, "This residence is quite satisfactory. However, why are there no maidens in attendance? Is it that your esteemed Tianyan Sect has not prepared anyone to serve my brother and me?" The elder of the Zhao family immediately responded with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, we do have attendants. However, to ensure that the two esteemed immortals are comfortable, we must be meticulous in our selection. Rest assured, the maidens will arrive by nightfall." Upon hearing this, the Nej brothers were filled with excitement. In the Tianyu, their status rendered them unworthy of companionship. Even their own kin of the opposite sex looked down upon them. Thus, they had not experienced the pleasures of intimacy for centuries. Now, having descended to the mortal realm and elevated to a higher status, not only were beautiful women drawn to them, but they were also free of charge. Naturally, they could not suppress their desires and felt compelled to indulge fully. Nej nodded and said, "Very well, make the arrangements." The elder of the Zhao family and others bowed humbly before retreating. Once they left the brothers' blessed domain, the expressions on the faces of the Zhao family turned cold. It was disheartening for them to bow before individuals of lesser strength. Yet, they had no choice. After all, these two esteemed immortals hailed from the divine lineage of Tianyu. The elder of the Zhao family scoffed. "With their arrival, we have already suffered a considerable loss of resources. Another elder disdainfully remarked. As long as we can leverage their power to eliminate Gu Yun, the resources lost today can certainly be reclaimed from those ordinary disciples. The elder of the Zhao family chuckled. That is true. However, how shall we address their request for maidens? You several families should select some young and beautiful women to send to them. The other elder sneered. Two filthy swine, stinking to high heaven. While I may fear their status in Tianyu, there is no need to sacrifice our own kin to appease them. We can simply recruit some common maidens. The elder of the Zhao family cast a glance at the elder and smiled. In the past, that might have worked, but now it may prove challenging. Those ordinary disciples, under the wicked indulgence of Gu Yun, increasingly perceive themselves as equals. If we force them, they are unlikely to comply. The elder of the Tang family scoffed. For thousands of years, those lowly beings have lived like swine and dogs. With Gu Yun's arrival, they can suddenly become human? Very well. Let us see how Gu Yun will respond. I do not believe he dares to offend even the celestial immortals of Tianyu. Chapter 128. A Life for 10,000 Spirit Stones. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. I implore the elders of the Demon Suppression Hall to advocate on my behalf. In the Demon Suppression Hall, a young man dressed in plain clothing prostrated himself heavily upon the ground. The sound of his forehead striking the floor reverberated throughout the hall. He lay there, gritting his teeth, tears welling in his eyes, his hands tightly gripping the ground, knuckles turning white. The elder Wang Xiao, on duty at the Demon Suppression Hall, furrowed his brow and slowly spoke. The Lord of the Hall has decreed that those who enter our Demon Suppression Hall, unless bearing a guilty conscience, shall not kneel. Stand and speak. What has transpired? The young man abruptly raised his head, blood trickling from a wound on his forehead, staining it crimson. His eyes were bloodshot and misty with tears. Gritting his teeth, he sorrowfully declared, Elder, my name is Li Yun, a 37th generation disciple of the Tianyan Sect. I ascended to the inner sect from the ranks of miscellaneous duties after passing the assessments. 6 months ago, I fell deeply in love with my senior sister, Zhang Man'er, and we became partners. For half a year, we have harmonized beautifully, sharing our lives together. I had envisioned walking hand in hand along the path to enlightenment. Yet, who could have foreseen that 3 days ago, my sister was coerced and lured away by 2 masters from the Tang and Sun families. Today, upon our reunion, she lay lifeless before me. Moreover, her body bore numerous bruises and wounds, and it seemed she was defiled in her final moments. Upon finishing, Li Yun could no longer contain his grief and broke down in tears. Hearing this, the disciples of the Demon Suppression Hall were filled with righteous indignation. In the past, the powerful families had often bullied and harmed ordinary disciples, and such cases were not uncommon. However, under Gu Yun's leadership, the hall had executed a number of these offenders. It was shocking that they now dared to act with such audacity. Many guards instinctively tightened their grips on their sheathed blades, awaiting Elder Wang's command to take action. Yet, as the elder on duty, Wang Xiao remained composed. His expression calm, he inquired, Do you recognize the masters from the Tang and Sun families who took Zhang Man'er away? One cannot ascertain the full scope of events based solely on hearsay, he continued. The Lord of the Hall has repeatedly cautioned us against forming preconceived notions or allowing emotions to cloud our judgment. We must be pragmatic. Li Yun immediately responded, I do recognize them. The 2 who took my sister were Tang Chenyu of the Tang family and Sun Liang of the Sun family. Wang Xiao then commanded, Bring forth Tang Chenyu and Sun Liang. At once, a guard stepped forward and bowed. At once. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures were brought into the Demon Suppression Hall. Both appear to be in their early 30s, adorned in luxurious attire that was more befitting wealthy merchants than cultivators. Their expressions were filled with impatience, and they displayed disdain even upon entering the hall. Sun Liang spoke first. Elder Wang, why have you summoned us? We are currently engaged in matters for the 2 esteemed immortals from the celestial domain and are quite busy. You cannot afford to delay us. Tang Chenyu snorted in disdain, declaring, Speak quickly or be gone. If the immortals cannot locate us and become enraged, it won't just be you. The entire Demon Suppression Hall will share in the consequences. Wang Xiao felt a surge of anger within him. How dare these newly ascended cultivators behave so presumptuously within the confines of the Demon Suppression Hall? It is essential to recognize that even those of greater strength must exhibit courtesy when they arrive here. Recently, he had heard whispers of 2 formidable figures from the Tianyan Sect, whose backgrounds were truly daunting. To his astonishment, today's events had entangled these 2 individuals. Should matters not be handled with care, it could very well invite trouble for the Demon Suppression Hall. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed it prudent to seek counsel from Gu Yun. Just as he contemplated discreetly transmitting a message to notify Gu Yun, a light laugh echoed from beyond the hall. "Ah, it has been quite some time since I have encountered such audacious disciples." Upon hearing these words, the previously arrogant Tang Chenyu and Sun Liang immediately altered their expressions. In a state of panic, they turned to see the source of the voice. It was none other than the living nightmare of the aristocratic disciples, Gu Yun, the active king of hell from the Tianyan Sect. The two were nearly brought to their knees in terror. "Jigu Hall Master, you've misunderstood. We were merely anxious to return and attend to the celestial sovereign's affairs. We did not intend to provoke the Demon Suppression Hall, or you. Yes, indeed. We were only momentarily hasty and truly harbored no ill intentions." Gu Yun chuckled lightly as he approached the judgment seat of the Demon Suppression Hall, remarking, "Your reasoning is commendable. However, you cannot escape the 30 water and fire sticks. Disregarding the law, seize them," commanded Gu Yun. The eager guards, who had long been itching for action, immediately clasped their hands together and replied, "Yes." They swiftly retrieved the water and fire sticks. With a resounding crash, they struck the legs first, then the waist. The two assailants coordinated their blows, unleashing their fury. The agonizing screams reverberated through the halls of the Demon Suppression Hall. "Gu Hall Master, we are performing a task for the Celestial Sovereign. Spare us, Gu Hall Master, for the sake of the Celestial Sovereign." Gu Yun paid no heed to their pleas and cries of anguish. He turned to Wang Xiao, who approached and bowed respectfully, inquiring, "What transpired?" Wang Xiao replied with deference, "A female disciple has been murdered." He then recounted the events leading up to the incident. Upon hearing this, Gu Yun's expression fluctuated, and he let out a cold laugh, stating calmly, "Understood. I shall personally oversee this case. You may step aside for now." Wang Xiao nodded and retreated to the side, observing as Gu Yun took his seat as the presiding judge. The screams of Tang and Sun did not last long. The 30 water and fire sticks were soon exhausted. As he beheld the two, resembling broken-backed dogs lying on the ground, Gu Yun smiled indifferently and inquired, "Was it you who took Zhang Man'er away?" The two, barely clinging to life and feeling as though their bones had shattered, dared not show any sign of reluctance upon hearing Gu Yun's question. "Are reporting to Hall Master Gu." "It is indeed so." Gu Yun pressed further. "And how did she meet her demise?" The two, lying on the ground, exchanged glances, their faces pale. Yet they dared not conceal the truth in the slightest. "Reporting to the esteemed Lord Gu, our intention in taking Zhang Man'er was not to harm her, but rather to present her with a grand opportunity, to have her cultivate alongside the two esteemed immortals. However, she failed to appreciate this chance, and even dared to defy the immortal." Thus Gu Yun narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "Thus, you resorted to killing her and tarnishing her honor?" Tang Chenyu hastily glanced at Gu Yun, shaking his head fervently. No, we would not dare. This incident was entirely due to the immortal's misfortune and has nothing to do with us. Moreover, we have already compensated the bereaved family with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. I fail to comprehend why they continue to raise such a ruckus. It seems they are merely attempting to extort us. Lord Gu, you must advocate for us." Upon hearing this, Li Yun immediately clenched his teeth in fury, glaring at the two. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones can buy a life? Although we ordinary disciples earn little, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones is indeed a considerable sum for me. Yet, my sister can never return. Li Yun shouted, "Lord Gu, I renounce that sum and desire not a single spirit stone. I only implore you to act according to the sect's rules, a life for a life, and bring the true culprits to justice." With that, he bowed deeply once more. Gu Yun, with a cold gaze, admonished, "Rise, do not kneel." Furthermore, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones is not an insignificant amount. It suffices to buy a life, so you ought to be content. Chapter 129, The IOU. Li Yun trembled, his face instantly becoming rigid. He could hardly believe his eyes as he looked at Gu Yun. Though he had not encountered Gu Yun before, he had heard tales of his reputation, an embodiment of justice, unafraid of the powerful families, a savior and benefactor to ordinary disciples. He had always held this belief firmly. Yet now, witnessing Gu Yun firsthand, managing the affairs concerning the powerful families, everything had changed. Gu Yun could assert that 10,000 spirit stones were a fair price for a life. It was known that the pills casually tossed to dogs by the scions of noble families could be worth far more than that. Yet, this sum could indeed purchase the life of an ordinary disciple. Li Yun gritted his teeth, feeling a weight on his chest, his mind a tumult of confusion. He felt as though he were ensnared in a bottomless abyss, devoid of light, struggling in vain, unable to scream, even too weary to feel sorrow. Everything felt so helpless and absurd. Indeed, he was merely an ordinary inner disciple, at the foundational level of cultivation, lacking in background, support, or connections. Who would truly come to his aid? Meanwhile, Tang Chenyu and Sun Liang exchanged glances, their faces alight with triumph. As expected, Gu Yun was just another who bullied the weak while fearing the strong, no different from the noble families. Now that they had the backing of immortals, it was only natural that Gu Yun would not dare to act against them. Upon this reflection, Tang Chenyu immediately declared with arrogance, "Master Gu is indeed wise. Offering 10,000 spirit stones for the lives of these lowly beings is already overly generous." Sun Liang swiftly chimed in, "Master Gu possesses profound understanding. We shall faithfully convey this to the esteemed immortal lord. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave to avoid any inconvenience should the immortal lord require our presence." "Indeed, we shall take our leave," they concluded, their faces beaming with self-satisfaction as they leisurely turned to depart. From his elevated seat, Gu Yun flashed a charming smile before speaking. "Wait, I have yet to pose my inquiry." The two paused, startled, and turned back to face Gu Yun, a sense of unease creeping into their hearts. Tang Chenyu asked, "May I inquire, Master Gu, if there is anything further?" Gu Yun replied with a smile, "Do not be anxious. It is not of great consequence. I merely wish to ask how many core disciples remain in your Tang and Sun families." The two were visibly perplexed by Gu Yun's sudden question. Exchanging glances, they nonetheless responded truthfully, "Our Tang family has over 200 core disciples remaining. As for the Sun family, most have already met their end by your decree, leaving only a handful, perhaps a dozen or so." Gu Yun nodded, then turned to Elder Wang Xiao beside him. "Elder Wang, please inform Elder Qin Feng to withdraw 2,500,000 low-grade spirit stones from the treasury of the Demon Suppression Hall. I have purchased the lives of these remaining core disciples from the Tang and Sun families." Upon hearing this, Li Yun, Tang Chenyu, and Sun Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? You were merely waiting here for this?" Only Elder Wang Xiao and his associates were not taken aback. They were all too familiar with Gu Yun's modus operandi. However, Wang Xiao quickly interjected, "Esteemed master, I fear our treasury may not contain such a sum." At this revelation, Tang and Sun, who had been on edge, instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, to their surprise, Gu Yun chuckled. "No matter, let Elder Qin Feng issue an IOU in the name of our Demon Suppression Hall. Let us accrue this debt for now. Once we have dealt with these core disciples, we shall settle the account." Tang and Sun were left utterly bewildered by this statement. What good is a creditor when you've already executed them? In the world of noble families, killing comes with a price of 10,000 spirit stones. Are you suggesting that your killings are simply for free? In a state of sheer terror, they knelt before Gu Yun, pleading, "Master Gu, no, please reconsider. We are loyal servants of the immortal lord." Gu Yun merely smiled. "And what of it? You yourselves proclaimed that 10,000 spirit stones buy a life. According to your own rules, the immortal lord should have no objections, should he?" The two were on the verge of tears, fully aware that Gu Yun, the embodiment of a ruthless judge, would undoubtedly follow through on his threats. In the realm of life and death, should Gu Yun decree your demise, there would be no escaping it. Tang Chenyu hastily interjected, but we are scions of noble families. How can our lives be equated with those of lowly commoners?" Gu Yun nodded in agreement and remarked, "Indeed, I shall inscribe a bit more on the IOUs." Tang Chenyu was on the verge of tears. "No matter how much you write, it would be as good as if nothing were written at all. Furthermore, you have already taken their lives. What use is additional money?" Before he could utter another word, Gu Yun interjected, "Elder Wang, fetch me some paper and a pen. I shall draft 2 IOUs for these individuals and practice my skills." Wang Xiao promptly nodded, "Yes, master." At this moment, Tang Chenyu and Sun Liang were genuinely alarmed. They bowed their heads fervently, exclaiming, "Master Gu, as the enforcer of our sect, you cannot act recklessly. According to our regulations, you are not permitted to kill at will." Meanwhile, the bewildered Li Yun suddenly came to a realization. His previously numb and rigid expression began to show a flicker of vitality. As he looked at Gu Yun again, there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. It turned out that Master Gu was indeed a good person. Curious, Gu Yun inquired, "So, Is there not a rule in the sect's regulations that allows one to buy a life for 10,000 spirit stones? The two shook their heads vehemently. Absolutely not. 10,000 spirit stones are merely a trifle. How could they possibly buy a human life? Guyan chuckled softly and responded, since such a rule does not exist. I can certainly impose one now. The two were nearly in tears, hastily pleading, that cannot be. Our Tianyan Sect is a righteous sect. How can we so brazenly trample upon the sanctity of life? The disciples will not agree, nor will our ancestors. Guyan nodded thoughtfully and said, what you say holds merit. Upon hearing this, the two finally sighed in relief, collapsing weakly to the ground. It was then that they realized their backs were already drenched in sweat. However, before they could celebrate their reprieve, a resounding bang echoed as Guyan slammed his hand down on the table, his voice icy and furious. Since you wish to adhere to the sect's regulations, I shall conduct matters with due formality, betraying fellow disciples, callously disregarding life. According to the Tianyan Sect's laws, the punishment shall be severe, skinning alive, crushing bones, scattering ashes, and ensuring the souls never reincarnate. Where are the guards of the demon's subduing hall? Seize them. The guards, who had long been eager to act, immediately let out a unified roar. Yes, without delay, they rushed forward to apprehend the two. At this point, the two were utterly frantic. Damn it. No matter how we twist and turn, it always leads to death. Realizing their dire predicament, they abandoned any hope of survival. If death was inevitable, they might as well fight for a chance at life. With that thought, they pressed their bodies to the ground and shouted in unison, Master Gu, spare us. We did not commit the murders, nor did we tarnish their lives. It was all the doing of those two celestial beings. Guyan sneered coldly. Rest assured, once I have dealt with you, I shall pursue them. None shall escape. Chapter 130. Confrontation with the celestial beings. Before Sun and Tang could exchange further words, a flash of cold light swept through. With a thud, both fell to the ground, lifeless in a pool of blood. Guyan then smirked coldly, addressing the crowd. I shall fetch the others. The members of the Demon Suppression Hall immediately nodded in agreement. Wang Xiao, however, appeared apprehensive and stepped forward to whisper, Hallmaster, those two seem to hail from the celestial domain. Since ancient times, the celestial domain has been shrouded in mystery, with formidable powers and terrifying influences. I advise you to proceed with caution and not act recklessly. Guyan responded with a nonchalant smile, saying, if the law is only enforced upon the weak while the strong are treated differently, what distinction is there between law and mere wind? With that, he chose not to elaborate further, leading the group swiftly towards the dwelling of the two celestial beings. At that moment, the Sun family and various other esteemed families had gathered, their elite members surrounding the two celestial beings like loyal hounds, eager to curry favor. The celestial beings were incensed, remarking that those lowly peasants were merely ignorant country girls, lacking both insight and gratitude, thus daring to offend them. Indeed, to be in the presence of the celestial beings was a fortune cultivated over generations, yet that girl had the audacity to resist. Such ungrateful wretches deserved to perish. The death of an ordinary disciple was, in the eyes of these noble families, utterly insignificant, akin to the demise of a mere pest. Who would care? The two black-clad celestial beings were also furious. Why? Though these powerful families from the lower realms had submitted to them, a few common background female disciples dared to disregard them. They truly deserved to die. However, as celestial beings who had already dealt with the matter, they found no need to pursue it further. The inner celestial being spoke coldly. Enough. Since they lack understanding, I do not wish to stoop to their level. Find some more agreeable female disciples. Upon hearing this, the elite members of several noble families immediately offered their flattery, affirming they would act according to the celestial beings' wishes. The celestial beings were indeed magnanimous. Yet, just as the flattery resounded, a powerful and domineering aura shattered the barrier of the dwelling. Several figures surged in. The assembled crowd was taken aback. Who dared to intrude so boldly upon the abode of the celestial beings? As they looked up, they immediately recognized the guards of the Demon Suppression Hall. A cold command rang out. Cooperate with the Demon Suppression Hall. Following this, Guyan and a dozen or so guards of the Demon Suppression Hall made their appearance. The elite families were startled, yet soon their excitement bubbled forth. Guyan had come to them willingly. For days, they had pondered how to use the two celestial beings from the celestial domain to eliminate Guyan. Unexpectedly, Today Gu Yun arrived at their doorstep seeking death. They were filled with excitement. With the intervention of the two celestial lords, Gu Yun was sure to perish. Consequently, a master from a prominent family rose to incite the situation, admonishing, "Gu Master, what are you doing? Do you realize where you are?" Gu Yun merely smiled lightly, turning to the speaker and replied, "Of course, I am aware that this is the domain of my Tianyan Sect. Is there an issue?" The man felt a shiver run down his spine under Gu Yun's gaze, instinctively sensing fear. However, upon glancing at the two composed celestial lords beside him, he immediately regained his confidence. Taking a deep breath, he rebuked, "Impudence! This is the residence of two celestial lords of the heavenly domain. How dare you intrude upon the abode of the celestial lords and disturb them? What punishment do you deserve?" At this moment, Nei Gu and Nei He also turned their attention to Gu Yun, unable to suppress their shock and surprise. Since their arrival in the lower realm, no one had dared to confront them, except for those who, like them, hailed from the heavenly domain. Who was this young man who had barged in so suddenly, exuding such a menacing aura? Yet, upon realizing that Gu Yun had only reached the pinnacle of the second tribulation stage, they both secretly exhaled in relief. He was not a formidable opponent. It was not a significant concern, although their actual strength was merely at the first tribulation stage. They possessed the imposing aura of the third tribulation stage. Merely by relying on their presence, they could intimidate this individual before them. With this thought, disdain and indifference gradually surfaced in their eyes. Gu Yun observed the two so-called celestial lords, and the more he looked, the more familiar they appeared. In his previous life, in the realm he inhabited, this species was referred to as Kunlun slaves. They did not even qualify as human. At best, they were merely sentient livestock. How had they arrived here and transformed into what they claimed to be celestial lords? He could not help but chuckle. The families of Tianyan Sect had grown accustomed to being subservient to the heavenly domain, assuming that anyone who came from there was a formidable figure. Even though they were aware that these two Kunlun slaves were inferior to the ancestors backing them, they still treated them like deities. Unbeknownst to them, the figures they sought to revere as fathers were regarded as lesser than dogs in the eyes of those in the heavenly domain who fancied themselves divine. It was truly both pitiful and laughable. Gu Yun could not suppress a cold laugh as he spoke. "Since you have entered the domain of my Tianyan Sect, all matters will be conducted according to our rules. I care not whether you are celestial lords or divine lords." With that, Gu Yun turned to the two Kunlun slaves and said with a smile, "I am a master of the Demon Suppression Hall of Tianyan Sect. I have just received a report stating that you have committed heinous acts against one of our female disciples. Is there any truth to this?" Nei Gu and Nei He also laughed mockingly. "She was merely an ordinary female disciple. Her death is inconsequential to you. Youngster, do you understand what you are doing? If you wish to avoid death, you should leave now while we have not yet lost our temper." Gu Yun smiled. "So, it seems you are indeed admitting to your guilt? This simplifies matters. According to the laws of my heavenly transformation sect, one must pay with their life for murder. However, given the severity of your offenses, your punishment shall be even more dire. Not only must you perish, but your body shall be torn asunder." Nej's eyes narrowed in fury. How dare a mere practitioner of the second tribulation realm act with such insolence? Those esteemed ancestors of the noble families treat them with utmost respect. This is intolerable. Nej growled, and in an instant, the overwhelming aura of a peak third tribulation realm wielder was unleashed. The world around them transformed. The air grew thick with tension. All the elite from the noble families were engulfed in terror. What a fearsome presence of a tribulation expert. Gu Yun, however, merely smirked and raised a hand. Suddenly, a golden array shimmered into existence in the air. It was the demon sealing array. The noble experts were on high alert. If the powers of these two celestial beings were suppressed by the array, they would not stand a chance against Gu Yun. Yet in the next moment, they were left dumbfounded. The demon sealing array appeared to have no effect on them. The aura of the third tribulation realm remained undiminished. It is worth noting that previously, the disciples of the Divine Fire sect had managed to dismantle a demon sealing array, yet now, with the array reactivated, it still had the capacity to suppress powerful tribulation experts to the second tribulation realm. Witnessing this, the noble experts were filled with exhilaration. The failure of the demon sealing array meant Gu Yun was doomed. The members of the Demon Suppression Hall were equally perplexed and alarmed. What was happening? Why had the demon sealing array failed to work? Even Gu Yun could not suppress his curiosity, promptly activating his Haoshan chaos eyes. Upon gazing once more at the so-called celestial beings, Gu Yun immediately discerned the anomaly. The intensity of their soul flames was merely that of the first tribulation realm. No wonder the demon-sealing array had no effect on them. It turned out they were nothing but weaklings, regardless of the formidable aura they projected. Their true essence was that of the first tribulation realm. Gu Yun could not help but chuckle. These two celestial beings were nothing but frauds. Nevertheless, the noble experts present held them in unwavering belief. Seeing the ineffectiveness of the demon-sealing array against the celestial beings, they collectively erupted in excitement. Gu Yun, there are heights beyond heights, and people beyond people. Do not presume that a mere demon-sealing array grants you unfettered power. Now that you face true masters, you must be utterly bewildered. To offend celestial beings, it seems you truly do not comprehend the meaning of death. Celestial beings, this youth is excessively arrogant. I implore you to take action and teach him a lesson. Indeed, celestial beings, this youth has been rampant within the heavenly transformation sect, bullying the weak. Please, celestial beings, act on our behalf. Nej and his companion were brimming with pride. Observing that Gu Yun remained silent, they assumed he was rendered speechless by their intimidation. With a disdainful huff, they arrogantly proclaimed, "Young man, your rudeness is intolerable. According to my nature, you should undoubtedly meet your demise today. However, today, in a rare moment of goodwill, I, the esteemed immortal sovereign, am willing to grant you a chance to preserve your life. Especially since this transpires within the confines of your Tianyan Sect. If you kneel before me and offer a sincere apology, accompanied by a gift that meets my satisfaction, I shall consider this matter resolved." Naturally, he cannot resort to violence, for revealing his strength would be unwise. Yet, the members of the aristocratic families fail to comprehend this. They are bewildered. After all, they have finally seized an opportunity to deal with Gu Yun. Why does the immortal sovereign not act directly? Immortal sovereign, why waste words on him? Just someone could not restrain themselves from speaking. However, Nej immediately shot them a furious glare. How I conduct my affairs is not for you to question. The speaker immediately recoiled, trembling with fear. Subsequently, he forced a smile and said, No, I did not mean that. I merely wished to express that the immortal sovereign is exceedingly merciful. Upon finishing, he glared at Gu Yun, scolding, "Gu Yun, hasten to kneel and apologize to the immortal sovereign. While he is in good spirits, you must act quickly, lest your life be forfeit." He, emboldened by his connections, sought to unleash his long-simmering malice upon Gu Yun. Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, he noticed Gu Yun gazing at him with an expression of serene calm. He immediately came to his senses. How could he, a mere mortal, speak so arrogantly to the god of slaughter? Nevertheless, contemplating that the sealing array was now ineffective, Gu Yun likely would not dare to retaliate against him. Thus, he gained a measure of confidence. Observing someone daring to shout at Gu Yun without any response from Gu Yun emboldened others as well. They harbored a deep-seated fear and loathing towards Gu Yun. Finally, an opportunity to overpower him had arisen, and the pent-up emotions of the crowd erupted. "Gu Yun, kneel before the immortal sovereign at once. You a lowly wretch. Truly believe that becoming the lord of the demon suppression hall grants you impunity? Today, you shall see that in our eyes, you are nothing but a rabid dog." The curses grew louder and more venomous. Wang Xiao and the others from the demon suppression hall gritted their teeth, seething with rage. Yet, they dared not act on their own, instinctively looking to Gu Yun for guidance. With the sealing array rendered ineffective, what would the Lord do now? However, they soon observed that Gu Yun's expression bore neither worry nor anger. Instead, he wore a light smile. At that moment, the most vociferous critic from the aristocratic families, a master from the Sun clan, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Yun, his eyes wide with fury. "Gu Yun, have you gone deaf? Kneel this instant." As he spoke, he advanced, seemingly intent on forcibly pinning Gu Yun to the ground. Yet, as he took a single step forward, boom, his entire being erupted into a mist of blood. Silence. In an instant, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, at Gu Yun. How dare he take action? Is he truly unafraid of the two celestial lords? With a sinister grin that belied his restraint, Gu Yun's shoulders trembled slightly. He surveyed the crowd with a hint of madness, declaring, "I must admit, I relish your audacity. After all, I am a benevolent person. If you were not so arrogant, I might hesitate to eliminate you." In an instant, The members of the clan felt a chill run down their spines. A madman. He is nothing but a lunatic. The sealing array proved ineffective, and yet Gu Yun dared to act so recklessly in the presence of the Celestial Lords. Fear gripped the clan members, who quickly turned to the Celestial Lords, pleading, "Lords, this Gu Yun has succumbed to madness. He shows no regard for your authority. We implore you to take swift action against this fiend." The Nei Gu brothers furrowed their brows, reluctant to reveal their true prowess or provoke such a deranged individual. However, if they remained passive, their status as Celestial Lords would soon become untenable. Filled with rage, Nei Gu exclaimed, "Unbridled disrespect. Young man, do you truly wish to compel me to intervene?" With that, his aura intensified, hinting at a power that surpassed even the third stage of tribulation. The crowd rejoiced. The Celestial Lord was finally prepared to act. Yet, in the next moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Those who had called for the Celestial Lords to eliminate Gu Yun were instantly reduced to mere dust. Gu Yun's excitement surged as he beamed at the Celestial Lords, relishing the unfolding drama while withholding his true intentions. He then remarked, "What you may not know, esteemed lords, is that according to the regulations of the Tianyan Sect, the master of the demon suppression hall must not be insulted. Those individuals who spoke disrespectfully towards me have committed an unforgivable offense. As the highest enforcer of the Tianyan Sect, I am obliged to uphold these rules. Thus, I had no choice but to act, though it was never my intention to offend either of you." The Nei Gu brothers were left perplexed. If Gu Yun feared them, he would not be so brazenly murderous before them. Conversely, if he did not fear them, how could he provide such an explanation? What was his true aim? Taking a deep breath, Nei Gu recognized that if they could not protect the elite members of the clan, their own reputations would soon be compromised. Reluctantly, he exchanged a glance with his brother, deciding they must act together. United, along with their unique abilities, they should be capable of dealing with Gu Yun. With a cold snort, Nei Gu shouted, "How dare you? It is clear you do not regard me at all." With that, the two unleashed a more formidable aura, a powerful force surging towards Gu Yun. In response, Gu Yun offered a playful smile. Boom! He struck forth with equal force, landing a blow squarely upon Nei's chest. Nei's eyes widened in shock as excruciating pain radiated from his chest. However, this slight injury is far from fatal. He gritted his teeth, resolutely suppressing any signs of discomfort. Calmly, he remarked, "Humph, with such meager skills, you dare to act arrogantly before me?" Witnessing the scene, the members of the aristocratic families erupted with excitement. Indeed, the Celestial Domain's immortal sovereign is formidable. Chapter 132, à terrifier Nyoha. Truly worthy of the title. The immortal sovereign withstood Gu Yun's palm without a scratch. Ha! Gu Yun is destined to meet his end today. Immortal sovereign, display your might and vanquish this vile Gu Yun. The experts from the aristocratic families reached a fever pitch. Although the internal injury inflicted by Gu Yun caused some pain, Nej wore a proud expression. He believed that Gu Yun would surely be intimidated this time. He spoke nonchalantly, "Mortal kneel. I shall grant you the opportunity to submit to me, recognizing your slight prowess." Upon hearing this, the faces of the aristocrats changed dramatically. What would they do if Gu Yun submitted to the immortal sovereign? They hurriedly interjected, "Immortal sovereign, no. This man has succumbed to madness. Keeping him is akin to harboring a calamity. Immortal sovereign, Gu Yun must not be spared." Nej, filled with indignation, immediately retorted, "Does my authority require your explanation?" He cursed inwardly. If I could eliminate this scoundrel, would I need to engage in such trivial discourse? The crowd fell silent, intimidated into inaction. Meanwhile, Gu Yun feigned surprise and confusion, murmuring to himself, "This shouldn't be. How can my strike yield no effect?" Nej sneered and arrogantly declared, "I am the Celestial Domain's immortal sovereign. Your tricks are no match for me." Before he could finish, Gu Yun continued to mutter, "Could it be that I didn't exert enough force earlier?" With that, Gu Yun unleashed another strike. This time, the force of his palm was exponentially more terrifying. Nej's eyes widened in shock. "Damn, this brat is playing me." Bang! Another palm struck solidly against Nej's chest, causing him to instinctively step back. His expression darkened instantly. Of course, since he was already dark-skinned, others did not notice the change. The onlookers from the aristocratic families collectively held their breath in apprehension. However, after a moment, seeing that he was still unscathed, they became excited once more. The immortal sovereign remains unharmed. The immortal sovereign is magnificent. Guyan, did you see? Your abilities cannot even graze the immortal sovereign. Even if you unleashed 1,000 strikes, the immortal sovereign would remain unperturbed. Guyan feigned shock. Impressive indeed. However, I still wish to test the limits of my strength. With that, he raised his palm once more. Upon witnessing this, Nej finally panicked. His lack of movement did not imply that he was unscathed. Guyan's earlier strike had rattled his internal organs, leaving him severely injured. Had he not endured with great fortitude, the blood would have long since gushed forth from his lips. Observing that Guyan was still intent on taking action, he hastily raised his hand and spoke with urgency. There is no need for that. Upon careful reflection, I acknowledge my own missteps today. Let us conclude matters here for now. In due time, I shall personally visit the esteemed demon suppression hall of your sect to offer my apologies. Witnessing his complete change in attitude, the members of the noble families were left in a state of shock, particularly as they noted the blood spilling from his mouth, indicative of severe injury. Stunned, they instinctively inquired, "Immortal Sovereign, are you injured?" Nej, still attempting to maintain his bravado, retorted indignantly, "Injured? I merely have a slight case of heat, resulting in some gum bleeding." The audacity! Gum bleeding, is that all? The front of this immortal sovereign's robe was soaked in crimson. Guyan, too, erupted into a cold laugh. To claim he would confess another day? Surely they were merely seeking an excuse to flee. I care not for your so-called heavenly domain, immortal sovereigns. Before the laws of my Tianyan Sect, all are equal. Having taken a life, one must repay it with their own. With those words, the two brothers, Nej, ceased their pretense. Gritting their teeth, they coldly declared, "Guyan, do you truly believe we are powerless against you? Let me enlighten you. We simply do not wish to waste our resources on someone as insignificant as you. Otherwise, it would not be just you. Your entire Tianyan Sect would be reduced to ruins. The terror of the heavenly domain is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like yourself." The members of the four noble families, who had previously lost hope in these two immortal sovereigns, suddenly found renewed vigor. Did they possess a hidden trump card? However, Guyan merely scoffed dismissively, speaking with indifference. "Oh, is that so? Then allow me to witness the extent of your capabilities." The Nej brothers gritted their teeth. It seemed they could no longer avoid revealing their ultimate trump card today. They exchanged glances, both nodding in silent agreement. In the next moment, a radiant aura emanated from their bodies. Boom! Two terrifying forces surged skyward. Instantly, not only were those present rendered speechless, but even the ancestors of the Tianyan Sect hiding in the shadows, along with countless elder-level experts throughout the eastern continent, were utterly astonished. What power was this? Peak tribulation realm, half-step quasi-saint. How could such formidable figures exist in the eastern continent? Could it be that quasi-saints were involved in this contest for the auspicious Golden Dragon? As various factions speculated and conjectured, the Nej brothers seethed with hatred for Guyan. After all, utilizing this technique severely drained their life force. Each use inflicted considerable harm upon them. "Mortal, your ignorance has thoroughly enraged me. I shall not only take your life, but also obliterate this place. I will teach you that an immortal sovereign must not be insulted." Witnessing this scene, the experts from the noble families were utterly terrified, their souls fleeing in disarray. They fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, exclaiming, "Esteemed immortal, spare us. Guyan has obtained your favor, but we have not." Indeed, they continued to beseech, "Great immortal, please, only take Guyan's life and spare our humble existences. We still hold value for you." However, the architect of this chaos, Guyan, remained remarkably composed. He discerned that although the two individuals before him had unleashed an unprecedented aura, the strength of their souls remained unchanged. In fact, to maintain such a terrifying presence, they were incessantly burning their own soul essence. Thus, while they were risking their lives, they were merely posturing. Guyan, growing weary of the charade, casually dug at his ear, his patience waning. He had anticipated facing formidable opponents, but was instead met with mere charlatans. With a sudden motion, he raised his hand. The two who had been so audacious moments before were instantly sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths, their bodies shattered. The onlookers from the noble families were left in a state of shock. What was happening? Was Guyan truly powerful enough to obliterate those at the pinnacle of the tribulation? Observing those kneeling before him, Guyan chuckled coldly. "Gentlemen, I am aware of your cowardice, but must you kneel before everything? I have heard that these individuals are known as Kunlun slaves, servants of the celestial domain's divine race. Their status even lower than that of a dog in the celestial domain. Are you so disgraceful as to kneel before them? Upon hearing this, the noble families were left bewildered. What? These two were not truly of the celestial domain's divine race. They had been deceived. Realizing this, anger surged within them. Damn it. So they're mere frauds? No wonder those two scoundrels hesitated to act against Gu Yun. It turns out they lacked the ability. As the crowd seethed with rage, Gu Yun merely laughed. Ah, so you intended to use them to eliminate me. Plotting against the master of the Demon Suppression Palace is tantamount to treason. Gentlemen, this is a grave offense punishable by death. The members of the noble families widened their eyes in disbelief, about to protest. Yet, Gu Yun did not afford them the opportunity. With a resounding strike, he unleashed a wave of blood mist. The once serene paradise was now drenched in a horrific stench of blood. Even the members of the Demon Suppression Palace gasped in shock. Truly, the master was formidable. When he made his move, it was as if the King of Hell had marked his targets for death. Nevertheless, the ones falling were not worth mourning. Waving his hand to disperse the crimson fog surrounding him, Gu Yun spoke indifferently. Let us cleanse this place. It reeks. Such a blessed land should not be sullied by creatures beneath, even swine and dogs. After the cleaning, it was temporarily sealed, to be rewarded in the future to those who have contributed to the sect. The members of the Demon Suppression Hall nodded in agreement. Gu Yun, with his hands clasped behind him, departed shortly thereafter. Simultaneously, within his mind, the Merit Monument displayed the following. Slaying the extraterrestrial demons. Merits immeasurable. Reward, 100,000 merits. Reward, a secret of the Fortune Golden Dragon. Eliminating the sect's traitors. Merits as high as mountains. Reward, 10,000 merits. Gu Yun raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that the transgressions of these individuals from the celestial domain were so profound. Merely eliminating 2 Kunlun slaves yielded such substantial merit rewards. If he were to vanquish a few of those who claimed to be divine, would the merits not be even greater? Gu Yun's spirit was invigorated. Presently, the eastern continent was bustling with excitement, fueled by rumors of a Fortune Golden Dragon destined to descend there. If he could capture such a dragon, it would bring endless fortune to him, his family, and his sect, ensuring prosperity for a millennium. This temptation stirred not only the major sects of the eastern continent, but even the sacred lands and celestial sects, with some of them actively participating. It was possible that even individuals from the celestial domain were involved. With this thought, Gu Yun could not suppress a smile. Merits. An abundance of merits. Initially, he had little interest in the so-called Fortune Golden Dragon, but now his curiosity was piqued. Meanwhile, at the moment of the 2 black celestial lords' demise, the ancestral elders of the aristocratic families felt their resolve nearly shatter. How outrageous! Gu Yun truly acted without restraint, daring to slay anyone. He asserted that those from the celestial domain would be obliterated, and indeed they were. Even though Gu Yun's cultivation was still beneath theirs, these elders broke out in a cold sweat. If this young man were allowed to continue his growth, would there be a future for them? Beside the Zhao family elder, Zhao Wuja sensed the dissipating aura of the 2 celestial lords, along with the demise of the masters sent by the Zhao family to serve them. He could not help but feel a chill of fear. Gu Yun, daring to kill even celestial lords? How could he be so audacious? Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, his emotions surging as he turned anxiously to his elder. Elder, we can no longer delay. Given Gu Yun's rapid growth, we must find a way to eliminate him now. Otherwise, in 6 months, who knows what level he could reach. Currently, you and the elders of the Yi and Tang families must join forces to ensure we have a chance to kill him. The Zhao family elder's expression shifted between dark and light. He scoffed, but if to kill one Gu Yun, it cost me my strength, then the Zhao family would also meet its end. Do you think the Yi family and others do not covet exclusive control over the Tianyan Sect? Zhao Wuja was taken aback at first, but soon felt a sense of helplessness. At such a critical time, they were still filled with suspicion and caution towards each other. Could they not unite to confront Gu Yun? When Gu Yun truly matures, none shall survive. Does the ancestor not comprehend this principle? The elder of the Zhao family inhaled deeply, then spoke slowly. In truth, our Zhao family has little enmity with Gu Yun. From this day forth, we shall act in accordance with Gu Yun's wishes, seeking ways to cultivate a rapport and ease our relationship with him. Should Gu Yun be willing, the Zhao family would gladly acknowledge him as the master of Tianyan. Zhao Wuja was taken aback, incredulously gazing at the elder, instinctively exclaiming, "Ancestor, have you lost your mind?" Gu Yun clearly seeks to eradicate the aristocratic families. Peaceful coexistence with him is utterly impossible. The elder of the Zhao family chuckled coldly, confidently asserting, "Wuja, you overthink matters. The notions of fairness, of the common folk, and of ordinary disciples are merely slogans. Once we truly seize control of the situation, Tianyan Sect will simply become another family under the Gu surname, and nothing will change. Haven't we all experienced this ourselves? What makes Gu Yin any different?" Zhao Wuja widened his eyes, wanting to speak, but finding himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally murmured, "If everyone is the same, then what of our founder?" The elder of the Zhao family paused, then glared at Zhao Wuja in anger, growling, "The founder is dead. There can never be another like him in this world. This matter shall proceed as I have stated. Furthermore, I merely intend for you to feign closeness with him. It is not a complete capitulation. Should the opportunity arise to eliminate Gu Yun, it would be most advantageous. This is what is known as hedging your bets. Do you not understand?" At that moment, Zhao Wuji's heart was filled with profound sorrow. As the leader of the Tianyan Sect for centuries, he was acutely aware of what it meant to hedge one's bets. Yet, he now deeply realized that all the founder's words were indeed correct. The aristocrats, believing themselves clever, are in fact the most foolish. Struggle is not a matter of hospitality. It yields only life or death. One must never harbor delusions or hopes. Just as despair began to envelop his heart, the elder of the Zhao family spoke once more. "At present, there is a matter of greater importance than the elimination of Gu Yun. We must secure that auspicious golden dragon. Only then can we ensure the Zhao family's prosperity for millennia." Zhao Wuja snapped back to reality, unable to suppress a bitter smile. "Ancestor, what chance do we have against not only the forces of the Eastern continent, but also the sacred lands and immortal sects that are vying for that auspicious golden dragon? If they send participants, what opportunity remains for our Zhao family?" The elder of the Zhao family scoffed. "Wuja, you are too naive and far too obstinate. Who said I intend to claim that auspicious golden dragon for ourselves? If we can capture it and present it to the Xinjiang immortal sect, our Zhao family will supplant the Yi family and become the true helm of the Tianyan Sect. Thus, our Zhao family shall continue to thrive." Zhao Wuji's entire being trembled. It became evident that the elder's intentions were of this nature. He pondered for a moment and deemed the decision of the ancestral elder to be indeed astute. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "However, relying solely on my Zhao family as descendants, I fear." The elder of the Zhao clan chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, "With so many ordinary disciples in the Tianyan Sect, let them exert themselves in the competition. My Zhao family need only reap the rewards." Zhao Wuji nodded in acknowledgement and promptly stated, "Indeed, Wuji understands what must be done." Meanwhile, on the vast peak, within a secret chamber, Lung Rushuan slowly opened her eyes. Suddenly, the skies darkened, and thunderclouds began to swirl ominously. Both the elders of the noble families and Gu Yun gazed in astonishment towards the Miao Peak. Transcending tribulation realm. How could someone of Lung Rushuan's humble origins manage to cultivate to such a level on her own? At merely a few hundred years of age, she was capable of transcending tribulation. Quite remarkable indeed. "Ha! Master, have you also reached the transcending tribulation realm?" Chapter 134. The Heart Demon. Countless thunderbolts descended as if to obliterate the heavens and bring forth the apocalypse. Within this tempest, Lung Rushuan endured immense suffering, as if her entire being were besieged by countless biting insects, and her spirit crushed beneath an insurmountable weight. She gritted her teeth, striving to persevere. Only by overcoming this trial could she secure her place in the 9 provinces. Just as she was on the verge of collapse, the tribulation concluded. Exhaling deeply, Lung Rushuan felt her body relax and then collapsed onto the ground. Yet her face was alight with exhilaration. "I have succeeded. Is this truly the transcending tribulation realm?" Supporting herself weakly with one hand, she felt a surge of formidable power erupt within her. It seemed as though the entire world was at her command. However, in the midst of her elation, a sudden constriction in her chest caused her to spew forth a mouthful of blood. A flicker of agitation coursed through her heart. A heart demon? How could I possibly have a heart demon? Lung Rushuan was filled with dread. She hastily rose and seated herself cross-legged, attempting to regulate her breath. Although she had successfully transcended tribulation and entered this new realm, If she could not vanquish the heart demon, her future cultivation would inevitably falter. Upon careful introspection, she quickly discerned the visage of her heart demon. Guyun, it was that rebellious disciple. Slowly opening her eyes, a glint of murderous intent filled her gaze. That traitorous disciple had not only thwarted her endeavors time and again, but had now become the very heart demon she contended with. Very well. Now that I have achieved the transcending tribulation realm, the first task upon my emergence shall be to slay my disciple and pave my path to enlightenment. Little did she know what had transpired outside during her seclusion. With a cold snort, she rose and left the confines of her secluded chamber. Simultaneously, in the demon suppression hall, Guyun withdrew his focus and smiled calmly. He paid little heed to a master who had just succeeded in transcending tribulation as he too began to elevate his cultivation. With a sudden surge, the vast accumulation of merit was expended in one breath. Boom! At the pinnacle of the fourth realm of tribulation, success was achieved. Guyun nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention to the rewards from the Merit Stele, specifically regarding the enigmatic Fortune Golden Dragon. As he delved deeper into the mysteries of the Fortune Golden Dragon, his brows knitted tighter with concern. Ah, so this is how the Fortune Golden Dragon is formed. The Sacred Land and the Immortal Sect? Indeed, they are but a den of evildoers. At that moment, a figure hurriedly entered from outside. Guyun regained his focus and looked up to find it was Elder Qin Feng. The expression on Qin Feng's face was grave, indicating that he bore ill tidings. After a brief pause, Qin Feng approached Guyun, clasped his hands in salute, and spoke. Master of the Hall, news has arrived from the Tianyan Sacred Land, commanding all sects in the Eastern Continent to assist the Dangod Hall in apprehending the demonic infiltrator, Luo Xiu. The Tianyan Sacred Land? Guyun's brow furrowed slightly. This was the leading force of the righteous path in the Eastern Continent and the only sacred entity therein. Where there is a sacred land, there must exist formidable beings of the quasi-saint realm. Once upon a time, the Tianyan Sect also held sacred status. Indeed, the founder of Tianyan had even reached the pinnacle of sainthood, with hopes of ascending to the legendary imperial realm. However, fate took a cruel turn when the founder succumbed to madness during a secluded retreat. Not only was his foundation damaged, but his cultivation stagnated, and his destiny was severely diminished. Following the founder's demise, the Tianyan Sect rapidly declined, transforming from a sacred power to an ordinary sect in just a few centuries. Gradually, the Eastern Continent fell under the control of the Tianyan Sacred Land from the Central Continent. The Tianyan Sacred Land has always prided itself on being the leader of the righteous path in the Eastern Continent, dedicating itself to the cause. Yet since their arrival, the forces of evil have not only persisted but thrived, growing more powerful. Noticing Qin Feng's hesitance, Guyun instinctively sensed that there was more to this matter. Thus, he inquired, Elder Qin, what are your thoughts on this situation? Qin Feng's brow furrowed deeply, his expression fluctuating between light and shadow, but ultimately, he gazed resolutely at Guyun and replied, Master of the Hall, I believe that Luo Xiu could never be a demonic infiltrator. He was originally one of our own from the Tianyan Sect, and I know his character well. Curiosity stirred within Guyun, prompting him to gesture for Qin Feng to take a seat as he said, Please elaborate on the origins of this so-called demonic infiltrator according to the Tianyan Sacred Land. Qin Feng nodded and settled beside Guyun. Luo Xiu was originally from the Luo family of our Tianyan Sect. Though the Luo family is a prominent lineage, they differ from others in that they have consistently adhered to the founder's principles and upheld the sect's rules, treating all equally. However, this very integrity has left them without influence within the sect, often facing exclusion from other families. A century ago, the last patriarch of the Luo family, who had reached the Mahayana realm, fell, leading to the family's complete decline. The remaining descendants of the Luo family have faced increasingly dire circumstances, with many encountering untimely deaths within just a few years. Guyun poured a cup of tea for Qin Feng and pushed it toward him. Upon hearing these words, he paused momentarily before turning to Qin Feng and inquiring, Has the Luo family dared to encroach upon the interests of those noble clans? Qin Feng nodded solemnly in response. Indeed, even during the existence of the Luo family, they consistently opposed the privatization of alchemical techniques. They were masters of alchemy themselves, yet they welcomed many common disciples, embodying the principle of education without discrimination. Anyone willing to learn the art of alchemy, regardless of their background or status, was taught. Furthermore, They not only imparted skills, but also instilled the philosophies of their ancestors, ensuring that all disciples of the Luo family upheld righteousness and harbored a deep-seated aversion to evil. Guyan let out a cold laugh, suddenly comprehending the situation. The privatization of alchemical techniques meant that all medicinal concoctions would be monopolized by the noble families. A highly lucrative enterprise. The actions of the Luo family were a direct threat to the financial lifelines of other clans. However, what those families feared even more was the undying legacy of their ancestors. The physical demise of the body did not equate to true death. As long as the thoughts and philosophies persisted, the ancestors would endure eternally. As Qin Feng spoke of the Luo family, a look of sorrow and regret crossed his face. Luo Xiu, a junior of the Luo family, possessed extraordinary talent in alchemy. Under the influence of the family's strict codes, he had always been a person of integrity and purity. Witnessing the misfortunes befalling the Luo family, the elders had surreptitiously sent Luo Xiu away from the sect to preserve their legacy. After that, no one knew of his whereabouts. To his surprise, he now learned that Luo Xiu had become an undercover agent for the demonic path. Guyan squinted, his expression calm as he spoke slowly. Elder Qin, one must refrain from allowing emotions to cloud judgment or forming conclusions prematurely. After all these years, it is possible that the Luo Xiu you once knew may no longer be the same individual. Do not hastily draw conclusions. As I have stated, without investigation, one cannot claim authority to speak. Qin Feng was taken aback, then raised his head to meet Guyan's gaze, feeling a sense of shame as he admitted. I was in the wrong. Guyan did not reproach him, but simply replied, let us first locate Luo Xiu. Qin Feng nodded in agreement and continued. In a few days, it will be the day of ancestral worship for the Luo family. Perhaps Luo Xiu will return to Tianyan Sect. Chapter 135. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Guyan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, a formidable aura from the crossing tribulation realm approached from afar, heading towards the demon suppression hall. Guyan instinctively glanced outside, a slight smile gracing his lips. Has my master arrived? I did not expect him to care for me so deeply, making his first act upon leaving seclusion to visit me. Beside him, Qin Feng looked in astonishment towards the entrance. He was somewhat aware of the complexities between Guyan and his master. However, given that Guyan had just broken through to the crossing tribulation realm, he wondered what his master could possibly want. Guyan was currently capable of dealing with those at the third level of the crossing tribulation realm, since his master posed no immediate threat. He did not dwell on it. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he spoke up. Master, the ancestor of the Sun family has confessed to his crimes. He conspired with outsiders to harm you, akin to treason against the sect, and according to our rules, he must be executed. The remnants of the Sun family and their accomplices have been apprehended. However, the ancestral figure of the Sun family wields formidable power, and even I am unable to vanquish him. You see, Guyan chuckled lightly and spoke nonchalantly. It's a simple task, a matter of a single strike. I shall personally attend to it. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, stating, excellent. I shall prepare at once. With that, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, Lung Rushuan had already arrived above the demon suppression hall. Her visage was stern, and her eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Guyan, you ungrateful disciple. Relying on a fleeting opportunity, you have ascended to the great ascension realm and dare to disregard my authority. Because of you, I have even been tormented by inner demons. I could not eliminate you during my great ascension, but now that I have transcended, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death today, obliterating your inner turmoil. With this thought, Lung Rushuan's murderous intent intensified. She unleashed the might of the transcendence realm and bellowed, Guyan, your master has arrived. Why do you not come forth to kneel in greeting? Though her voice was not loud, it reverberated like thunder above the demon suppression hall. Simultaneously, the overwhelming aura of the transcendence realm fully expanded, pressing down upon all within. Instantly, numerous guards surged forth, yet upon seeing her, they frowned in confusion. Why would a nascent transcendence dare to cause trouble in our demon suppression hall? Could it be that her mind has been clouded during her ascension? Originally, Lung Rushuan was filled with pride. Now, having achieved transcendence, she stood among the pinnacle of the heavenly Yin Sect's power. Even the elders would show her some respect. From her humble beginnings as an ordinary disciple, she had faced countless hardships to arrive at her current stature, deserving of admiration from all. Yet, she could not fathom why these guards, whose cultivation did not even reach the Great Ascension, dared to point fingers at her, their disdain unmistakable. This only fueled her fury further. Just as she was about to unleash her wrath and teach these insolent juniors a lesson, a hearty laugh rang out. "Master, it has been a long time. I did not expect you to come to see me." Lung Rushuan immediately focused on the source of the voice, her heart sinking as she recognized her once promising disciple, Gu Yun, the very one who had caused her inner demons. With a mix of fury and irony, Lung Rushuan replied, "Indeed, my dear disciple, I too did not foresee that we would meet in such a manner. In a way, I am quite pleased to have raised such a remarkable apprentice. Therefore, even should I slay you, I shall grant you a swift end, not wishing to tarnish our master-disciple bond." At her words, everyone was taken aback. What? She intends to kill the Hall Master. Has she lost her mind? Guyan could not help but laugh at this absurdity. Observing his reaction, Lung Rushuan was once again left bewildered. With a hint of anger, she asked, "What are you laughing at?" Guyan then inquired, "Master, how long have you been in seclusion?" Cold as frost, she furrowed her brow. Unable to comprehend why Guyan had posed such a question, she fixed her gaze on him, remaining silent. Guyan, in turn, shook his head in helplessness. "The world has changed, Master. How can you still be so naive?" Cold as frost felt even more bewildered. At that moment, Qin Feng appeared beside Guyan, speaking slowly. "Master, the members of the Sun family have been brought to the execution ground. The time has come." Guyan nodded slightly. He then turned his attention to Cold as frost, saying, "Master, although you wish to kill me, you must wait a moment until I finish my business." With that, Guyan turned away, indifferent to his master. Cold as frost was taken aback. What? She was to wait? Did Guyan fear and seek a reason to escape? She snorted coldly. No one can save you today. You shall not escape." With that, she swiftly pursued Guyan. Moments later, she caught up with him at the execution ground of the Demon Suppression Palace. Before they reached the location, they heard a furious roar. "I am the ancestor of the Sun family from the Heavenly Transformation Sect. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me?" Cold as frost was stunned. What? The ancestor of the Sun family? She quickly sought the source of the voice, spotting an elderly man bound tightly, his hair disheveled and his body covered in blood, in a pitiful state. At that moment, the old man had descended into madness. However, the aura emanating from him signified he was indeed at the 5th stage of the tribulation. He truly was the ancestor of the Sun family. Cold as frost was utterly perplexed. How could the Demon Suppression Palace possibly capture the ancestor of the Sun family? Just as she was lost in thought, the ancestor continued to laugh maniacally. "Ha ha ha, Guyan, I know you cannot do anything to me, but you shall not kill me either. At the tribulation stage, tempered by the tribulation lightning, I harbor the laws of the heavenly path. Only those of the same or higher realm can kill me. You rely on the demon sealing grand array. While you may overpower me through brute force, what of it? You still cannot kill me. As long as I live, there lies the possibility of revenge. Just wait, Freiboom." Before he could finish his words, a terrifying sword intent surged forth. The ancestor of the Sun family showed no fear, continuing to laugh heartily. "Ha ha, if you could truly kill me. You have acted long ago and not waited until now." Yet he continued to laugh. The Sun family members, bound and kneeling beside him, began to wail. "Ancestor! Ancestor!" The ancestor of the Sun family snorted angrily and exclaimed, "What are you crying for? I'm not dead yet." No crying allowed. Silence. The Sun family members instantly turned pale, caught in a dilemma, neither crying nor remaining silent. At this moment, the elder of the Sun family sneered, "Guyan, if you have the courage, release me and forego the demon suppression array. Let's engage in battle for another 300 rounds." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the bindings on him vanish, his hands and feet free to move. The elder was taken aback. It seemed that Guyan, indeed, could not withstand verbal provocation and had truly released him. However, he had no intention of battling Guyan. With his newfound mobility, he turned to flee, determined to escape the Tianyan Sect first. Yet, at that very moment, it felt as though an invisible hand grasped him from behind, pulling him back with relentless force. Terrified, he glanced over his shoulder and beheld a resplendent golden flag shimmering with a spectrum of auspicious light. What? The 10,000 Souls banner? He looked down and realized, at some point, his body had been severed, lying lifeless in a pool of blood. He then turned to see Guyan wearing a smile, and panic fully enveloped the elder. "Gu, my lord, I may have spoken too passionately before, but I assure you, I can change. There must be some misunderstanding between us. Gu Yun chuckled lightly and then addressed the people of the Sun family. All right, it's time to weep. Chapter 136, The Envoy of the Holy Land. Ancestor. The Sun family members wailed in unison, their faces etched with terror and despair. Yet, whether their cries were for their elder or for others, none could discern. Witnessing this scene, Gu Yun felt a twinge of empathy. Truly, it is heart-wrenching. I have always been soft-hearted and cannot bear such partings. Elder Qin hastily nodded in agreement. The Sun family members, kneeling on the ground, cried out even louder. However, this cacophony did not persist for long. With a single strike, they comprehended the necessity of silence. To those in the Demon Suppression Hall, such events were commonplace. After all, they executed numerous individuals daily. Gu Yun's personal involvement was not unusual. Yet, some were still taken aback. Cold as frost, her eyes widened, lips slightly parted, her complexion drained of color. The elder of the Sun family was a formidable being of the 5th stage of tribulation. How could such a master be so effortlessly slain by Gu Yun? Even if it was unfathomable, the reality unfolded before her eyes. This could only imply one thing. Gu Yun's cultivation must surpass that of the 5th stage of tribulation. Contemplating this, she mechanically turned her head to gaze at Gu Yun. At that moment, the youth, whose face radiated warmth and joy akin to that of a friendly neighbor, appeared to her as a mysterious and sinister figure. Why? Why was this happening? Cold as frost could not fathom it. She cultivated to the realm of tribulation, exhausting countless resources, while fortune smiled upon her, granting her ceaseless opportunities, yet it took her a full century. Yet Gu Yun, merely a few months ago, was still at the great ascension stage. How did he suddenly surpass her? What manner of being is he? Are their cultivation systems even aligned? Just as she was engulfed in terror and confusion, Gu Yun appeared before her, extending his hand to grasp her frost-like wrist. As he walked forward, a spring-like smile graced his face as he said, "Master, look, those people just now wish to kill me, yet the outcome was quite the opposite. They all perish in my hands. Now, you two have come to me, declaring your intent to kill. You truly place me in a difficult position. If I treat you differently, I fear others may gossip, claiming I, the Lord of the Demon Suppression Hall, enforce the law unjustly." At this moment, Cold as frost was completely overwhelmed by Gu Yun's terrifying power. Her mind was a blank slate, consumed by a single thought. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? She had no idea how to respond to Gu Yun until a rope was suddenly tightened around her neck, jolting her awake. She turned in horror to the guard beside her and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Gu Yun immediately reassured her, "Master, do not be anxious. This is merely the procedure, and it will soon be over. Relax, take a deep breath." As she gazed at Gu Yun's smiling face, it sensed a chilling intent in his eyes. Cold as frost was rendered utterly fearful. Her inner demons grew stronger amidst her anger and terror. However, her cultivation was firmly suppressed, rendering her powerless. Nearby, the corpse of the ancestor of the Sun family stared at her unblinkingly, plunging her into despair. "Gu Yun, it was my fault before. For the sake of our long-standing master-disciple bond." Gu Yun chuckled, swiftly interjecting, "Master, for the sake of our many years together, I assure you, I will ensure your departure is most comfortable." Cold as frost widened her eyes, her jaw clenched tightly. With a fierce glare, she declared, "Gu Yun, do you truly wish for us to engage in a deadly struggle? Very well, from this moment forth, I vow to pursue you to the bitter end." Gu Yun smiled in response. "Master, since we will be locked in a life and death struggle, you are about to meet your end. Why waste words?" With that, his countenance shifted, and a glimmer of cold light coalesced in his hand. With a swift motion, the blade of malevolent light flashed. Cold as frost's body fell asunder, lifeless in a pool of blood. Yet, Gu Yun soon sensed something amiss. Only a trace of soul? This was merely a fragment of Cold as frost's avatar. Gu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Master is indeed master. She remains ever so prudent, never revealing her true self. Simultaneously, a few lines of text appeared on the Merit tablet in Gu Yun's mind. Completely eradicate the sect's malignant tumor, the Sun family. A deed of immeasurable merit. Reward, 80,000 merits. The Master of Salvation has a clone. Merits as vast as mountains. Reward, 9 transformations of divine creation pill. Gu Yun's lips curled upwards. It seems that the fates of my master and I are intertwined. Her obstinacy leads me to guide her back to the right path. And this, too, is a great merit. I wonder if this act of salvation will prompt her repentance. If not, I shall attempt it again until she recognizes her errors. Regaining my focus, Gu Yun turned to Qin Feng. Elder Qin, I entrust the remaining matters to you. I feel a calling and shall retreat to contemplate for a few days. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. A calling? Could it be that slaying the master aids in enlightenment? He managed an awkward smile and promptly replied, Rest assured, Master, you may retreat without concern. Gu Yun nodded and departed, while Qin Feng began to command with practiced ease. Bring in a cleansing crew. Meanwhile, a colossal black serpent of transcendent cultivation, bound by dark iron chains, was pulling an opulent carriage towards the Tianyan Sect. Upon the dragon carriage, a red and black banner emblazoned with the symbol of an alchemical furnace fluttered in the wind. Surrounding the carriage were hundreds of armored soldiers, exuding a menacing aura, providing vigilant protection. Inside the carriage sat a corpulent middle-aged man, his arms wrapped around two enchanting maidens, a smirk of amusement upon his face. The maidens, though visibly anxious and filled with trepidation, dared not show any sign of defiance. A shadowy figure beside him spoke up. Esteemed envoy, I have gathered information. This Luo Xiu was originally from the Luo family of the Tianyan Sect. After the family's decline, he was sent away from the sect. Although the Luo family is in disarray, a remnant of their bloodline persists, and soon will be the time for their ancestral rites. I suspect Luo Xiu may make an appearance. The rotund man leered at the maiden in his grasp, his pudgy hand creeping under her garment. The maiden, filled with humiliation, could only endure in silence, her complexion pale as she bit her lip to suppress her anguish. For if she did not comply, not only would her life be forfeit, but so too would the lives of her entire family. Noticing the man's prolonged silence, the shadowy figure glanced up in exasperation and cautioned, My lord, I am concerned that if we take action against Luo Xiu within the Tianyan Sect, there may be repercussions. Upon hearing this, the man finally cast a glance at the figure, snorting derisively. Repercussions? Lu, do you hold those lowly cultivators of the Tianyan Sect in such high regard? Even the elders of the Tianyan Sect would not dare to raise their voices before an envoy of the Holy Land. Lu, the steward of the Alchemist Hall, quickly agreed but added, However, it is said that the Tianyan Sect has a demon suppression hall, and its leader, Gu Yun, is quite formidable. She wields the sword left by the ancestor of the Tianyan Sect, the sword of slaying evil gods, and is known for her audacity and arrogance. I fear this individual may jeopardize our grand plans. The envoy of the sacred land of Tianyuan chuckled coldly, speaking with an air of indifference. A thorny character? I shall see just how thorny he truly is. Dispatch the orders, hasten the pace, and ensure we arrive at the Tianyan Sect before nightfall. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a blood-red hue across the sky, the sound of dragon roars resonated above the Tianyan Sect, drawing the attention of numerous disciples and elders. The envoy from the sacred land of Tianyuan arrived as scheduled. In fact, prior to his arrival, he had already sent a messenger to inform the Tianyan Sect. Therefore, upon his arrival, as he lifted the curtain of his dragon carriage, he was greeted by a throng of figures bowing respectfully, exclaiming, We await your esteemed presence, honored envoy. The Tianyan Sect is truly illuminated by your visit. I am Zhao Wuji, the sect master of the Tianyan Sect. Zhao Wuji beamed with a broad smile, anxious that his enthusiasm might not be sufficiently evident, lest the envoy feel displeased. The others of the Tianyan Sect also offered their compliments. We pay our respects to the envoy. Such scenes were familiar to Qi Renzhong. Accustomed to the entourage that accompanied his identity as the envoy of the sacred land of Tianyuan wherever he went, with the assistance of maidservants on either side, his corpulent figure emerged from the dragon carriage. Looking down from his elevated position, he gazed at the gathered crowd with an arrogant smile, saying, I hope my sudden visit has not caused you any inconvenience. Though his words were polite, his tone was flippant and casual, mere idle chatter that no one dared to take at face value. Zhao Wuji, bending low, nearly pressed his head to the ground in a display of sycophancy, replying, How could you say such a thing, esteemed envoy? Your presence is a great honor for us at the Tianyan Sect. We could not possibly consider it an inconvenience. The wind outside is fierce, and I would not want it to harm your esteemed self. Please, allow us to escort you into our sect and grant us the opportunity to serve you. The banquet is prepared. We kindly invite you to proceed. Qi Renshen's lips curled into a smile as he regarded Zhao Wuji with a discerning eye. He had seen many who acted like loyal dogs, but one who executed such servitude with precision was indeed a rare find. Satisfied, he nodded and replied, "Very well, I shall graciously accept your invitation." With that, he stepped onto the back of a guard who had already knelt, bowing low in submission, and disembarked from the dragon carriage. At that moment, the 9 dragons pulling the carriage grew restless, low growls escaping their throats as they struggled against their chains. Qi Renzheng glanced at them, smiling as he addressed Zhao Wuji. "These creatures seem hungry. I would appreciate your assistance in attending to them." Zhao Wuji promptly responded, "Of course, esteemed envoy. Rest assured, we will prepare celestial food for your dragons immediately." With a chuckle, Qi Renzheng remarked, "These beasts have been raised on a particular diet. They refuse anything else but live prey, particularly favoring the tender ones. Please arrange to procure such sustenance for them." Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback, a shiver running down his spine. What? Live humans as bait? Moreover, one who delights in tender and succulent meat must be youthful. Isn't that so? Alas, in the past, it would have been simple enough to make a few ordinary young disciples disappear at will. However, with the formidable figure of Guyun, the god of death, now present, who would dare to provoke him by abducting ordinary disciples? Yet, when faced with the envoy from the heavenly Yuan sacred land, he could not afford to show even the slightest hint of defiance. Thus, he promptly nodded and replied with alacrity, "Yes, I shall arrange for someone to take care of it at once." Qi Renzheng casually nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, accompanied by a throng of followers, he arrived at the heart of the Tianyan Sect. At that moment, the sect was adorned with festive decorations, bustling with activity. A red carpet stretched from the banquet hall all the way to the entrance, extending over 100 meters. Countless young disciples, with modest cultivation, were bustling about, preparing for the feast. As Qi Renzheng and his entourage leisurely made their way to the banquet scene, they took their seats in order. Naturally, Qi Renzheng occupied the main seat, the most prestigious and conspicuous position. The others arranged themselves on either side of him, their faces adorned with fawning smiles of flattery. Of course, there were those who regarded him with disdain. Elder Qin Feng from the Demon Suppression Hall had little regard for this so-called envoy of the sacred land, particularly as he observed the man's lofty demeanor, flanked by sycophants, exuding an air of arrogance. He felt nothing but contempt. Were it not for the courtesy owed to foreign guests by the Tianyan Sect, he would have had no desire to participate in such social gatherings. Thus, he chose to sit in a corner at the back, where he would go unnoticed, sipping his drink alone, hoping fervently for this farce to conclude swiftly. After Qi Renzheng took his seat, Zhao Wuji exchanged glances with the other members of the various noble families. Subsequently, he was the first to speak. "Esteemed envoy, did you happen to drop something as you entered? I noticed an item fall from you just now, and I took the liberty of retrieving it for you." With that, he produced a gem the size of a pigeon's egg, translucent and of vibrant crimson, and presented it before Qi Renzheng. The latter raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. It was a soul essence of the immortal phoenix. The immortal phoenix belongs to the royal lineage of the demon race. Legends speak of its celestial powers, capable of rebirth from the ashes even when on the brink of death. Possessing a soul essence from an immortal phoenix grants one the ability to experience such a near-death resurrection. Such a rare treasure is exceedingly difficult to come by, even across the entirety of the eastern continent, let alone in the central continent. Even Qi Renzheng, who had encountered countless wonders, could not help but feel a stir of excitement. He couldn't help but glance at Zhao Wuji again. The Tianyan Sect, indeed, lived up to its historical reputation as a sacred power that once ruled the eastern continent. Even in its current decline, its profound heritage remained, allowing them to casually present such a precious item as a gift. Laughing heartily, Qi Renzhen's spirits lifted considerably as he reached out to accept the soul essence from Zhao Wuji, saying, "Ah, I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness, Sectmaster Zhao, for retrieving this precious essence for me. The Heavenly Yin Sect truly lives up to its esteemed reputation as a grand sect of yore, embodying integrity and honesty, which commands my utmost admiration." Zhao Wuji feigned a smile, yet his heart was heavy with sorrow. The essence of the immortal phoenix, a treasure of the Zhao family, was not something easily relinquished. Were it not for the distinguished status of the envoy Qi Renzheng, the ancestor would never have permitted such a gift to be offered. Following Zhao Wuji's obsequiousness, other noble families hastened to imitate him. "Envoy, I too possess the item you just dropped. Envoy, I believe this item also belongs to you." They all presented their treasures in a grandiose display of flattery. Although their offerings paled in comparison to Zhao Wuji's, they still represented a considerable gain. Qi Renzheng, naturally, was pleased. As the saying goes, he may not desire it, but others must present gifts. What he sought was merely an expression of attitude. Of course, even those who offered gifts might not be remembered by him, but he would certainly recall who had failed to present one. Casting a glance over the crowd, Qi Renzheng noted the absence of anyone from the Demon Suppression Hall to offer their compliments and gifts. Thus, he coolly remarked, "Sect Master Zhao, I have heard that your esteemed Demon Suppression Hall has retrieved the sword of the Heavenly Yin Ancestor, demonstrating a commendable intent to revive the legacy of the Ancestor. I hold immense respect for this endeavor, yet I am unaware of who leads the Demon Suppression Hall. I kindly request you to introduce me, so that I may witness the Hall Master's grandeur." Zhao Wuji immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness, he had no intention of sowing discord or using Qi Renzheng against Gu Yun. The intimidation he experienced from Gu Yun had left him too fearful to take risks, even knowing that the Tianyan Sacred Land could easily deal with Gu Yun. However, he never anticipated that Qi Renzheng would proactively request an audience with Gu Yun. Unsure of how to respond, he instinctively inquired, "Esteemed envoy, may I ask what your current cultivation level is?" Chapter 138, Flawless Perfection. Qi Renzheng was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly turned an irritable gaze toward Zhao Wuji. What an audacious demeanor the master of your Demon Suppression Hall possesses, to inquire about my cultivation level before a meeting. May I ask what cultivation one must possess to be granted an audience with Master Gu? Zhao Wuji hastily explained, "Esteemed envoy, please do not take offense. It is not as you perceive. Master Gu Yun is known for his erratic and domineering behavior. I fear that if he were to act disrespectfully, we would be powerless to prevent any harm to you." Upon hearing this, Qi Renzheng burst into laughter, casting a disdainful look at Zhao Wuji. "A mere master of the Demon Suppression Hall dares to show disrespect to me? I truly do not believe he possesses such audacity. Even if he is unafraid of the sacred land that supports me, my cultivation at the peak of the 5th stage of tribulation is not to be taken lightly." Zhao Wuji and the other noble families exchanged glances. How can he be only at the peak of the 5th stage of tribulation? Is he truly capable of dealing with Gu Yun? What if he fails? We would all be implicated. The adept from the Tang family let out a cold snort and murmured to himself, "Have you all been rendered speechless by Gu Yun? This is a representative of the Holy Land. Even if Gu Yun had 100 lives, would he dare to lay a hand on someone from the Tianyuan Holy Land? Moreover, if he truly had the audacity, wouldn't that be precisely what we desire? The Tianyuan Holy Land boasts experts of the quasi-saint realm, should their wrath be provoked. Not even countless Gu Yuns could withstand it." Upon reflection, the crowd found merit in his words. The prospect of leveraging the Tianyuan Holy Land to eliminate Gu Yun seemed to promise great joy. With this thought, expressions of schadenfreude emerged among them. Zhao Wuji immediately perked up, exclaiming, "Indeed, I shall promptly summon Lord Gu." Qi Renzheng let out a cold laugh, waving his hand dismissively, clearly viewing Gu Yun as inconsequential. Zhao Wuji rose and directed a frosty gaze towards Qin Feng in the corner, saying, "Elder Qin, why is it that you alone from the Demon Suppression Palace have arrived? Why has Lord Gu not made an appearance? With the representative of the Holy Land present, such an important matter should have warranted Lord Gu's personal attendance." Originally, Qin Feng had been quietly seated in the corner, wishing merely to see the banquet through to its conclusion. However, Zhao Wuji unexpectedly turned the spotlight on him. The Demon Suppression Palace, and even Gu Yun. Sensing the impending crisis, he hurriedly rose to defend Gu Yun. "I report to the sect leader that the Lord has just entered seclusion for cultivation and is unaware of the representative's arrival. Furthermore, the Lord has instructed that during his seclusion, I am authorized to act on behalf of the Demon Suppression Palace." Before he could finish, Zhao Wuji interrupted sharply. "What do you mean by authorized? Who do you think you are to represent the Demon Suppression Palace? Bring Gu Yun here at once, as that is my command and the command of the entire sect. You have half a stick of incense to ensure Gu Yun appears to apologize to the esteemed representative. Otherwise, I shall hold your Demon Suppression Palace accountable." With Qi Renzheng backing him, Zhao Wuji found a rare moment of bravado, yet fear gripped his heart. These were words he spoke at the risk of his own life, fervently hoping that Qi Renzheng would indeed eliminate Gu Yun. Otherwise, the repercussions were too dreadful to contemplate. Qin Feng's expression darkened instantly. He glanced at Zhao Wuji's malevolent gaze, the indifferent demeanor of the other clan experts, and the lofty, condescending presence of the Holy Land's representative. His unease intensified. Yet, at this juncture, he had no alternative but to grit his teeth and acquiesce to Zhao Wuji's orders. Understood. With that, he turned and made his way swiftly towards Gu Yun's courtyard. One thought consumed his mind. If all else fails, he must notify Gu Yun to leave at once. To evade the storm brewing at the Tianyan Sect, he understood that even if Gu Yun could rely on the demon suppression Grand Array and was unafraid of Qi Renzheng, the fact remained that Qi Renzheng was indeed from the Tianyuan Holy Land. Should anything occur at the Tianyan Sect, it would not only be Gu Yun in peril. The entire demon suppression palace, even the Tianyan Holy Land, could face calamity. Should such a situation arise, those from noble families would only need sufficient incentives for the Tianyuan Holy Land to spare them. However, those ordinary disciples found themselves with no escape. Master, something has happened. Elder Qin Feng, usually calm and composed, appeared flustered as he rushed into Gu Yun's courtyard. At this moment, Gu Yun had just utilized the rewards from the Merit Tablet to elevate his cultivation. First, he consumed the 9 Revolutions Transmutation Divine Pill, which perfected his physical form to an immaculate state of innate purity. With a flawless physique and unblemished roots, he could now strive for the quasi-saint realm after reaching the pinnacle of tribulation. Furthermore, several tens of thousands of merit points had taken his cultivation to the 6th level of tribulation, solidifying his strength even further. As Gu Yun prepared to rest, he noticed Qin Feng approaching with a look of distress. This surprised him, as Elder Qin was seldom seen in such a state. With a calm smile, he inquired, "What troubles you, Elder Qin? Are the ancestors planning to jointly besiege me?" In an instant, Qin Feng stood before Gu Yun, hastily shaking his head. "It is far more serious than that." He recounted the events from the banquet, emphasizing the background of Qi Renzheng. With a grave expression, Qin Feng warned, "Master, this person is backed by the heavenly origins sacred ground, and their envoy possesses extraordinary capabilities. I fear you may encounter peril if you confront him directly. Therefore, I implore you to avoid the limelight and take refuge for a while." Upon hearing the details, Gu Yun chuckled, thinking it was nothing of great consequence. "Is that all? The envoy merely wishes to meet me. He hasn't suggested anything else." "Why the alarm, Elder Qin?" Qin Feng wore a helpless expression, realizing his fears were not of Gu Yun being targeted, but rather of the potential consequences should Gu Yun, in a fit of rage, harm the envoy. Even injuring a sacred ground envoy could lead to endless troubles. He contemplated advising further, but Gu Yun waved his hand, seemingly sensing his thoughts. With a cheerful demeanor, he reassured, "Elder Qin, there is no need for concern. I'm always measured in my actions. Surely, I possess skills beyond mere violence?" Qin Feng paused, feeling a pang of guilt. Indeed, Gu Yun was not an impulsive individual and had his own judgments. He must know whom he could harm and whom he could not. Reflecting on this, Qin Feng nodded, sheepishly admitting, "I apologize for my recklessness. Please, Master, accompany me to the gathering. However, in such circumstances, we may have to engage in some pretense. For the greater good, Master, you must exercise patience." Gu Yun laughed heartily. While he was adept at many things, encouraging others towards virtue, facilitating their redemption, and reuniting families, he was utterly unskilled in disingenuous diplomacy. If the sacred ground envoy had wisdom, he would remain as an envoy. If he sought his own demise, then he would merely be a means for merit. Soon, Gu Yun followed Qin Feng to the banquet, and upon his arrival, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Even the esteemed envoy from the Holy Land and his entourage cast curious glances at Gu Yun. With a calm smile, Gu Yun remarked, "Apologies for my tardiness." As he made his entrance, an uncanny atmosphere enveloped the gathering. The young man's smile was bright and sincere. Yet the expressions of the aristocratic masters varied, some reveling in schadenfreude, while others were filled with trepidation. The lofty envoy and his attendants wore expressions of disdain. "Is this the master of the demon suppression hall? He appears rather unremarkable." Qi Renzheng exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Yujun, conveying a clear message. It was imperative to suppress Gu Yun. After all, it was utterly unforgivable for someone to be absent from the envoy's banquet. Zhao Yujun understood this silent communication, yet for reasons unknown, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead before he could utter a word. Despite knowing he could rely on the heavenly origin Holy Land and harbor no fear of Gu Yun, the mere sight of him ignited an involuntary dread that enveloped his being. It was an instinctive reaction beyond the control of reason. Noticing Zhao Yuzhen's failure to grasp his intent, Qi Renzheng felt a surge of irritation, inwardly cursing the rustic fool for squandering the opportunity to impress the envoy. He then turned his gaze to the steward of the Dan Divine Hall. Steward Lu immediately understood and stood up, looking down at Gu Yun with a haughty demeanor. With a sarcastic tone, he remarked, "Master Gu, what an impressive air you carry. The esteemed envoy has graced the heavenly origin holy land with his presence, and you fail to extend a proper welcome, requiring an invitation to appear?" Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere of the banquet grew even more tense. Zhao Yuzhen and the others began to breathe more heavily. Based on their knowledge of Gu Yun, they knew that such a brazen provocation would likely result in someone's demise. What would Gu Yun's response be in the next moment? Qin Feng felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively glanced at Gu Yun. To his surprise, Gu Yun merely smiled serenely and replied in a cordial tone, "Forgive me. Forgive me. I have been engrossed in my cultivation and was unaware of the envoy's arrival." What? He did not erupt in anger? Both Zhao Yuzhen and the others were taken aback, as was Qin Feng, albeit for different reasons. The latter breathed a sigh of relief, while the former could not suppress his disdain. Gu Yun is merely feigning humility. When it comes to dealing with them, he is aggressive and ruthless, yet now, in the presence of someone from the heavenly origin holy land, he shows fear. Steward Lu let out a cold laugh, continuing to demean Gu Yun. Is a mere apology sufficient? It seems to me, Master Gu lacks any genuine intention to apologize. If he were sincere, he should have poured himself a drink of penance at this moment. Zhao Yuzhen and the others sneered in agreement. Before the envoy of the heavenly origin sacred land, even deities must first pour 3 cups for self-punishment. It is indeed a rare pleasure to witness Gu Yun's predicament, and a sense of schadenfreude filled their hearts. Unable to contain themselves, some chimed in. Indeed, if the esteemed Lord Gu claims to possess sincerity, he ought to self-punish with 3 cups. 3 cups are hardly sufficient. I believe if Lord Gu truly feels remorse, he should continue drinking until the envoy is satisfied. Hearing these words, Qi Renzheng finally revealed a satisfied expression. This was more like it. This was the familiar atmosphere of a drinking gathering he cherished. He raised his gaze, looking down at Gu Yun, eager to see just how obstinate this so-called master of the Demon Suppression Hall could be. As the envoy of the heavenly origin sacred land, he relished the opportunity to prick such obstinacy. Gu Yun's smile gradually turned frosty, yet he maintained his facade of cheerfulness. He cast a glance at Lu, the steward of the alchemy hall, and calmly stated, "I apologize, but I do not enjoy drinking." Lu's expression darkened with anger. This was an outright affront. He snorted coldly, unmasking the thread in his gaze, and declared, "It seems that Lord Gu refuses to show the envoy any respect. Lord Gu, do not blame me for not warning you in advance. In the Eastern continent, disregarding the envoy's dignity is a perilous affair. Such actions could indeed lead to fatal consequences." He narrowed his eyes, deliberately emphasizing the last statement. Although it was clear he was threatening Gu Yun, the other masters of the aristocratic families could not help but shiver. They regarded Lu and Qi Renzheng with an added sense of trepidation. Facing this envoy, they felt like rabbits in the presence of a ferocious tiger. Now, this beast merely yawned and revealed a hint of its claws, enough to instill terror in their hearts. The members of the Tianyan Sect breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they had presented the envoy with lavish gifts beforehand. Simultaneously, they could not suppress their excitement. If Gu Yun were truly to be dispatched by this envoy, they would be utterly liberated. Before Gu Yun could speak, Elder Qin Feng hastily intervened to extricate him from the predicament. "Esteemed envoy, my lord's tolerance for alcohol is indeed limited. Perhaps I could drink on his behalf?" Lu immediately retorted with a fierce shout. "Who do you think you are? Stant Azida." Today, the envoy wishes to see Lord Gu's stance. Qin Feng felt a surge of indignation, his face growing increasingly awkward. Yet he could only suppress his anger in silence. At this moment, Gu Yun finally spoke. "Elder Qin Feng, please step aside." Qin Feng glanced at Gu Yun and could only nod in resignation. Subsequently, Gu Yun smiled broadly at Lu, saying, "By your reasoning, if I refuse to drink today, does that mean the esteemed envoy will resort to murder to vent his frustrations?" Lu sneered, looking down on Gu Yun with disdain. And if so, what then? Upon hearing this, the members of the Tianyan Sect erupted with excitement. Let the spectacle unfold. If Gu Yun and the envoy truly clashed, it would be a show worth witnessing. Yet, Gu Yun suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Murder is splendid. Let it be done." Lu was momentarily taken aback. Before he could react, Gu Yun's expression changed dramatically, revealing a face twisted with madness and ferocity as he exclaimed, "I know not whom the envoy wishes to slay, but I shall assist you in this endeavor. Why engage in such convoluted theatrics?" The onlookers were left wide-eyed in disbelief. What? The envoy was clearly targeting you, and yet you feign madness? A skilled member of the Tang family could no longer tolerate this and immediately rebuked Gu Yun. What madness has possessed you? Gu Yun abruptly turned his gaze towards the Tang family member, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he retorted. Did you not hear clearly? It is the esteemed envoy who wishes to take a life. What concern is it of mine? However, since you're so blind, allow me to make you the first victim. As his words fell, Gu Yun raised his hand with sudden ferocity. Bang! The nearest individual from the Tang family had yet to comprehend what transpired when he felt a warm, sticky substance splatter across his face. Instinctively, he reached up to touch it, only to find his fingers stained with crimson. His eyes widened in terror, fear surging within him. Gu Yun's unexpected assault left both Steward Liu and Qi Renzhong in a state of shock. Wasn't he from the Demon Suppression Hall? According to their rigid perceptions, Gu Yun should embody the traits of an unyielding, just, and somewhat naive individual. How could he resort to such violence over a mere disagreement? While they remained momentarily stunned, Gu Yun, with a manic grin, turned his gaze towards Steward Liu and inquired, "Esteemed envoy, are you satisfied? If not, I can continue." Liu was taken aback by Gu Yun's deranged demeanor and instinctively replied, I am not the envoy. The envoy is this individual beside me." Gu Yun's expression shifted abruptly. "After all this, you're not the envoy?" Chapter 140, Grasshoppers on the Same String. Gu Yun was acutely aware that Liu was not the envoy. However, he could discern that Liu was no virtuous character. In light of this, his true identity became inconsequential. He was merely a pawn in this grand scheme. Liu, now drenched in cold sweat from the murderous intent emanating from Gu Yun's gaze, realized the gravity of the situation. In that fleeting moment of Gu Yun's attack, Liu could feel the power of his tribulation realm cultivation, while he himself was merely at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension realm. Under normal circumstances, even a tribulation realm cultivator would not dare to strike at a favored one of the celestial source holy land. Yet, in this moment, Gu Yun appeared to be a madman. He was terrified. Before he could utter a word, Gu Yun scolded, "Impudent fool! How dare you brazenly wield the envoy's name to coerce me into committing murder?" Coerce? Liu glanced at the bloodstains on the ground and then back at Gu Yun, unable to contain his outburst. "What nonsense! When did I ever coerce you to kill?" Gu Yun, filled with righteous indignation, scolded back at this point. "The evidence stands clear before us. Do you still dare to deny it? Who here did not witness that it was you who forced my hand?" After speaking, Gu Yun turned his attention to Zhao Wuji and others, while Liu, both furious and flustered, also cast a glance towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji and his companions were filled with a desire for vengeance. Why must their conflicts drag us into the fray? They were all too familiar with Gu Yun's tactics. If you do not acquiesce to his demands, you are deemed a fool. If you comply, you offend the Tianyan sacred land. Is there no escape from this dire predicament? Zhao Wuji ground his teeth in frustration, uncertain of how to respond to Gu Yun. High above, Qi Renzhong, already seething with rage, wore a dark expression as he growled fiercely, "Enough." In his eyes, Gu Yun was clearly being obstinate and was brazenly undermining his authority. He anticipated Gu Yun's rebellious nature, but was taken aback by the extent of his defiance. Since he was so recklessly oblivious to the consequences, there was no need to spare him. However, as soon as Qi Renzhong uttered these words, a terrifying pressure suddenly bore down upon him. Startled, he barely had time to react before, slap. Gu Yun struck him from afar, sending him hurtling through the air. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Was he truly serious? Gu Yun's fury intensified as he addressed the airborne Qi Renzhong. "What do you think you are? The envoy has yet to speak. Who are you to bare your teeth at me?" Even Qi Renzhong, who was now flying through the air, was taken aback. "I am the envoy," he stammered. Thud! He crashed violently against the wall of the great hall, landing awkwardly on the floor. It was not that his strength was lacking. Rather, the demon suppression array had suppressed his cultivation. The others were thrown into a frenzy. Gu Yun had actually dared to strike an envoy. At that moment, Qi Renzhong scrambled to his feet in a fit of rage, bellowing, "I will see you dead, and the entire Tianyan Sect shall accompany you to the grave." With that declaration, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from him, shocking Zhao Wuji and the others. How could this be? How had he broken free from the demon suppression array's hold? Qi Rinxin's peak power at the 5th tribulation stage was unmistakable, darkening the skies above the Tianyan Sect. The previously clear night sky was gradually engulfed by ominous clouds. Enraged beyond measure, Qi Rinzheng resembled a frenzied primal beast capable of tearing the entire Tianyan Sect apart. With disdain, he proclaimed, "Do you truly believe that the demon suppression array you command can contain me? Let me tell you, when the Tianyuan sacred land usurped the Tianyan Sect, they too feared the effects of the array. They spent a fortune purchasing the structural diagram of the array from a venerable ancestor of the Tianyan Sect and have devised a countermeasure after years of study." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, bang, Guyan struck with ferocity, landing a heavy blow upon Qi Rinzheng. The once mighty Qi Rinzheng erupted in chaos. Another pool of blood has appeared on the wall. Guyan, wiping his hands, expressed his displeasure, stating, "It is truly regrettable that a special envoy from the Heavenly Origin Sacred Land has visited our Heavenly Yin Sacred Land, only to witness such a gruesome scene. I am indeed remiss. By the way, Elder Qin, where is the esteemed envoy? I must offer my apologies." Although Qi Runsheng was not restrained by the Great Formation, Guyan's cultivation surpassed his, allowing him to kill without the need for such barriers. Qin Feng was momentarily bewildered. "Did I not just inform you? The one seated in the main position is he." He glanced between Guyan and the remnants of Qi Runsheng's blood, helplessly adding, "The envoy might have left." Guyan was taken aback, feigning ignorance with a smile. Left? When did this happen?" Zhao Wuji and the others were on the verge of madness. "When did he leave, and you were unaware? You were the one who sent him off." The members of the Dan God Palace stood in shock, particularly Steward Liu, who cried out in terror, "You killed the envoy?" Guyan turned to him, immediately pretending to be furious. "How dare you slander me? The envoy has clearly departed. How could you claim that I killed him?" Steward Liu was utterly frenzied, trembling as he pointed at Guyan. "The person you just killed was the envoy. You are finished. The entire Heavenly Yin sect is doomed. Killing the envoy is a provocation against the entire Heavenly Origin Sacred Land. They will not let you go." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji and the others were completely panicked. "This has nothing to do with us. We had no idea he would kill anyone. We are also victims." Guyan feigned surprise for a couple of seconds before bursting into laughter, quickly reassuring Zhao Wuji and the others, "Do not panic, Sect Master. I have a plan that will ensure the safety of our sect." Zhao Wuji and the others were taken aback, immediately turning to Guyan with inquiries. "What plan?" Guyan chuckled lightly, speaking with casual ease. "As long as I eliminate everyone present, no one will know that I killed the envoy. Afterwards, I can frame this incident on the demon sect. Thus, it will be perfectly resolved." The members of the Dan God Palace and Zhao Wuji's group widened their eyes in disbelief, particularly Steward Liu, who exclaimed, "Is this not the master of the Demon Palace? He is clearly the Demon Palace's leader." Zhao Wuji and the others were enraged, yet Guyan's suggestion was not without merit. He pointed at Steward Liu and the others, asserting, "Gu Palace Master, just eliminate these people. There's no need for that, is there?" Guyan sighed and then spoke, "We are all enemies. If I do not kill you, what if you secretly inform the Heavenly Origin Sacred Land? Then I would be doomed. If I do not eliminate you, I will be plagued with unease." Zhao Wuji clenched his jaw tightly, and suddenly, he struck with ferocity. Bang! The nearest expert from the Tianyuan Sacred Land was obliterated in an instant, meeting a gruesome demise on the spot. "Thus, I have also slain a member of the Tianyuan Sacred Land. We are indeed in the same boat." With these words, both the Tianyuan Sacred Land and the Tianyan Sect clansmen were left in utter shock. The two factions exchanged bewildered glances. The members of the Tianyan Sect gritted their teeth, realizing that they were outnumbered and that it was a race against time. If they did not act today, their own lives would be at stake. Chapter 141, I Swear I Will Not Kill You. Witnessing the previously subservient Tianyan Sect members, now glaring with bloodshot eyes, radiating an aura of malevolence, Steward Liu was filled with both astonishment and rage. He growled, "How dare you?" Yet, they had gravely underestimated the fear these clan members held towards Guyan. Offending the Tianyuan Sacred Land might lead to death in the future, but crossing Guyan meant death in the present. There was no need for the clan experts to deliberate on their decision. Boom! A terrifying sword aura hurtled towards Steward Liu. The experts from the Tianyan Sect, driven to desperation, were no longer willing to back down. "Damn it, do you really think I fear you? If it weren't for the fact that you are but a dog raised by the Tianyuan Sacred Land, I would have no reason to treat you with such courtesy. Once one of them made a move, the entire banquet hall erupted in chaos. Those who followed Qi Renzheng were mostly nothing more than gluttonous leeches. In a real confrontation, they stood no chance against the Tianyan Sect members, who were numerous and formidable. Seeing the madness unfold, Steward Liu realized these individuals were genuinely deranged and indeed willing to fight. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled for his life. However, Zhao Wuji was not about to grant them any opportunity for escape. He had already set up a total of 13 barriers, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. These 13 barriers represented the limits of this space, not of Zhao Wuji's capabilities. If he were to set up more, the space itself would collapse. In an instant, cries of agony, pleas for mercy, and wails of suffering echoed throughout the banquet. The previous laughter and merriment transformed into a river of blood, with crimson splattering everywhere. Given the overwhelming number of Tianyan Sect experts, no single individual could claim a Tianyuan sacred land member for themselves. Some clan experts banded together, pooling their strength to eliminate a single foe. Meanwhile, those clan members who had yet to stain their hands with the blood of the Tianyuan sacred land grew increasingly anxious. Old Tang, leave one for me. Zhao Lao San. Can't you wait for me to join in before you strike? As the scene unfolded, Qin Feng was left utterly dumbfounded. He had never imagined that these clan experts would one day unite with Gu Yun, sharing a common enemy, and do so with such fervor. Gu Yun, on the other hand, simply smiled calmly. Just as Steward Liu was about to meet his end at the hands of the crowd, Gu Yun suddenly intervened, saving him from certain death. The members of the aristocratic families were consumed by bloodlust. Upon witnessing someone daring to rescue, they immediately contemplated slaughtering both the rescuer and the rescued. However, once they discerned that the rescuer was Gu Yun, their fervor was abruptly tempered. Yet, a sense of anxiety still lingered among them. Master Gu, what do you mean by this? We absolutely cannot leave any survivors today. Indeed, if we do not eradicate the root, the future troubles will be endless. Only when everyone from the heavenly origin sacred land is dead can we put this matter to rest. Gu Yun paid no heed to their clamoring. Instead, he smiled and turned his gaze towards the terrified Liu Steward, whose complexion had turned pale with fright. He inquired, I ask you, does anyone from the heavenly origin sacred land know that you and this envoy have come to my heavenly transformation sect? Liu Steward looked at Gu Yun in horror, stripped of his earlier arrogance. He hastily pleaded, Master Gu, I am not well acquainted with that Qi Renzheng. If you kill him, so be it. I absolutely will not inform the heavenly origin sacred land. At this moment, the others began to grasp Gu Yun's intentions. It was essential to clarify the situation before proceeding with the aftermath. Zhao Wuji kicked Liu Steward, growling, spare us your nonsense. Answer whatever Master Gu asks. And if you dare to speak out of turn again, I will directly employ soul-searching techniques. Liu Steward was left dumbfounded. What the hell? Is the heavenly transformation sect a legitimate sect? Not only do they kill at the slightest disagreement, but they also employ soul-searching methods like those of a demonic sect. He turned towards Gu Yun, trembling as he said, Master Gu, I will tell you everything. I assure you there will be no future worries. But can you spare my life once I have spoken? Zhao Wuji was immediately incensed. Spare your life? That would be a tremendous risk for us. Just as he was about to berate him, Gu Yun chuckled and said, Very well, I promise you, as long as you answer all my questions, I shall spare your life. Liu Steward was overjoyed, yet he was not foolish. You must swear by your Tao heart. Gu Yun chuckled coldly. I have always been true to my word. Do you not trust me? Liu Steward panicked, trying to argue, but Gu Yun calmly interjected. Fine, since you seek assurance. I shall swear by my Tao heart that I will not go back on my word. Are you satisfied now? Liu Steward was ecstatic. After all, a Tao heart oath was no trifling matter. If violated, Gu Yun could never break through in his lifetime. In the cultivation world, no one dared to take such matters lightly. He felt reassured, yet the members of the aristocratic families were on the verge of madness. If they truly allowed this man to live, they risked being purged by the heavenly origin sacred land at any moment. The crowd attempted to dissuade Gu Yun, but they saw Zhao Wuji remain calm, merely signaling them to be patient. At this juncture, Liu Steward spoke the truth. The visit to the heavenly transformation sect was a sudden decision by Qi Renzheng, and no one from the heavenly origin sacred land knows. So even if you kill him, no one will find out. However, the heavenly origin sacred land possesses its own means. If a person dies, they will undoubtedly be aware of it, and should they employ certain special methods, it is entirely possible that the Tianyan Sect could be traced. This notion was naturally considered by Zhao Wuji and his companions. The cultivation world has an abundance of methods to investigate the true culprit, such as summoning souls for inquiries or divination and deduction. Nevertheless, the Tianyan Sect has its own depth of resources and is not easily intimidated by such tactics. The sole concern lies with Qi Renshen's soul. Upon contemplating this, Zhao Wuji and the others immediately turned their gaze towards Gu Yun. As long as Gu Yun could capture his soul with the 10,000 souls banner, everything would be resolved seamlessly. Manager Liu looked at Gu Yun with a face full of pleading, saying, "Master Gu, I have said everything that needs to be said. Can I leave now?" Gu Yun nodded at him and replied, "Go ahead. I have assured you that I will not kill you, and I certainly will not." Filled with elation, Manager Liu quickly scrambled to his feet and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Gu." He then turned to leave. At that moment, Zhao Wuji exchanged glances with the people beside him. Those who had not been stained with blood suddenly surged forward. A dozen burly men swiftly restrained Manager Liu once more. Now, Manager Liu was utterly bewildered, unable to suppress his terror as he shouted, "Master Gu, what do you mean? Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me?" Gu Yun shrugged helplessly and replied, "I said I wouldn't kill you, but they never made such a promise. Their actions are beyond my concern." Upon hearing this, Manager Liu nearly lost his sanity. Meanwhile, the members of the Tianyan Sect sneered, their faces reflecting satisfaction. Now this feels just right. Once they dealt with Manager Liu, Zhao Wuji turned his attention back to Gu Yun. "Master Gu, I kindly implore you to swiftly use the 10,000 souls, or rather, the human sovereign flag, to capture the souls of these individuals. As long as their souls are under control, I will have a way to ensure that the heavenly origin sacred land cannot trace them." Gu Yun also appeared contemplative. Upon reflection, it seems unnecessary to escalate matters to this extent. Although I killed the envoy, I possess special means to resurrect him and can erase the memory of his murder. Thus, I would not have truly offended the heavenly origin sacred land. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, everyone was left in a state of shock. Wait, why didn't you say you could capture the envoy of the heavenly origin sacred land earlier? You resurrected Qi Renzheng and erased the memory of his murder. What about us? What does our killing of those from the heavenly origin sacred land mean? Chapter 142. Why are you crying? The experts from the Tianyan Sect, upon hearing Gu Yun's words, felt as if the sky had collapsed. The sound of bloodied swords clattering to the ground echoed around them. In despair, they uttered, "It's over. Completely finished." If Gu Yun distanced himself from the situation, it would merely become a matter of them having killed individuals from the heavenly origin sacred land, with no connection to Gu Yun whatsoever. Should the heavenly origin sacred land pursue the matter, not only would they face certain death, but their families and even their ancestors would be in grave peril as well. Zhao Wuji staggered backward, feeling the world spin and his body weaken. He nearly lost his footing and fell to the ground. Once he regained a semblance of clarity, tears streamed down his face, and he sank to his knees, helplessly pleading, "Lord Gu, Ancestor Gu, please, please don't do this." Despite being over 100 years old, he wept like a child. The others, equally helpless, shared his despair. They genuinely wished to report to the Demon Suppression Hall and capture the fiend Gu Yun. Alas, Gu Yun was in fact part of the Demon Suppression Hall. Observing their pitiable state, Gu Yun smiled brightly and said, "Oh dear, I was merely jesting. Look at you all, truly in tears. Do you think I possess the power to resurrect the dead? Besides, we are all of the same sect. How could I bear to see you perish at the hands of others?" Zhao Wuji and the others were left speechless, their hearts slightly comforted. However, upon hearing Gu Yun's subsequent remark, they felt a sense of unease. Not wishing to see you die at others' hands? So, you're implying you will eventually take action yourself? Regardless of Gu Yun's future intentions, they needed to address the immediate situation. Swallowing his indignation, Zhao Wuji rose and clasped his hands, stating, "Lord Gu, I implore you to use the Imperial Dragon Banner to handle the aftermath." Gu Yun smiled lightly, and then a beam of golden light shot forth, enveloping the souls of Qi Renzheng and the others. Gu Yun then turned to the group, saying, "The remaining matters are now in your hands." Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement. Given the stakes of life and death, they dared not act recklessly. After Gu Yun departed, Zhao Wuji and the others first dealt with the dismembered bodies, then erased each other's memories to prevent soul searching. In the end, Zhao Wuji even wiped his own memory. The envoy has left? Why the haste? All right, Since the envoy has departed, let us disperse. The crowd quickly scattered. Meanwhile, on another front, the message read, slaying the disciples of the demon path. A merit as vast as the heavens. Reward, 50,000 merit points. Gu Yun had initially hesitated about whether Qi Renzheng deserved to die. However, seeing the substantial merit for his demise, it was evident he was no virtuous person and indeed warranted his fate. Just the name alone suggested ill intentions. Qi Renzheng. Qi Renzheng, how brazen. He had killed rightly. At that moment, Elder Qin Feng, who had followed Gu Yun, was still in shock. He could hardly believe that Gu Yun had truly eradicated the people from the Tianyuan Holy Land. Of course, he had long heard tales of how the envoys from the Tianyuan Holy Land acted with impunity, wreaking havoc across the eastern continent. Thus, even though Gu Yun had slain them, Qin Feng merely thought it was a just act. However, he could not help but worry about the potential repercussions if the Tianyuan Holy Land pursued the matter. Qin Feng promptly remarked, Master of the Hall, I believe there are still some hidden dangers regarding today's matter. However, having witnessed Qi Renzheng accept bribes with my own eyes, should the Celestial Origins Sanctuary pursue this, I am willing to testify against him. Such a person deserves his fate. After all, the Celestial Origins Sanctuary explicitly forbids these emissaries from oppressing forces in Eastern Continent that are not at the Sacred Land level. Gu Yun glanced at Qin Feng with a smile and inquired if the Celestial Origins Sanctuary truly upholds such regulations. Why then do Qi Renzheng and his associates dare to act so brazenly? Qin Feng hesitated for a moment before responding. Perhaps they have concealed their actions too well to be discovered. A few years ago, I witnessed the Celestial Origins Sanctuary execute a corrupt individual. Gu Yun chuckled wryly. Elder Qin, you remain so naive. Just because they claim the executed was corrupt, does that make it true? He did not wish to debate this matter with Qin Feng, but instead posed another question. What news from the Luo family? Qin Feng sighed in resignation. Upon Luo Shiyu's incident, they swiftly disavowed him, assuring us that the sect would not be implicated due to his actions. They promised to inform us immediately if any leads regarding Luo Shiyu arise. Gu Yun let out a slight sigh. They still do not trust me or the Demon Suppression Hall. Qin Feng refrained from contradicting him, his eyes reflecting a mixture of helplessness and sympathy for the Luo family. Once a flourishing clan, they had now dwindled to a mere small family due to their own ideals. Once a towering tree, they were now but a flickering candle in the wind. He believed that the Luo family did not distrust Gu Yun and the Demon Suppression Hall, but rather that the ramifications of Luo Shiyu's affair were too great. Any misstep could lead to the annihilation of the few remaining members of the Luo family. As he contemplated these thoughts, Gu Yun suddenly spoke. Tomorrow is the day of ancestor worship for the Luo family. Let us pay them a visit. Qin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then regained his composure and nodded. The two swiftly made their way to the Luo family estate. This was a secluded and desolate area belonging to the Tianyan Sect, where spiritual energy was scant and the populace sparse. Apart from a few dozen households of the Luo family, there were hardly any other disciples of the Tianyan Sect in the vicinity. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Luo family home, Gu Yun was momentarily stunned. One might mistake this for a humble farmstead, thatch-roof cottages, and a small courtyard, all exuding an air of desolation. At that moment, many had gathered for the ancestral rites, preparing various offerings. Upon noticing the presence of unfamiliar faces, the onlookers immediately became alert. However, when they recognized Gu Yun and Qin Feng, the elders of Luo were taken aback. Master Gu, Elder Qin, what brings you both here? The exclamation quickly drew the attention of others from the Luo family, with many turning their gazes their way. Hearing the commotion, those inside the house hurriedly emerged. A tall and robust man in his 40s, with dark skin, swiftly approached, surveying the surroundings before finally fixing his gaze upon Gu Yun and Qin Feng. He was utterly astonished and hurriedly led his kin before Gu Yun, bowing respectfully. Disciple Luo Xianxia pays his respects to the esteemed hall master. Gu Yun extended his hand to halt his kneeling form, responding with a warm smile. Master Luo, there is no need for such formality. Today, I come for a casual visit, with no official business at hand, so there is no need for bows. By seniority, I should actually address you as Shishu. Luo Yuanxiao was taken aback by the honor. Although he had encountered Gu Yun once before, when he brought his son to serve in the Demon Suppression Hall, he doubted Gu Yun had remembered him. At that time, he had merely noted Gu Yun's youth and thought it a blessing for the Demon Suppression Hall, and indeed for the sect, that such a figure could restore its former glory. Gu Yun was surely the hope of the Heavenly Fates sect. Had it not been for Gu Yun's reforms in the sect's civil service examination system, his son would never have had the opportunity to hold an important position within the sect or serve as a supervising elder. However, his son often remarked that Hall Master Gu was exceptionally fierce and rather intimidating. Luo Yuanxiao had not perceived this at all and suspected his son had been misled by slanderous gossip, leading to a misunderstanding of Hall Master Gu. Upon his return, he resolved to ensure that his son apologized to Hall Master Gu. While Luo Yuanxiao was pleased by Gu Yun's visit to the Luo family, he was not foolish. Thus, he wisely dismissed the others, leading Gu Yun and Qin Feng into a private room. Once they were seated, he inquired, "May I ask, Hall Master Gu, what brings you here this evening?" Chapter 143, The Truth. Gu Yun and Qin Feng exchanged glances. The latter chuckled, preparing to ease the tension, but Gu Yun spoke candidly. "Since Master Luo is being forthright, I shall not beat around the bush. I have come regarding Luo Xiu." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuanxiao was not surprised. Rather, he felt a sense of relief. At least Gu Yun was straightforward, allowing for a dignified discussion. Luo Yuanxiao immediately rose, clasped his hands in front of Gu Yun, and said with solemn seriousness, "Hall Master Gu, I am ashamed that our Luo family has produced such a disgrace. As soon as this matter was reported, we expelled Luo Xiu from our home, and he is no longer listed in our family records. He has no ties to our family nor to the Heavenly Fate sect. Please rest assured, Hall Master, that Luo Xiu will not implicate the sect." Gu Yun regarded him with a steady gaze, inhaling slightly before speaking. "I heard from Elder Qin that Luo Xiu is your nephew. During his time in the Heavenly Fate sect, he was known for his integrity and virtuous character, earning the respect of his peers. Do you truly believe he could be an undercover agent for the demonic path?" Luo Yuanxiao trembled slightly, his eyes betraying a flicker of uncertainty. Yet he took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and replied, "People can change. No matter how well that wretch behaved in the past, no one can guarantee whether he has since strayed from his original intentions. Thus, I cannot speak lightly on this matter." Gu Yun offered a calm smile, recognizing that Luo Yuanxiao was not entirely truthful. Nevertheless, he could comprehend the situation, for the stakes were exceedingly high. A single misstep could lead to the swift downfall of the Luo family. Since he was unwilling to speak, Gu Yun had no intention of pressing him further. Gu Yun merely spoke in a calm tone. Although the Luo family had fallen from grace, they had steadfastly upheld their family values over the years, and every disciple within their ranks embodied integrity and righteousness. If the present generation could maintain such principles, how could the ancestors of your so readily forsake their true essence? Were it not for Luo Xiu's unwavering character, the ancestors of the Luo family would not have risked their lives to protect him. Whether you believe it or not, I for one do not. There is certainly something amiss, but without understanding the intricacies of the matter, I cannot assist Luo Xiu. However, should the day come when your family can prove Luo Xiu's innocence and reveal the hidden truths surrounding this affair, do not hesitate to inform me. The Demon Suppression Hall will certainly take action." Luo Yuanxiao trembled, gazing at Gu Yun in disbelief. Before him stood a youth whose gaze was resolute, and whose expression was grave and earnest. In that fleeting moment, Luo Yuanxiao perceived the echoes of the ancestors he had often heard spoken of by the elders in Gu Yun's demeanor. His lips quivered, yearning to articulate something, yet words failed him as he felt a constriction in his throat. He was momentarily choked up, tears brimming in his eyes. How many years had it been since the sect had seen someone like Gu Yun, undaunted by the might of the celestial Yuan sacred land, solely seeking the truth of matters and the essence of justice? While he was lost in contemplation, Gu Yun rose and spoke with composure. "I have said all that needed to be said. I shall take my leave." Qin Feng was likewise struck by the formidable presence Gu Yun had just exhibited. Did this matter truly involve the celestial Yuan sacred land? What consequences might ensue? Despite having adhered to his ideals and principles of justice for so many years, he instinctively felt a sense of trepidation in the face of such authority. Seeing Gu Yun rise, he hastily followed suit and bowed slightly to Luo Yuanxiao. Subsequently, the two departed. Once they had left, the members of the Luo family quickly entered the room one after another, filled with astonishment and curiosity. "Master, why did Gu Hall Master and Elder Qin Feng visit us so suddenly? Indeed, is there something they wish to entrust to our Luo family? Gu Hall Master is a good person. If we can assist him, we must do our utmost." Luo Yuanxiao came to his senses, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. He simply replied with a calm demeanor, "It is nothing of great significance. Do not indulge in idle gossip. Attend to your own affairs." The crowd wished to inquire further, but Luo Yuanxiao had already begun to dismiss them. Reluctantly, the members of the Luo family departed. Soon, only Luo Yuanxiao remained in the room. His gaze was vacant, lost in thought, as a gentle breeze wafted into the room, stirring the hem of his robe. He spoke inexplicably. "Did you hear all that Hall Master Gu said just now?" From the shadowy corners of the room, a voice emerged. The nephew heard everything. Luo Yuanxiao let out a soft sigh and remarked, "As for how to choose, you must decide for yourself. The family can offer you only this much." The shadow fell silent for a moment before responding, "I implore you, uncle, to assist me once more. I wish to personally meet that ancient master. To be recognized by the sword of slaying evil left by our founder gives me faith in him." Luo Yuanxiao nodded, his expression laden with concern as he said, "The path you are about to tread is fraught with mire and brambles. Even if you manage to reach the end, it may not be under a clear blue sky. It could very well lead to an abyss. If you have any regrets, now is the time to voice them." After a prolonged silence, the voice spoke again. Resolute and unwavering, this path must be traversed by someone. It was once walked by our ancestors. Now, it is my turn. I shall not regret my choice, for perhaps I will not have another chance to honor my duty under your guidance. A glimmer of light sparked in Luo Yuanqiao's eyes, yet his smile bore a sense of pride. "Well, you are indeed a worthy descendant of the Luo family. The Luo clan takes pride in you, as do I. The elders who once protected you from leaving our sect and your father. Now enough talk. Prepare yourself. Come with me to the Demon Suppression Hall." Luo Yuanxiao rose slowly, as if aging several years in an instant. Yet within his deep, weathered gaze, there flickered a spark reminiscent of youthful fervor. The world is meant for the common good. All lives are equal. Can this truly be realized? He was uncertain, but he knew that there were indeed individuals who would exhaust themselves, risking everything for this ideal. "Ufodia, please, in your celestial spirit, bless these children who aspire to follow in your footsteps." At the Demon Suppression Hall, Guyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the night sky of the Tianyan Sect. The myriad stars twinkled, illuminating the heavens. To whom does this expanse belong? Anyone can admire this sea of stars simply by looking up. The world ought to be this way. Yet, some individuals carry an air of superiority, believing themselves above others. They employ unsavory methods to monopolize resources that rightfully belong to others, while priding themselves on their nobility. As Gu Yun was lost in thought, Qin Feng quietly approached his side and softly inquired, "Master, do you think Luo Xiu will come?" Gu Yun snapped back to reality, shaking his head as he replied, "I am uncertain. I have an inkling that this matter is not so straightforward. If he can place his trust in me, perhaps I could assist him. However, if he does not, there is little I can do." Qin Feng sighed in resignation, wishing to say more, but was interrupted by a hurried report from the guards of the Demon Suppression Hall. "I report to the Master and Elder Qin, Luo Yuanxiao. The head of the Luo family seeks an audience." Chapter 144, The Truth. Gu Yun and Qin Feng exchanged glances, both relieved, a smile creeping onto their faces. Soon, Luo Yuanxiao was ushered into a secluded chamber within the Demon Suppression Hall. Gu Yun quickly noticed that accompanying Luo Yuanxiao was a young man. He was of modest stature and somewhat lean, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity, as if a flame burned within them. Meeting his gaze easily stirred a sense of fervor in those who looked into his eyes. As soon as he entered, Luo Yuanxiao knelt on the ground, expressing his remorse. "Master Gu, I have come to seek forgiveness. Just now, I failed to speak the truth." Gu Yun, however, remained unperturbed, offering a faint smile as he effortlessly raised Luo Yuanxiao to his feet. "I have long since decreed," Gu Yun stated, "that only those who violate the sect's regulations are to kneel. You must first articulate your transgression, so that I may ascertain whether you deserve such a penance." Luo Yuanxiao was taken aback. He had long heard that Gu Yun had abolished the practice of kneeling, emulating their ancestor. Now it appeared to be true, instilling him with a newfound confidence. He then turned his gaze to the disciples beside him and calmly remarked, "Let him speak. Once he is finished, the master will understand." Gu Yun's eyes returned to the youth standing nearby, who also regarded him intently. The young man, maintaining a respectful demeanor, clasped his hands in salute and said, "I am Luo Xiu, paying my respects to the master of the Jinmo Hall." The fact that Luo Xiu dared to present himself indicated a complete trust in Gu Yun. Without indulging in unnecessary discourse, Gu Yun directly addressed him. Since you have the courage to appear, I wish to hear the truth of the matter. Speak candidly. Do not hold back. Luo Shu nodded solemnly, his gaze meeting Gu Yun's, now tinged with indignation. I have never committed any heinous acts, nor am I an infiltrator of the demonic path. All of this is a fabrication by the Dan God Hall. The reason behind it is that I have uncovered some unsavory dealings within the Dan God Hall. He proceeded to divulge the entirety of the situation. The Dan God Hall's primary business revolved around various elixirs, catering to the healing and mental clarity needs of practitioners from different sections. Among these, the most popular was an elixir claimed to dispel inner demons, the only one of its kind in the entire Eastern continent. Prior to the emergence of the Dan God Hall, occurrences of inner demons among practitioners were rare. However, ever since their arrival, the number of individuals afflicted has surged. If one refrains from purchasing the Dan God Hall's demon-dispelling elixir, they risk severe consequences, ranging from debilitating injuries to complete insanity. Initially, the Dan God Hall propagated the notion that the increasing affliction of inner demons was the work of demonic forces. Yet, the disciple inadvertently discovered that the Dan God Hall was secretly fostering demonic influences, deliberately poisoning the populace, which led to the emergence of inner demons. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. These individuals exploited alchemical resources, falsely claiming low prices to treat ordinary disciples, while in reality, they were aiding dying ancestors in seeking suitable vessels for possession. Whenever a fitting body was found, they would stop at nothing to bring about its demise, subsequently claiming that the individual had succumbed to illness. Moreover, they covertly manipulated many unconnected female disciples into becoming breeding vessels for elite families, all in pursuit of producing offspring with superior potential. They would force these women to ingest heavenly resources, completely disregarding their well-being. Various forms of bone and organ transplantation, alongside the usurious practices surrounding elixirs, reveal a grim reality. To the eyes of these individuals, ordinary cultivators are akin to mere livestock, available at any moment for the harvesting of their bones and essence. Upon hearing such words, both Qin Feng and Luo Yuanxiao were struck with profound shock, their gazes ablaze with fury. Qin Feng, in a fit of indignation, slammed his hand against the armrest and exclaimed, "Such lawlessness! The Pill Divine Palace, despite its standing as a righteous sect, cannot stoop to such depths of depravity. Is there truly no one to intervene?" Luo Xiu offered a bitter smile. Intervene? Although the Pill Divine Palace claims independence, it is in reality backed by the only holy force in the Eastern continent, the Tianyan Holy Land. My fellow disciples have attempted to expose the crimes of the Pill Divine Palace, but they were met with relentless obstruction, assassination attempts, and ultimately branded as infiltrators from the demonic path. Qin Feng and Luo Yuanxiao felt as though they had been struck in the chest, a sense of helplessness washing over them. Perhaps the only recourse was to reach out to the Tianyan Holy Land and reveal the truth, thereby seeking justice. Yet, they lacked the standing to make such a connection, rendering their cries for justice futile. Only Gu Yun remained composed, fixing his gaze upon Luo Xiu with a serious expression. "Do you possess any irrefutable evidence for what you claim?" Luo Xiu nodded solemnly. "Indeed, without solid proof, I would not dare to speak so boldly." He produced a shadow stone containing undeniable evidence of the Pill Divine Palace's misdeeds. After reviewing the contents, Gu Yun could not help but scoff. It was no wonder the righteous sects of the Eastern continent incessantly cried out against the demonic path. He had scarcely encountered any true demonic sections. It seemed they were all part of the same family. "Very well, it appears we face yet another monumental endeavor," Gu Yun mused, tucking away the incriminating evidence before turning to Luo Xiu. "What were your intentions had I not sought you out today?" Luo Xiu looked resolutely at Gu Yun. "Given my status, it is impossible for me to meet with the elders of the Tianyuan Holy Land. Seeking their intervention is utterly futile. My only chance lies in the upcoming competition for the Fortune Golden Dragon, where I must emerge victorious and claim the dragon, under the watchful eyes of the public. I can expose the nefarious deeds of the Pill Divine Palace and pressure the Tianyuan Holy Land to conduct a thorough investigation." Gu Yun regarded Luo Xiu with surprise. The competition for the Fortune Golden Dragon has drawn numerous powerful factions, including celestial sects from the central continent. What makes you believe you can secure victory? In response, Luo Xiu retrieved a pill from his robe. This is the sacred soul pill. Once ingested, It temporarily elevates a person's cultivation to the quasi-saint level for 3 days. Since the competition for the Fortune Golden Dragon does not warrant the presence of true saints, I am confident of success. Guyan raised an eyebrow, observing the extraordinary pill in Luo Shiyu's hand. Despite the Luo family's decline, remnants of their former glory persisted, allowing for the possession of such remarkable elixirs. It was no wonder that Luo Shiyu was willing to take such significant risks to return. However, Guyan turned to Luo Shiyu and inquired earnestly. Such an extraordinary elixir must surely bear severe side effects. What is the cost? Luo Shiyu responded with a calm smile, downplaying the gravity of the situation. Merely the cost of life and the dissolution of one's path. Both Qin Feng and Luo Yuanxiao inhaled sharply, their eyes reddening as they gazed at Luo Shiyu. He was risking his life to seek justice for those persecuted by the Pill God Hall. Guyan, however, scoffed disdainfully. Foolish. Do you truly believe that by doing this, the Heavenly Origin Sacred Place will thoroughly investigate the Pill God Hall? Do you think that by sacrificing yourself, those who have committed heinous acts will receive their due punishment? To seek justice, one must first possess the sword of righteousness. Chapter 145. Long Yuan Guyan's words struck Luo Shiyu profoundly. Once, he too aspired to wield his 3-foot green peak to rectify all injustices in the world. Yet, despite his exceptional talent, his strength remained too feeble. Over the years, he had diligently cultivated, yet he had only attained the mere realm of great ascendancy. To confront the entire Pill God Hall, not to mention the Heavenly Origin Sacred Place, felt overwhelmingly futile. Hence, he contemplated leveraging his own death as a means of coercion, hoping to exchange even a fleeting moment of brilliance for the world. The appearance of Gu Yun reignited a flicker of hope within him. Though he lacked the power to shake the heavens, perhaps this individual before him could. Bowing respectfully to Gu Yun, he earnestly pleaded, "I beseech the Hall Master to assist me." Gu Yun extended his hand, gently grasping Luo Shiyu's wrist with a serene smile, declaring, "For the sake of the righteous in this world, I shall accompany you." A tremor coursed through Luo Shiyu's body as he lifted his gaze to Gu Yun, the scene before him gradually blurring. Over the past few months, he had been slandered, hunted, and subjected to countless humiliations and criticisms by the Pill God Hall. Yet, he had never voiced any grievances or complaints. However, in that darkness, he had walked alone, which felt unbearably lonely. Now, upon seeing Gu Yun, a person willing to walk alongside him, a tide of unexpressed sorrow and frustration welled up within him. He choked back a laugh. Though his ancestors had endured hardships, they had been accompanied by kindred spirits, regardless of age, gender, status, or lineage, all sharing the same aspirations and ideals. Thus, they were able to forge ahead unimpeded, daring to challenge the heavens and alter the course of fate. Now, he too had found such a companion. Gu Yun, unaware of Luo Shiyu's inner turmoil, spoke again. "Leave this matter to me. The Dragon of Destiny must be seized, and the Pill God Hall shall receive its just punishment. However, under no circumstances should you sacrifice yourself." Luo Shiyu nodded resolutely, replying, "I shall follow your commands, Hall Master." With their agreement concluded, Gu Yun instructed Luo Shiyu to disguise himself and remain by his side to partake in the contest for the Dragon of Destiny. Meanwhile, the major factions in the Eastern Continent were closely monitoring the movements of the Dragon of Destiny. Deep within the Eastern Continent, the power of the Tao was coalescing, golden light illuminating the skies, as the aura of destiny surged like a rainbow. Could it be that the Dragon of Destiny had finally been born? To my astonishment, the seemingly humble Eastern Continent harbors such tremendous fortunes. The auspicious Golden Dragon that has emerged is destined to be claimed by our Tianyan Immortal Sect. Master, the Golden Dragon of Fortune has revealed a trace of its aura once more. We must hastily calculate its precise location. The Eastern Continent, the ancient land of Tianyan, the Longyuan battlefield. So, it lies there. What? The Longyuan battlefield? What is that place? A millennium ago, the Celestial Domain's divine clan descended upon the Eastern Continent, intending to eradicate the Tianyan Sect and restore order. Yet, to their surprise, the 17 divisions of the divine clan were relentlessly repelled by the Tianyan Sect, nearly facing total annihilation. What? Those mortals of the Tianyan Sect could actually contend with the divine clan? How was that even conceivable? You have no idea how terrifying the members of the Tianyan Sect were back then. Nowadays, the divine clan boasts their innate nobility and pure bloodlines, claiming they cultivate faster and are stronger than us mere mortals. However, in those days, the so-called divine clan appeared no more than humble fowl before the Tianyan Sect, led by Grandmaster Tianyan. Had they not discovered some extraordinary means to suppress the Tianyan Sect in the celestial domain, one might wonder if the divine clan would still exist today. The battleground of that fierce conflict was none other than Longyuan. At the Demon Suppression Palace, Gu Yun received the news without delay. Longyuan. Indeed, it is that place. Gu Yun's demeanor was impassive, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Qin Feng was also somewhat taken aback. It seemed the palace master had long been aware of the birthplace of the Golden Dragon of Fortune. Did the palace master possess some hidden knowledge about the Golden Dragon? Before he could gather his thoughts, Gu Yun continued, "Since the Golden Dragon has appeared, we shall proceed according to our plan. From this moment on, no disciples from any sect are permitted to participate. I shall go alone." Qin Feng immediately nodded in agreement. Understood. At that moment, Luo Xiu, who had transformed into Gu Yun's guard, wore a look of skepticism. Would it be feasible for just the two of them? There was no time for further contemplation. Gu Yun had already set off, and he could only follow closely behind. If necessary, he still possessed a pill capable of temporarily enhancing his cultivation. Regardless, he would ensure Gu Yun secured the Golden Dragon of Fortune. As Gu Yun embarked on his journey, Qin Feng had already conveyed Gu Yun's orders. The recent intense fluctuations indeed corresponded to the rumored Golden Dragon of Fortune. Why did the palace master not allow us to accompany him in the pursuit? Indeed, if we could obtain this Golden Dragon, our Tianyan Sect might just reclaim its former glory. What is there to discuss? It is merely that Gu Yun wishes to monopolize the Golden Dragon. Should he truly capture it, the Tianyan Sect would gain yet another powerful lineage. Cease your slander against Master Gu. Do not invoke my ire. Gu Yun is not even present. Why do you feign bravado? I dare you to try. The major clans also received word of Gu Yun's departure from the Tianyan Sect. Each elder of the prominent families harbored their own schemes in their hearts. In this contest, the Yi family initially had a chance. However, the demise of Yi Fan at the hands of Gu Yun resulted in the loss of the Luck Golden Dragon, a perfect vessel of fortune. Presently, numerous factions have emerged in Zhongzhou, and even if we were to intervene, the opportunity may have slipped away. Competing with those celestial sects for resources, should we truly succeed, who among us would dare to partake? Should we acquire it? Offering it to a powerful entity in the heavenly domain would be most advantageous, ensuring our clan's peace for millennia. The countenance of the Yi family patriarch fluctuated between shadow and light. This opportunity, meticulously planned for a century, ultimately fell to naught due to Gu Yun's interference. It is high time to settle accounts with Gu Yun. He turned to the assembly, speaking with deliberate calmness. Gu Yun has departed from his sect, and even his avatar is absent. Now is our opportune moment. If we can dismantle all the demon sealing arrays before Gu Yun's return, this chance may yet allow us to emerge victorious. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly grasped the patriarch's intent. Gu Yun had ventured alone to Longyuan to seize the Luck Golden Dragon. Should he succeed, we could execute a cunning ploy, much like a mantis stalking a cicada, with the yellow bird waiting in ambush. If he fails, upon his return, he would surely not be unscathed. At that point, we could destroy the demon sealing arrays, leveraging his weakened state to our advantage. This strategy is indeed multifaceted and astutely conceived. Very well, let us proceed as Senior Brother Yi suggests. While Gu Yun was present, we were powerless against the Demon Suppression Hall, but now that he is absent, dismantling a few demon sealing arrays should be a simple task. The Yi family patriarch snorted coldly. This matter must remain concealed. We must not alert the enemy and jeopardize our plans. Chapter 146, The Old Grounds. The Luck Golden Dragon erupted with intense fluctuations in the early hours of the morning. When Gu Yun arrived at Longyuan, the dawn had just begun to pierce the horizon. The resplendent sun cast its golden rays upon Gu Yun and Luo Xiu, dispelling the darkness that loomed over the eastern continent. Luo Xiu gazed at this scene in a daze. After so many years of hiding, he had never witnessed a sunrise. How breathtaking it is! He chuckled awkwardly and exclaimed, "Is this the morning sun that our ancestors spoke of?" Gu Yun merely smiled faintly, refraining from response, for he understood that this was not the moment for reflection. In the next instant, countless figures emerged from all directions. Some stood with hands clasped behind their backs atop flying swords, while others sat with hands tucked within their robes on peculiar spiritual artifacts. There were also those who sat cross-legged, riding fearsome beasts exuding a powerful aura. Gu Yun surveyed the surroundings. These individuals appear to be divided into 4 groups. Judging by their attire, they did not seem to belong to the Eastern Continent's factions. Moreover, their imposing presence suggested formidable cultivation levels. Particularly among the youth, any one of them could be regarded as a prodigy within a major sect of the Eastern Continent. Yet, among them, such talents appeared merely as embellishments. These must be the forces from Xianxia. This is quite normal. In Dongzhou, local forces, aside from the heavenly Yuan sacred land, seldom dare to vie for the auspicious Golden Dragon. Those who have arrived now see 2 figures already present in the Dragon Abyss, neither of whom appear particularly aged. Instantly, some scoff derisively. The Tianyan Celestial Sect is conducting its affairs. Outsiders be gone. Although others remained silent, their disdain was palpable. In their eyes, the people of Dongzhou were mere country bumpkins, forever chasing unattainable dreams, despite their titles as cultivators. They consider themselves the true practitioners of the art. Guyan turned to face the crowd and smiled indifferently. This is the old territory of my Tianyan Sect. I did not anticipate it to harbor such supreme fortune. However, since this is the domain of my Tianyan Sect, whatever resides within should rightfully belong to us. No? Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, then burst into mocking laughter. How laughable that a mere sect from Dongzhou would dare contest the auspicious Golden Dragon with them. Friend, the world of cultivation has always revered strength. You claim this as your Tianyan old land, but I could just as easily say it belongs to my Huoyan Celestial Sect. What then? One individual sneered. Do you not recognize your own limitations, yet dare to argue with us? If you do not leave, do not blame the Moon Spirit Sect for being merciless. Why waste words on him? Let us just eliminate him. If you are unwilling to play the villain, my Haoshan Sacred Land shall take on that role. However, just as the crowd regarded Gu Yun and his companion as mere clowns, a light laughter resonated. Esteemed guests, the Heavenly Yuan Sacred Land invites you to share in this opportunity, but we must establish 3 rules. Each shall rely on their own abilities, and only the fated shall attain it. Coercion is not permitted. As the contest had yet to begin, why were they already disregarding their promises? The crowd turned toward the voice, and a flurry of petals danced through the air, their fragrance wafting about, as a graceful figure descended amidst the fluttering blossoms. Standing before them, accompanying this maiden, were young disciples from the major sects of Dongzhou. The crowd from Xianxia sneered. They would not grant face to others, but they had to show respect to the saintess of the heavenly Yuan Sacred Land. Only the heavenly Yuan Sacred Land held the right to speak with them on equal footing. Luo Xiu, upon seeing the representatives of the heavenly Yuan Sacred Land, felt a surge of excitement. If he were to expose the misdeeds of the Pill God Palace at this moment, it would surely ignite a significant uproar in Dongzhou. He immediately glanced at Gu Yun and whispered, Sect Master, would it be feasible to expose the Pill God Palace now? Gu Yun cast him a sidelong glance, inquiring, These individuals have come for the auspicious Golden Dragon. With the contest imminent, do you think they would care about anything else? Luoshi bit his lip, suppressing his impulse. At that moment, Gu Yun turned his gaze toward the saintess of the heavenly Yuan Sacred Land, a cold smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed loudly, How generous of the heavenly Yuan Sacred Land to take what belongs to my Tianyan Sect and offer it as a favor. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. In Dongzhou, how audacious of someone to speak thus to a member of the heavenly origin Sacred Land. The heavenly maiden furrowed her brow slightly, casting a displeased glance at Gu Yun, and inquired, Who are you? Before Gu Yun could respond, those behind her from the Divine Sword Sect, the Divine Fire Sect, and the Moon Toad Palace eagerly interjected. Holy Maiden, this is the scourge from the Tianyan Sect, Gu Yun. Countless righteous disciples have perished at his hands. Observe his outrageous behavior. He is deeply entangled in demonic ways and dares to show such disrespect to you. The heavenly maiden, Ling Hongxiu, let out a cold laugh. So it is he? She had heard of Gu Yun's exploits, but did not regard him with any seriousness. Were it not for the imminent birth of the Fortune Golden Dragon, she would have dispatched someone to eliminate Gu Yun without a second thought. In response to Gu Yun's inquiry, she spoke coolly. Although Longyuan is nominally the ancestral land of your Tianyan Sect, it has long since lost your control. In fact, you currently lack the capability to even access it. Were it not for our heavenly origin sacred land, Longyuan would likely remain in obscurity. Gu Yun chuckled. So, if something of mine is lost and you find it, it becomes yours? Ling Hongxiu's anger flared. Such a silver-tongued rogue. However, in front of so many, she could not afford to lose her composure, for it would reflect poorly on the heavenly origin sacred land. With a cold snort, she retorted, "What does the heavenly origin sacred land claim as its own? Now that the fortune golden dragon is about to manifest, we shall summon various righteous allies to share in this opportunity, unlike your Tianyan Sect, which seeks to hoard it selfishly." Guyan replied with a smile, "To consume the fruits grown in one's own garden is not selfishness. However, I have discerned the schemes underlying this contention and shall not pursue it further." With a calm demeanor, he said, "Very well. Since it is a gift from the heavenly Tao, it should indeed be shared. Thus, upon entering Longyuan, let those with fortune claim the golden dragon." Ling Hongxiu let out a cold huff and addressed the disciple from Dongzhou beside her, saying, "Once we enter Longyuan, find an opportunity to eliminate this Guyan." The once arrogant crowd, emboldened by Ling Hongxiu, suddenly faltered. "What? Holy Maiden, you want us to kill Guyan? Our sect's ancestors are no match for him. May I ask, Holy Maiden, what about the powerful tribulation experts coming for the fortune golden dragon?" Ling Hongxiu, displeased, immediately scolded them. The fortune golden dragon is nurtured by the heavenly Tao, and thus the surrounding area is governed by its laws. This time, those over the age of 35 cannot enter Longyuan. Tribulation experts cannot gain entry at all. Think of a way yourselves to deal with Guyan. The crowd was left bewildered. What the hell? Is this foolish woman speaking sensibly? If I had such capability, would I be groveling before you? Just as the crowd was in a state of confusion, someone could no longer contain their eagerness and rushed into Longyuan. Chapter 147, The Tianyan Divine Cauldron. As one person set forth, others hastily followed, fearful that even a moment's delay might cause them to miss this extraordinary opportunity. Luo Xiu cast a glance at Gu Yun and remarked, "Palace Master, we should hasten to keep up." Gu Yun nodded, and together they joined the throng entering the Dragon Abyss. The entrance to the Dragon Abyss was a narrow, elongated valley, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. The instant Gu Yun stepped into the Dragon Abyss, he was enveloped in a blinding whiteness, but soon a vibrant new world unfolded before his eyes, catching him by surprise. He had anticipated that, as an ancient battlefield, it would be a desolate wasteland, yet he was met with such a scene. Luo Xiu was equally astonished. Could it be that the passage of time had allowed this ancient battleground to bloom anew? Guyan shook his head and replied, "I once visited another ancient battlefield, where time had also passed, yet it remained a mere ruin." Luo Xiu frowned slightly, surveying the lively surroundings once more, murmuring to himself, "Could it be due to the fortune golden dragon?" Guyan chuckled coldly, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, the other factions entering the Dragon Abyss were equally astonished. Yet they swiftly commenced their searches. This Dragon Abyss, an ancient battleground, harbored not only the fortune golden dragon, but also numerous treasures left behind by the previous generation of great beings from the Tianyan Sect. Everyone meticulously scoured the area, determined not to overlook anything. The fortune golden dragon, contested by so many, might elude them, but if they could uncover one or two relics from the previous generation, it would be a significant boon. At that moment, Luo Xiu recalled something and turned to Gu Yun, saying, "By the way, Palace Master, I once heard my father mention that our sect possessed a supreme treasure known as the Tianyan Divine Cauldron, which seems to have been lost in this Dragon Abyss. If we could recover our sect's treasure, it would indeed be a moment of great joy." Gu Yun had not anticipated such a fortuitous discovery, so he inquired, "Do you know how to locate the Tianyan Divine Cauldron?" Luo Xiu immediately replied, "The supreme treasures of the Tianyan Sect are forged from the blood of our ancestors, and they resonate with one another. As long as the Palace Master invokes the evil cleaving sword, you will be able to sense the presence of the Tianyan Divine Cauldron." Without further ado, Gu Yun switched to the evil cleaving sword. The moment it manifested, the blade trembled perceptibly before emitting a clear, melodious chime, a sound filled with excitement, compassion, and a sense of majestic desolation. Both Gu Yun and Luo Xiu were momentarily taken aback. They quickly comprehended why the evil cleaving sword reacted in such a manner. Although the surroundings were lush and bore little evidence of an ancient battlefield, countless heroic souls of the Tianyan Sect's ancestors lay in eternal slumber here. The evil cleaving sword must have sensed their lingering essence, prompting its response. Gu Yun and Luo Xiu exchanged a glance and then bowed respectfully in the direction of the sword's melody, offering their homage. "Disciples of Tianyan, we pay our respects to our esteemed ancestors." As the two individuals concluded their conversation, the evil slaying sword seemed to sense something. Whoosh! It transformed into a streak of light and swiftly darted away. Gu Yun and Luo Xiu regained their composure and immediately pursued it. Moments later, they arrived at a valley where two factions were at an impasse, swords drawn. Brother Zhu, although we are all comrades from the Central State's celestial sects, fortune is fortune. Whoever encounters it first claims it. I truly cannot yield, one man declared. Brother Zhang, you speak wisely, and I share your sentiments. However, it was we who first discovered this divine cauldron, thus it rightfully belongs to our Fire Cloud sect. Haha, what a joke. When our disciples from Haoshan's sacred ground arrived, you were still several hundred meters away. How can you dare assert that you discovered it first? If you hadn't seen us approaching, would you have found the cauldron? It is not a matter of who is underhanded or who is first. Brother Zhang, if you insist on this, then it seems we must come to blows today. Huh? Do you think I fear you? The two opposing factions were none other than the Central State's celestial sects, one named Haoshan's Sacred Ground, and the other Fire Cloud sect. Luo Xiu, anxious, whispered, Master, they are fighting over our treasured artifact, the Tianyan Divine Cauldron. It rightfully belongs to our sect. Why should they contest it? Instead, let us wait for them to weaken each other before we seize the cauldron. Upon hearing this, Gu Yun immediately responded with righteous fervor, No, since it is ours, we shall claim it honorably and openly. How can we act so base? I believe the disciples of the Central State's celestial sects are reasonable individuals. If we present our case with facts, they will surely return the cauldron to us. Luo Xiu stared at Gu Yun bewildered. In his impression, Gu Yun was not one to be so naive. What was happening here? Gu Yun offered no explanation, merely displaying a simple and earnest smile before approaching the tension-filled crowd. Esteemed guests, may I have a moment of your attention? This cauldron is the treasured possession of our Tianyan Sect, regardless of who discovered it first. It does not belong to you. Both the members of Haoshan's Sacred Ground and Fire Cloud Sect paused, then turned their gazes toward Gu Yun, only to erupt in derisive laughter. Ha ha ha. What did you say? This is your possession? Am I hearing correctly? A mere insect dares to contest with us. Two great celestial sects, for fortune, begone, or face death. The atmosphere bristled with murderous intent from both sides. Yet, none wished to divert their focus for a mere insignificant figure like Gu Yun. He maintained his smile, unfazed by their scorn, and shrugged helplessly, saying, very well. Since this opportunity was discovered by you, it is for you to judge to whom it truly belongs. Let us bear witness, shall we? Upon hearing this, the crowd responded with a collective derisive laugh, mistakenly believing that Gu Yun was intimidated and that this so-called witness was merely a pretext for him to retreat gracefully. The two factions stood firmly opposed once more. The leading youth from the Tianyan Sect spoke again, asserting, I have stated that this divine cauldron was first beheld by us, hence it rightfully belongs to us. The youth at the forefront of the Tianyan Sect smirked, ready to speak, but Gu Yun nodded thoughtfully and remarked, In that case, it appears the divine cauldron indeed should belong to you, as you were the first to observe it, correct? This statement left both the Tianyan Sect and Tianyan Sect momentarily stunned. However, the former soon found amusement, while the latter glared at Gu Yun with unrestrained fury, exclaiming, You insolent brat, what did you just say? Are you seeking death? Who granted you the audacity to speak here? He then commanded, Seize this brat and cut out his tongue. Barely had he finished speaking when a disciple from the Tianyan Sect charged at Gu Yun with malicious intent. This individual possessed formidable strength, nearing the peak of the Xian realm. Gu Yun, however, was instantly enraged. With a resounding impact, he unleashed a palm strike, obliterating the assailant into a mist of blood. Yet, Gu Yun did not focus on the fallen foe. Instead, he addressed the onlookers from the Tianyan Sect, lamenting, Must you all be so impulsive? We are here to resolve matters, not to engage in combat. Can we not all remain calm? The disciples of both the Tianyan Sect and Haoshan's Sacred Grounds, including Luo Xiu beside Gu Yun, were left speechless. What was happening? Who, in fact, was lacking composure? The display of such explosive force was nothing short of artistry in destruction. A sense of trepidation swept through both factions, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Who was this individual possessing such terrifying prowess? Chapter 148. Thus, this is what we call reason. A gentle breeze swept through, gradually dispersing the blood mist that hung in the air. Aside from the lingering metallic scent of blood, no evidence remained of a living being in that space moments before. Members of both the Haoshan's Sacred Grounds and Tianyan Sect gaped in astonishment at Gu Yun, their foreheads glistening with beads of sweat. Fear began to permeate their hearts. Yet, there were exceptions. The leaders of both factions were experts who had transcended the Xian realm. They regarded Gu Yun with a mixture of wariness and respect, but not fear. After all, in their eyes, no matter how formidable Gu Yun seemed, he could not possibly rival those at the ascendant stage. Given their similar ages, the gap in strength could not be so vast. Still, uncertain of Gu Yun's true capabilities, they hesitated to act recklessly. Noticing the silence enveloping the crowd, Gu Yun smiled nonchalantly and said, "Why do you all stare at me? I merely encouraged you not to be anxious. I did not silence you. Where were we in our discussion?" The members of the Haoshan sacred land exchanged glances, and at that moment, one timidly spoke up regarding the divine cauldron. "We were the first to see it, hence it should rightfully belong to us." Gu Yun nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, since you present valid reasoning, there is no issue." Upon hearing this, the members of the Haoshan sacred land became filled with pride. Although the individual before them was ruthless, at least he stood on their side. The leading youth of Haoshan's sacred land smiled and said, "What this fellow cultivator has said is quite accurate. Thus, I shall accept the divine cauldron." However, just as he was about to send someone to retrieve it, Gu Yun interjected once more. "Look at you, so eager. You've stated your reasoning. But have you yet heard the other side's argument?" With that, Gu Yun turned his gaze towards the Huoyun Xianzong. Both sides were momentarily taken aback. Was he not favoring the Haoshan sacred land? The members of Huoyun Xianzong rekindled their hope and quickly concurred. "Indeed, this fellow cultivator makes a valid point. This item was clearly approached by us first. What use is it to merely observe?" Gu Yun crossed his arms and nodded earnestly. "That reasoning indeed holds merit." At this juncture, the leader of the Haoshan sacred land grew incensed. He glared fiercely at Gu Yun and questioned, "Fellow cultivator, if you find merit in both arguments, then to whom does this item truly belong?" Gu Yun chuckled softly before replying, "I believe fairness lies within the hearts of the people, and we should seek a conclusion that satisfies both disciples. How about this? Each side appoints a representative, and we will hold a vote. If both representatives are in agreement, then the divine cauldron shall be granted to that party." A vote with each side appointing a representative? The leaders of both factions grew somewhat impatient. Yet they dared not voice their discontent given Gu Yun's formidable prowess. They could only acquiesce with displeasure. Subsequently, 2 representatives were chosen and stood before Gu Yun. He regarded them with a radiant and innocent smile. "All right, let us commence the voting. Those in favor of granting the divine cauldron to the Haoshan sacred land, please raise your hands." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Haoshan sacred land raised their hands without hesitation. In contrast, the disciples of Huoyun Xianzong remained unmoving, only letting out a cold snort. It appeared that the result would likely be 1 vote each. What outcome could there be? However, at that moment, Gu Yun's expression suddenly shifted. He glared at the raised hand with malice, stating, "They have clearly said that they arrived first, yet you raise your hand indiscriminately. You clearly have not given this matter any serious thought and do not respect this voting process. Such selfishness and disregard for others is utterly contemptible." No sooner had he finished speaking than he struck out violently. Bang! The disciple of the Haoshan sacred land, who had just raised his hand and appeared utterly bewildered, was instantaneously obliterated into a mist of blood. Even the blood mist took on a bewildered shape. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. What on earth was happening? He is clearly showing favoritism towards the Fire Cloud sect. The disciples of the Fire Cloud sect, after a brief moment of surprise, quickly basked in their own arrogance. Immediately, one of them echoed, "What you say is absolutely right. Such individuals have not engaged in serious contemplation and only consider their own sect. Well done." The leader of the Haoshan sacred land trembled with rage. However, before he could vent his anger, Gu Yun spoke once more. "Now, those who agree to hand over the divine cauldron to the Haoshan sacred land, please raise your hands." The disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, filled with self-satisfaction, adjusted his collar and leisurely raised his hand, as if victory were already assured. Yet in the next moment, bang, Gu Yun struck again, and he too was obliterated. The once cheering disciples of the Fire Cloud sect fell silent, their expressions frozen in shock as they stared at Gu Yun. Even Luo Shiyu, standing nearby, was left bewildered. Why did those who raised their hands meet their demise? Gu Yun, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "I have already told you to think carefully. The Haoang sacred land has ample justification as well. Why do you not consider that? You are just like the one before you. You deserve to perish." At this, the people from both sides were incensed. "Are you deliberately seeking trouble?" Is it true that whoever raises their hand meets death? Let us all attack together and eliminate him. He is clearly here to cause chaos. In this moment, the previously tense disciples from both sides reached a unanimous agreement. Onward. Witnessing this scene, Gu Yun was instantly enraged. Here I am, making an effort to mediate for you. Yet instead of gratitude, you dare to repay kindness with enmity? Truly, it is difficult to be a good person in this world. With that, he summoned the sword of evil extermination. Whoosh! In a single strike, dozens were dispatched. Their bodies severed from their heads in an instant. Spurt, blood splattered, and corpses flew through the air. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. What level of cultivation does he possess? At that moment, the two young leaders from either side exchanged glances, both realizing they were no match for Gu Yun. Without a moment's hesitation, they drew their most precious escape talismans and vanished. The others were left dumbfounded. What? Their strongest combatants had fled. What could they possibly do? Thus, they scattered like birds and beasts. However, Gu Yun let out a cold, mocking laugh and spoke indifferently. I have declared that if this matter is not resolved today, none shall leave. Just moments ago, he had already set up a barrier. In the next instant, the two who had shattered their teleportation talismans to escape reappeared at the same spot, utterly perplexed. What is happening? Why are we still here? Meanwhile, others who had attempted to flee quickly discovered an invisible barrier surrounding them. No matter how they fought, they could not break free. Now, they were like lambs awaiting slaughter. Gazing in terror at Gu Yun, the two leaders immediately stammered, "Seniors, we no longer want this. Please let us go." Yes, we don't want it. Gu Yun chuckled softly. How can that be? Since we have encountered a problem, we must resolve it. Evasion is not an option. Cool. Let us continue to select representatives and vote until a consensus is reached. Chapter 149. This is what we call reason. The crowd felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling wave sweeping over each person. The two leaders glanced behind them, realizing that their comrades would soon perish too. At that moment, Gu Yun spoke again. What is this? It seems you do not wish to honor me? His voice was cold, akin to the biting winds of midwinter. The disciples from the Haoshan Holy Land and the Huoyun Immortal Sect shivered, their thighs trembling uncontrollably. The two leaders hastily replied, No. What the senior says is indeed correct. We shall vote now. With gritted teeth, they glared fiercely at their junior disciples. You, step forward. You as well, go cast your vote. The chosen ones nearly broke into tears, but under the pressure of the two leaders, they dared not refuse. Soon, the two approached Gu Yun, trembling with trepidation. Gu Yun wore a benevolent smile and said, Do not be anxious. I am not a villain. The two nearly lost control of themselves. You're not a villain? You are less than human. You kill without a second thought, even more ruthless than a demon. Gu Yun chuckled. All right, let us vote again. Those in favor of returning the divine cauldron to the Haoshan Holy Land, please raise your hands. As his words fell, the disciples exchanged glances, seemingly resolute. Given their earlier disagreement, they could simply raise their hands together now. Trembling, they lifted their hands in unison. Observing this, both sides sighed in relief. Now, there is no disagreement. Bang! Gu Yun suddenly struck out with a palm, unleashing a torrent of blood mist before him, lamenting. Why are you still so careless? Can't you think this through? Come, the next group. At this point, the crowd was in a frenzy. Was it not permissible for two to raise their hands? Was one hand a death sentence, and two hands also a death sentence? Must they refrain from raising their hands, or choose the Huoyun Immortal Sect? However, the outcomes of the subsequent voting groups remained identical. Bang! 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 Raise your hand. Do not raise your hand. Choose the Haoshan Holy Land. Choose the Huoyun Immortal Sect, or choose neither. Regardless of the selection, death awaited. As the number of individuals dwindled, the remaining disciples were on the brink of collapse. Luo Shiyu was left speechless. Palace Master, what? What does he intend to achieve? Gu Yun shook his hand lightly and spoke with an air of indifference. Next group. Two individuals stood before him, trembling, their garments drenched in cold sweat. One of them was visibly shaking, eyes wide with terror, clearly on the brink of psychological collapse. At that moment, Gu Yun spoke again. Tell me, does this belong to the Haoshan Sacred Land or the Huoyun Immortal Sect? His words struck like a death knell, instantly raising the hairs on the necks of the two individuals before him. One disciple, unable to contain himself any longer, erupted in despair. I can't take it anymore. This item belongs neither to Haoshan Sacred Land nor to Huoyun Immortal Sect. It is clearly from the Tianyan Sect. Why do you insist on fighting over it? I truly do not wish to choose, nor do I want to die. I want to go home. Mother, I want to go home. As he spoke, he cradled his head in anguish, collapsing to the ground. Though his display was pitiful, no one mocked him. Every person present could empathize with his plight, even feeling a surge of sympathy for his situation. As he wept uncontrollably, Gu Yun raised his hand once more. However, this time, he did not strike, but instead placed a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder, saying, "Well said. I am pleased to see you have genuinely contemplated this matter." The others widened their eyes in disbelief. What the hell? After all this, you were simply waiting here? Why didn't you say so directly? Who dares to contradict? Gu Yun then turned his gaze to the disciple beside him, asking with a smile, "What is your opinion?" The man, startled, immediately replied, "I feel the same way. This item rightfully belongs to the Tianyan Sect. Anyone who sees it should return it to its rightful owner." Gu Yun nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The opinions from both sides have finally aligned, and this time, it is from a truly just and fair perspective. The representatives from both sects were overwhelmed with emotion, embracing each other in tears of joy. Finally, they would not face death. Gu Yun then looked at the others and inquired again, "What about you all? What could the others say? What do they dare to say? We too believe it should be so." Gu Yun erupted in laughter, unable to contain his applause. Good, good. Afterward, he turned to the utterly dumbfounded Luo Xiu and remarked, "See, these individuals are quite reasonable." Luo Xiu was completely taken aback. Is it really possible to handle it this way? Yet he had to acknowledge that if one truly adhered to reason, these people would not care. Only with formidable means could they be made to understand. Regaining his composure, Luo Xiu sincerely said, "I admire this." Gu Yun waved his hand and addressed the crowd. "Now that everything is clear, there is no longer an issue. You may all depart." Luo Xiu stood in shock. He initially believed that Gu Yun would impart the lesson that one must act decisively and eliminate threats at their roots. It appears he has underestimated the sect master. Although the sect master is known for his ruthless methods, his heart remains kind. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Xianxia were filled with excitement. Simultaneously, their gazes towards Gu Yun brimmed with murderous intent. If today's humiliation goes unavenged, how could they ever hope to establish themselves in Xianxia again? The two young leaders gritted their teeth and murmured, "Thank you, senior. Please be lenient." With that, they turned to leave, accompanied by their respective followers. However, they did not venture far and instead gathered after departing from Gu Yun's presence. "Brother Zhu, how could mere sect members from the eastern continent dare to insult us so? If we do not avenge this grievance, my heart will be troubled. Indeed, if I do not dismember him, I shall not bear the surname Zhang. In that case, let us summon the experts from our sects to join forces and eliminate that scoundrel." Agreed, I share this sentiment. With a swift motion, both produced signal flares from their sects and released them simultaneously. Whoosh! Red and blue signals shot up into the sky. However, midway through their ascent, they seemed to collide with an unseen barrier. Both sides were taken aback. What is this barrier? At that moment, a sigh echoed. It is difficult to be a good person. I have been magnanimous enough to spare them, yet they still seek to bring harm to me. How can there be such ungrateful and treacherous individuals in this world? The crowd's pupils constricted as they turned mechanically to see Gu Yun shaking his head in feigned sorrow, though his speed in drawing his sword was unwavering. Beside him, Luo Xiu was equally indignant. These people truly deserve death. Chapter 150, A Common Sword. Gu Yun nodded emphatically. Indeed, they deserve to die. Before others could react, Gu Yun suddenly swung his sword. Terrifying sword energy surged forth, with screams echoing. Not a single survivor remained from the two great sects of Xianxia. Slaying the demonic path of Xianxia, a deed of immeasurable merit. Reward, 50,000 merits. After dispatching these insignificant foes, Gu Yun did not linger on the matter and turned his attention toward the Tianyan divine cauldron. The ancient bronze cauldron stood tall before him, devoid of any dust, as if the passage of millennia had left no mark upon it. As he approached the divine cauldron, the sword of slaying evil vibrated with excitement, emitting a continuous ringing sound. In stark contrast, the cauldron remained unresponsive, as if it were in a deep slumber. Gu Yun circled the towering cauldron, clearly sensing the immense spiritual energy and the ancient, formidable aura emanating from the treasure. Yet, he remained uncertain how to awaken it. Instinctively, he raised his hand and placed it upon the cauldron's surface. At the moment he touched the cauldron, a resonant hum erupted. A faint glimmer danced upon the divine cauldron, rippling like the surface of water. The Tianyan divine cauldron, once shrouded in a pall of lifelessness, began to radiate with brilliance. Beside it, Luo Xiu was filled with immense joy. Master, it appears that the cauldron recognizes us as disciples of the Tianyan Sect, which is why it has awakened autonomously, he exclaimed. Guyan raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Just then, from the cauldron, small points of light, akin to peanuts, began to emerge. Each luminescent speck harbored an extraordinary potency of soul power. Both Gu Yun and Luo Xiu were astonished. Is this? Luo Xiu suddenly cried out. Is this the valiant spirits of our ancestors who perished in the Long Yuan? Gu Yun, gazing at the golden lights that gradually morphed into human figures, was equally astonished. After tens of thousands of years in slumber, how could these soul powers retain such terrifying strength? It was unfathomable. He immediately considered the implications and turned his attention to the Tianyan divine cauldron before him. It seemed that the cauldron had sheltered these heroic spirits, allowing them to endure for so long. Have we been awakened? Have a sect's disciples found us? How many years have passed in this deep slumber? As more and more divine souls appeared, they naturally became aware of Gu Yun and Luo Xiu's presence. They turned towards the two, smiling warmly as they spoke. Young ones, are you disciples of our Tianyan Sect? Remarkably talented. At such a tender age, you possess such profound cultivation. Oh, one of you can even discern the depth of another's abilities. It seems our sect has flourished over the years. Young one, how many years have passed since the Long Yuan battle? Has the harmonious world spoken of by our elders come to fruition? Surely, Miley family's descendants dwell in an era free from oppression, far superior to our generation. Faced with the excited inquiries of the crowd, Gu Yun and Luo Xiu exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, particularly Luo Xiu, whose throat tightened with emotion. Gu Yun took a deep breath and respectfully addressed the assembly. Disciple Gu Yun pays his respects to all esteemed ancestors. Luo Xiu, regaining his composure, choked out. Disciple Luo Xiu pays his respects to all esteemed ancestors. Observing their demeanor, the previously exuberant crowd gradually calmed, as if they sensed something amiss. At that moment, a middle-aged figure approached Gu Yun with a cheerful demeanor. Young one, place your hand upon the Tianyan divine cauldron. The cauldron can share memories. We long to see the outside world and learn what our sect has become. Gu Yun nodded, preparing to raise his hand, but was halted by Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu looked at Gu Yun with pleading eyes, shaking his head, seemingly reluctant to let the ancestors down, not wanting them to feel their sacrifices were in vain. Yet Gu Yun smiled serenely. Do not underestimate them. With that, he placed his hand upon the cauldron. In the next moment, the minds of all the souls present were flooded with images of everything concerning the Tianyan Sect, as seen through Gu Yun's perspective. Soon, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. What? The aristocratic families have staged a comeback? That scoundrel Xiao Zhao and his descendants dare to betray their master's teachings. These wretches are utterly unworthy of being disciples of our Tianyan Sect. Indeed, disappointment and frustration began to spread among the crowd. Yet, the middle-aged man, standing before Gu Yun, remained remarkably calm. He spoke with an air of tranquility. Enough, let us cease our complaints. My senior brother once said that we should seek hope amidst adversity. We have done what we were meant to do, and thus, we shall bear no resentment. Upon hearing these words, the previously grumbling voices gradually quieted. The middle-aged man turned to Gu Yun, his expression still kind and benevolent. Little one, do you still wish to believe in and uphold the ideal espoused by my senior brother? Gu Yun nodded slightly. As a disciple, I naturally wish to. The man expressed his satisfaction, smiling as he said, excellent. Each generation has its own responsibilities to fulfill. We have completed our part in history. The future now belongs to you. Gu Yun took a deep breath, then clasped his hands together, earnestly declaring, rest assured, esteemed senior, we shall exert ourselves fully and spare no effort. At that moment, the man looked at Gu Yun once more and spoke. I sense a formidable aura of righteousness within you. Gu Yun did not conceal anything, promptly summoning the sword of righteousness. Upon seeing this divine sword, the eyes of the gathered souls sparkled with renewed determination and reverence. They bowed in respect towards the sword of righteousness, addressing him. We pay our respects to the master of the sect. To see the sword is akin to meeting its wielder. The sight of the sword of righteousness reignited the flames of youthful fervor within their hearts. After completing their salutations, the man turned to Gu Yun again, smiling warmly as he said, since you have been chosen by the sword of righteousness, It signifies that you are destined to be the hope of our Tianyan Sect. We, the old ones, are but remnants of a bygone era, unable to bestow much upon you. However, there is one technique I can impart. With that, he raised his hand, and a beam of golden light flew into the sword of righteousness. Guyan was taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, countless rays of golden light surged forth. He looked up in confusion at the man before him, who smiled gently, akin to a kind elder, and said, "Young lad, the sword of righteousness possesses a technique capable of defying the heavens in battle. Today, we old ones shall personally teach you how to wield it. Remember, this technique is called the ordinary sword strike." As soon as he finished speaking, a multitude of sword techniques appeared in Guyan's mind. There were both men and women, young and old among them. Some techniques were fierce, while others blended strength with gentleness. Ultimately, these myriad techniques coalesced into a singular intention, transforming into a long sword in Guyan's grasp. Guyan was utterly astonished, and upon glancing behind him, he found himself surrounded by the spectral figures of the martyrs of the Tianyan Sect. It seemed as though the multitude grasped his hand, collectively wielding the sword alongside him. "Young one, remember this. Though an ordinary person may appear frail, when united, a group of common folk possesses the power to slay gods. This sword, known as the ordinary blade, when unleashed, can sever the sacred." Chapter 151. When applied to the righteous path, it becomes a formidable banner. Within Guyan's consciousness, a sword was brandished, annihilating all in its wake. Even the sages found themselves unable to withstand the terror of this blade. It was only at this moment that Guyan comprehended the formidable nature of those ancestors from Tianyan. With mere mortal forms, they stood shoulder to shoulder with divinities. Such defiance of the heavens, was it truly possible to master? Of course, this technique was exceedingly formidable and could not be employed casually. After its use, a significant interval, perhaps a month, was required before it could be wielded again. However, if Guyan were to channel Merit to recharge it, he might be able to reduce the cooldown. Yet, he remained unaware of how much merit this endeavor would consume. After imparting this miraculous sword technique to Guyan, the collective souls of the gods did not forget Luo Xiu. Through Guyan's memories, they became acquainted with Luo Xiu's experiences and tribulations. Young descendant of the Luo family, this Tianyan divine cauldron is destined for you to inherit. It contains the martial arts and cultivation legacies of your ancestors. We hope you can carry on the teachings of Brother Luo and steadfastly uphold your beliefs. Luo Xiu, overwhelmed with emotion, nodded solemnly. Previously, he had only heard of the deeds of his forebears through his father's narratives and ancient sect texts. Now, those whom he had once revered stood before him. Moreover, their unwavering hope and optimism in light of the current state of the Tianyan Sect deeply moved Luo Xiu. The words of the Hall Master revealed that the ancestors were even mightier than he had imagined. He clasped his hands together in salute and earnestly declared, "Xiu will not disappoint the expectations of our ancestors. I shall dedicate my life to the ultimate ideals of the Tianyan Sect." Unexpectedly, the man erupted into hearty laughter. "Young one, do not remain so grave. Do your utmost and do not betray yourself. The most vital thing is to live well." Upon hearing this, warmth surged within Luo Xiu's heart, akin to a child praised by an elder, causing him to nod in delight. Just as Guyan and the others basked in this harmonious moment, a raspy, ominous voice echoed from within the mist-laden dragon abyss. He. At last, I have caught up with you." In an instant, sinister winds arose, and dark clouds engulfed the entire dragon abyss. Everyone within was startled. What is happening? Why has it suddenly turned dark? Is this presence that of the celestial domain's divine clan? Who could it be? The divine spirits before Guyan also changed countenance. After all these millennia, that scoundrel is still alive? The Shadow Clan's quasi-saint experts are indeed more formidable than anticipated. The man before Guyan immediately addressed him, urging, "You must leave with the heavenly transformation divine cauldron at once. Remember to conceal your presence. We will cover your retreat." Both Guyan and Luo Xiu were utterly bewildered, still unaware of the unfolding events. At that moment, a dense black mist enveloped everyone, and a raspy voice echoed, "Thinking of escaping? It is too late. You forced me to destroy my physical form all those years ago, yet you failed to anticipate that the method I cultivated for my soul would become even more formidable without a body. In a desperate bid to avoid having your souls consumed by me, You hid within that broken cauldron for nearly 10 millennia, hoping that the passage of time would erode my essence. Alas, your efforts were in vain. Once I devour your souls, I shall extend my existence for several more millennia. And furthermore, I can utilize these two disciples of the Heavenly Transformation Sect to resurrect myself. Upon hearing this, the valiant spirits of the Heavenly Transformation Sect were instantly enraged, positioning themselves protectively in front of Guyun and Luo Xiu. In their current ethereal state, they were no match for the elder of the Shadow God clan. Yet, to safeguard Guyun and Luo Xiu, they had no other options. Once, they had fought to protect their descendants from humiliation and death. Now, what was one more sacrifice for the sake of their future generations? Luo Xiu, in a state of frantic urgency, rushed to Guyun, exclaiming, "Master, you must flee. We cannot let our predecessors sacrifice themselves in vain." Guyun cast a surprised glance at the arrogant black soul entity and spoke, "Dear ancestors, there is no need for concern. I possess a method to deal with him." However, his words were met with skepticism. "Young man, though you have been recognized for your valor, do not be overconfident. This fiend is exceedingly formidable. In his soul form, he is impervious to any divine arts." They urged him to flee, asserting, "We, as ancient relics, can buy you at least a moment." Before Guyun could respond further, the black soul burst into a mocking laugh. "I have stated clearly, no one will leave today. I have already established the heavenly locking barrier. Let us see who can escape." Upon hearing this, the ancestors of the Heavenly Transformation Sect furrowed their brows in trepidation. The heavenly locking barrier, once activated, was nigh impossible to break. Even for its creator, the effort required to dismantle it was immense. Within such a formidable barrier, Guyun and Luo Xiu harbored no hope of escape. "Alas, we have implicated these two young ones. They are the hope of our Heavenly Transformation Sect. Today, even if it costs us our lives, we must ensure their escape." As the elders prepared to embrace their fate heroically, Guyun, with a resigned smile, summoned a golden flag and declared, "Esteemed ancestors, I possess a magical artifact specifically designed to combat souls. Confronting this black soul will be no issue at all." Upon recognizing the object in Guyun's hand, the members of the Heavenly Transformation Sect, the elder of the Shadow God clan, and Luo Xiu all gazed in astonishment. In unison, they exclaimed, "The banner of 10,000 souls? How could you possess such a relic?" Guyun responded with a serene smile, patiently elucidating, "This is the Imperial flag. While it bears a similar aura to the banner of 10,000 souls, a fundamental distinction exists. Observe, the banner of 10,000 souls is shrouded in ominous darkness, whilst mine radiates with resplendent light. Are they truly comparable? Furthermore, the banner of 10,000 souls is filled with the tormented souls of the innocent who have met tragic ends, whereas my imperial flag is composed of valiant spirits who have forsaken their wicked paths and embraced virtue." Upon hearing this, the members of the Tianyan Sect couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Wasn't it merely a difference in color? What essential difference could there be? Luo Xiu felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that the ancestors might harbor unfavorable opinions of Guyun. At that moment, the leading elder of the Tianyan Sect awkwardly chuckled and remarked, "Ah, the youth certainly possesses some ideas. Nevertheless, we are presently engaged in battle. Thus, it is of little consequence. Moreover, whether black or gold, if the banners serve the righteous path, they are indeed valuable." Turning to the younger generation, he entrusted them with the matter. Luo Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, the ancestors are far more open-minded than I had anticipated." Guyun nodded emphatically. "Very well, I shall leave it to my disciples." Meanwhile, the dark soul was utterly bewildered and then erupted in a tirade. "Damn you, you old dogs of the Tianyan Sect. You are all using the banner of 10,000 souls and still dare to claim righteousness?" With that, he turned to flee. But soon, he realized a dire predicament. His own celestial locking barrier had become a prison ensnaring him. Helpless and in despair, he could only accelerate frantically to break the barrier. However, at that moment, a terrifying force surged from behind him. The elder of the Shadow God clan panicked and shouted, Wait. I know a secret regarding the Golden Dragon of Destiny. Spare my life, and I shall divulge it." Guyun smiled nonchalantly. "No need. I am somewhat versed in soul-searching techniques." The elder of the Shadow God clan was left utterly dumbfounded. "What on earth? Which disciple of the Tianyan Sect are you?" "The Tianyan Demon Sect?" Chapter 152, Returning Home. Observing that the elder of the Shadow God clan still contemplated resistance, Gu Yun snorted coldly. His entire being shimmered with golden radiance, and in his hand, a golden flag glimmered with shifting hues. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a swirling embrace of radiant light. Though it appeared extraordinarily sacred, an unsettling chill lingered in the air. The ancestral spirits of the Tianyan Sect raised their eyebrows, unable to restrain themselves from speaking. This lad, though righteous, possesses an unsettling aura. These descendants are even more fervent than we were in our time. Soon, following a harrowing scream from the elder of the Shadow God clan, the surroundings fell into silence. Gu Yun took a deep breath. After all, subduing a spirit of quasi-saintly caliber required considerable effort. Moreover, complete refinement would necessitate some time before he could deal with the residual souls of the Shadow God clan. Gu Yun cast his gaze upon the spirits of the esteemed members of the Tianyan Sect and inquired, "Do you have any plans for what lies ahead?" The assembly, shaken from their reverie, began to comprehend the gravity of their predicament. They were acutely aware of the formidable nature of the elder from the Shadow God clan, who had once compelled them to seek refuge within the divine cauldron for a millennium. Now, emerging once more, they witnessed a mere junior effortlessly subduing him. Truly, time had changed the tides, evoking a sense of poignant nostalgia. Nevertheless, the sight of such a promising successor filled their hearts with contentment. The leader, a middle-aged man, spoke with a jovial demeanor. "We are but souls long departed. Our unwillingness to grant the Shadow God clan any advantage led us to conceal ourselves within the cauldron. Now, to behold a descendant of Tianyan surpassing the ancients fills us with no regrets. We intend to achieve eternal rest, allowing us to enter the cycle of reincarnation. A cultivator, as long as the spirit endures, possesses the ability for rebirth through methods such as borrowing a corpse or seizing another's life. Yet, such practices are deemed unworthy by those of moral integrity." Seeing the resolve in their expressions, Gu Yun nodded in agreement. He and Luo Shiyu then offered a respectful bow to the assembled spirits, declaring, "If that is your wish, allow me to assist you in returning to Tianyan, to honor the heroes as they journey home." Upon hearing this, the spirits were momentarily taken aback. They had perished in the Dragon Abyss, and without extraordinary means, remained trapped in this realm. Yet, as disciples of the Tianyan Sect, who would not yearn to return to their roots and be laid to rest in their homeland, Gu Yun's words rekindled a flicker of hope within them. The spirits surged with excitement. "Can we truly return to Tianyan? Ha ha ha, after millennia. If we could behold it once more, our souls could dissipate without regret. If such a thing comes to pass, it would be splendid." Gu Yun smiled serenely and then turned to Luo Shu, stating, "I shall immediately establish the array to guide the ancestral spirits back to Tianyan. I will require your protection to ensure that no one disturbs this process." Luo Shu, with utmost seriousness, assured him, "Rest assured, sect leader, I shall not fail in this duty." With a nod, Gu Yun raised his hand, summoning a magnificent golden array that materialized around him. The golden radiance surged towards the heavens, as if opening a conduit through time and space. On the other side of this passage lay the familiar essence of their former home. Many of the ancestors of the Tianyan Sect were moved to tears. "At last, we can return home," they rejoiced. "Dear ones, we are born of Tianyan, and in death, we remain Tianyan souls. As we disperse into the void to enter the cycle of reincarnation, may we be destined to meet again in the next life. Farewell, and take care." The assembly exchanged solemn bows, and one by one, they transformed into streams of light, soaring back to the Tianyan Sect alongside the golden glow. Such a momentous occurrence naturally drew the attention of others within the Dragon Abyss. The disciples of the prominent sects in the Eastern continent, closest in proximity, rushed to investigate. However, before they could draw near, they were promptly intercepted by Luo Shu. "Please, halt your advance." They instantly recognized Luo Shiyu as someone affiliated with Gu Yun. It soon dawned on them that such a commotion might very well have been orchestrated by Gu Yun himself. Consequently, the onlookers exchanged glances, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Su Tianshan, the new saint of the Divine Fire Sect, cheerfully remarked, "My friend, do not be alarmed. We, like you from the Tianyan Sect, are all disciples of the righteous path of the Eastern continent. Moreover, our sects have maintained amicable relations, so should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Luo Shiu chuckled lightly, fully aware that these individuals bore no good intentions. Thus, he politely replied, I would appreciate it if you all could refrain from approaching. There is nothing further to discuss. Su Tianyan immediately sensed something amiss and cautiously inquired. May I ask if it is the esteemed Gu Dian's master from Tianyan Sect who is engaged in profound enlightenment and cultivation within, thus requiring solitude? Luo Xiu frowned, casting a wary glance at Su Tianyan as he responded. I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information. Since Gu Yun had entrusted him with the task of protection, it was clear he wished to avoid any disturbances during his transcendental rituals. Naturally, Luo Xiu was reluctant to elaborate further. However, the more he concealed, the more curious Su Tianyan became. He discreetly communicated with the other saints from various sects, stating, I believe there's something peculiar about this matter. The more Gu Yun seeks to avoid interruptions, the more it indicates his fear of being disturbed. If someone were to intrude suddenly, it could potentially ruin his endeavors. Or worse, lead him to a state of demonic distraction. Are you suggesting that the time to retaliate against Gu Yun has come? Another chimed in. Indeed, the more he wishes to prevent others from intervening, the more we ought to do so. Even if we cannot thwart his endeavors, we can certainly vex him. Of course, we must not act recklessly and provoke him without caution. Prepare the life-saving teleportation talismans. Should anything feel amiss, we retreat immediately. The group nodded in agreement, unable to suppress their smirks. They all bore deep-seated grudges against Gu Yun, and the opportunity to unsettle him was one they eagerly welcomed. Suddenly, Su Tianyan regained focus and directed his gaze behind Luo Xiu, exclaiming in surprise, Gu Dian's master, have you completed your tasks? Luo Xiu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to look. At that very moment, Su Tianyan signaled to his companions. Understanding the cue, they swiftly circumvented Luo Xiu and breached the intricate formation set by Gu Yun. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Luo Xiu was struck with alarm. You all stop right there. In an instant, he unleashed the full force of his ascendant realm cultivation. Such overwhelming power startled the onlookers. However, those who had come to the Long Yuan were no ordinary individuals. They possessed numerous extraordinary means. Even when faced with an ascendant, they had their methods of escape. Moreover, with their numbers exceeding a dozen and acting in concert, even Luo Xiu found himself at a disadvantage. Before long, they breached his defenses and surged into Gu Yun's mystical formation. I'm eager to see what Gu Yun is up to in there, Luo Xiu thought. A wave of exhilaration washed over me at the thought of causing significant distress, even leading Gu Yun to face a setback. As the crowd engaged in a confrontation with Luo Xiu, the sounds of their clash captured Gu Yun's attention. He furrowed his brow slightly and rose to approach the scene. Upon witnessing the influx of outsiders, he clicked his tongue in disapproval and feigned admonition towards Luo Xiu, saying, What is the meaning of this? Were you not instructed to prevent others from entering? Feeling a profound sense of guilt at Gu Yun's ire, Luo Xiu was about to speak when the members of the Divine Fire sect, brimming with arrogance, interjected, Our apologies, Master Gu. We were unaware of your presence here. We hope we haven't disrupted your affairs. They continued, Had we known, we would have refrained from coming. You wouldn't hold it against us, would you? As they spoke, they readied their teleportation talismans, thinking to themselves that as soon as Gu Yun made a move, they would promptly retreat. Their strategy was clear. While they may not be able to defeat him, they could still provoke him. However, Gu Yun responded with an air of indifference. You have not disturbed me, but rather, what you have intruded upon is a transcendent array I have established. By forcing your way in, you will inevitably be subjected to its transcendent powers. Wouldn't you say that is akin to seeking death? Chapter 153, I'm deceiving you. You have no choice. Upon hearing Gu Yun's words, the members of the Divine Fire sect widened their eyes in disbelief. What? Forced transcendence? They had only ever heard of transcending the dead, never of forcibly transcending the living. Panic set in among them, yet a sliver of hope lingered in their hearts. Perhaps Gu Yun was merely attempting to frighten them. Before they could voice their thoughts, they suddenly noticed something peculiar. On the ground lay a group of individuals who bore an uncanny resemblance to them. What was happening? Who were they? Gu Yun chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, Did I not inform you that entering this array would result in forced transcendence? Naturally, it necessitates the separation of your souls from your corporeal forms. A chill ran down their spines at his words, and they glared at Gu Yun in furious disbelief. They now found themselves in a state of spiritual disembodiment, unable to utilize their teleportation talismans to escape. Just moments ago, they had been alive and well. Why were they now facing death? Why are we the only ones subjected to forced transcendence while you and this fellow remain unscathed? Su Tianyan pointed at Luo Shi, his voice laced with anger. Guyan replied coolly, is it not obvious? The array I established is not meant to harm my own. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with your refusal to heed warnings and your insistence on intruding. Now, it is time for you to be reborn. Remember to heed counsel in your next life. Panic gripped the crowd. Master Gu, we do not wish to die. We acknowledge our mistakes. Please, spare our lives. Master Gu, in light of the fact that you have slain my ancestor, I implore you to show mercy. I vow that when I assume leadership of the Divine Fire Sect, I shall be utterly obedient to you. A group of prodigies from various sects knelt before Gu Yun, weeping profusely, much like dogs begging for mercy. Gu Yun, shaking his head in resignation, gazed at the gathered crowd with a playful expression and said, in truth, you have an alternative. You need not perish. The crowd immediately brightened, looking to Gu Yun with hopeful eyes, exclaiming, as long as we can avoid death, we are amenable to anything. Indeed, they implored, please enlighten us, Master Gu. With a leisurely demeanor, Gu Yun produced the imperial banner, smiling as he proclaimed, join my imperial banner and become an honored spirit, thus avoiding death. The once excited crowd was plunged back into despair. Even the prospect of being reincarnated offered at least a chance at rebirth. If their sect's ancestors could locate their reincarnation, they might use secret methods to awaken their past memories. Though fraught with uncertainties, it still held a glimmer of hope. However, to enter Gu Yun's 10,000 souls banner meant eternal servitude, with no hope of liberation. Su Tianyan glared fiercely at Gu Yun. You are truly ruthless, Gu Yun, to wish to refine us into soul slaves. I swear, even if it costs me my life, I shall not enter your 10,000 souls banner. The disciples from other sects also found their courage, indignantly declaring, indeed, even if it leads to death, we shall not enter your 10,000 souls banner. We would rather be reborn. Gu Yun burst into laughter, saying, I was merely deceiving you earlier. You truly have no choice. With that, his gaze sharpened. The golden flag in his hand erupted with radiant colors, a multitude of vibrant energies swirling forth. Su Tianyan and the others were taken aback, suddenly feeling a terrifying force pulling them in. They were finally gripped by fear, urgently calling out, Master Gu, spare us, I do not wish to die. Woe is me. I have so much wealth and so many pleasures yet to enjoy. Some, in desperation, cried out, Gu Yun, my ancestor has reached the 5th stage of tribulation. Should you dare to slay me, my ancestor will not let you go. Indeed, my ancestor will do the same. Upon hearing this, Gu Yun revealed a sinister smile. With a wave of his hand, he extracted a special communication talisman from the corpses of those who had threatened him, promptly inscribing a message. To those who seek to kill me, Gu Yun, I implore my ancestors to avenge my demise. After sending this message back, Gu Yun turned to the crowd with a benevolent expression, smilingly asking, do you have any final wishes? Speak quickly, for your time is limited. Beside him, Luo Shiyu could not help but lament, the master is far too kind, accommodating all their demands. Yet, to Su Tianyan and his companions, this sentiment felt like mockery. Accommodate your mother. They realized that Gu Yun's audacity indicated he feared none of their ancestors. The crowd was left in utter despair and collapse. At this moment, Su Tianyan suddenly had a thought and quickly exclaimed, Master Gu, we are all in service of the heavenly origin sacred land. If you were to slay us, the people of the sacred land would not spare you. Upon hearing this, the others hastily echoed his sentiments. Indeed, we are all part of the heavenly origin sacred land. They have powerful beings among them. Do not act impulsively and offend them. Upon mentioning the heavenly origin sacred land, Luo Shiyu's brow furrowed. He had previously harbored a flicker of hope regarding the sacred land, believing that perhaps there were still those in positions of authority with a sense of justice. He thought that if the matters concerning the Pill God Palace came to light, someone might advocate for him. However, it now appeared that both the Central State Immortal Sect and the Heavenly Origin Sacred Land were in collusion, akin to a den of thieves, feeding off the lifeblood of ordinary disciples. Gu Yun, intrigued, turned to them and said, your words lack substance. How can I be certain that you are not deceiving me? Seeing that Gu Yun was somewhat intimidated by the Heavenly Origin Sacred Land, Su Tianyan immediately saw a glimmer of hope for survival. He hurriedly stated, I have a way to contact the experts of the Heavenly Origin Sacred Land. If the master does not believe me, I can demonstrate. Gu Yun pondered for a moment and replied, very well, prove it. If you can summon someone from the heavenly origin sacred land, I shall spare you. Elated, Su Tianyan responded, excellent. I will contact them immediately. Yet, in his heart, he also doubted Gu Yun's intentions. He suspected that Gu Yun might be attempting to lure the people of the sacred land into a trap to eliminate them. However, such thoughts were inconsequential. Unbeknownst to Gu Yun, the individuals sent by the heavenly origin sacred land were unlike any others. Though they appeared young, their strength was formidable, and even the ancestors of the sect treated them with utmost reverence and trepidation. Once they arrived, Gu Yun would undoubtedly meet his demise. With this in mind, Su Tianyan ceased hesitating and directly employed a secret method to contact the experts of the heavenly origin sacred land. A golden orb of light materialized before him, and soon a youthful voice resonated from within the sphere. Who are you, and how do you possess a means of special communication with my heavenly origin sacred land? Taken aback, Su Tianyan quickly replied, I am Su Tianyan. Master, do you not remember me? The voice fell silent for a moment. Su Tianyan? I do not recognize you. My esteemed identity is far too noble for someone as nameless and insignificant as you to reach out to me. Should you dare to contact me again, I shall trace your soul's essence and obliterate you. With that, the connection was abruptly severed. At this, Su Tianyan was left utterly bewildered. Damn it. Chapter 154. The Sacred Land's Celestial Sovereign. Su Tianyan gritted his teeth in anger. How dare this scoundrel claim not to know me? Has he forgotten who provided him with 100,000 top-tier spiritual resources at the Divine Fire Sect? Who sought out his married mistress for him? In pursuit of his selfish desires, how many ordinary disciples have been left bereft of their partners and families, leading to their utter ruin? Furthermore, he is fixated on a top-tier prodigy among the ordinary disciples of the Divine Fire Sect. It was Su Tianyan who conspired to frame him for succumbing to demonic influences, resulting in the extraction of the prodigy's innate capabilities. How dare he now profess ignorance of my identity? He awkwardly turned to Gu Yun, who wore a knowing smile, the soul-devouring banner in his hand, radiating sacred light once more. Su Tianyan grew anxious and hastily remarked, just now, perhaps the celestial sovereign did not recognize my voice. Lord Gu, grant me another chance. Gu Yun responded with a resigned smile. Very well, I shall bestow upon you another opportunity, for I am, after all, benevolent. Su Tianyan's expression contorted in frustration. Benevolent? How absurd! Yet he dared not reveal his disdain, quickly attempting to re-establish contact with the celestial sovereign of the Tianyan sacred land. As soon as he made contact, the sovereign spoke first, clearly irritated. You insolent fool! Are you truly seeking to provoke my patience? I have warned you before. Before he could finish, Su Tianyan interjected, Celestial Sovereign, have you forgotten Lu, the widow from the Divine Fire Sect? You mentioned your fondness for widows, and I arranged for her to become one, thus fulfilling your desires. The other party paused in surprise, and then, as if a thought struck him, he awkwardly replied, Ah, so it is Su Shenzi from the Divine Fire Sect. I know so many individuals that I momentarily forgot. My apologies. By the way, have you brought that little widow with you to Longyuan? Su Tianyan was on the verge of exploding with rage. At such a moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of women. He quickly retorted, No, it is I who have discovered Gu Yun. The celestial sovereign paused again before inquiring. Who is Gu Yun? That does not sound like the name of a widow. What nonsense! Su Tianyan nearly kirstelov. He could not fathom how such an individual wielded power in the Tianyuan sacred land. Of course, he lacked the courage to voice his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he patiently replied, Celestial Sovereign, do you not recall the directive from the Holy Maiden upon entering Longyuan? Upon hearing this, the sovereign finally seemed to recollect something. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, Ah yes, that girl Xianxia did mention the need to eliminate someone named Gu Yun. However, what is the significance of this Gu Yun? Why should I personally intervene in such a trivial matter? Su Tianyan felt on the verge of tears. Must you utter such words in front of him? Do you wish for my demise to come swifter? With a mournful expression, he quickly retorted, Celestial Sovereign. The Holy Maiden did not mention killing him. She merely suggested resolving a misunderstanding. Therefore, you must return on behalf of the Tianyuan sacred land. The Celestial Sovereign scoffed derisively, saying, If you eliminate him, naturally the misunderstanding will vanish, will it not? Can you not grasp such a subtle implication? Is your mind so preoccupied with women that it cannot think in circles? Insulted by a lecherous individual, Su Tianxian found himself overwhelmed with thoughts of women. Such an affront was utterly intolerable. In a fit of rage, he retorted, "To hell with you. Come if you dare." Yet, he realized that engaging in such futile banter would yield no results. The only way to summon that celestial being was to act contrarily. As expected, the deity was instantly incensed. "You audacious brat! How dare you insult me? Prepare yourself, for I shall come and obliterate you." With that, the conversation abruptly concluded. A bitter expression settled upon Su Tianqian's face. He had already devised a plan. When the deity arrived, he would assert that all of this was coerced by Gu Yun. At worst, he could recruit a few widows to appease the situation. After contemplating this, Su Tianxian awkwardly turned to Gu Yun and said, "Lord Gu, it seems the people from Tianyuan Holy Land can trace my soul. If you were to claim my soul, it might lead to complications." Gu Yun regarded him with a knowing smile, replying, "You are indeed determined to avoid joining my human emperor flag. Very well, since you wish to evade it, I shall not press you further. However, having offended the Tianyuan Holy Land, should they capture you, it would be a fate worse than death. Out of kindness, I shall ensure your soul is scattered, sparing you from further suffering." Su Tianxian was taken aback. What? Weren't there only two options a moment ago? How did soul scattering emerge as a third? Panic set in, and he quickly stammered, I believe I should join the human emperor flag and continue to shine for the righteous path of the eastern continent." Yet Gu Yun merely smiled sinisterly, stating, "Too late." With a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike. In an instant, Su Tianqian's soul erupted, leaving no trace behind, not even a mist of blood. The approaching members of Tianyuan Holy Land were momentarily stunned, their embarrassment turning to fury. "Damn it, this brat from the Divine Fire Sect has hidden his soul remarkably well, even eluding detection by me." Meanwhile, Gu Yun turned his gaze to the others, who were already paralyzed with fear, kneeling on the ground and lamenting unwillingly. "Lord, please allow us to join the flag." They clung to a sliver of hope, thinking that once inside, they might one day emerge. Yet, if they were to be scattered, it would truly mean their end. Gu Yun nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "This youth is indeed teachable." With that, he waved the small yellow flag in his hand, causing the souls before him to ascend into the human emperor flag, reforming the disciples of the demonic path, guiding the lost back to righteousness, a deed of immense merit. Reward, 30,000 merits. Beside him, Luo Shu voiced his concerns. "Lord, the people from Tianyuan Holy Land will surely trace this location quickly. What shall we do? How much longer do we need to transcend the ancestral souls?" Gu Yun smiled calmly, responding, "No worries, it is not a significant issue." "Perfectly. Weren't you always eager to meet the individuals from the Tianyuan Sacred Land? It would be intriguing to observe their perspective on the affairs of the Dan God Temple." Noticing Gu Yun's calm demeanor, Luo Shiu felt a sense of relief. It appeared that the Lord of the Temple held confidence in handling the Tianyuan Sacred Land. Thus, he nodded and quietly awaited the arrival of the representatives from the Tianyuan Sacred Land. However, a sense of doubt lingered within him. There exists an age restriction for entering the Long Yuan. How did the Tianyuan Sacred Land manage to send a celestial master through? It is known that the celestial masters of the Tianyuan Sacred Land possess at least an attainment of the seventh realm of tribulation, each being at minimum several hundred years old. The celestial master from the Tianyuan Sacred Land swiftly sensed Gu Yun's transcendent array. Who dares to set up a transcendent array here, thwarting the noble endeavors of my Tianyuan Sacred Land? The celestial master's fury was palpable. The task assigned by the Saintess Xianxia to eliminate Gu Yun was trivial. However, the directive from the ancestral elder of the Sacred Land to utilize the ancient divine souls residing in the Long Yuan, as well as the countless young souls entering it, to nurture a true golden dragon of fortune was of utmost significance. Should he fail in this endeavor, upon his return, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Chapter 155. Remain calm. In the next moment, the representatives from Tianyuan appeared before Gu Yun and Luo Shiu. The celestial master was about to unleash a furious reprimand, but he suddenly sensed something amiss and immediately activated his life-preserving techniques to shield himself. This place bore an anomaly. Why did he feel a compelling force attempting to separate his soul from his corporeal form upon arrival? The others from the Tianyuan Sacred Land also became vigilant and hastily employed their methods to protect themselves, narrowly escaping the coercive transcendence. Upon seeing the newcomers, Gu Yun and Luo Shiu were momentarily taken aback. Individuals from the Tianyan sacred land? Gu Yun regarded the leading youth with a cold smile. Who might you be? The individual before him was striking and poised, not only youthful and handsome, but also exuding formidable spiritual power with a terrifying presence. His gaze harbored a ruthless and astute quality that belied his years. Before he could speak, Luo Xiu, beside him, gasped in shock. Liu Dan, I thought you had met with misfortune and perished. How could you possibly be here? Gu Yun cast a surprised glance at Luo Xiu, inquiring curiously, do you know him? Luo Xiu turned to Gu Yun and solemnly nodded. This individual is named Li Heiren, a rare prodigious talent in cultivation, who entered the Dan God Temple a decade ago, rising from a humble fishing village boy to a remarkable figure. However, 6 months ago, the Dan God Temple abruptly announced that Li Heiren had died during a trial, after which I had not heard any news of him. Gu Yun let out a cold laugh and spoke indifferently. Perhaps the one standing before you is no longer the person you once knew. Luo Xiu was taken aback, and suddenly a realization struck him. Widening his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Li Heiren, he revealed a disdainful and playful smile, calmly stating, what he said is not incorrect. I am not the Li Heiren you think you know. I am Yunjian, the esteemed lord of the Yunjian from the heavenly origin sacred land. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment. The Yunjian lord. He had heard of him, one of the 9 great lords of the heavenly origin sacred land. His strength was unfathomable. However, half a year ago, it was rumored that this lord had reached the end of his lifespan and had ascended to the realm of immortals. Now, appearing in the guise of Li Heiren could only signify one thing. Li Heiren had been usurped. Enraged by this realization, Luo Xiu glared fiercely at the Yunjian lord and exclaimed, by what right do you possess the audacity to occupy another's body and life? The Yunjian lord smirked disdainfully and spoke slowly. A mere boy from a background-less fishing village is, in my eyes, nothing but an insect. That I could usurp your body is the greatest honor you will ever know in this life. The talents and potential of this vessel can only be fully realized in my hands. What is there for you to be angry about? Luo Xiu was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by fury. In the eyes of these individuals, ordinary people without backgrounds were not regarded as human. Anything of value they possessed could be taken at will, even their talents and physical forms. Is this the conduct of the righteous leaders of the Eastern continent and the esteemed lords of the heavenly origin sacred land? He gritted his teeth. Damn you. In a fit of rage, Luo Xiu unleashed the terrifying power of the Great Ascension realm, brandishing his sword towards the Yunjian lord. Yet, the latter merely smiled with contempt. Does a firefly dare to compete with the brilliance of the moon? With that, he released his formidable aura without restraint. In an instant, he appeared to Luo Xiu as an insurmountable mountain, imposing and invincible. The crossing tribulation realm. Luo Xiu experienced a fleeting moment of daze, but in the next second, he bit down hard on his teeth, summoning all his strength to strike at the Yunjian lord. The sword wind surged forth like a colossal wave, rushing towards the Yunjian lord. The latter, however, merely chuckled derisively, casually raising his hand as if he could extinguish Luo Xiu's might with a mere gesture. However, in the next heartbeat, a bloodied, severed hand flew past him. The Yunjian lord's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively looked down. His hand had been severed. How could this be? How could a waste of the Great Ascension realm possibly injure him? Even Luo Xiu was taken aback. Am I truly this strong? Yet, he quickly regained his awareness, sensing something amiss, and turned to see Gu Yun, wearing a gentle smile, gazing at him as he said, look at you, so impulsive. When faced with problems, why resort to violence? Luo Xiu was equally bewildered. That sword strike, just now, was clearly beyond his capabilities. It was undeniably the work of Gu Yun. Yet, Gu Yun seemed indifferent to him, turning instead to face the menacing Yun Tianzan, who was clutching his severed arm in agony. With a tone laced with regret, Gu Yun addressed him, Tianzan, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. My subordinate acted impulsively. Please, allow me to express my contrition. Let us discuss matters calmly, for what cannot be resolved through dialogue. At that moment, Yun Tianzan was utterly incensed. He had expended nearly all his wealth to acquire such a superior physique, only to have Gu Yun sever one of his arms. His eyes bulged bloodshot and feral. As he growled in rage, you seek death. With that, the overwhelming force of the tribulation realm surged forth once more, causing the sky over Long Yuan to tremble. Upon entering the tribulation realm, one could sense a fragment of the power of the heavenly Tao. Every action could resonate across the cosmos. As a peak tribulation realm practitioner, Yunjian Tianzun unleashed his full might, akin to a devastating storm, obliterating everything in his path. Yet, Gu Yun remained unfazed. He suddenly raised his hand. Bang! A colossal palm, far more terrifying than Yunjian Tianzun's earlier force, descended from the heavens, crashing directly into Yunjian Tianzun's chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed sharply. The once arrogant Yunjian Tianzun was instantly sent reeling, spewing forth a mouthful of blood as his body crumpled and was hurled away. Boom! He crashed violently into a massive peak, shattering an entire mountainside. After a tremendous effort to extricate himself from the rubble, Gu Yun delivered a swift kick to his face, following it up with a relentless barrage of blows while menacingly stating, "I told you to calm down. Can you not manage to be a bit more composed?" However, the battered Yunjian Tianzun, pinned beneath Gu Yun's assault, was left in a state of shock. How could it be that a reclusive, ancient being, having undergone a rebirth through possession, was being subdued by a young man barely in his 20s? Was he not also a being of rebirth? Why was it that he, merely at the 6th level of tribulation, could overpower him? Cowering on the ground, Yunjian Tianzun pleaded desperately, "Please stop. I'm calm now." Upon hearing this, Gu Yun withdrew his foot, replacing his fierce demeanor with a warm smile. "Now that is more like it. We are all dignified individuals here. Why resort to violence when we can converse amicably?" Yunjian Tianzun felt a swell of frustration. Who, he pondered, was truly being unreasonable and violent? Chapter 156, Upholding Justice. Despite his internal turmoil, Yunjian Tianzun dared not reveal his feelings. At that moment, Gu Yun, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, "Now that you are calm, what did you wish to convey when you appeared so suddenly?" Yunjian Tianzun paused, finally realizing the purpose of his arrival was to thwart Gu Yun's transcendence. He had planned to resolve the matter with a single strike, but had not anticipated that Gu Yun would be even more formidable. Thus, how could he dare to reveal his true intentions? He forced a rather unsightly smile and stammered, "I was merely passing by and noticed something amiss here. So I thought to remind my fellow cultivator to be cautious." Gu Yun immediately chuckled, gazing at him with a knowing look, and replied, "So, you consider yourself quite the good person, I presume?" Yunjian quickly interjected, "Indeed, I am, naturally, a good person. What I mentioned earlier about seizing possession was merely idle talk. There is absolutely no truth to it." Gu Yun narrowed his eyes, coolly remarking, "Is that so? If it weren't for possession, how could you, at such a young age, attain the title of Honorary Supreme in the Tianyan Sacred Ground?" The Honorary Supreme, Yunjian, tensed up, quickly responding, "Well, that was merely due to my good fortune. In my youth, I encountered significant opportunities that rapidly enhanced my strength, leading to my recognition by the Tianyan Sacred Ground, hence my title. As for what your subordinate mentioned about Li Heiran, I do not know him at all. Perhaps we merely bear a slight resemblance." Gu Yun chuckled softly, amused by his attempts at self-justification. It was truly admirable, despite the circumstances. Noticing Gu Yun's silence, Honorary Supreme Yunjian tentatively asked, "Fellow cultivator, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, may I take my leave?" Beside them, Luo Xiu grew anxious. "Master, do not listen to his nonsense. He is clearly lying." Honorary Supreme Yunjian felt a rush of anxiety. Indeed, his words were riddled with inconsistencies. Yet he relied on the fact that Gu Yun and the others possessed no evidence. Thus, he retorted firmly, "We are all righteous individuals. We must speak with evidence. What proof do you have that my statements are not true and merely boastful?" Luo Xiu was infuriated. "You incriminate yourself, yet demand others to disprove you?" "You." Gu Yun smiled nonchalantly and interjected, "Fellow cultivator, we naturally believe you to be a good person, so you may go." Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu was taken aback, while Honorary Supreme Yunjian was overjoyed. He quickly said, "Thank you, fellow cultivator. This is the way of righteousness." As he stood up, preparing to flee, Gu Yun firmly grasped his shoulder, smiling amiably. "However, since you are indeed a good person, you would certainly not turn a blind eye to evil or remain silent in the face of injustice, would you?" Honorary Supreme Yun Jian trembled at this, turning back in panic and asking in surprise, "What do you mean, fellow cultivator?" Gu Yun smiled faintly and continued, "I possess evidence of the Dan God Temple's misdeeds, detailing many of their sordid activities. Since the Dan God Temple is a subordinate sect of your Tianyan Sacred Ground, you wouldn't neglect this matter, would you?" Honorary Supreme Yunjian was momentarily stunned. What? Evidence against the Dan God Temple? He, as a member of the Tianyan Sacred Ground, knew full well that it served as a den for illicit dealings, a place where they laundered money and conducted shady operations. His possession of this body was directly tied to the workings of the Dan God Temple. Should the truth about the Dan God Temple come to light, it would undoubtedly incite outrage throughout the entire Eastern Continent's righteous sects, and even the demonic path would not stand idly by. Certainly, is there truly an abundance of demonic forces in the Eastern Continent? Is it not merely the righteous factions engaging in infighting? The heavenly origins sacred land declares who the demons are, and thus they are deemed so. This matter has escalated to significant proportions, and the higher-ups of the heavenly origins sacred land must be seething with rage. They fear not the upheaval caused by the Eastern Continent's powers, but rather the possibility of this incident being exploited by those forces in the Central Continent that can rival the heavenly origins sacred land, extorting them for their own gain. In such a scenario, the celestial beings of the Central Continent will surely leverage human rights and the banner of righteousness to further their own interests. The heavenly origins sacred land will be unable to withstand such pressure. Therefore, the concept of righteousness is a mere facade, a gathering of disorganized masses. Yunjian Tianzun felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. If Gu Yun were to truly expose the matters of the Pill Divine Hall, it would be akin to tearing asunder the heavens. The upper echelons of the heavenly origin sacred land would undoubtedly go to any lengths to eliminate Gu Yun. Such affairs were beyond his willingness to entangle himself in. Hence, he swallowed hard and awkwardly stated, "This matter should be handled by the law enforcement hall of the heavenly origin sacred land. I am merely an ordinary heavenly sovereign, truly powerless to assist." Gu Yun chuckled softly. Can a good person articulate such words? By expressing such sentiments, you reveal yourself to be anything but virtuous. Therefore, it is only just that I take your life. With that, Gu Yun unleashed a sudden surge of force. Crack! Yunjian Tianzun instantly felt as though his shoulder was grasped by a vice forged from millennial-old dark iron. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through his entire being. Simultaneously, Gu Yun's intense killing intent crystallized into a chilling aura, enveloping Yunjian Tianzun like a plunge into an icy abyss. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunjian Tianzun cried out, "Wait! I have not finished speaking. What I meant to convey is that, while it should not fall upon me to intervene, since I am now aware, I must take action. After all, I have always upheld justice and will not turn a blind eye to injustices." Yunjian Tianzun was in despair. Though he was indeed implicated in the exposure of the Pill Divine Hall, the higher-ups of the heavenly origin sacred land would not spare him. However, if he refrained from involvement, Gu Yun would not let him off the hook either. The distinction between impending death and immediate demise was clear to him. Gu Yun, satisfied, patted his shoulder and subsequently infused a golden light into Yunjian Tianzun's body. The latter was instantly filled with trepidation and hastily turned to Gu Yun, asking, What did you just do to me?" Gu Yun chuckled lightly and replied casually, "Your unwavering conviction demands that you swear an oath to the heavens, affirming that what you have just stated is unequivocally true. Should you violate this commitment, the heavens will exact retribution upon you, compelling our belief. Thus, I have directly implanted a fragment of heavenly power within you. Should you betray your earlier words, this power shall erupt within you. In that event, both your flesh and soul shall be annihilated. Is this not a way to save you the time of swearing an oath?" Yunjian Tianzun was utterly befuddled. His eyes widened in disbelief as a torrent of expletives raced through his mind. Who on earth suggested that I should swear an oath to the heavens? Who gave you the authority to decide for me? Observing the seething anger etched on his face, Gu Yun offered a gentle smile and remarked, "What is the matter? You appear to be rather displeased with my benevolence." The Cloud Sword Sovereign trembled with rage, yet with his life precariously held in Gu Yun's grasp, he could only stifle his fury and force a semblance of smile, saying, "I'm satisfied." Gu Yun chuckled, responding, "Then say thank you." The Cloud Sword Sovereign's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly exploding with indignation. Must one not only kill, but also torment the heart? Chapter 157. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Internally cursing vehemently, the Cloud Sword Sovereign managed to contort his face into an expression more painful than tears, uttering, Thank you. Gu Yun laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder. "Oh, we are all allies in the righteous path. Why the formality? I was merely jesting. Why take it to heart? The Cloud Sword Sovereign clenched his teeth, but dared not utter another word. At that moment, Gu Yun's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he looked intently at him, saying, "My friend, the matter of exposing the misdeeds of the Pill God Palace is now entrusted to you. Otherwise, you may truly find yourself in dire straits." The Cloud Sword Sovereign gulped, his heart heavy with despair. With resignation, he replied, "Gu, let me be frank with you. Even if we had evidence, we would be powerless against the Pill God Palace. Their actions are tacitly sanctioned by the higher-ups of the Heavenly Origin Sacred Land. Opposing them is akin to challenging the very authority of the Sacred Land. Even as a sovereign, I am utterly helpless." Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu felt an even deeper sense of disappointment. He had initially thought the Heavenly Origin Sacred Land merely harbored a few individuals with sinister intentions, but now appeared that the rot extended throughout its very core. Guyan appeared to contemplate this revelation, soon exhaling a resigned sigh. "If what you say is true, it indeed seems quite challenging to bring the Pill God Palace to justice. Alas, it seems we should abandon this matter." The Cloud Sword Sovereign was overjoyed and quickly concurred. "That's right. The entire Eastern continent is dominated by the Heavenly Origin Sacred Land. How can we, a mere few, hope to shake the foundations of such a powerful entity? It would be wiser to concede." Guyan nodded in agreement, then raised his hand. Instantly, the Cloud Sword Sovereign felt a surge of energy swelling within his chest as golden light erupted from his being. He sensed that his body was on the verge of exploding. Panic-stricken, he exclaimed, "Gu, what is your intention?" With a calm smile, Guyan replied, "Seeing you in such distress, it seems best not to involve you in this matter. Therefore, it would be of no use to keep you around. Perhaps it is better to send you on your way now." The Cloud Sword Sovereign was left in shock. No. What I meant was, although it is difficult, I have a plan." Guyan, still unyielding, looked at the Cloud Sword Sovereign with a cheerful demeanor, asking, "Let it go. Why torment yourself unnecessarily?" The Cloud Sword Sovereign was on the brink of tears. "Why must you do this? I still have no desire to perish," he exclaimed hastily. "All of this is for the sake of righteousness. How could I possibly cause you distress, my friend Gu? I truly possess a solution." Seeing that he did not appear to be speaking frivolously, Gu Yun retracted his hand. The esteemed Lord of the Cloud Sword collapsed onto the ground, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. A moment ago, he seemed to have witnessed his great-grandmother beckoning to him. Yet, as the most formidable force in the Eastern continent, each day of his existence was a pinnacle of indulgence in this world. How could he bear the thought of death? Therefore, in the pursuit of survival, he would resort to anything, even betraying the sacred land of Tianyan. Before he could regain his composure, Gu Yun cheerfully inquired, "My friend of the Cloud Sword, do share what you proposed earlier. I possess a rather volatile temperament, so do not deceive me." Observing Gu Yun's benevolent demeanor sent a chill down Yun Jian's spine. He shivered and quickly replied, "The sacred land of Tianyan is certainly unafraid of the forces of the Eastern continent, yet harbors caution towards other sacred powers. If we could enlist the assistance of several celestial sects from the central continent to confront the sacred land of Tianyan, the outcome would be drastically different." Guyan nodded earnestly. "That makes sense. Are you well acquainted with the forces of the central continent? Can you persuade them to aid us in our quest for justice?" Luo Xiu scoffed disdainfully. "Those individuals from the central continent are as despicable as the sacred land of Tianyan. Do you truly believe they would assist the ordinary disciples of the Eastern continent in their quest for justice?" Yun Jian offered an awkward smile, but soon spoke with sincerity. "It is not about seeking justice on their behalf, but rather allowing them to leverage the pretext of justice to target the sacred land of Tianyan. The recent endeavor to seize the Golden Dragon of Fate was instigated by the sacred land of Tianyan, who specifically invited them, promising them substantial rewards. It is precisely their presence that has drawn countless disciples from various sections. Thus, the sacred land of Tianyan has relied upon their influence, and they are aware of this dependency. Therefore, the sacred land must provide recompense. Now, if we can thwart the emergence of the Golden Dragon of Fate, rendering the promised rewards unattainable for the sacred land, a conflict will inevitably arise between them. With this discord in place, if we provide them with a moral high ground to act upon, given the greed of those from the central continent, would they not exploit the situation?" Guyan nodded in satisfaction, then asked, "How do we prevent the formation of the Golden Dragon of Fate?" The Lord of the Cloud Sword cautiously glanced at Guyan and replied, "We must ensure that no more lives are lost. We must gather everyone who has entered the dragon abyss and reveal the truth to them. They must not continue to slaughter one another. Guiyun was already aware of the intricate details surrounding the so-called Golden Dragon of Fate, hence he was not taken aback. However, Luo Xiu gaped in astonishment. What? This contest for the Golden Dragon of Fate is also a scheme of your sacred land of Tianyan? The Lord of the Cloud sword sighed in resignation. In a small place like the Eastern Continent, there is a scarcity of heavenly Tao fortune. To condense the Golden Dragon of Fate, one must seize the fortunes of others. Otherwise, how could the heavenly origin sacred land be so benevolent as to invite all factions from the Eastern Continent to partake in this opportunity? Moreover, the choice of Longyuan is not without reason. It was once the ancient battlefield where your Tianyan Sect clashed with the divine sovereign of the heavenly domain. The lingering souls of your ancestors could serve as nourishment for the fortune Golden Dragon. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu trembled with rage and stepped forward to seize the collar of Yunjian. Does the heavenly origin sacred land possess any humanity? Are you truly willing to sacrifice tens of thousands for a mere fortune Golden Dragon? Such conduct is no different from that of the demonic sect. Yunjian wore a helpless expression. My friend, please remain calm. I am merely a messenger in this matter. This truly does not concern me. Guiyun gently patted Luo Xiu's shoulder and remarked nonchalantly, I find the proposition he suggests to be quite feasible. Gathering those who enter Longyuan will reveal the true nature of the heavenly origin sacred land to them. Luo Xiu snorted coldly and finally released Yunjian's collar. Yunjian breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously turned to Guiyun, inquiring, shall I use the secret method to summon everyone? Guiyun nodded with a smile. However, Yunjian added, the celestial sect from the central continent likely sent powerful tribulation transcendents, like myself, who have seized youthful vessels. There are also uncontrollable variables. Guiyun chuckled, assuring him, do not worry. Nothing is beyond control. Proceed with your task. Chapter 158. Then let us proceed, as you suggest. Yunjian nodded and began to employ the secret method. He formed seals before him, murmuring incantations, and in an instant, radiance of gold erupted from his being. A golden dragon's phantom soared into the sky, roaring. The dragon's cry echoed in all directions, stirring the winds and clouds. Instantly, everyone within Longyuan was captivated by the sight of this golden dragon apparition. Is it the Fortune Golden Dragon? The Fortune Golden Dragon has appeared. Quickly go and see. Soon, cultivators from all directions hurriedly approached, some riding swords, others on magical vessels, and some traversing the air. Black dots began to emerge on the horizon. Among them, the first to enter Guiyun's view was a young man in his 20s. Clad in white, he possessed an elegant demeanor, holding a sword in one hand while the other rested behind him. Beneath his feet was a golden, ferocious bird. Upon noticing Guiyun and the others, he furrowed his brow and coldly demanded, where is the Fortune Golden Dragon? Hand it over, and I shall spare your lives. Soon after, another young man in resplendent attire approached, riding a sword. Upon seeing the young man in white, he too frowned. Brother, your speed is impressive. You have arrived several breaths ahead of me. The young man in white snorted disdainfully and chose to ignore him. The young man in resplendent attire then turned to Guiyun and the others, grinning as he introduced himself. Young ones, I am Confronting of the Haoshan Sacred Land. Since both I and the Sword Master of the Fire Cloud Immortal Sect have arrived, it is evident that the fated Golden Dragon of Fortune is beyond your reach. Surrender the Golden Dragon, and I shall ensure your survival. Guiyun cast a curious glance at the Celestial Sword Sovereign and inquired, are they unaware of the truth? The Celestial Sword Sovereign, appearing somewhat embarrassed, replied, naturally, the forces of the immortal sects in Central Continent are oblivious to the reality. Otherwise, the distribution of spoils would be far more favorable. Guiyun chuckled softly, lifting his chin slightly as he said, then do explain. The Celestial Sword Sovereign, feeling helpless, turned to the two celestial sovereigns from Central Continent and cautiously began, in truth, there is no Golden Dragon of Fortune within this dragon abyss. It is merely a scheme devised by the heavenly origin sacred land. Your involvement serves only to enhance their reputation and draw more individuals into this web. Both the long-wind celestial sovereign and the sword master furrowed their brows, exchanging glances. The previously amiable expression of the long-wind celestial sovereign darkened instantly. What exactly is going on? Clarify. The Celestial Sword Sovereign, with no choice but to comply, summarized the situation. He anticipated that the two would erupt in fury. given that the heavenly origin sacred land had used their names to attract numerous disciples from various sections. If the truth were to be revealed, the reputation of the immortal sects in Central Continent would be tarnished. To his surprise, the long-winded celestial sovereign chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "Isn't it merely a matter of killing to seize fortune? If the heavenly origin sacred land had been forthcoming, my house in sacred land could have attracted more ordinary sect disciples from Central Continent. As long as we can manifest the golden dragon, the loss of a few lives is inconsequential. However, once the golden dragon of fortune is born, my house in sacred land shall claim 70%. Upon hearing this, the celestial sword sovereign was taken aback. What? The act of killing for fortune is something the heavenly origin sacred land only dares to do covertly in the eastern continent. How can it be so casually spoken of by the long-winded celestial sovereign? Are you, in Central Continent, so brazen in your dealings?" Beside him, Luo Shiyu clenched his teeth, glaring furiously at the two celestial sovereigns. In their eyes, what were ordinary cultivators? Mere livestock, to be slaughtered at will when needed? At this juncture, Gu Yun feigned indignation and spoke up, "Celestial sovereign, what do you mean by this? Should those ordinary cultivators perish? Are their lives not valuable? What right do you have to usurp their fortune for your own gain?" The long-winded celestial sovereign, perched atop his flying sword, looked down upon Gu Yun with an expression of amusement and disdain. He replied coolly, "Weakness is their original sin. In my eyes, you are but ants. Should you perish, would it matter? Would you concern yourself with the fate of an ant? You need not regard me with such defiance. If one day you attain my level of strength, you will naturally hold the same view. Your discontent arises merely from your current inadequacy." Gu Yun let out a cold laugh and then proclaimed loudly, "You are mistaken. Even if I surpass you in strength, I will respect every life, unlike you, who tramples upon others at will. This is the fundamental difference between us." Upon hearing this, Confronting Xianxia merely laughed instead of expressing anger. "Ha ha, an ant is still an ant. Even its words are laughable. If today you could slay me with a single stroke, you could indeed trample my life without any grievances from me." Alas, Gu Yun sneered, "Such rampant disregard for reason is no different from the demonic path. I, Gu Yun, shall never become that kind of person. Even if I could slay you with a single sword, I would not take a life lightly." Seeing Gu Yun still lost in self-righteousness, Confronting Xianxia finally grew furious. "Enough. Spare me your lofty rhetoric and pretentiousness. You simply lack the strength. If you truly possessed that power, do you believe you would be any less brutal than I? Let me tell you, morality is but a shroud for the weak, not a virtue of the strong." Gu Yun, equally enraged, firmly responded, "You are mistaken again. One who cannot show compassion for all beings can never become a true powerhouse. Morality is not a mere cover. It is the immutable truth. Your oppression of the weak is inherently wrong, universally so." Confronting Xianxia was thoroughly incensed. Boom! The terrifying aura of the seventh realm of tribulation erupted instantly, akin to a colossal mountain descending upon Gu Yun. His expression turned grotesque as he snarled, "You enjoy preaching about principles, do you? Truth is immutable, is it? Then let the strong oppress the weak, or perish." A barely detectable smile crept onto Gu Yun's lips. Yet he feigned a look of pain, as if the overwhelming pressure might crush him at any moment. He lamented, "To be strong is to oppress the weak." Witnessing this, both Yunji and Tianxia and Shiyu displayed expressions of confusion. This pressure is not even that formidable. The power that could slay Yunji and Tianxia is not something this man cannot achieve. Confronting Xianxia laughed uproariously. "Ha ha ha, what utter nonsense! When faced with life and death, even your so-called principles will falter. Power is the only truth." Gu Yun pretended to appear defeated. "So, was everything I held on to wrong, and your words are the only truth?" Confronting Xianxia scoffed. "In your next life, live with more clarity." With that, he continued to exert pressure on Gu Yun, intending to annihilate him directly. Although he could have killed Gu Yun outright, he preferred first to shatter the resolve of these so-called righteous individuals before ending their lives. Such was the greater amusement. However, at that moment, Gu Yun emitted a low chuckle. "Hee, since you believe you are right, let us proceed as you say." Chapter 159. You swore to. Confronting Xianxia was taken aback, and before he could comprehend Gu Yun's meaning, boom! A terrifying sword intent surged forth with an overwhelming force, slashing downwards. He immediately widened his eyes. The young man before him possessed a cultivation level that was not only equal to his own, but even held the absolute power to annihilate him in an instant. He hastily extended his hand and shouted, "Wait." Suddenly, hot blood splattered across his face. The long-wind celestial sovereign's pupils constricted, and his eyes slowly widened. Before him, the severed hand, drenched in blood and flailing about, seemed strikingly familiar. In the next moment, a wave of excruciating pain radiated from his arm. The long-wind celestial sovereign clenched his teeth, yet being a celestial sovereign of the central state, such pain did not cause him to lose his composure. Furrowing his brow, he instinctively covered his severed arm and quickly spoke, "Wait. I have just suddenly realized the truth in your words. It was I who acted recklessly. As cultivators of the righteous path, how can we leverage our superior cultivation to oppress ordinary practitioners?" Having said that, he earnestly gazed at Gu Yun and inquired, "Friend, now that I have come to my senses, do you think I still have a chance?" The atmosphere shifted to one of unease. Both the long-wind celestial sovereign and the divine sword deist were tense, their eyes fixed intently on Gu Yun. Beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, their expressions filled with dread. Despite being of equal cultivation with Gu Yun, they could not shake the feeling that he could effortlessly slay them with a single stroke. Time seemed to stand still. They even breathed with caution. Although they possessed countless means of escape, they dared not employ them lightly. For Gu Yun's indifferent gaze was locked onto them, as if any movement would result in their immediate demise beneath his sword. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu and his companion beside Gu Yun exchanged knowing glances, nodding in satisfaction. "Now this feels right." Gu Yun smirked playfully and questioned, "Are you genuinely moved? Or merely pretending to understand? Why was it that when I earnestly discussed reason with you earlier, you failed to comprehend? Yet now, under the threat of violence, you grasp the very principles I spoke of?" The long-wind celestial sovereign's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. "If only you had revealed such prowess and strength earlier, I would have understood everything." Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace and said, "I may not grasp the reasoning, but I can certainly recognize the sword technique capable of instantaneously slaying me. If you were to kill me now, it would serve little purpose. Why not spare my life and allow me to assist you in upholding justice? I beg of you." Gu Yun nodded, finally revealing a hint of a benevolent smile. "Since you have come to such an understanding, I shall heed your request and spare your life, allowing you to contribute. However, to assure my companions of your sincerity, it would be prudent to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao." With gritted teeth, the long-wind celestial sovereign glared at Luo Xiu and the celestial sovereign of the cloud sword. The former displayed a countenance of disdain, while the latter wore an expression of awkwardness. Internally, he thought, "Do not look at me. How could I dare to express disbelief?" At that moment, Gu Yun spoke once more. "What is it? I have considered your interests with utmost care. Do you not appreciate it?" The celestial sovereign of Longfeng also wore a grim countenance. In this power dynamics, might makes right. What more could he say? Yet, the oath of the heavenly Tao was not to be taken lightly. Should one falter, they might find themselves forever shackled, perhaps even facing the wrath of the heavenly Tao itself. However, upon reflection, it was merely a means to confront the sacred land of Tianyuan. What was the harm in that? Having been wronged by the sacred land of Tianyuan, those scoundrels deserved to pay for their transgressions. With that thought, the celestial sovereign of Longfeng raised 3 fingers and declared solemnly, "I, the celestial sovereign of Longfeng, vow by the heavenly Tao to uphold justice for the ordinary cultivators of the eastern continent, to eradicate evil and injustice. Should I discover any transgressions by the sacred land of Tianyuan, I shall ensure they suffer a gruesome fate, leaving no stone unturned, killing 100 to 1,000, and preferring to err on the side of execution rather than let any guilty go free." As he spoke, his teeth were gritted and veins bulged on his forehead. Gu Yun nodded in satisfaction. "It seems you still possess a sense of justice. Your disdain for the sacred land of Tianyuan is palpable." Meanwhile, the celestial sovereign of Jianyun was drenched in cold sweat. Was this truly a matter of justice? It was evident he sought personal vengeance. With the involvement of the celestial sect of Zhongzhou, the sacred land of Tianyuan was likely doomed. At that juncture, Gu Yun turned his gaze towards the silent sword sage. With a cheerful demeanor, he inquired, "Dear friend, are you willing to join us in this righteous cause?" The sword sage's brow twitched, without a moment's hesitation. He clasped his hands and replied, "Of course." The The celestial sect of Longfeng cast him a disdainful glance. What a coward. He had assumed this old fellow, known for his aloof and domineering nature, would stand against Gu Yun. To his surprise, he capitulated so effortlessly. So smoothly, in fact. Of course, indeed. Yet, regardless of his inner contempt, he dared not voice it. After all, if he displeased Gu Yun, he might find himself on the receiving end of a blade. Nevertheless, he could not resist a snide remark. Sword Sage, why not take an oath of the heavenly Tao as well, lest the two companions of yours harbor doubts? The Sword Sage shot a fierce glare at Longfeng. Gu Yun interjected. Why does this old fellow need to speak at all? With a smile, Gu Yun continued. I originally had no intention of asking for an oath from you, dear friend, but since Longfeng has brought it up, you might as well take one. Longfeng reveled in the misfortune. Let us share in the fortune and bear the burdens together. The Sword Sage's countenance darkened, yet he dared not refuse. With a glare directed at the celestial sovereign of Longfeng, he began his oath. I, the Sword Sage, vow by the heavenly Tao, alongside the celestial sovereign of Longfeng, to uphold justice for the ordinary cultivators of the eastern continent and to eradicate evil and injustice. If, during this process, I sense even a hint of negligence from the esteemed Longfeng Xianxia, I shall ensure his demise is nothing short of brutal, leaving no trace behind, as a stark warning to others. In that moment, Longfeng Xianxia's eyes widened in fury as he glared at me. You dare to mimic my words and threaten me? He retorted. I too shall invoke a celestial oath. Should I discover any lapse in your diligence, you shall face the same fate. The two of us stood in a tense standoff, enmity palpable in the air. Subsequently, we both scoffed disdainfully and turned our heads away. However, Gu Yun broke into a knowing chuckle. With two allies by my side, I firmly believe we can restore justice for the ordinary cultivators of the eastern continent. As he spoke, more cultivators arrived from all directions. Upon seeing the people from Tianyan Sacred Ground, Haoshan Sacred Ground, and Huoyan Immortal Sect, they wisely made no attempt to approach, instead opting to turn and leave. Gu Yun called out to them with a warm smile. Gentlemen, since you have come, why not stay? The crowd was taken aback by his words. Immediately, someone turned around, clasped their hands in greeting, and nervously said, Senior, we are merely passing through and harbor no intentions of contending for the fortune golden dragon. We beseech you to show mercy and let us be. Gu Yun merely chuckled in response. Who said I intended to confront you? I merely wish to inform you of the truth behind this contention for the fortune golden dragon. In reality, you have all been deceived by the Tianyan Sacred Ground. There is no fortune golden dragon. Their plan is to lure you in and then eliminate you to seize your inherent fortune. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned, before a murmur of disbelief began to circulate. What? Such a thing is happening? This Tianyan Sacred Ground is utterly outrageous. However, those expressing such sentiments were the younger generation. The elders, aged 35 and above, who possessed a modicum of experience and understanding of the world, suddenly appeared enlightened. What use was it for them to know this? It was evidently a test from the Tianyan Sacred Ground. As long as they passed the test, they might even gain the favor of the Sacred Ground. Consequently, someone immediately proclaimed, we are willing to dedicate ourselves to the Tianyan Sacred Ground and contribute to its grand endeavors. Indeed, it was merely a life. As long as the Sacred Ground required it, we would gladly offer it. Such sentiments were echoed by many. Almost all the leaders of various factions in the eastern continent shared this sentiment. At this point, Yun Jian Tianzun and his companions found themselves bewildered, casting awkward glances at Gu Yun. You wish to advocate for justice, yet these individuals are utterly indifferent. Even before Tianyan Sacred Ground has spoken, they are already kneeling in unison. Chapter 160. I have knelt, why still kill? The younger disciples of these factions, naturally bewildered, lowered their voices to inquire, Master Uncle, what is the meaning of this? The Tianyan Sacred Ground intends to kill us, yet you all appear so pleased, willingly offering yourselves to them? Have you all lost your minds? The elder leader, with a disdainful snort, cast a contemptuous glance at the disciple who had questioned him and remarked, You know nothing. Young one, there is much to learn. The world of cultivation is not merely about fighting and killing. It is about understanding human relationships. Moreover, consider the formidable existence of the Tianyan Sacred Land. If they truly wish to annihilate us, what recourse would we have? It is prudent to express our submission now, to assure them that we shall comply, and thus they will likely spare our lives. The young disciple was momentarily taken aback. Such reasoning seemed utterly fallacious. When faced with the threat of death, Even if one is outmatched, one must rise in defiance, even if it is merely to inflict a modicum of pain. They must understand that taking a life bears consequences. To kneel without a fight, believing that submission alone will guarantee survival, is an act of folly, willingly surrendering oneself to the mercy of others. The most troubling aspect was that these fallacies were upheld as guiding principles by the elders. Seeing the young disciples' disbelief, the middle-aged elder sneered and arrogantly declared, "Observe closely how this elder strategizes, turning peril into safety." At that moment, Gu Yun, perplexed, interjected, "Gentlemen, have you lost your senses? The Tianyan sacred land regards you as mere livestock, to be slaughtered at will. Do you not possess even a semblance of resistance?" The elder who had just admonished the disciple immediately transformed his expression to one of sycophancy, and then, as if compelled by the moment, knelt and proclaimed loudly, "I implore you, my lord, to end my life, for should the sacred land require it, we shall bear no grievances." He was not alone. The majority followed suit in kneeling. Witnessing this scene, Luo Xiu was filled with both shock and despair. "You all," he exclaimed, suddenly spreading his arms as if drained of strength, laughing maniacally with tears glistening in his eyes. "Palace master, let it be. These people are unworthy." The sword master and the celestial wind sovereign merely scoffed. Such lowly beings lacked any backbone. The notion that Gu Yun would strive to uphold some semblance of justice for them was utterly ludicrous. Yet, Gu Yun remained serene, gazing calmly at Luo Xiu, and said, "Xiu, is your faith so easily shaken?" Luo Xiu paused, feeling a twinge of shame as he lowered his head and quickly clasped his hands in apology. "I am ashamed, and I beseech the palace master to impose punishment." Gu Yun withdrew his gaze and turned once more to the leaders of the various sects in Dongzhou. With a tranquil smile, he stated, "It is precisely because of their actions that we are further affirmed in our righteousness." Upon finishing, he suddenly raised his hand. Bang! The individual who had just knelt and sought a humble death was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Those still kneeling were left in utter bewilderment. Some even cried out instinctively, You are truly going to act?" Gu Yun, however, merely smiled. "Did you not just assert your willingness to die for the sacred land? I am merely obliging your desires. Why the sudden grievances?" The crowd fell silent, yet ultimately, their fury erupted in desperate shouts. "However, we have all knelt down. Why do you still wish to kill us?" Gu Yun laughed heartily. "You have all knelt, posing no threat to me. Thus, what reservations do I have in slaying you?" This statement resonated like thunder, exploding in the minds of everyone present. Indeed, choosing to kneel is akin to binding one's own hands, irrevocably forfeiting the bargaining chips, and naturally, one must submit to slaughter. Such a simple truth. Why had they failed to comprehend it before? Those who had knelt began to rise. Their eyes ablaze with fury, they declared vehemently, "If death is inevitable, then let us fight to the end. Yes, even in death, I shall make him suffer." Yet, some remained on their knees, pleading like dogs, as if they believed that by submissively obeying, Gu Yun would spare them, directing his wrath solely towards those who had risen. However, Gu Yun chuckled, feigning fear, and said, "My friends, if you truly unite against me, we might have a conversation. I have no desire to be your enemy. But if those on their knees allow me to slaughter them, then why should I refrain?" Bang! Another blow was struck, instantly claiming several lives. More individuals rose. Yet those still prostrate were increasingly demoralized. "Why, when you possess the ability to eliminate these rebels, do you only slay us who kneel? We have already surrendered." Gu Yun laughed again. "Indeed, you have all relinquished your resistance. Thus, to kill you bears no consequence, so why not slay at will? My ancestor once advised you, peace sought through struggle shall endure, while peace sought through compromise shall perish. You chose not to heed this wisdom. Whom can you blame? Today, the heavenly origin sacred land seeks to seize your fortunes. You acquiesced, yet tomorrow it will demand the fortunes of your descendants. Shall you allow that as well? You may kneel, betray your brethren, or seek refuge in another sect to preserve your own lives. But a dog will never possess the right to determine its own fate." Gu Yun's words resonated profoundly, causing all present to tremble. They might wish to live as dogs, humbly enduring. Yet, when truly reduced to such a state, can they truly dictate their own existence? If so, what significance remains in kneeling? Finally, a young disciple could no longer contain himself and shouted, "We are willing to accompany the elder to the heavenly origin sacred land to seek justice and accountability." Indeed, The heavenly origin sacred land has humiliated us. Is this merely a matter of the dragon abyss? Even in death, let them understand that even ants can express their wrath. And that wrath bears a cost. In that moment, a youthful face emerged. They had long harbored disdain for the heavenly origin sacred land. Since death is inevitable, let us, by all means, rebel today. Meanwhile, the middle-aged individuals, though responsive, remained hesitant. Gu Yun let out a hearty laugh and then proclaimed loudly, "Well, since everyone shares this sentiment, let us venture to the Tianyan sacred land to seek justice. Rest assured, we are not alone in this endeavor. The esteemed Yun Jin Tianzun of Tianyan sacred land, along with 2 immortal sects from Zhongzhou, stand firmly by our side." Upon hearing these words, the spirits of the crowd surged even higher. What is there to fear? Let us fight. We shall confront them. Meanwhile, Yun Jin and his companions were taken aback by the fervor of countless young cultivators, whose spirits burned bright with a willingness to sacrifice themselves. It was a sight that left them awestruck. Clearly, with a mere gesture, they could quell this entire assembly. Yet, why did they feel an inexplicable trepidation? A sudden thought echoed in their minds, unbidden. The venerable ancestor of the Tianyan sacred land, who had once led a mere assembly of ordinary practitioners to defy gods and demons alike. He had proclaimed that even the masses could shake the heavens. Chapter 161, Agitated. Outside Longyuan, the elders and masters of each faction were anxiously awaiting developments. They sensed an unusual air surrounding this opportunity, though they could not pinpoint its strangeness. Moreover, it involved the formidable powers of 3 sacred lands, and they had little desire to become embroiled in such matters. Yet, they could not withstand the coercive allure of Tianyuan sacred land, especially as their ancestors seemed privy to secrets unknown, compelling them to comply. Among the crowd, only the saintess of Tianyuan sacred land, Ling Hongxiu, maintained an air of tranquility. According to the plan, in just 3 days, all those who entered Longyuan would be mercilessly slain, and their souls would be harnessed to forge a true golden dragon of fortune, ensuring the sacred land's prosperity for millennia to come. In recent years, the situation of Tianyuan sacred land had grown increasingly precarious. The upper echelons had become stagnant, with their descendants showing little inclination toward earnest cultivation, being more inclined to indulge in hedonism, even when bestowed with superior roots to elevate them. These inept individuals achieved nothing of merit. If this continued, Tianyuan sacred land would find itself devoid of successors. Reluctantly, the elders of the sacred land resorted to leveraging vast resources to negotiate with the divine race of the heavenly domain for the method to condense this dragon of fortune. With such fortune on their side, even the most inept scions of the sacred land would be able to flourish rapidly. As for Ling Hongxiu, her role in this endeavor was straightforward. As long as the task was completed, she would receive accolades aplenty. In truth, her involvement was minimal. She simply needed to oversee the process, while others executed the plan, yet the glory would be entirely hers. Just as she envisioned the admiration and reverence she would receive following her accomplishments, a triumphant smile graced her lips. The Tianyuan sacred land would continue to rely on its saintess. However, at that very moment, a thunderous boom reverberated through the air. The surface above Longyuan, like a mirror, shattered into countless fragments, and throngs of figures surged forth. Seeing that the disciples from various families had mostly returned safely, the factions of Dongzhou collectively exhaled in relief. They had returned. These young disciples had come back unscathed. The speed at which they seized the opportunity for fortune was far swifter than I had anticipated. Indeed, it had only been a brief while since they entered, yet here they all were. Only Ling Hongxiu stood in a daze, her eyes wide with dismay. How could they all have emerged alive? A surge of fury ignited within her, and she felt a pang of urgency. If they were all alive, what would become of the Fortune Golden Dragon? Without the manifestation of the Fortune Golden Dragon, what would happen to her merits? Thus, disregarding her image, she swiftly led her followers to block the exit of the crowd, shouting loudly, "Who permitted you to leave? Return at once." The crowd outside was momentarily taken aback by her words. The young disciples who had just emerged from Longyuan, however, scoffed disdainfully. "Holy Maiden, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to force us into contention for this opportunity? Is it unacceptable for us to refrain from competing? Must we perish within for your satisfaction? Indeed, what exactly do you imply, Holy Maiden?" Ling Hongxiu was taken aback by their audacity to speak to her in such a manner, and her anger flared. "Presumptuous fools, Who are you to question me, the holy maiden? I shall repeat myself. Return at once, or face death. With that, she unsheathed her longsword. Her accompanying guards also drew their swords with a resounding clang, their murderous intent palpable. The atmosphere grew tense and bizarre. The onlookers outside were left bewildered, utterly unaware of the unfolding drama. Xianxia believed that such a display would intimidate them. With a condescending laugh, she taunted, "Do you wish to test whether my divine sword is truly sharp?" In the past, she had only to cast a wrathful glance to instill terror in the hearts of those from lesser sections. With such a formidable display, she was certain they would behave like frightened sheep, obediently retreating. However, to her utter astonishment, the radiant young eyes before her held not a trace of fear or trepidation. Instead, they burned with fury. Clang! A sword was drawn, and not just one or two. The act of drawing swords spread like wildfire among the crowd. At that moment, the foremost youth spoke coldly. "Let the holy maiden be aware that our swords are not without their own might." Xianxia was left speechless. These insignificant insects dared to rebel and bare their fangs at her? Ha! Her anger twisted into a mocking smile, her once beautiful visage contorting into something menacing. "You wish to revolt, do you?" At this, the elders of the bewildered factions outside were thrown into a state of panic. Stepping forward, they positioned themselves protectively in front of their disciples, apologizing. "Holy maiden, please quell your anger. This must be a misunderstanding. We implore you not to be enraged. We shall certainly discipline these recalcitrant youths." At that moment, a shadow suddenly manifested above the dragon abyss. The crux of gathering the auspicious golden dragon's power lay with those lowly commoners from the eastern continent. Subsequently, the name of the Central State's immortal sect lured them here, only to betray and slaughter them, seizing their fortune. Thus, the auspicious golden dragon could be formed, ensuring that our heavenly origin sacred land could thrive for several centuries. The more souls we ensnare and the more we eliminate, the stronger the auspicious golden dragon becomes. The content of that shadow was evidently a secret conversation among several celestial beings of the heavenly origin sacred land. Upon witnessing this, everyone was left bewildered. What? It turns out that all of this was a conspiracy of the heavenly origin sacred land. What nonsense about the auspicious golden dragon, which was actually condensed from the lives of ordinary disciples from their sections. In that moment, they finally comprehended why those disciples emerging from the dragon abyss were filled with such fury. The actions of the heavenly origin sacred land were no different from those of the demonic path. Yet, many felt a mix of anger and fear. They were fully aware that this opportunity was fraught with peril, yet they still felt compelled to come, driven by their trepidation of the heavenly origin sacred land. Even if all of this were true, they dared not confront the sacred land. However, Xianxia was utterly furious. Not only had the auspicious golden dragon failed to coalesce, but the schemes of the heavenly origin sacred land had also been exposed. If the higher-ups were to cast blame, she would be reprimanded as well. Who was it that thwarted the sacred land's plans and tarnished her accomplishments? With a clang, she pointed her sword at the crowd, angrily rebuking slander. This is nothing short of slander. Who dares to defame the heavenly origin sacred land? At that moment, Gu Yun stepped forth from the throng, smilingly stating, "Holy maiden, the evidence is laid bare before us. Does your heavenly origin sacred land dare to deny it?" Xianxia fixed her gaze on Gu Yun, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. And even if you know the truth, what of it? As long as I eliminate all of you, this matter will remain shrouded in secrecy. Regardless of where the auspicious golden dragon is to be gathered, apart from the dragon abyss, you shall all meet your demise." With that, she swept her hand forcefully. Boom! In the next instant, an invisible grand formation unfolded, enveloping everyone. Panic ensued. What do you intend to do? Is the heavenly origin sacred land truly going to kill and seize fortune? Have you lost your minds? Such behavior. Do you even deserve to be called the leaders of the righteous path in the eastern continent? Xianxia coldly laughed, completely indifferent to their protests. Fortunately, she had anticipated potential complications and had prepared a deadly formation well in advance. Within this grand array, none of the individuals present could hope to escape. However, she produced the Shadow Stone, recording every word and action of Xianxia just moments prior. Subsequently, with a cheerful demeanor, he declared, "I concede that the earlier evidence of the retreating stone was indeed fabricated by me. However, this current piece is veritable proof." Chapter 162, Then Proceed to Kill. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, but an instant later, her fury intensified. Let them all perish. Boom! An overwhelming surge of dark energy erupted, sweeping in from all directions. Akin to the grasp of a malevolent giant hand, capable of crushing everyone present in an instant. The faces of the various powers from the eastern continent turned pale, their eyes filled with terror. At that moment, the previously menacing magical formation suddenly lost its potency, and the tumultuous dark energy fled in panic like frightened beasts. Yet, no matter how swiftly they attempted to escape, they were ultimately absorbed by a resplendent, multicolored little flag. The flag, with each absorption, grew increasingly content and joyous. Utterly unfazed by the oppressive and sinister nature of the dark energy, craving even more. Witnessing this scene, Xianxia and the others were left dumbfounded. What is happening? To devour such a vast quantity of demonic energy, this flag must surely be a sacred artifact of the demonic path. In the eastern continent, only a handful of demonic sects were renowned, yet none were known to possess such a formidable artifact. At that juncture, Yun lamented passionately. How could the esteemed saintess of the Tianyan Holy Land resort to such nefarious tactics, intending to slaughter tens of thousands present? Do you possess no boundaries, no conscience? Such wicked methods are utterly devoid of morality. Does the Tianyan Holy Land truly deserve to be called the paragon of righteousness in the eastern continent? Though the crowd was stirred by his impassioned rhetoric, their attention was inexorably drawn to the suddenly manifested artifact of the demonic path. When the artifact fell into Yun's hands, a collective gasp echoed through the assembly. Wait, hold on. You just vociferously condemned the Tianyan saintess for her sinister methods. And yet, it turns out you are even more nefarious? This artifact of the demonic path belongs to you, in comparison to others. The Tianyan saintess may not have appeared virtuous, but against Yun, she seemed positively righteous. Yet, at that moment, Xianxia's complexion turned ashen, her body tense, and her pupils constricted as she gazed at Yun. She had never anticipated that her ultimate gambit would be so effortlessly unraveled by him. Moreover, Yun had even nurtured his artifact with a very dark energy she had unleashed. How could this be possible? This 10,000 immortals formation had been bestowed upon her by her ancestor. Before she could comprehend the situation, the Cloud Sword Celestial Sovereign immediately rebuked. Seize this traitor of the righteous path. Yes, with a thunderous reply. Xianxia felt her hands bound and her cultivation suppressed. She suddenly snapped back to reality, bewilderedly looking at the Cloud Sword Celestial Sovereign. You've made a mistake. We are all on the same side. The Celestial Sword Sovereign's expression was devoid of warmth as he coldly remarked, Who among you considers yourself an ally? As a wretch of your nature, I hold no desire to associate with you. Xianxia was utterly bewildered. Clearly, you were the one responsible for this matter, while I was merely a pawn seeking to enhance my reputation. Observing the capture of Xianxia and her companions, the young disciples from various factions in the eastern continent could hardly contain their excitement. It was high time for the heavenly Yuan sacred land to face the consequences. What nonsense about a saintess! Despite the abundant resources invested in her, her cultivation lags behind mine. I have long harbored disdain for her. Conversely, the mid-level and senior members of these factions were gripped by anxiety. They hastily interjected, This could all be a misunderstanding. Release the saintess at once. This matter does not concern us. Please do not direct your ire towards us. Yun observed the supplicating crowd with keen interest. Ladies and gentlemen, only moments ago, this saintess sought to take your lives. It would have sufficed for you to remain passive, yet you now plead for her. However, those who had just been obsequious to the saintess now glared defiantly at Yun. Nonsense! When did the saintess ever wish to harm us? Do not sow discord between us and the saintess. Ironically, it was they who accused Yun of employing sinister methods, declaring him a nefarious individual. Upon hearing this, Luoxiu couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. You safeguard those who wish to slay you, yet you hurl insults at your savior? Has your conscience been devoured by beasts? The senior members of the sects merely scoffed, their disdain palpable. Offending the heavenly Yuan sacred land could indeed lead to their demise. But crossing Yun would at most result in censure. After all, Yun was perceived as a champion of justice, one who would not resort to lethal force without just cause. Thus, in the eyes of these fear-driven individuals, a good person was merely a target for their malice. Nevertheless, upon hearing their words, Yun smiled serenely. In the next instant, the dark energy that had previously been devoured by the Emperor's banner was expelled once more. Gu Yun beamed at Ling Hongxiu, saying, "Did you not wish to slay them? Proceed." The crowd was left in utter confusion. What was happening? Was Gu Yun not a virtuous person? How could he allow Ling Hongxiu to commit murder? This narrative was amiss. Ling Hongxiu glared fiercely at Gu Yun. "You expect me to kill simply because you command it?" Gu Yun chuckled, his smile gradually turning icy. "I have never forced anyone against their will. If you truly wish to decline, I shall not impose. However, I find your earlier demeanor towards me quite disagreeable." Though Gu Yun's words were casually spoken, the chilling and playful glint in his eyes instilled fear in Ling Hongxiu. She was frightened. She believed that Gu Yun could easily crush her at any moment. As the sacred maiden of the Tianyan Holy Land, she was destined to enjoy endless wealth and glory. How could she possibly resign herself to death so readily? Under Gu Yun's formidable pressure, she took a deep breath and promptly altered her words. "I will kill." Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of the Eastern Continent's factions were left astounded. "How could this be? Sacred Maiden, we were just speaking on your behalf. Sacred Maiden, we stand with you. We are willing to be your hounds. You cannot slay us." At this moment, Ling Hongxiu was already fraught with anxiety. The pleas for mercy only intensified her agitation. She growled ferociously, "Silence." Bang! Those who had just begged for mercy were instantly crushed into a mist of blood by the dark energy. The high-ranking members were utterly driven to madness. Despite their abject humility, why must they still face death? Moreover, it was an utter disgrace to be slain by a junior whose cultivation was inferior to theirs. At last, someone could no longer contain himself and shouted in anger. "Ling Rugyu, do not go too far. Indeed, how can you treat us this way when we have already shown such compliance?" Ling Rugyu laughed maniacally. "A pack of worthless trash. You all have chosen to be dogs. What more is there to say? Does a master need to consider the feelings of a dog when it is slain? If you choose to be a dog, you must accept the consequences." In that moment, the high-ranking members of those factions were completely thrown into disarray. They possessed the capability to resist, for although their factions were not as powerful as the Tianyuan Holy Land, their cultivation levels surpassed that of Ling Rugyu. Yet, they still dared not act. They remained fearful of offending the Tianyuan Holy Land. Thus, they turned their gazes toward Gu Yun. "Esteemed friend, will you not command Ling Rugyu to cease? Indeed, do you truly wish to witness our annihilation? As representatives of the righteous path, why did they lack any sense of magnanimity? Was it merely because we had spoken against you earlier that you would abandon us in our time of need?" Gu Yun burst into laughter, nodding seriously as he said. Indeed, upon hearing this, the crowd was once again bewildered. No, is that the correct response? It does not align with the persona of the righteous. Chapter 163. A spark can ignite a prairie fire. As Gu Yun truly remained indifferent, the people grew furious. "Gu Yun, what kind of righteousness do you espouse? Is this how the Tianyan Sect teaches you to embody the righteous path? Such pettiness makes you no different from the demonic path." Gu Yun pondered for a moment upon hearing this. He then nodded and remarked, "Gentlemen, you seem to have a point." Upon hearing this, the experts from the various factions in the Eastern Continent were suddenly elated. Indeed, it appeared they had managed to manipulate the situation. They cheered even more enthusiastically. This is how it should be. As champions of righteousness, one ought to repay kindness with kindness, overlooking past grievances. You cannot abandon us to perish just because we offended you earlier. Only in this manner can we trust in your leadership." Gu Yun nodded slightly, but then his expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly raised his hand. Bang! The few individuals who had just raised their eyebrows and glared at Gu Yun, exuding arrogance, were instantly reduced to a cloud of crimson mist. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. What on earth was happening? Why did Gu Yun suddenly take action, and why was it so lethal? Eyes widened in disbelief. Some gazed at Gu Yun with trepidation. "Gu Yun, what are you trying to do? Have you lost your mind?" A cold smile crept across Gu Yun's face as he regarded them with amusement, uttering, "If I were to claim that I have indeed lost my mind, what could you possibly do about it?" Upon hearing these words, the previously indignant individual immediately lost all semblance of bravado. In the next instant, he fell to his knees, pleading, "Good demon lord, I beseech you, spare our lives." The others who had scolded and accused Gu Yun moments ago also knelt down, groveling on the ground like dogs, whimpering for mercy. Gu Yun chuckled. "Here I stand as the righteous, yet you all acted with such arrogance, treating others with disdain. Now that I claim to be deranged, you cower and plead for mercy? How astute of you to bully the meek. Regrettably, I am not swayed by your tactics. With that, he struck once more. Bang! Those kneeling on the ground erupted in a similar manner. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. Aside from the faint wisps of blood mist, no one uttered a word. Gu Yun snorted coldly, retracting his hand. Some dare to challenge the heavens, while others only aspire to grovel. How tragic and lamentable, esteemed individuals. Today, I harbor no intention of coercing you to take a side, whether standing or kneeling. That remains your own choice. Should you wish to continue kneeling, you may disperse and take heed of your own fate. If you desire to stand tall and ensure that your descendants no longer bend their backs, I invite you to join me on a journey to the sacred land of Tianyan. The people of Dongzhou exchanged glances, some igniting with a spark of hope while others shrank back, filled with trepidation. Eventually, one voice rose above the rest, proclaiming, "I am willing to accompany our ancestors." It was a young man, no more than 18 or 19 years of age. His youthful visage and clear gaze radiated vitality, reminiscent of the morning sun. As he spoke, other youths of his age felt a surge of excitement, eager to follow suit. However, the elder beside the young man quickly admonished him. "Impudent! Do you not realize that your impulsiveness may not only jeopardize yourself, but also endanger the sect?" The elder continued, "Child, you possess extraordinary talent. If you follow the proper path, you will undoubtedly become a pillar of the sect in the future. Why, oh why, would you risk your life so recklessly?" The young man turned to his elder, bowing deeply as he spoke. "Respected uncle, the righteous path in Dongzhou has decayed for 1,000 years, with rogue elements rampant and malevolent forces in control. I, a humble disciple, lack the strength to alter this dire situation. Yet, even so, I believe we must take action. If we all only seek self-preservation, when will this world ever change? Rest assured, Master, I shall not bring shame upon our sect. From this moment forth, I hereby declare my withdrawal from the sect. Henceforth, any matter shall have no connection to our sect." The esteemed master of the sect gazed upon the young disciple's resolute expression, wishing to utter some words of caution, yet found himself at a loss for words. As if a thorn lodged in his throat, he understood that to withdraw from the sect meant to become a wandering cultivator, and survival in the Eastern continent would become increasingly arduous. He could not fathom why one so promising, a prodigy of the sect, would choose such a foolish path, opting for a road fraught with thorns. However, the moment their eyes met, he was struck by a wave of nostalgia. Those eyes were so clear, so radiant, that he found it difficult to maintain his gaze. As he looked up again, his vision blurred, and the visage of the young disciple seemed to transform before him. In that instant, he felt as though he were gazing upon his younger self. Overcome with emotion, his lips trembled, and his nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. Finally, he managed to utter 2 words with great difficulty. "Enough." The young man was akin to a spark igniting a field of dry grass. In the next moment, disciple Xianxia proclaimed, "I, Xianxia, withdraw from the Tianyan Sect and wish to accompany my seniors. Disciple Li Xiaofeng declarat Li Xiaofeng. Withdraw from the Lihuo sect and wish to journey with my seniors." Disciple Zhou Mixuan announced, "I, Zhou Mixuan, withdraw from Qingyan Mountain and wish to travel alongside my seniors." In that instant, countless young disciples followed suit, withdrawing from their sects, intent on accompanying Gu Yun to the holy land of Tianyan. Among them were elite members of the sect, as well as ordinary disciples. Some were responsible for cultivating medicinal fields and refining elixirs, while others managed the library or served as enforcers in the law enforcement hall, all with bright futures ahead. Yet at this moment, regardless of their origins, backgrounds, ranks, ages, or genders, they stood united, their gazes fierce and unwavering, driven by the lingering ember of conviction within their hearts, to strive for a semblance of justice in this world. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Xiu could not help but be moved, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, a single spark can ignite a prairie fire." Guyan laughed heartily, summoning his sword of vengeance, standing with hands clasped behind his back. "You must consider well. Should we embark on this journey, there may be no return." A resonant hum echoed as a myriad of swords sang in unison, their righteous spirits soaring to the heavens. The crowd responded in unison. "Then, let it be a journey from which we shall not return." With that, they took to the skies on their swords, heading straight for the holy land of Tianyan. Meanwhile, those following closely behind Gu Yun, including the esteemed Yunji and Tianzun, felt a profound sense of shock. How could these seemingly insignificant beings, when united, possess a strength that instilled a sense of dread even within them? What manner of place was this Tianyan Sect that could wield such transformative power? Once, a master of Tianyan had led a multitude of mortals into battle against the divine beings of the Tianyu. Could it be that Gu Yun, too, could lead a group of lesser cultivators against the holy land of Tianyuan? Simultaneously, the restrained Ling Xiu, observing the detached Yunjian Tianzan beside her, could not help but let out a low growl. Why is it that I alone am being suppressed? Yunjian Tianzan is also a member of the Tianyuan sacred land. He is indeed one of the executors of this plan, even the chief in charge. Gu Yun chuckled lightly, responding with an air of indifference. We have already come to an agreement with Yunjian Tianzan, who is also a supporter of the righteous path. Ling Xiu, feeling anxious, immediately interjected, I can negotiate too. I can also support the righteous path. Gu Yun merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. Moments later, the group arrived above the Tianyuan sacred land. Chapter 164. Is more money needed? The Tianyuan sacred land, situated in the heart of Dongzhou where spiritual essence is most abundant, is renowned for its Tianyuan gathering spirit array, which consolidates all spiritual energy from Dongzhou. What once belonged to myriad clans and hundreds of sects in Dongzhou has now been monopolized by a single sacred land. The sacred land is enveloped in auspicious clouds, with spiritual energy swirling about, resembling an ethereal paradise. As Gu Yun and his companions entered the domain of the Tianyuan sacred land, they were immediately intercepted by two figures. This is the Tianyuan sacred land. Unauthorized individuals must halt. Luo Xiu surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress a cold laugh. Years ago, the founder of Tianyan had established the monument of universal harmony here, calling upon all clans and sects in Dongzhou to collaboratively set up the gathering spirit array, intending for all to benefit and cultivate together. It is ironic that this place has now become the private possession of the Tianyuan sacred land, and the once communal gathering spirit array has transformed into the Tianyuan gathering spirit array. Gu Yun chuckled lightly, politely clasping his hands. I kindly request you to report to your superiors that we are participants in the Longyuan opportunity. We have heard that your Tianyuan sacred land, disregarding its role as the leader of the righteous path, intends to employ sinister methods to ensnare us and exploit our gathered fortunes. We have come today to inquire about the true intentions of the Tianyuan sacred land and whether the righteous path still holds any significance in your eyes. The disciples guarding the entrance were taken aback by this statement. Such a situation exists? Their status was low, and they were not privy to the machinations of the upper echelons. They prided themselves on their nobility, utterly disbelieving Gu Yun's claims. One of them snorted disdainfully, desist. What lowly disciples dare to slander our Tianyuan sacred land? Depart at once, or do not blame us for our ruthlessness. At that moment, Yunjian Tianzan stepped forward, coldly admonishing, it is you who are being disrespectful. Quickly lower the protective barrier and escort everyone to the Tianyuan hall. Then report to the Holy Master. Seeing that it was Yunjian Tianzan, the two gatekeepers immediately lost their arrogance, hastily bowing and greetings Tianzan. Are you really going to allow so many people in? What if they intend to cause trouble? One disciple hesitantly questioned. Yunjian Tianzan shot him a piercing glare. I do not wish to repeat myself. The guarding disciple was instantly frightened into compliance, quickly affirming, and one of them led Gu Yun and the others toward the Tianyuan hall, while another went to inform the higher-ups of the Tianyuan sacred land. The Tianyuan hall is indeed the heart of the Tianyuan sacred land. The sudden arrival of numerous outsiders inevitably attracted the attention of many disciples from the sacred land. Meanwhile, the lord of the Tianyuan sacred land and the esteemed celestials from various sects received the news and swiftly made their way to the Tianyuan sacred hall. Before they arrived, they witnessed disciples adorned in the attire of different sections. This sight incited their ire. How can the Tianyuan sacred land, a place of sanctity and nobility, allow the disciples of these inferior sects to roam freely within its confines? Yinjian, what on earth are you doing? Soon, several figures clad in white robes, exuding an aura of purity, descended before Gu Yun and the others. The leading middle-aged man, with hair and beard flowing like wisps of cloud, radiated a celestial brilliance. His gaze was imposing, and he spoke with a frosty demeanor. Yinjian, what is the meaning of this? The celestial Yinjian felt a chill run down his spine. The one questioning him was none other than the lord of the Tianyuan sacred land, by Deizai. This individual not only possessed formidable cultivation, but was also known for his ruthless character. In the past, to vie for the position of lord, he had employed merciless tactics to suppress many malefactors. Had it not been for his life still resting in Gu Yun's hands, Yunjian would have long since knelt in apology. Faced with the icy countenance of the Tianyuan sacred lord, Yunjian decided to speak boldly, reporting to the lord. The incident regarding Long Yuan has been exposed, and the disciples from Eastern Continent and several celestial from Central Continent are already aware of the Tianyuan sacred land's plans. They are furious, and thus they have come seeking justice and an explanation. The Tianyuan sacred lord immediately furrowed his brow. However, he did not focus on Gu Yun and the others. Instead, he turned his attention to the two celestials from Central Continent, revealing a hint of smile. My esteemed friends, what prompts such a grand display? If our Tianyuan sacred land has indeed erred, you may freely articulate your grievances. We can resolve matters amicably. The two celestial figures maintained their stern expressions, feigning outrage as they declared, the Tianyuan sacred land has lost all humanity and moral integrity, attempting to sacrifice so many to consolidate the golden dragon of fate. Such behavior is no different from that of the demonic path. We have come today to seek justice for the people of the Eastern Continent and demand an explanation. They were well versed in delivering such dramatic speeches, ensuring that their demeanor and rhetoric were impeccable. The Tianyuan sacred lord, instead of showing anger, responded with a calm smile and addressed the assembly, saying, My esteemed friends, it is indeed our Tianyuan sacred land's fault for not disclosing the truth in advance. However, rest assured, we will not fall short in providing the necessary compensation. Upon hearing this, the two celestials were momentarily taken aback, and the crowd behind Gu Yun appeared utterly bewildered. Do they truly regard us as insignificant? The two celestials felt a pang of regret. They had initially anticipated extorting a substantial sum. However, after being compelled by Gu Yun to swear an oath before the heavens, they could only align themselves with him. Their pent-up rage and frustration morphed into dissatisfaction directed at the Tianyuan sacred land. Celestial Changfeng rebuked sharply silence. What do you take us for? Bribery in public, seeking to compel us to turn a blind eye to your atrocious and heartless deeds. I assure you, such a notion is utterly impossible. The Holy Land of Haoshan has always taken it upon itself to uphold righteousness. My eyes can tolerate no speck of dust. The sword master also snorted coldly, his eyes filled with anger and frustration. The Lord of Tianyuan and the other celestial dignitaries were taken aback, casting astonished glances at the two. After a moment, the Lord of Tianyuan tentatively spoke. Do you mean to say that more money is required? The conduct of the Central Continent's immortal sect and the nature of these two individuals were well understood by the people of the Holy Land of Tianyuan. Their claims to voice for righteousness? Only if the sun were to rise from the west. The Longfeng immortal sect was infuriated, their teeth grinding in frustration. Nonsense. This esteemed one has declared that my purpose here is to seek justice for the ordinary sects of the Eastern Continent. No amount of additional benefits will sway me. At this juncture, the Lord of Tianyuan perceived the underlying issue. Surely, these two must possess some leverage over this group. Thus, he turned to the assembly and spoke with indifference. Justice. Who among you is in charge? Gu Yun, with a composed smile, replied. I do not claim to be in charge. I am Gu Yun, the master of the Demon Suppression Hall of the Tianyan Sect. I humbly represent the collective to discuss reason with your Holy Land of Tianyuan. Upon hearing the name of the Tianyan Sect, the people of the Holy Land of Tianyuan were momentarily stunned, immediately probing Gu Yun's cultivation. When they discovered he had merely reached the tribulation stage, they collectively sighed in relief. The Lord of Tianyuan, with a derisive sneer, remarked, What qualifications does a mere master of the Demon Suppression Hall possess to engage in discourse with me? With your paltry tribulation level and the hundreds of ordinary cultivators behind you, you are no more than a rabble. One sword strike from me would suffice to obliterate you all. Gu Yun chuckled lightly, then summoned the sword of evil slaying, speaking with calm assurance. It appears the Holy Lord is not inclined to reason, but wishes to debate with me through the sword. Very well, I have recently mastered a new technique, known as the ordinary sword, which I would be delighted to demonstrate to the Holy Lord. At these words, the countenance of the Holy Land of Tianyuan's assembly shifted dramatically. What? The ordinary sword? Could it be the long-lost technique of the Tianyan Dao sect, the one capable of defying heaven and challenging the saints? The once arrogant Lord of Tianyuan, who had looked down upon Gu Yun, now turned pale with dread, his gaze fixated on the divine sword in Gu Yun's hand. The sword of evil slaying radiated a chilling aura, its sword energy intensifying with each moment. The terrifying intent of the sword caused the very heavens and earth to tremble. The few reclusive quasi-saint ancestors of the Holy Land of Tianyuan suddenly opened their eyes wide and rushed forth in alarm, shouting in terror. How could our Holy Land possess the sword intent of a saint? Which saint has descended upon us? As the overwhelming sword intent bore down upon him, suffocating his breath, the Lord of Tianyuan quickly altered his demeanor, raising his hand in a placating gesture, and said, Hey, young man, let us not act impulsively. Surely there is no need for hostility. Why can't we discuss matters amicably? Our Holy Land of Tianyuan is known for its reasonableness. Chapter 164, The First Clash. Gu Yun chuckled softly, sheathing his divine sword as he remarked, That is well and good. After all, we are all dignified individuals. Engaging in violence and bloodshed is ultimately beneath us. The Lord of Tianyuan wore a smile that failed to reach his eyes. Had he not feared the formidable technique of the Tianyan sacred land, he would have long since struck Gu Yun down with a single blow. The mere thought of it ignited his frustration. Those incompetent fools from the Tianyan sacred land had previously claimed to have eradicated such a tactic. How could the younger disciples still possess it? Faced with an insurmountable challenge, the Lord of Tianyuan was compelled to devise an alternative strategy. As he discreetly summoned a nearby celestial being, he guided the assembly into the Tianyuan sacred hall, ensuring everyone was seated comfortably. Once all were settled, he feigned ignorance and addressed the assembly. Esteemed friends, I must confess that what you have just mentioned is entirely unknown to me and my fellow celestial beings. Gu Yun smiled and inquired, If that is the case, why the urgency to silence us through violence? The Lord of Tianyuan replied with a leisurely grin. It was not an act of silencing, but rather a misunderstanding. I was led to believe that you were intentionally provoking us in a petty manner. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us discuss the matter of Longyuan. You claim that our Tianyuan sacred land orchestrated everything to ensnare you. Do you possess any evidence? Without further ado, Gu Yun signaled for the sacred maiden, Ling Hongxiu, to be brought forth. Despite her struggles, upon seeing the Lord of Tianyuan and other celestial beings, she exclaimed in excitement, Lord, save me, observing her disheveled state. The Lord of Tianyuan and his companions could not help but frown. The Lord of Tianyuan was the first to speak, Sacred Maiden. What on earth is happening here? As he spoke, his narrowed eyes radiated a chilling aura, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Simultaneously, he communicated covertly. Do they have any evidence to substantiate this matter's connection to our Tianyuan sacred land? Ling Hongxiu trembled under his icy gaze, hastily responding. They possess evidence of my public act of murder. As for whether Lord Yunjian provided them with anything, I am unaware. The Lord of Tianyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yunjian was aware of the truth, he held no tangible proof to link the Tianyuan sacred land to the incident, making matters far more manageable. He immediately coldly instructed Ling Hongxiu. You must assert that this was solely your own doing, with no ties to the sacred land. Rest assured, as long as you maintain this stance, I will ensure your safety. Should you dare to tarnish the sacred land's reputation, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Ling Hongxiu shuddered all over, casting a fearful glance at the Lord of Tianyuan, her heart sinking into despair. She feared that should she bear the brunt of this calamity, the Lord would abandon her, leaving her to bear the entire burden of blame. Yet if she did not heed the Lord's command and spoke the truth, her survival today seemed equally bleak. What to do? Both sides could lead to death, and Ling Hongxiu found herself at a loss for how to choose, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. At that moment, a sharp reprimand suddenly erupted. I'm asking you a question, speak. Startled, Ling Hongxiu shivered all over, instinctively raising her gaze to seek the source of the voice. The speaker was a subordinate of the Holy Lord, his eyes wide with fury, his countenance icy, and his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Instantly, Ling Hongxiu's legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, reluctantly uttering, Holy Lord, spare my life. It was merely a moment of folly. I misused the name of the Holy Land to pit people against one another for my own selfish desires. Upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, their jaws clenched in silent indignation. Such a monumental affair as the Longyuan, and a mere holy maiden from the Tianyuan Holy Land dared to act without the sanction of the higher echelons? Did she possess the power to do so? The expression of the Tianyuan Holy Lord softened considerably, even hinting at a faint smile at the corners of his lips. Nonetheless, he spoke with gravity. Ling Hongxiu, how audacious of you to commit such disgraceful acts behind the Holy Land's back. Guards, take her to the Holy Land's prison and await further orders. Ling Hongxiu was momentarily stunned, then elation surged within her. The Holy Lord had not executed her outright, but merely consigned her to the prison. There was still room for maneuver in this matter. It is well known that while the Tianyuan Holy Land possesses a prison, the conditions differ vastly. For an ordinary disciple who transgresses the Holy Land's rules, being imprisoned is akin to a living hell. However, for some of her standing, imprisonment merely serves to weather the storm. The facilities for detaining disciples from noble families are, in fact, more opulent than those of ordinary elders' abodes. Rather than being confined, one might as well consider a vacation. She quickly bowed her head, her excitement palpable, and said, "Yes, I understand." Upon raising her head, a sinister smile crept across her face as she defiantly glanced at Gu Yun and the others. This scene did not escape the notice of Gu Yun and his companions. The people from the eastern continent were livid, their eyes almost bulging with rage, their teeth gritted. Such a significant matter reduced to mere imprisonment? Moreover, who could ascertain whether the Tianyuan Holy Land would afford Ling Hongxiu any special treatment in their prison, sparing her from punishment? If that were the case, would no one face repercussions and the matter fade into obscurity? Someone could no longer restrain themselves and spoke out. Holy Lord of the Tianyuan, the Longyuan incident is far-reaching. It is not something a single Ling Hongxiu can manipulate. To conclude so hastily without even an investigation seems rather frivolous, does it not? Furthermore, Ling Hongxiu's crimes are heinous, nearly resulting in our demise. Merely confining her to a prison is insufficient. We demand that all involved face their due punishment, or we shall not rest. As these words were spoken, immediate agreement arose. Indeed, this matter cannot be so easily brushed aside. Yes, the Holy Lord of the Tianyuan furrowed his brow slightly, his displeasure evident as he turned to face the dissenters. Those who protested were but a swarm of ants. How dare they prance about in his presence? He truly wished to take action, to eliminate those ignorant pests with a decisive strike. However, in the next moment, his gaze fell upon Gu Yun, who was diligently polishing his sword. After wiping the blade of the sword of evil slaying, he blew gently upon it, causing the cold light emanating from the weapon to grow even more frigid. The master of Tianyuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his displeasure, and managed to force a smile as he addressed the assembly. Rest assured, esteemed guests, our Tianyuan Holy Land will thoroughly investigate this matter and deliver justice to all. However, an investigation requires time. We shall spare no villain, yet we must not wrong any innocent. Must we? The crowd felt a sense of frustration. They were acutely aware that he was deliberately obfuscating the issue under the guise of needing time for investigation. But as time dragged on, their grievances would dissipate. Who would remain vigilant over Tianyuan Holy Land indefinitely? Yet, paradoxically, there was no rebuttal to the master of Tianyuan's words. At that moment, Gu Yun spoke up with a smile. Regardless of whether Ling Hongxiu is the main culprit, she cannot evade responsibility. I must ask, Master of Tianyuan, how should she be dealt with if she is indeed the main perpetrator, and what if she is not? The master of Tianyuan opened his mouth to respond but hesitated, then turned his gaze towards another esteemed figure not far away, addressing him coldly. Saint Punishment, you oversee the law enforcement hall of our Tianyuan Holy Land. According to our laws, what should be the course of action regarding the saintess? Saint Punishment was momentarily taken aback. This matter was originally unrelated to him, yet unexpectedly, the master called upon him directly. He stepped forward, intending to speak, but faltered. Damn it! The laws of Tianyuan Holy Land lack provisions for dealing with scions of noble families. Typically, in such matters, they merely self-punish with 3 cups of wine, and that suffices. What punishment is there? Yet, clearly, such a response could not suffice. Saint Punishment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, stammered. This matter is of great importance and requires a careful review of the regulations. I cannot hastily declare. The master of Tianyuan had not intended for him to provide a definitive answer, merely seeking a means to extricate himself from the predicament. He was about to nod in agreement, to let the matter slide. At this juncture, Gu Yun interjected with a smile. Esteemed saint, as the law enforcer of Tianyuan Holy Land, you ought to be well versed in the regulations. Why must you return to consult the texts? Allow me to inquire. How many regulations exist regarding the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents by your disciples, and what circumstances do they encompass? Saint Punishment was taken aback, his face turning ashen, his expression awkward. Damn it, how would I know? The interpretative authority of the regulations lies with me. Whatever I say goes. He felt the sweat trickling down his back. Stuttering, this indeed encompasses many situations, too many to clarify at once. Guyan smiled, pressing on. Then, please provide a few examples similar to Ling Hongxiu's case, and recount how such instances have been punished in the past. Saint Punishment's expression darkened further. How? Indeed, to administer punishment. They offer money, I accept it, and the underlings carry out the tasks. What other form of punishment could there be? He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, offering an awkward smile as he stammered, this. Guyan suddenly let out a cold laugh. Not a single reply? A cultural worker devoid of culture, and a law enforcer ignorant of the law? Is it? Chapter 165. Young man, do not act impulsively. The Holy Punisher turned crimson with embarrassment, his teeth clenched tightly. He glared fiercely at Guyan, struggling for some time before managing to utter, this matter shall be decided by me. There is no need for your incessant pointing and prodding. What do you think you are? Having grown accustomed to arrogance, he found it unbearable to be questioned so directly. Yet, immediately after speaking, the Holy Punisher regretted his words. After all, he still held the ultimate weapon in his hand. Should he truly be provoked to action, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Unexpectedly, Guyan maintained a calm demeanor and spoke with indifference. Very well, since Ling Hongxiu is the saintess of your Tianyan sacred land, we shall naturally proceed according to your customs. I was indeed reckless just now. Upon hearing this, both the Holy Punisher and the Lord of Tianyuan were taken aback. Guyan had voluntarily conceded. Could it be that he felt the situation had escalated too far and feared an unfavorable outcome? That thought seemed plausible. After all, although he possessed a lethal move, he could only use it once. Once expended, it could not be wielded again. If he truly fell out with Tianyuan, he would not fare well. With this in mind, both the Lord of Tianyuan and the Holy Punisher instinctively straightened their backs. The Lord of Tianyuan spoke haughtily. It is good that you understand, my friend. In that case, we shall temporarily detain Ling Hongxiu until this matter is thoroughly investigated, after which a final judgment shall be made. Upon hearing this, Ling Hongxiu immediately displayed a smug and triumphant smile, casting a disdainful glance at Guyan, inwardly thinking, in the end, it will come to nothing. To think that the sacred land could impose punishment on me is but a dream. However, Guyan suddenly interjected, your people shall, of course, adhere to your customs. However, should not our people also be treated according to our rules? The Lord of Tianyuan furrowed his brow, looking at Guyan with confusion. What do you mean? Guyan chuckled softly, directing his gaze toward the Holy Punisher as he stated, just now he insulted me, and you all heard it. Lord, are you aware that in my Tianyan Sect, the master of the demon suppression hall must not be humiliated? The Lord of Tianyuan was taken aback. I am not one of your Tianyan Sect. How would I know your customs? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Guyan suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Boom! He struck out with a palm, and the Holy Punisher, standing not far from the Lord of Tianyuan, was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. The Lord of Tianyuan and the others widened their eyes in shock. This young man dared to commit murder openly in the Tianyuan sacred land? Boom! The assembled celestial sovereigns erupted in fury, their formidable auras instantly unleashed. How audacious! Do you truly believe that our Tianyuan sacred land fears you? The audacity is astounding. You wield but a single strike of the holy sword of annihilation, which will be employed only once. Once expended, it shall vanish, and you too shall perish. I find it hard to believe that you would truly dare to wield it. The Lord of Tianyuan felt the veins on his forehead throb, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare upon Guyan. Suppressing his fury, he questioned coldly, Gu, my friend, you have gone too far. Guyan replied with a calm smile, you have your rules, and the Tianyan Sect has its own. What is excessive about this? The Lord of Tianyuan seethed with rage. You invoke the rules of the Tianyan Sect to slay the celestial master of my Tianyuan holy land? It seems you wish to provoke a full-scale conflict with us. Guyan chuckled as he rose slowly, summoning the sword of annihilation. Your people slaughter the innocent, and you believe that adhering to your rules will grant you immunity. According to my rules, slaying one of your celestial masters is entirely permissible. As he prepared to unleash his strike once more, the Lord of Tianyuan began to sweat profusely, yet he chose not to yield. With a fierce glare at Guyan, he declared, You think to intimidate me? I know your Tianyan Sect's formidable sword technique. It can indeed slay a saint in a single blow. If you dare, unleash it. You may kill but one, yet I assure you that once you have done so, I will ensure that everyone you brought will find themselves in a desperate struggle for survival. If you truly possess courage, let us both face our doom together. Upon uttering these words, the Lord of Tianyuan immediately shattered a talisman and vanished from sight. The other celestial masters stood dumbfounded. Damn it, they muttered. The Lord's impassioned rhetoric had led them to believe that he would stand firm. Yet he was the first to flee, seeking to compel Gu Yun into using the so-called ordinary sword technique of annihilation. Once Gu Yun strikes, these individuals would pose no threat. The celestial masters exchanged glances, none willing to sacrifice themselves for the sect. In a bid for survival, they turned to Gu Yun, half threateningly, half pleading. Gu Yun, my friend, please do not act impulsively. Your sword technique may only be employed once, capable of slaying but a single person. You must think this through. Without your trump card, how can you negotiate with us? In that case, not only will you perish, but you will take these young ones with you. The young ones behind Gu Yun regarded the so-called celestial masters and the Lord of Tianyuan, who fancied themselves as transcendent beings, and were taken aback to find them merely cowards, afraid for their lives. They scoffed disdainfully. You of the Tianyuan Holy Land show no intention of repentance. What is there left to discuss? If today is destined for death, I shall ensure that your holy land is turned upside down. Senior Gu, feel free to act without concern for us. We came here alongside you with no intention of leaving alive. Gu Yun chuckled heartily and proclaimed, you are indeed correct. This sword of mine can be wielded but once to slay one. Given this context, the situation escalated dramatically. Upon hearing the provocative statement, the most powerful among the celestial sovereigns, who had achieved the peak of the tribulation crossing stage, was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Is this directed at me? He thought, preparing to voice a warning. However, Gu Yun abruptly turned his gaze towards the back mountain of the Tianyuan sacred land, sneering as he remarked, the aura of a quasi-saint. It appears your ancestral figure resides there. At these words, the peak tribulation crossing sovereign exhaled a sigh of relief, vigorously nodding his head in affirmation. Indeed, our ancestral figure of the Tianyuan sacred land is present. If you possess the ability, go ahead and slay a quasi-saint. Otherwise, do not flaunt your power here. Gu Yun chuckled softly, and in the next moment, his aura surged forth, causing the entire Tianyuan sacred land to tremble. The seventh stage of tribulation crossing. Why did the pressure he emitted instill such dread, even in the peak sovereign? Meanwhile, the three ancestral figures, discreetly observing from the back mountain, were left utterly bewildered by Gu Yun's declaration. Is this aimed at me? They exchanged glances, each contemplating the dire situation. Gu Yun could indeed slay only one, but the question remained, would it be you or me? Regardless of the outcome, I must survive. Such are the thoughts of the three. As Gu Yun gripped his weapon, poised to strike, a deep, weathered voice filled with authoritative weight interjected, young man, do not be impulsive. Is there not a way to resolve this amicably? The Tianyuan sacred land values reason above all. Gu Yun scoffed. The Holy Lord has fled, and you still wish for me to engage in dialogue? The elder fell silent for a moment before retorting sharply, by Deizai, come out immediately, or I shall strip you of your position as Holy Lord. If you refuse to reason with my young friend Gu, I will select another Holy Lord who is willing to engage in discourse. Previously, the Holy Lord of Tianyuan had been brimming with pride, reveling in his cunning plan. He aimed to compel Gu Yun to reveal a mere ordinary strike, thereby stripping him of any negotiating power. Once that was achieved, he would step in to resolve the conflict between Gu Yun and the so-called ants, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Gu Yun's sword would hang ominously above the elder's head, a legendary technique reputed to be capable of slaying saints. The prospect of killing a quasi-saint elder was, without a doubt, within reach. Neither he nor the elder wished for death. Thus, Gu Yun had forced the elder to exert pressure upon him. What is this madness? The elder mused. If any of the three of you had displayed a semblance of fortitude and confronted him, how could the Tianyuan sacred land allow a mere seventh-stage tribulation crossing practitioner to threaten us? Nevertheless, the elder spoke up, and he could not afford to defy the call. He reappeared before the crowd, and upon seeing the Holy Lord return, the other sovereigns couldn't help but sneer, commenting in a mocking tone, Holy Lord, what a clever maneuver. You uttered your words and turned to flee before we even had a chance to react. Such a burden to bear. It is no wonder that rumors suggest the position of the Holy Lord is a mere product of familial connections rather than genuine prowess. The expression of the heavenly origin Holy Lord oscillated between shades of blue and red as he let out a cold snort and spoke with indifference. I act solely for the greater good. If you do not comprehend this, I harbor no resentment toward you. However, should anyone dare to whisper behind my back, claiming my ascension to the Holy Lord was merely due to my lineage, they shall not escape my wrath. The several celestial lords responded with disdainful huffs. Choosing to remain silent. Once he sensed the intimidation had taken effect, the heavenly origin Holy Lord turned to Gu Yun with a beaming smile, maintaining his composure as he spoke leisurely. My dear friend, it was merely a jest. I hope you do not take offense. We are all civilized individuals here. Let us refrain from resorting to violence, and please sheath your sword. Gu Yun chuckled in response, realizing it had been nothing but a jest. Holy Lord, you possess a true sense of humor. With that, he paid no further heed and sheathed his blade once more. Yet within his mind, the merit tablet displayed, slaying a tribulation realm demon, reward, 80,000 merit points. Subsequently, everyone resumed their seats, engaging in light-hearted conversation as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, the heavenly origin ancestor discreetly transmitted a message. The matter of Long Yuan must be sacrificed for the greater cause. There is no need to protect Xianxia any longer. Expedite the departure of these individuals. The heavenly origin Holy Lord was taken aback. Ancestor, are you serious? Xianxia is your direct granddaughter. The heavenly origin ancestor scoffed. She is but a granddaughter. Moreover, I have more than one, and should she perish, another could be cultivated. Allowing this Gu Yun to continue his disruptions would only lead to greater losses for the heavenly origin Holy Land. Upon hearing this, the heavenly origin Holy Lord nodded in understanding, replying, I comprehend. I shall act accordingly. Regaining his composure, he turned to Gu Yun with a genial expression. My friend Gu Yun, regardless of whether Xianxia is the principal offender or not, her transgressions warrant the gravest of consequences. However, I wish to inform you that you may be unaware. But Xianxia is the direct granddaughter of the ancestral elder of the Ling family within my heavenly origin Holy Land. Gu Yun smiled nonchalantly, displaying no surprise. Those audacious enough to act in such a manner naturally possess an extraordinary background. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu and the others could not help but whisper amongst themselves. What? She has the backing of a quasi-saint elder? No wonder the heavenly origin Holy Land is going to such lengths to protect her. Well, of a quasi-saint's granddaughter. Does having such an elder grant her the right to act recklessly and trample upon lives? Xianxia, who had been kneeling on the ground, beamed with pride upon hearing the Holy Lord reveal her lineage. It seems the Lord intends to invoke the authority of the ancestor to intimidate Gu Yun and his companions. She suddenly broke free from her captors, standing proudly as she lifted her chin, disdainfully gazing at Gu Yun, and proclaimed loudly, Did you hear that, you swine and insects? My ancestor is a powerful quasi-saint. Killing you would be as simple as squashing a mere bug, yet you dare to accuse me? Such delusions. The crowd furrowed their brows, some in anger, ready to draw their swords. If the heavenly origin's sacred land insisted on protecting her, they would fight to the bitter end, even if it meant dragging the vile woman down with them. Gu Yun cast a knowing glance at the master of the heavenly origin, inquiring, So what now? The master of the heavenly origin chuckled coldly and responded, Precisely because she is the direct granddaughter of our ancestor. The expectations from both the ancestor and the sacred land are even greater. Thus, her punishment is all the more deserved. With that, he struck fiercely. Bang! Just moments ago, the arrogant Xianxia suddenly changed color and was violently propelled backward, spitting blood. She crashed to the ground, incredulously staring at the master of the heavenly origin, struggling to speak. Master, you! The master snorted disdainfully. You wretched creature, do you dare to defy me? You believe the sacred land and our ancestor would spare you after such heinous acts? Today you must die. Xianxia was in disbelief. In the past, no matter how grave her offenses were, the master never punished her nor raised his voice. Now, merely tasked with eliminating a horde of insignificant beings, how could it be deemed so unforgivable? Blood trickled from her mouth, yet she gritted her teeth and said, I am the holy maiden. My ancestor is a quasi-saint. You cannot treat me this way. Previously, when I slaughtered an entire city, resulting in the deaths of millions, my ancestor did not punish me. And now, master, you. The master of the heavenly origin glared at her. Fool, do you still seek to tarnish the name of our ancestor and the sacred land? Bang! Another invisible strike sent Xianxia flying like a broken dog, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The sudden shift in the master's demeanor left Gu Yun and his companions momentarily stunned. Had he truly killed her? Why was he so resolute this time? A daring youth stepped forward to investigate, and after a moment, he grinned, excitedly addressing the crowd. She is dead. Really dead. The onlookers could not contain their exhilaration. Though they had coerced the heavenly origin's sacred land into executing Xianxia for these disciples who had long endured oppression, it felt like a monumental victory. Gu Yun had, in essence, proven to them that these so-called disciples of the sacred land were not invincible. As Gu Yun and his companions basked in their jubilant atmosphere, gradually lowering their guard, the master of the heavenly origin secretly exhaled in relief. Could Xianxia truly be dead? How could that be? Although the ancestor had personally commanded him to abandon this granddaughter, as the master of the sacred land, he understood the ancestor's character all too well. This granddaughter was her favorite. If she were genuinely killed today, the ancestor might not openly condemn him, but he would certainly harbor a deep-seated resentment. Thus, he had not delivered a fatal blow, merely employing a trick to induce a state of apparent death. Once this ordeal was over, he could easily facilitate her change of name and identity. This is the art of conducting affairs. The command of the elder is one matter. Ensuring the elder's satisfaction is quite another. Just as he was basking in his own self-satisfaction, Gu Yun chuckled and remarked, "The Holy Master is, after all, a peak tribulation transcending powerhouse. How can a strike be so feeble and ineffective? It is even inferior to my own 7th tribulation stage. Or perhaps this saintess has cultivated body-refining techniques, making her unbreakable? Let me test it." Chapter 167. Is it never-ending? The Tianyan Holy Master, who had just relaxed, visibly turned ashen. His lips quivered, forming the word stop before he could voice them. Bang! A dull thud resonated prematurely. Xianxia lay on the ground, scattered. Gu Yun raised his hand, glanced at himself, then at the debris on the ground, and couldn't help but laugh. Not very sturdy. Is it? I didn't even use my full strength, and it shattered like this? The Tianyan Holy Master stared wide-eyed, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching. Xianxia was the most cherished direct descendant of the Ling family as elder. Had she truly perished like this? The elder would surely lay blame. As the Holy Master, how could he escape culpability for Xianxia's death before him? Gu Yun then cupped his hands and, with a smile, addressed the Tianyan Holy Master, the Tianyan Holy Land. Indeed worthy of being the leader of the righteous path in the Eastern continent. The saintess has transgressed, and thus she must face the same punishment as ordinary disciples. The Holy Master has personally slain Xianxia. I am in admiration. The Tianyan Holy Master was immediately enraged. Was it necessary to add insult to injury? The person had been reduced to nothingness by his hand, and yet he was to bear the blame? How could he discern that I covertly spared Xianxia's life? The method employed just moments ago would likely go unnoticed even by a quasi-saint elder. This was dire. If the elder remained oblivious, then it would indeed appear that I was the one who killed her. The Tianyan Holy Master felt the sky collapse. Instinctively, he turned to gaze toward the back mountain. At this moment, the elder of the Ling family wore a stoic expression, yet a hint of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes as he spoke with a smile. Good. I permitted you to kill, and you truly dared to do so. Well done, Holy Master. Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, the Tianyan Holy Master found himself unable to offer any defense. Fortunately, Xianxia's death could quell public outrage. He should be able to navigate the situation for now. Moreover, although Xianxia had perished, a fragment of her soul remained. As long as a suitable vessel was found, she could be revived, though her cultivation would inevitably suffer. It was, nonetheless, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. He was about to inquire whether Gu Yun and the others were satisfied when Gu Yun and his companions, unaware of the unfolding dispute, suddenly interjected, "Gentlemen, how could we possibly question the Tianyan Holy Land? They have clearly demonstrated their sincerity by personally slaying Xianxia. Isn't that sufficient? What? You say that although Xianxia's body is dead, her soul lingers, and perhaps she could return in another form? How could that be? I trust the Tianyan Holy Land. They are not a shameless establishment. Rest assured, The sovereign of Tianyuan has discreetly conferred with me and granted permission to ensnare the soul of Xianxia within my human emperor banner for its transformation. With that, Gu Yun produced a small golden flag, giving it a gentle shake, and the remnant soul of Xianxia was drawn into the banner. Witnessing this scene, the expression of the sovereign of Tianyuan turned utterly grim. This was the end, completely finished. Meanwhile, the others nodded in agreement, revealing a hint of trust and admiration towards the sovereign. Ah, so it is true. The sovereign of Tianyuan rarely displays such righteous resolve against kin. Thus, we can rest assured. Gu Yun also nodded, subsequently turning his gaze towards the sovereign, who glared at him with wide eyes, teeth clenched in fury. Maintaining a gracious smile, Gu Yun approached and patted his shoulder, whispering, "No need for thanks. We are all on the righteous path, and I cannot allow you, sovereign, to lose face. This little act of diplomacy is but a trifling effort." The sovereign of Tianyuan trembled with rage. "You think this is diplomacy? But it feels like you are leading me to my doom." A chill ran down his spine as he turned back towards the direction of the back mountain. Crack! The ancestral elder of the Ling family clenched his hands tightly, the knuckles cracking audibly. His face was as frigid as if it could frost over. Yet a sinister smile of fury curled upon his lips as he declared, "Good, good, good. It has been many years since I've taken a life. The sovereign must think I am no longer worthy of regard." The other two elders also wore somber expressions and could not help but speak up. "Brother Ling, this is merely the one-sided account of that fellow named Gu Yun. How can we trust it entirely?" The elder of the Ling family gritted his teeth, responding, "Can I kill him then?" The other two elders were taken aback. "So, you merely wish to vent your anger by picking on the weak, is that it?" At this point, the sovereign of Tianyuan felt utterly numb. He sensed the world spinning around him, feeling lightheaded to the point of instability on his feet. All he desired was for this farce to reach its conclusion swiftly. Thus, he coldly regarded Gu Yun and spoke, "Friend Gu, now that the instigator has met their fate, you must be satisfied, yes? This matter ends here. You may take your leave." Gu Yun chuckled softly before replying, "Xianxia is merely a saintess. How could she possess the audacity and power to mobilize the resources of your Tianyuan sacred land and orchestrate such an audacious scheme? I suspect there are individuals of even greater stature pulling the strings behind scenes. I implore the Tianyuan sacred land to investigate thoroughly. The demise of a single Xianxia is unsatisfactory at all. Who cannot see that she is merely the scapegoat thrust forward by the Tianyuan sacred land?" The sovereign of Tianyuan had anticipated Gu Yun's retort. Naturally, he harbored no fear. In the matter of Longyuan, even the one fully responsible, the Honorable Yunjian, was merely acting upon orders. There could be no evidence linking the upper echelons of the Tianyuan sacred land to this incident. Even if Gu Yun harbored suspicions, there was no tangible proof to substantiate them. He let out a cold snort and disdainfully remarked, "These are merely your conjectures. In the absence of evidence, I kindly ask you to depart promptly. The Heavenly Origin sacred land bears no obligation to provide an explanation based solely on your unfounded assumptions." Upon hearing these words, the crowd furrowed their brows in silence. Indeed, without concrete proof, the situation was quite challenging. Some instinctively glanced at the esteemed Yun Jian, hoping he would step forward to testify. Yet, Yun Jian found himself in a quandary as well. He possessed the Heavenly Origin sacred spirit bestowed upon him by Xianxia, and the sacred land could easily claim that Xianxia had stolen it. Thus, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Origin sacred land could completely distance themselves from this matter. Noticing the silence enveloping the crowd, the sacred lord of the Heavenly Origin let out a cold laugh and spoke again. "Why the sudden silence? I reiterate, without evidence. I kindly request that you leave immediately." Observing his brazen demeanor, the crowd felt a surge of indignation. Was this matter destined to be swept under the rug? At that moment, Gu Yun chuckled softly and said, "Indeed, we lack the evidence to directly link this incident in Longyuan to the upper echelons of the Heavenly Origin sacred land. If that is the case, let us consider the matter of Longyuan concluded here." The sacred lord of the Heavenly Origin instantly felt a sense of triumph, his lips curling in a smile, but unexpectedly, Gu Yun continued, "Now, let us discuss the Dan God Palace's heinous actions, deliberately allowing individuals to succumb to their inner demons, while secretly aiding certain high-ranking members of your Heavenly Origin sacred land in their attempts at resurrection. The Dan God Palace is a direct subsidiary of your Heavenly Origin sacred land. yet their various actions are no different from those of the demonic path. How do you intend to explain this? The sacred lord of the heavenly origin was left in shock, staring wide-eyed at Gu Yun. Just as he had dealt with Ling Hongxiu, another issue had arisen with the Dan God Palace. Was this never-ending? After Gu Yun finished speaking, he cast a glance at Luo Xiu, who promptly nodded in understanding. Stepping forward, he produced the prepared shadow stone, which contained a plethora of incriminating evidence against the Dan God Palace. With his head held high and anger in his eyes, Luo Xiu proclaimed, "Esteemed sacred lord of the heavenly origin, these are all the evidences I collected while I was still at the Dan God Palace. They are irrefutable and worthy of scrutiny. I kindly ask you to review them." Without waiting for the sacred lord to respond, he activated the shadow stone. This month, the sales of the demon-slaying pill have seen a decline. Which faction has failed to invest? Those who do not contribute shall have all their disciples face the consequences. This individual is not deeply poisoned. He could recover without treatment. Do we still require medicine? Nonsense. If he is not gravely ill, we must ensure he becomes so. For how else would our Dan God Palace profit? Recently, a new batch of disciples with exceptional potential has arrived, perfect for that esteemed individual to possess. Scenes of the Dan God Palace's high-ranking members engaging in sordid activities unfolded, and upon witnessing this, the youth from the Eastern continent were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Before the emergence of the Pill Temple, the Eastern continent had never encountered the concept of inner demons. Yet, upon their arrival, such notions materialized, necessitating the use of their demonic elixirs for resolution. These scoundrels, the Pill Temple, are nothing but a pack of beasts. If my memory serves me correctly, the Pill Temple was indeed supported by the heavenly origin sacred land. What a farce, claiming to be the leaders of righteousness, when in truth the heavenly origin sacred land is the largest stronghold of demonic forces in the Eastern continent. The crowd was stirred with fervor. The heavenly origin lord and several esteemed celestial beings present were drenched in cold sweat, fully aware of the nefarious deeds orchestrated by the Pill Temple. Should these matters come to light, no matter how formidable the heavenly origin sacred land's influence, they would not dare to shield them. The repercussions would be too significant. Human nature often operates in such a manner. Many are aware of certain truths, yet as long as they remain unspoken, issues tend to dissipate. However, once these matters escalate and become common knowledge, bringing to light their overt wrongdoings, resistance will inevitably arise. One can keep an individual in darkness, but one must not allow them to feel utterly hopeless. The heavenly origin lord trembled slightly. If this matter was mishandled, his reign as lord would be irrevocably over, with no hope of advancement thereafter. Fortunately, he was no stranger to high-pressure situations. Though distressed internally, he maintained a facade of calm. Feigning shock, he proclaimed, "What? Such occurrences exist? The Pill Temple is indeed audacious. Rest assured, esteemed friends, the heavenly origin sacred land will thoroughly investigate this matter." Luo Xiu could not suppress a cold smirk. "My lord, at this juncture, can you still remain detached from the situation? I possess ample evidence to directly demonstrate the collusion between the Pill Temple and your heavenly origin sacred land. As the lord, are you truly unaware? Is it negligence on your part, or are you an accomplice, thus choosing to turn a blind eye?" Luo Xiu's inquiries were particularly incisive. Any response could potentially expose him. Yet, the heavenly origin lord, seasoned in the intricacies of the game, was not easily ensnared by such queries. With an indifferent smile, he replied, "To speak candidly, the heavenly origin sacred land has indeed sensed irregularities with the Pill Temple and has been conducting investigations for some time. However, the results have yet to materialize. Little did we expect you to provide us with evidence today. Rest assured, we will handle this matter appropriately, conducting investigations at every level, ensuring that no wrongdoer escapes punishment, nor shall any innocent suffer injustice." Luo Xiu scoffed, utterly unconvinced by his righteous demeanor. Indeed, the heavenly origin lord had further remarks to make. However, such a significant case necessitates time for thorough investigation. We must ensure that no villain evades justice, nor shall we wrongfully accuse the innocent. Therefore, I kindly request that you all remain within the heavenly origin sacred land for the time being. We shall address this matter immediately, and as soon as we have results, you will be the first to know. How does everyone feel about this? The other esteemed ones cast doubtful glances towards the sovereign of Tianyan, to the Tianyan sacred land. These individuals are akin to ticking time bombs. The sovereign must find a way to expel them promptly. It is unfathomable to allow them to remain. The people of Dongzhou nodded in agreement, murmuring softly, deeming the proposal acceptable. Luoxia then turned to Gu Yun and quietly inquired, Palace Master, what shall we do? The sovereign of Tianyuan is undoubtedly harboring ill intentions. If we linger here, might we not be in peril? Gu Yun smiled calmly and replied, Fear not. Upon saying this, he faced the sovereign of Tianyuan and declared, In that case, it would be more courteous to comply with your wishes. We shall temporarily reside here. However, prolonging this matter is unwise. Let us set a 3-day limit. After 3 days, should the Tianyuan sacred land fail to provide us with a satisfactory resolution, we shall handle the matter concerning the Dan God Palace ourselves. The sovereign of Tianyuan responded with a serene smile and a slight nod. Very well. Afterward, a flicker of murderous intent crossed his gaze. Soon, Gu Yun and his companions were ushered away, while the members of the Tianyuan sacred land remained in the Tianyuan sacred hall. Once everyone else had departed, leaving only the people of the Tianyuan sacred land, an esteemed one stepped forward, perplexed, and spoke, Sovereign, the Dan God Palace serves as our sacred land's hidden hand. They perform all our dirty work. If they encounter trouble, it will inevitably implicate our Tianyuan sacred land. Another added, Indeed, these individuals pose a significant threat to us. If you do not devise a method to eliminate them, why permit them to stay? The atmosphere in Tianyuan sacred land grew tense, and the sovereign bellowed. How can I contemplate their removal if I do not first stabilize our position with them? Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining their composure. The sovereign's implication was that they were to remain indefinitely within their sacred land. One esteemed, one squinted, his eyes glinting coldly as he made a gesture across his throat. The sovereign of Tianyuan snorted dismissively and retorted, These individuals are nothing more than ants. The sole threat lies with Gu Yun. If we can eliminate him first, the rest will be manageable. Upon hearing this, the others were troubled. Even the ancestors dared not confront Gu Yun head-on. How could they possibly eliminate him? At that moment, the sovereign of Tianyuan turned to a young disciple beside him and coldly commanded, You shall go and eliminate Gu Yun and his companions tonight. The disciple was instantly taken aback, pointing to himself with a gaping mouth. Me? Master, I'm not even at the great ascension stage. How can I take down someone named Gu Yun? The young disciple inwardly cursed, thinking, If I possess such capability, it would be a matter of who among us is the true master. The sovereign of Tianyuan scoffed, Fool, I did not instruct you to challenge him in strength. When brute force fails, we can resort to cunning. The Dan God Temple possesses an abundance of lethal poisons that can silently eliminate foes. Do not underestimate this. Even a mere tribulation realm cultivator, let alone a quasi-saint, could be vanquished. Chapter 169. Boundless Virtue. Upon hearing the Holy Master of Tianyuan's proposal, the assembly nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with sinister smiles. Once we eliminate Gu Yun, all present dilemmas will vanish. Meanwhile, Gu Yun was carefully accommodated by the people of Tianyuan's sacred land. It is undeniable that this sanctified place is the most potent source of spiritual energy in the Eastern continent. Even the guest quarters surpass the cultivation sanctuaries of various major factions in spiritual richness. Once settled, the group could hardly contain their excitement and began to cultivate fervently. They thought to themselves, if they could remain in such a place, their progress in cultivation would be inevitable. However, they soon encountered a predicament. They had severed ties with their respective sections. The moment they chose to leave, their sect's cultivation techniques were automatically erased from their minds. Now, despite the excellent conditions, they lacked the methods to cultivate. Furthermore, returning to their sects was now an impossibility, leaving them in a state of uncertainty regarding their future. They were not alone in their confusion. Soon, these bewildered young individuals gathered together to discuss their plans moving forward. Esteemed friends, we are now all independent cultivators without sections. Once the matters at Tianyuan sacred land are resolved, what are your intentions? I am uncertain. I plan to return home for a visit. My family may not belong to a prestigious cultivation lineage, yet they possess some cultivation methods, regrettably not to be shared. Otherwise, I could have lent them to you. I too wish to return. It has been over a decade since I left home. I wonder how my parents are faring. I hail from a humble village and believe that through cultivation, I could rise above and provide a better life for my parents. Yet, even after cultivation, I find myself still beneath others. It seems almost laughable. Perhaps it would be better to return to farming and be by my parents' side to honor them. The group shared bitter smiles, laden with sorrow. You still have a place to return to? Pity me, for I have no home to go back to. My parents were tenant farmers, and during a year of famine, They sacrificed their remaining food for my survival, perishing from hunger themselves. Had it not been for the discovery of my spiritual roots by the sect, I too would have likely starved. Thus, I vowed that if I succeeded in my cultivation, I would ensure no one else in this world would suffer hunger. Yet here I stand, still a mere tenant farmer. The atmosphere was heavy with despondence. Initially filled with lofty ambitions, they now faced the stark reality of their insignificance. They seemed powerless to change the world around them. Just then, a light-hearted laugh broke through the gloom. Tianyan sacred land is hailed as the foremost power in the eastern continent, the only sacred-level force. If we, a mere assembly of inconsequential figures, can bring such formidable adversaries to their knees, perhaps we are not so insignificant after all. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, immediately turning to seek the source of the voice. There appeared Gu Yun, approaching with a gentle smile, accompanied by Luo Xiu. In this instant, Gu Yun exuded an air of amiability, entirely devoid of the malevolence and dominance he displayed in the presence of the heavenly Yuan Saint Lord. Moreover, as Gu Yun was of similar age to them, they felt more like kindred spirits. Nevertheless, the crowd still regarded him with great respect. Upon his arrival, they all rose in unison, clasping their hands in greeting. "We pay our respects, Senior Gu." Some of the bolder individuals could not suppress their laughter in response. "Senior Gu, you jest. You are no trivial figure. You are the one who subdued the heavenly Yuan Saint Lord with a single sword strike. How could you be called insignificant?" Laughter rippled through the group, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Gu Yun joined in their merriment before speaking with a calm demeanor. "Do you know what that move, which can intimidate the heavenly Yuan sacred land, is called?" The crowd looked at him with curiosity, shaking their heads in unison. Gu Yun then summoned the sword of evil slaying. The divine blade shimmered with a chilling brilliance, radiating an extraordinary aura. Gripping the sword of evil slaying tightly, a fierce sword intent erupted forth. Boom! A terrifying force radiated outward, leaving the crowd utterly astonished. Such formidable power. No wonder even the heavenly Yuan ancestor feared it. "Senior Gu, what is the name of this move?" Gu Yun chuckled softly and replied, "The elders of my sect inform me that this sword is called the ordinary sword." The crowd was taken aback. With such strength and terror, why would it be called the ordinary sword? If this was considered ordinary, what could possibly be extraordinary in this world? Gu Yun perceived their bewilderment and continued, "I bore the same expression as you when I inquired about the name from that elder. He explained that this is a sword technique created by an ordinary person, and its ability to shake the heavens and slay saints is merely a result of the collective power of ordinary people being somewhat greater." The crowd remained skeptical. Just as they were about to voice their thoughts, Gu Yun interjected once more. "Still in disbelief? How about this? I will teach you, and you can experience it for yourselves." The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? Teach us?" Such a transcendent sword technique, regardless of the sect, is an absolute pinnacle of martial arts, never to be shared. The fact that Gu Yun was willing to teach them was astonishing. Someone could not help but voice his thoughts. "Senor, Yuyist, we are not disciples of Tianyan. Can we truly learn the secret arts of Tianyan?" Gu Yun smiled again. "My esteemed elder stated that the more people who use this move, the greater its power becomes. Furthermore, it can be imparted to anyone with a righteous heart, regardless of whether they are disciples of Tianyan. This principle did not originate with me. I'm certain many of you have encountered techniques passed down from Tianyan in your previous sections. My ancestor once said, 'Gather as many friends as possible and diminish your enemies.' Thus, righteousness will grow ever stronger." Upon hearing these words, everyone present felt a shiver run down their spines. They carefully reminisced and indeed recognized some traditions that originated from the Heavenly Transformation sect. However, these have been modified or mutated by the ancestors of their own sect. To their surprise, in this world of ruthless cultivation, there existed a sect as unconventional as the Heavenly Transformation sect. As for the ancestral master mentioned by Gu Yun, they had all heard various tales about him, though the veracity of these legends remained ambiguous. It was merely said that his hands were exceptionally gentle. Gu Yun's succinct words planted a seed of curiosity within the hearts of the listeners, a burgeoning interest in both the Heavenly Transformation sect and its venerable master. At that moment, Gu Yun spoke again. "The ancestral master once proclaimed that you young individuals, brimming with vitality, are in a flourishing phase akin to the sun at dawn, filled with promise. The eastern continent is yours, and it is also ours, but ultimately it belongs to us. Therefore, I urge you not to succumb to despair during fleeting hardships. Instead, seek to recognize your achievements amidst adversity. As long as we do not surrender, hope will thrive in the Eastern continent. A tremor of inspiration coursed through the crowd. They had never before encountered such words. His speech possessed an enchanting quality that gradually filled their hearts with optimism. The gloom dissipated, replaced by an exuberant vitality. Master Gu, I wish to join the Heavenly Transformation Sect. May I? One youth exclaimed. And I too wish to join. Another echoed. Master Gu, I for the moment do not wish to join any sect, but I would like to learn more about the ancestral master. Is that permissible? Guyan smiled serenely and replied, of course. In his mind, the monument of virtue resonated, transmitting boundless Tao, gaining immeasurable virtue. Reward, immeasurable virtue shield. Chapter 170. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. An immeasurable virtue shield? Gu Yun had initially sought merely to engage in casual conversation with the crowd, never anticipating the unintentional reward of virtue. He quickly examined the effects of the immeasurable virtue shield and soon comprehended its nature. This shield appeared to possess the ability to transfer harm, meaning that any damage inflicted upon Gu Yun, including but not limited to poison, curses, or physical injury, could be redirected to those deemed wicked and malevolent. The definition of such individuals rested solely with Gu Yun. Understanding this, a smile involuntarily crept upon Gu Yun's lips. This method was advantageous. It not only ensured his safety, but also allowed him to silently punish the wicked. I must find an opportunity to test this, he mused, redirecting his attention back to the assembly before him. He had promised to teach them the essence of the ordinary sword, and he would not renege on that vow. As the day waned, the youth of the Eastern continent, under Gu Yun's guidance, engaged in mutual learning and self-discovery. Each individual remarkably grasped unique sword techniques and intentions, crafting swordplay that was distinctly their own. This seemingly ordinary sword is indeed profound. Though I followed the guidance of Lord Gu, I have somehow conjured an entirely different sword technique. This strike encapsulates all my past experiences and insights. While it may not achieve the same effect as Lord Gu's, it is undoubtedly the most suited to me. It appears that an ordinary individual can indeed wield a strike that resonates through heaven and earth. As the crowd basked in their joy, several figures descended gracefully on swords, landing before Gu Yun. They were young disciples from the Tianyan sacred land. Upon seeing Gu Yun, the leader immediately cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and spoke reverently. Esteemed Senior Gu, our Tianyan sacred land has prepared a banquet for you all. We kindly invite you to partake. Hearing this, the crowd looked at the newcomers with astonishment. The Tianyan sacred land truly displayed such thoughtfulness, treating them as honored guests and even organizing a feast. Some individuals scoffed disdainfully. We remain in your Tianyan sacred land, not to indulge in a banquet. We implore your esteemed institution to swiftly uncover the truth and deliver justice to the people of the Eastern continent. Who knows the true intentions of the Tianyan sacred land? What if they poison the food, seeking to eliminate us quietly? I believe it is wiser to refrain from attending this feast. We possess the pill of abstinence and can survive without food or drink for months. The young man who had come to invite Gu Yun's expression stiffened momentarily before he forced a smile and addressed the crowd. I understand your biases against our Tianyan sacred land. However, I urge you to believe that the vile and despicable actions are committed only by a faction within us, not the entirety. Such underhanded deeds as poisoning food are utterly beneath our dignity. If you doubt my word, I can swear an oath to the heavens. With that, he raised his hand, extending 3 fingers, his demeanor serious and solemn. Yet, internally, he was in a state of panic. The Lord of Tianyuan had issued a strict order to ensure these individuals attended the banquet. He had no choice but to speak thus. If someone were to challenge him to swear by the Tao at that moment, he would be utterly terrified. Nevertheless, even with his assurances, the crowd remained skeptical. At this moment, Gu Yun smiled calmly and said, "Since the Tianyuan sacred land is so sincere, I shall accompany you." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Was Lord Gu unafraid of potential treachery? Yet, they soon realized that with Lord Gu's formidable strength, even if the Tianyuan sacred land had malicious designs, he would not fear them. The young man exchanged a glance with Gu Yun, then offered an awkward smile, saying, "In that case, please follow me, esteemed Senior Gu. I will arrange for the other guest meals to be delivered shortly." Gu Yun nodded and followed the youth as they departed. After a brief moment, they arrived at a peak suffused with spiritual energy where ethereal clouds floated. Guided by the youth, Gu Yun entered a grand hall. Inside, the ambience was enchanting, filled with melodious, celestial music and illuminated by vibrant lights. Countless young female disciples were bustling about, preparing for the banquet. Upon the arrival of Gu Yun, several esteemed individuals approached him. "Esteemed dearest Gu, it is an immense honor for us to have you accept our invitation," one of them exclaimed. "Indeed, esteemed dearest Gu is a distinguished guest of our Tianyan sacred land. We must extend our utmost hospitality. We are grateful for this opportunity," another added. Gu Yun chuckled lightly, responding with a courteous gesture. "I did not anticipate such generosity from you all. Despite having unveiled the secrets of the Tianyan sacred land, you graciously choose to treat me with such respect." The crowd shared a brief, awkward laugh before quickly regaining their composure. Those past transgressions were the deeds of certain unscrupulous individuals within the Tianyan sacred land, and have nothing to do with us. One declared, "Indeed, esteemed dearest Gu has eradicated pests for our land. We are more than pleased." They beckoned, "Come, please, let us enter and converse in comfort." Gu Yun nodded. Yet as they proceeded into the grand hall, he subtly surveyed his surroundings. The flickering candlelight danced, and incense wafted through the air. Nearby, a female disciple delicately played the pipa, the music flowing gently like a stream. Gu Yun lingered behind, momentarily taken aback before a smile graced his lips. "Dear friends," he remarked playfully, "it is evident that you have put considerable thought into hosting me." The group exchanged glances before chuckling in unison. "Of course, as our distinguished guest, we would never dream of neglecting you. Here, let us raise a toast. This exquisite wine is specially prepared for you, brewed from our unique divine spring, beneficial even for those in the tribulation stage." Gu Yun glanced at the beautiful wine poured by the female disciple, rich in spiritual energy and crystal clear. It was indeed a rare vintage. He lifted the cup, inhaled its fragrance, and then drank it all in one go. A smile appeared on his lips as he exclaimed, "What a splendid wine!" Witnessing this, the individuals from the Tianyan sacred land exchanged glances, a subtle chill flickering in their eyes. They communicated silently among themselves. "This has to be foolproof. It must be, or I shall sever my head and offer it to him as a night pot. Today, whether it be the oil for the lamps, the incense burning, or the cushions he sits upon and the cup he drinks from, all are laced with deadly poison. Not even a tribulation stage cultivator could withstand it, let alone a sage ancestor. Moreover, I have specifically arranged for the playing of demonic melodies to subtly disrupt his soul and mind. With such a series of traps, if he can evade even one, I will not believe he can withstand them all." At that moment, Gu Yun raised another cup of wine, grinning at the crowd. "Drink up, my friends. Why do you merely watch me?" They smirked, thinking, "Go ahead, soon the poison will take effect." First, their vision would blur, followed by dizziness and disorientation. Then, suddenly, one among the esteemed individuals abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 171. The Art of Dark Magic in a Sudden Turn of Events. The esteemed figure of the heavenly sovereign from the Tianyan sacred land abruptly spat out a mouthful of black blood, collapsing to the ground. This unforeseen incident caused the music at the banquet to cease instantly. Panic ensued among the guests, with some unable to suppress their terror, letting out shrill screams. The expressions of the other heavenly sovereigns shifted dramatically, disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at the fallen immortal. What transpired? Hadn't they all consumed the antidote? How could he still be poisoned? Gu Yun let out a cold laugh, then sprang to his feet, shouting, "The food and wine are poisoned." The other heavenly sovereigns tensed, instinctively turning their attention to Gu Yun. They were acutely aware that the food and drink were indeed tainted, for they had personally administered the poison. Yet, why was Gu Yun unharmed while their own comrade lay incapacitated? Before they could process this, Gu Yun swiftly approached the stricken heavenly sovereign, expressing heartfelt dismay. How dare anyone poison the Tianyan sacred land and harm a heavenly sovereign? Rest assured, I shall uncover the truth and reveal the nefarious perpetrator behind this foul deed. A wave of uncertainty washed over the crowd, leaving them momentarily speechless. Their minds were in turmoil. This banquet was ostensibly arranged to ensnare Gu Yun. How had the situation devolved into this? At that moment, Gu Yun turned his gaze upon them, inquiring, "Surely, the one capable of administering poison here must be one of your own. Are you aware if this heavenly sovereign has any enemies?" The others exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their dread. If this heavenly sovereign truly had been poisoned, the culprits could only be themselves. They had not anticipated that Gu Yun would survive, leaving them as the unwitting culprits of their own betrayal. Faced with Gu Yun's inquiry, they cannot ignore it. One among them, brow furrowed and face stern, spoke gravely. This matter is of great significance. We must immediately inform the Sacred Lord. Indeed, once the Sacred Lord arrives, we can address the situation. However, the poisoned heavenly sovereign, still clinging to life, shakily raised his head and implored the others, "Help. Save me. Provide me the antidote." Upon hearing this, Gu Yun turned to the assembly, a smile gracing his features. "An antidote? Do you possess the antidote? Could it be that you are the ones who administered this poison?" At this, the heavenly sovereigns tensed, quickly retorting, "Nonsense. We would never harm our own kind for no reason. This matter has nothing to do with us." Simultaneously, they were filled with urgency, covertly sending messages to the Sacred Lord of Tianyuan. "It seems the poison has no effect on this brat. Cease your covert observations and act swiftly. We must eliminate him to save Heavenly Sovereign Fiyu, or it will be too late." Meanwhile, the Sacred Lord of Tianyuan, who had been lurking in the shadows, observing Gu Yun's every move, could not help but snort disdainfully. A bunch of inept fools. Such trivial matters, yet they require the direct intervention of this revered sovereign. The esteemed figures of the Tianyuan Holy Land seem to be increasingly inept with each passing generation. However, there is no alternative, as long as Gu Yun remains. He poses a persistent threat to the Tianyuan Holy Land. Thus, the sovereign must take matters into his own hands. Despite Gu Yun wielding that formidable sword technique, as an individual 2 minor realms above him, and in a position to launch a surprise attack, he possesses ample opportunity to eliminate Gu Yun in a single strike. With this thought, the Tianyuan sovereign hesitated no longer and unleashed a terrifying aura indicative of the 9th stage of tribulation. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Gu Yun. Boom! A formidable punch surged forth like a primordial beast, aiming directly at Gu Yun's vulnerable back. In that fleeting moment, Gu Yun seemed to sense the impending danger and instinctively turned his head. However, the overwhelming force had already closed in, leaving him no chance to evade it. The Tianyuan Holy Land rejoiced in anticipation. Gu Yun was undoubtedly doomed. Bang! A resounding explosion erupted, and a mist of blood filled the air, the acrid scent of iron flooding the Grand Hall. The assembled dignitaries of the Tianyuan Holy Land stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Gu Yun himself could hardly fathom the sudden appearance of the Tianyuan sovereign, feigning confusion as he spoke. "Sovereign, this esteemed one is merely poisoned and still salvageable. Why did you obliterate him with a single punch? Could it be that you were the one who poisoned him?" The Tianyuan sovereign was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Just moments ago, he had clearly aimed at Gu Yun and unleashed his full power. How was it that Fei Yu, the esteemed one, was the one shattered instead? He found himself momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Gu Yun, maintaining an air of composure, smiled and replied, "Nevertheless, this is a matter for your Tianyuan Holy Land to resolve, and is of no concern to me. I shall take my leave from this banquet now." With that, Gu Yun turned to depart. The Tianyuan sovereign, now frantic, thought to himself, "This cannot be right. This cannot be right." Did he really misjudge the situation and strike inaccurately? Watching Gu Yun's retreating figure, the Tianyuan sovereign gritted his teeth and, with eyes widened in determination, launched another full-force attack. Boom! An even more terrifying aura surged forth, barreling toward Gu Yun's back. Yet in the next instant, poof! Gu Yun remained unscathed, while the several esteemed ones present immediately spat out blood. As if struck forcefully in the chest, they staggered backward, nearly losing their footing. Gu Yun turned in surprise to gaze at the Tianyuan sovereign and remarked, "Sovereign, do you intend to silence witnesses? Such matters should be discussed only after my departure." At this point, the Tianyuan sovereign was utterly bewildered. There was something amiss with Gu Yun. He was undoubtedly problematic. Why had the attack meant for him transferred to others? Anger began to well up within him. "Gu Yun, how could you practice the malevolent path of the demonic deity? Such a method of transferring damage must surely be the infamous Qianqin exchange technique. How can you still claim to be a righteous figure of the Eastern continent? If this matter were to be revealed to the people of the Eastern continent, would they still trust you and allow you to act recklessly?" Gu Yun chuckled softly, responding with an air of indifference. "I have indeed heard of the Qianqin exchange technique. It is said to transfer damage, but at a significant cost to oneself, usable only a few times. However, I am fortified by boundless merit and under the protection of the heavenly principles. Though I too can transfer damage, How can it be compared? My method bears no adverse effects whatsoever. The Saint Master of Tianyuan, of course, was not swayed by his rhetoric. You still dare to argue? I have never heard of such boundless merit protection. You are clearly just putting on a brave face. Let's see how long you can continue this charade. With that, the Saint Master of Tianyuan struck again. Boom! Countless terrifying attacks rained down upon Gu Yun, yet he remained unmoved, showing no inclination to retaliate, even allowing a hint of disdainful mockery to cross his face. Splutter. The members of the Tian clan from the Tianyuan Holy Land were sent flying once more, blood spewing forth. Seeing the Saint Master of Tianyuan preparing to strike again, they were enraged. Enough! Are you trying to kill Gu Yun or us? Chapter 172. Vulnerability? The Saint Master of Tianyuan was thoroughly infuriated. His eyes widened in fury as he growled. Hold your ground. I refuse to believe this rascal's dark arts can endure indefinitely. Trust me, he cannot last much longer. A few more strikes, and he will surely perish. He attempted to attack once again. At that moment, several celestial lords appeared beside him in an instant. Two restrained his shoulders, two gripped his arms, while another pressed a sword to the back of his head. Gritting their teeth, they spoke with venomous intensity. He cannot last much longer. Neither can we. Master, do not force us to turn against you. The Saint Master of Tianyuan, seething with rage, gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, so close. This brat must be on the brink of collapse. If he makes another move, he will surely die. However, Gu Yun had transferred the damage to these celestial lords, compelling them to act against him. The Saint Master of Tianyuan dared not act rashly, knowing well that these individuals were not to be trifled with. If relations were to sour, the consequences would be dire. Gu Yun, observing the infighting, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He laughed heartily and said, Master, shall we continue? If not, I shall take my leave. With that, Gu Yun disregarded his reaction and turned to depart. Once Gu Yun had completely vanished from sight, the Saint Master of Tianyuan trembled with rage. Cursed be this wretch. Who knows how to deal with this scoundrel? I would reward anyone who can with the title of Celestial Lord. The other Celestial Lords also bore grim expressions. However, there was a deep-seated resentment towards Gu Yun. A plan must be devised to eliminate this scoundrel. Just then, someone hurriedly approached with news, reporting to the Holy Master. The esteemed Hao has returned, and he has brought the leader of the Tianyan Sect with him. Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly filled with joy. The esteemed Hao was sent by the Holy Master of Tianyuan to the Tianyan Sect with the intent of subduing Gu Yun. Gu Yun was merely a minor hall master in the demon suppression hall of the Tianyan Sect. Now that the leader of the Tianyan Sect was in their grasp, they wondered if he would still dare to act so arrogantly. The Holy Master of Tianyuan laughed heartily. Excellent. Esteemed Hao has achieved a great feat. With the leader of the Tianyan Sect in my possession, I shall see if Gu Yun dares to be reckless. Quickly, summon esteemed Hao to bring the person here. Meanwhile, the leader of the Tianyan Sect, Zhao Wuji, appeared disheveled and in a state of utter disarray. He had been in seclusion, but was unexpectedly abducted by a powerful being at the tribulation stage. He had intended to seek assistance from the ancestors, but regrettably, there was no response. He could only watch helplessly as he was forcibly taken away. Now he was in a state of panic. Unable to contain himself, he spoke out, Elder, may I ask where I have offended you? Even if I must die, please grant me clarity. The esteemed Hao snorted coldly, responding with an icy tone. Is it you who calls the shots in the Tianyan Sect? Do all the disciples heed your commands? Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback, hesitatingly replying, yes, perhaps. In truth, that was not the case. At least Gu Yun and his group did not regard him, the sect leader, with any respect. However, the ancestors had taken advantage of Gu Yun's absence to fully dismantle the demon sealing formation. Once the formation was broken, they would unite to eradicate Gu Yun and his companions. At that point, the sect would naturally return to its rightful order, and everyone would have to listen to him. The esteemed Hao let out a cold laugh. If that is the case, then it is for the best. Your Tianyan Sect rascals are causing trouble in my Tianyuan Holy Land. You should teach him a proper lesson. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief. What? A disciple from the Tianyan Sect causing trouble in Tianyuan Holy Land? Who had the audacity? He was immediately filled with anger. Damn it! I cannot believe I am being implicated in this unwarranted disaster. He quickly replied, I understand, Elder. I will certainly teach that scoundrel a lesson and make him apologize to you. However, after speaking, he couldn't help but feel uneasy and asked, but who exactly is this person compelling you to seek me out instead of directly eliminating him. The esteemed Hao's expression darkened. In order to maintain the dignity of the Holy Land, he coldly replied, "Our Tianyuan Holy Land always values reason. Although we could eliminate him, he is ultimately a disciple of your Tianyan Sect, and we hope you will handle this matter yourselves." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji refrained from further contemplation. I see. It appears that the troublemaker in the sacred land of Tianyuan is not a formidable figure. However, since the sect leader responsible for the grievances has personally arrived, Zhao Wuji is determined to ensure that the flustered disciple pays for his misdeeds upon their meeting. Soon, the esteemed Tianyan led him to the Grand Hall of Tianyuan. Upon encountering the sacred lord of Tianyuan and others, Zhao Wuji immediately adopted an attitude of utmost reverence, almost submissive. Junior pays his respects to the sacred lord and to all esteemed elders. Before the sacred lord of Tianyuan could speak, Zhao Wuji continued, "On my way here, I learned of the events that transpired. I never imagined that our Tianyan Sect would harbor such an audacious disciple, daring to create disturbances in the sacred land of Tianyuan. Esteemed seniors, I shall thoroughly discipline that scoundrel and compel him to apologize to you all." Hearing this, the sacred lord of Tianyuan and the others nodded in satisfaction. They believed that Zhao Wuji's confident words stemmed from his substantial ability to intimidate Gu Yun. Thus, they smiled joyously. "Very well, we entrust this matter to you. However, let me make one thing clear. If you, as the sect leader, cannot rein in your disciple, do not blame me for being merciless." Zhao Wuji trembled at these words. Reflecting that apart from the ancestor and the formidable Gu Yun, he had yet to encounter anyone he could not handle within the Tianyan Sect. He promptly replied, "Our disciples of Tianyan Sect place great importance on seniority and hierarchy. Except for the ancestor, which disciple would dare defy me, the sect leader? Therefore, esteemed seniors, please rest assured, the sacred lord of Tianyuan was overjoyed, finally having found a means to exploit Gu Yun's vulnerability. Should Gu Yun continue his reckless behavior, he could threaten him with Zhao Wuji. He could not believe that Gu Yun would stand idly by while his sect leader suffered, even to the point of death. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned someone to retrieve Gu Yun. At that moment, Gu Yun had just returned to his residence when he was pursued and called out to, "Lord Gu, the sacred lord requests your presence. There is an important matter to discuss." Gu Yun was taken aback and, with a playful glint in his eye, looked at the pursuing Tianyan and said with a smile, "What is it? Has the sacred lord devised yet another scheme against me? This time, do you have complete confidence? If not, I advise against courting disaster." The Tianyan, feeling quite embarrassed, quickly responded, "Lord Gu, you misunderstand. It was all a misunderstanding earlier. The sacred lord truly has a serious matter to discuss with you, so I kindly ask you to accompany me." Gu Yun chuckled and did not press further. He was curious to see what ulterior motives the sacred lord of Tianyuan harbored. Thus, he decided to observe what the sacred lord had in store. Chapter 173. You have killed the sect leader. Before long, Gu Yun had returned to the Grand Hall of Tianyuan. Within the hall, alongside the previously mentioned Tianyan and the sacred lord of Tianyuan, stood a familiar figure. Upon recognizing the individual, Gu Yun couldn't help but smile. It was none other than the sect leader of Tianyan, Zhao Wuji. Upon seeing Gu Yun, Zhao Wuji's previously confident demeanor faltered. His eyes widened, and his lips parted slightly, revealing an intensifying fear within his gaze. Subconsciously, he glanced towards the heavenly origin Saint Lord, intended to inquire how it could possibly be Gu Yun. He wished to express that if it were indeed Gu Yun, he would be at a loss, particularly given their shared history of grievances. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the heavenly origin Saint Lord let out a cold snort and spoke imperiously. "Lord Gu, you have been wreaking havoc in my heavenly origin sacred land. Even the Saint Lord of your Tianyan Sect has taken notice. Now, your sect master has arrived. Let's see what he has to say to you." After speaking, he displayed a hint of smugness as he turned his attention to Zhao Wuji, eagerly anticipating how this sect leader would intimidate Gu Yun, the minor master of the Demon Suppression Palace. Gu Yun, with an amused expression, feigned curiosity, saying, "Oh, I too am quite intrigued to hear what the sect master wishes to convey." Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji felt utterly paralyzed. Knowing that Gu Yun was the one who had just slain him, he would never have spoken with such bravado. Observing Gu Yun's mocking gaze and poised hand, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but tremble. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally took a deep breath and, with great reluctance, stammered, I have nothing to say." At this, the crowd from the heavenly origin sacred land was taken aback. Just moments ago, this sect master of Tianyan had spoken with utmost conviction about being able to intimidate Gu Yun. What had caused such a sudden change of heart? Gu Yun chuckled lightly, speaking indifferently. Indeed, it seems the sect master believes all of my actions to be justified. The heavenly origin, Saint Lord, suddenly appeared to grasp something. The sect master of Tianyan and Gu Yun were, after all, from the same sect. They were undoubtedly allies. Zhao Wujiai's earlier display of weakness was merely a facade. In reality, he was as obstinate as Gu Yun, a person of unwavering principles. Realizing this, the heavenly origin Saint Lord was consumed by rage. In the next moment, he unleashed an overwhelming aura of terror. If he could not eliminate Gu Yun, surely he could deal with this sect master of Tianyan. In an instant, Zhao Wujiai felt as though an immense weight had descended upon him. He collapsed to the ground, his face pale and filled with anguish. The heavenly origin Saint Lord glared at Gu Yun, speaking venomously. Gu Yun, at this juncture, I shall no longer pretend. I tell you, your sect master is in my grasp. If you persist in probing into the matters of the Pill God Palace, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Gu Yun immediately responded with a cold laugh, looking defiantly at the heavenly origin Saint Lord. Heavenly origin Saint Lord, did you truly underestimate the disciples of my Tianyan sect? A mere death threat. Do you think our sect master would fear you or relent? Dream on. Upon hearing this, the heavenly origin Saint Lord's eyes widened in fury. Zhao Wujiai was indeed a tough nut to crack. Without imparting some sort of lesson, he feared the sect master would never yield. However, Zhao Wujiai was utterly bewildered. What does this have to do with me? What is my involvement in this matter? If you have any grievances, why can't you resolve them yourselves? Why must you involve me? He was about to plead for mercy, but in the next moment, a terrifying force violently struck him. Before Zhao Wuji could utter a word, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, and his body was propelled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Despite being the leader of the Tianyan Sect, he could not withstand a single blow from a peak tribulation realm expert. Zhao Wuji nearly lost consciousness, too weak to speak. Meanwhile, Gu Yun fanned the flames beside him, exclaiming in anguish, "Do you see? Even when you attack the leader of the Tianyan Sect, he remains silent. What does a mere hit matter? If you dare, kill him." The Tianyuan Holy Master was utterly enraged. "Very well, you have forced my hand." With that, his aura surged once more, transforming the atmosphere with his wrath. Not only Zhao Wuji, but even several heavenly sovereigns trembled in fear. At that moment, Zhao Wuji, bloodied and lying on the ground, summoned the last remnants of his will to raise his hand and, in a hoarse voice, said, "Wait, killing me is futile. I have enmity with him that remains unresolved." Gu Yun, with fervor, interjected, "Did you hear that? My sect leader said it would be useless to kill him. He cannot coexist with you." These words completely provoked the Tianyuan Holy Master. With a resounding crash, he struck out again, sending Zhao Wuji flying once more. This time his bones shattered, and he was left on the brink of death, blood pouring from his mouth, nose, and ears, collapsing in a pool of his own blood. Despair and fury filled his heart as he summoned the last of his strength to emit a faint sound. Damn! At this moment, the Tianyuan Holy Master had lost all composure, furiously shouting. What did he say? What did he say? Gu Yun chuckled softly, responding nonchalantly. He said, "He curses you." The Tianyuan Holy Master was completely driven to madness, raising a trembling hand to point at Gu Yun, bellowing, "Does he truly believe I dare not kill him? Does he think I am afraid? Do not push me." Initially, the Tianyuan Holy Master intended to use the leader of the Tianyan Sect as leverage against Gu Yun. However, he never anticipated that both Gu Yun and the leader were so resolute and unyielding, both fearless in the face of death. This left the Tianyuan Holy Master in a position of utter helplessness, consumed by impotent rage. Yet, Gu Yun paid him no heed and directly approached Zhao Wuji. Observing Zhao Wuji's continuous spitting of blood and the desperate longing for life in his eyes, Gu Yun grasped his hand, sorrowfully declaring, "Leader, do not worry. I shall not allow him to torment you any longer." With that, he struck fiercely. Boom! Zhao Wuji was utterly obliterated into a mist of blood. Witnessing this scene, the Saint Lord of Tianyuan and the others were utterly bewildered. No, I did not strike with lethal intent. How could he so ruthlessly slay the leader of his own sect? After executing this act, Gu Yun feigned indignation, casting a sorrowful gaze towards the Saint Lord of Tianyuan, exclaiming, "You have killed the leader. You have slain the leader of my Tianyan sect." The Saint Lord's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to contain his fury. You must be joking. It was you who wielded the blade. Gu Yun let out a cold snort. Had you not tormented the leader, rendering him unable to live or die, how could I possibly have dealt such a fatal blow to grant him release? The Saint Lord was at a loss for words, feeling wronged as if he were the victim. Yet, no matter his protestations, Gu Yun had already summoned the slaying divine sword. With the sword in hand, Gu Yun emanated an aura of terrifying might. Realizing the gravity of the moment, the Saint Lord could think of only one thing: to flee. However, as he turned to escape, he vanished from sight. Gu Yun, however, merely smirked. Let us see whether your flight is swifter than the intent of my sword. With that, he raised his hand, and a golden light surged skyward. Chapter 174, Assault on the Semi-Saint. Buzz. A beam of golden light shattered the heavens, illuminating the Tianyan sacred land. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure instilled fear in the hearts of all within. Is that the sword intent of a saint? Countless individuals soared into the sky, gazing toward the source of the radiant sword light. Among them were numerous disciples of the Tianyan sacred land, along with the young individuals from the eastern continent who had followed Gu Yun. The three venerable ancestors deep within the heart of Tianyan sacred land simultaneously opened their eyes, a glint of coldness flickering within. At last he has unleashed that technique. They thought, with his current cultivation, he can only employ it once. Having used it now, he can no longer pose a threat to us. This is his moment of demise. With that, the three suddenly rose, charging forth from the rear mountain. Boom! The sword intent unleashed by Gu Yun surged forth like an ancient beast, racing towards the east. Wherever it passed, everything was effortlessly severed. Meanwhile, the Saint Lord of Tianyuan, desperately fleeing before the sword light, was drenched in cold sweat. How can this sword intent seem to possess awareness, relentlessly pursuing me? Yet, no matter how fervently he struggled, before this terrifying sword intent, he appeared utterly powerless. The teleportation talisman failed him. Upon activation, it collapsed instantly. It was as if this realm of space had been locked by Gu Yun's sword intent, leaving him with no avenue of escape. His protective artifact was as delicate as a cicada's wing in the face of this sword intent. No matter how vigorously the Saint Lord attempted to flee, that sword intent drew ever closer, the golden light behind him intensifying. Suddenly, he turned back, his eyes widening in horror. Ultimately, he vanished entirely within the golden brilliance. However, the golden light did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to soar towards the horizon. It was unclear how far it had flown, but eventually a muffled sound echoed, accompanied by a subtle tremor in the earth. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. Just how far had this sword traveled? At that moment, an inquisitive individual, employing a special technique, managed to momentarily glimpse the scene miles away. Upon witnessing it, he gasped in astonishment. The Dan-God temple was no more, obliterated by the sword of Lord Gu. The crowd from the eastern continent was engulfed in shock, soon followed by overwhelming joy. It was about time. The heavenly Yuan sacred land had gone to great lengths to protect the Dan-God temple, attempting to punish them. It was nothing short of a far-fetched fantasy. Yet, just as the excitement surged among the crowd, the elder of the heavenly Yuan sacred land suddenly shouted, "Activate the grand formation of the sacred land and seize these troublemakers." Boom! In an instant, the previously tranquil heavenly Yuan sacred land was engulfed in crimson light, and a murderous aura surged. The atmosphere grew tense. The youths who had followed Gu Yun were suddenly surrounded by countless disciples of the heavenly Yuan sacred land, exuding a fierce bloodlust. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was filled with fury. So this was how the heavenly Yuan sacred land chose to reveal its true face. If that is the case, let there be war. If we perish together. Everyone immediately brandished their weapons, prepared to fight to the death. The three elders of the heavenly Yuan, however, paid little heed to these insignificant fish. Their eyes remained fixed on Gu Yun. He radiated a hazy, resplendent aura, exuding an extraordinary majesty. His presence had grown mysterious and unfathomable. The three elders furrowed their brows, exchanging glances, hesitant to advance. None could ascertain Gu Yun's current state. Meanwhile, within Gu Yun's mind, the Merit Monument displayed a single phrase: eradicate the tumor of the eastern continent. The merits are boundless. Reward: infinite merit, limited to half an hour. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yun promptly sat cross-legged. Though only half an hour remained, it was sufficient. Infinite merit signified limitless enhancement. Within half an hour, ascending to the quasi-saint realm was not impossible. Boom! As he harnessed the infinite merit to elevate his cultivation, Gu Yun's aura surged dramatically. The three elders of the heavenly Yuan simultaneously widened their eyes. How could this be? How is this possible? Gu Yun's cultivation surged like a tidal wave, each crest higher than the last, seemingly without limit. Peak of the tribulation crossing 7th realm. Tribulation crossing 8th realm. Peak of the tribulation crossing 8th realm. Tribulation crossing 9th realm. He was rapidly approaching the quasi-saint realm. At that moment, the three elders suddenly came to their senses, shouting in unison, "Stop him! He must not succeed in his breakthrough." A Gu Yun at the tribulation crossing 7th realm was already a considerable headache for the heavenly Yuan sacred land. If he were to truly break through to the quasi-saint realm, in the sacred realm of Tianyuan, what hope remains for them? The three individuals acted in unison. Boom! The heavens and earth shifted, the ground trembled, as if heralding the apocalypse. Such was the might of a quasi-saint ancestor, capable of flattening an entire sect with a single strike. Yet, despite their combined efforts, they inflicted no harm upon Gu Yun. As the three were taken aback, a series of explosions erupted. Countless disciples of the Tianyuan sacred land burst apart in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the three ancestors widened their eyes in disbelief. How could this be? Why did our attack redirect to others? Amidst their confusion, Gu Yun's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, merely a step away from becoming a quasi-saint. The sight sent the three ancestors into a state of heightened anxiety. Should Gu Yun break through, the Tianyuan sacred land might very well cease to exist. However, his rapid ascension was abruptly halted, as if he had collided with an immovable mountain, remaining stagnant and unyielding. Gu Yun furrowed his brow, unable to break through. Upon witnessing this, the three ancestors of the Tianyuan sacred land were initially stunned, then erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha ha! You startled me. I thought he might truly break through to the quasi-saint realm." The eastern continent, or rather, the entire Zhizhu, had been ensnared by the Tianyu divine clan, ensuring that no one could ascend to sainthood henceforth. The distinction between quasi-saint and saint was but a thought away. Aspiring to become a quasi-saint was utterly impossible. The pinnacle of the tribulation stage marked the end of the road for all cultivators in this realm. Upon hearing this, not only were the youths who had followed Gu Yun taken aback, but even the disciples of the Tianyuan sacred land gazed at the three ancestors in shock. Cultivators strive against the heavens, seeking to alter their fates. Now, you tell me that no matter how one cultivates, breaking through the tribulation pinnacle is unattainable? Is that truly the ultimate end? This equates to sentencing all cultivators in Zhizhu to death. Everyone knows that beneath the saintly level, all are but ants. Thus, no matter how hard they toil in their lifetimes, they're doomed to remain as mere ants, with no hope of rising again. Gu Yun also ceased his attempts to break through, gazing at the sky with neither sorrow nor joy. What a formidable Tianyu divine clan. At that moment, the three ancestors of the Tianyuan sacred land approached Gu Yun, mocking him as they spoke. "Gu Yun, having used the only sword that could threaten us, yet failing to achieve success in your breakthrough, you remain merely a tribulation realm cultivator. Meanwhile, we are veritable quasi-saints. It seems today this outcome for you is already sealed. Death awaits." Chapter 175. The Pressure of a Saint. Gu Yun slowly rose to his feet. Given the futility of his breakthrough, he did not persist recklessly. However, the boundless merit continued to enhance his cultivation. His gaze sharpened, and the long sword in his hand gleamed with a cold light. He disdainfully regarded the three ancestors of the Tianyuan sacred land and said with a smile, "I have transcended to the 7th realm of tribulation, and I can make you timid and hesitant. Now, having achieved the great perfection of tribulation, what do I have to fear from you?" The three ancestors of the Tianyuan sacred land snorted coldly. "Ignorant child, do you comprehend what it means to be a quasi-saint? We, half-step saints, are not to be compared to your mere great perfection of tribulation." Upon finishing their words, the three of them instantly unleashed a terrifying aura. The overwhelming power they exuded distorted the very fabric of space. The onlookers were filled with dread, their hearts racing in fear. Some could not withstand such a formidable presence, violently spitting blood and collapsing to their knees. Luo Shiyu and the others furrowed their brows. Is this the power of a quasi-saint? Far more terrifying than they had imagined. Yet, despite this, Each of them gripped their divine swords tightly, especially Luo Shi. In the past, his ancestors faced the so-called divine race of the heavenly domain without fear. What were these beings before him? One might perish, but the heart must remain unyielding. With this thought, he seemed to attain a greater calm, his gaze becoming all the more resolute. Meanwhile, Gu Yun wore a scornful smile. Boom! He too erupted with a terrifying aura. In an instant, he charged forward, swinging his sword at the three quasi-saints. The sword intent raged like a primal torrent, annihilating all in its path. Even the three quasi-saints were taken aback by Gu Yun's overwhelming sword intent. Is this truly a being of the tribulation realm? Though Gu Yun had not yet broken through to quasi-saint, they felt he was merely a step away from sainthood. This was perplexing. Normally, one must first attain quasi-saint status to grasp the true essence of a saint. Yet Gu Yun seemed to be an exception. It was as if once he crossed that threshold, he would ascend to sainthood in a singular step. Boom! The three quasi-saints dared not be negligent and immediately summoned their full strength to counterattack. The violent waves of power collided and spread, causing cracks to appear in the sky above the Tianyan sacred land. It seemed as if this space-time could not withstand such formidable force. On the brink of shattering at any moment, below the Tianyan sacred land, the ground shook violently, reminiscent of the apocalypse. Were it not for the fierce struggle of the mountain guardians, the entire sacred land would have long since begun to collapse. All present were awestruck by the clash between Gu Yun and the three quasi-saint ancestors. Could these truly be mere mortals? Each move from the four seemed capable of devastating heaven and earth. The crowd quickly distanced themselves, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. The three quasi-saints battling Gu Yun were deeply furrowed in thought, astonished in their hearts. A mere great perfection of tribulation could force three of them to such an impasse. The trio realized they were merely matching him blow for blow, without gaining any upper hand. They were afraid. On this day, the Tianyan Sect indeed harbors extraordinary anomalies. From the beginning, this cursed place should never have been allowed to persist. As the stalemate appeared increasingly insurmountable, an elder from the Tianyan Holy Land suddenly spoke. My friend, there's truly no significant enmity between us. Why not cease hostilities and coexist in peace? The other two elders exchanged glances and quickly chimed in. Indeed, what is a mere death of a sovereign? It is not of great consequence. There is no need for us to engage in a life and death struggle. Yes. We are all righteous forces of the Eastern continent. We should unite rather than turn against one another. These individuals, accustomed to preying on the weak while fearing the strong, had long since lost their fervor for battle. Gu Yun could not help but smirk coldly. You are but a horde of parasitic wretches, unworthy to call yourselves righteous. Since I have arrived today, I shall eradicate you traitors, purging the Eastern continent of your malignancy. The three quasi-saint elders furrowed their brows, their expressions swiftly turning to indignation. Gu Yun, I advise you to think carefully. You are merely at the tribulation stage and cannot hope to kill us. Prolonging this standoff is but a futile endeavor. We are genuine quasi-saints. To slay you is as easy as raising a hand. It is only out of compassion for your youth that we hesitate to see you meet an untimely demise. Do not be ungrateful. Indeed, to kill us, you must at least be a quasi-saint yourself. Do you possess such capability? Gu Yun flashed a charming smile, responding with a tone of mockery. Thanks to your reminder. I do indeed have a quasi-saint at my disposal. With a wave of his hand, a beam of golden light shot skyward. In the next moment, a golden flag hung above the Tianyan Holy Land, radiating a dazzling divine light, pure and extraordinary. The three quasi-saint elders stared in astonishment. The 10,000 souls banner? A quasi-saint level 10,000 souls banner? You! Roar! A chilling, terrifying growl reverberated through the skies of the Tianyan Holy Land. Following this, a cascade of colorful light erupted as a spectral skull, imbued with the pressure of a quasi-saint, emerged. Witnessing such a bizarre sight, the three elders of the Tianyan Holy Land nearly had their eyes pop out. Is the demonic path now engaging in such abstract practices? Clearly sinister, yet cloaked in a veneer of righteous aura. This is even more malevolent. Regardless of whether this soul slave was righteous or evil, it possessed quasi-saint cultivation and exerted pressure greater than that of the three. If they could not deal with Gu Yun alone, how could they possibly confront another quasi-saint soul slave, which was immune to many forms of attack? How could they possibly fight? Was it truly the case that the Tianyan Holy Land would meet its demise at Gu Yun's hands today? Just then, a beam of golden light surged forth from the back mountain of the Tianyuan Holy Land. Bang! It struck directly at the quasi-saint's soul slave released by Gu Yun. The latter let out a startled cry and immediately dodged. Gu Yun furrowed his brow, instantly unleashing a surge of sword intent. Boom! The two forces collided, sending forth an imperceptible wave of energy that overturned everything in the vicinity. Even the Tianyuan Great Hall was utterly obliterated. The golden light did not falter. Instead, it descended directly toward the ground. Clang! As the dust settled, a divine sword emerged upon the earth. Gu Yun raised an eyebrow slightly, for this sword exuded the aura of a saint. At that moment, a deep, steady voice, imbued with immense pressure, resonated from the back mountain of Tianyuan Holy Land. Young friend, there is merit in sparing others when one can. For the sake of your ancestor, I can overlook the previous matters. However, if you believe there is no one in Tianyuan Holy Land, then feel free to continue testing your luck. Gu Yun abruptly turned his gaze towards the back mountain. It was the oppressive presence of a saint. Tianyuan Holy Land actually harbored another saint? Among the three quasi-saint elders, one immediately bowed in reverence towards the back mountain. I pay my respects to the ancestor. The other two, though puzzled, quickly echoed, we pay our respects to the ancestor. Gu Yun's brow tightened. The sudden emergence of a saint ancestor from Tianyuan Holy Land had surpassed his expectations. Yet, this ancestor must have reservations and would not strike directly. Otherwise, he could have easily obliterated him moments ago. There was no need for excessive dialogue. In this state, Gu Yun felt a measure of confidence in his ability to escape. However, Luo Shiyu and the others would undoubtedly meet their demise. Contemplating this, Gu Yun let out a cold laugh and calmly remarked, I did not anticipate that Tianyuan Holy Land possessed another saint ancestor. I humbly request the ancestor to reveal himself, so that I may behold your esteemed countenance. Chapter 176, The Great Calamity. The voice let out a cold snort and replied indifferently, You are quite astute, seeking to probe whether I am merely posturing. Are you? I can assure you that, at present, I am indeed unable to manifest myself, nor can I easily act against you. However, should you insist on forcing my hand, even at a great cost, I possess the capability to eradicate you and all those you have brought. Do you believe me? Are you willing to wager? Gu Yun chuckled lightly, his demeanor unperturbed as he replied, I truly do not dare to wager. However, if I were to simply depart today, what if you, Tianyuan Holy Land, regained your strength and sought retribution against us? The voice chuckled softly and said, Rest assured, while you are detestable, Tianyuan Holy Land has far more pressing matters to attend to. A great calamity of righteousness and evil approaches. The entire eastern continent, indeed all of Zhuzhou, may soon be engulfed in a monumental disaster. Our foremost duty is self-preservation. As for you, perhaps by the time this great calamity concludes, you will no longer exist. So why should we take action? Gu Yun's brow furrowed slightly. The calamity of righteousness and evil. He had always thought it was merely a ruse. It is a means to compel the neutral sects to take sides. However, it appears that this matter is not as straightforward as he anticipated. If there truly exists a so-called great calamity, he and the Tianyan Sect should have prepared for it long ago. With this thought, Gu Yun took a deep breath, smiled calmly, and gestured respectfully towards the heart of the Tianyuan Holy Land, saying, If that is the case, then let today as affairs end here. I bid farewell. Upon finishing, he exchanged glances with Luo Shiyu and the others. Subsequently, the group swiftly gathered around Gu Yun and departed from the Tianyuan Holy Land. Watching their retreating figures, several celestial lords of the Tianyuan Holy Land gritted their teeth in frustration. Elder, are we just letting him go? One queried. Why did the elder not take direct action to annihilate them? With this disturbance, our Tianyuan Holy Land will surely lose its prestige in the eastern continent. Among the three elders, there were similar expressions of bewilderment. They communicated discreetly. Isn't our master already deceased? Who was that voice just now? Indeed, is there something the Tianyuan Holy Land is concealing from me? Only the elder of the Wu family maintained an air of indifference throughout. When questioned by the others, he promptly elucidated, Just now, I employed the sacred artifact left by our ancestor, the Tianyuan sacred sword, to impersonate our master and intimidate Gu Yun. If Gu Yun were allowed to continue his reckless behavior, it would only lead to mutual destruction, complicating matters further. Upon hearing this, the two elders widened their eyes in astonishment. What? It was you who invoked the authority of our ancestor. That was perilous. Had Gu Yun detected any hint of deception, our Tianyan Holy Land would have faced great turmoil. I maintain that there are no saints left in the eastern continent, even throughout the entire 9 provinces. Saints are exceedingly rare and remain hidden. This matter must not be divulged. Impersonating our ancestor's might is indeed an effective deterrent. As long as there are no saints in the eastern continent, our Tianyan Holy Land shall remain untroubled. Meanwhile, Gu Yun, leading the group away from the Tianyan Holy Land, addressed them with solemnity. Esteemed friends, the matters concerning the Dan God Hall have been resolved, yet the future of the eastern continent remains unpredictable. Therefore, whether you choose to follow me to the Tianyan Sect or depart on your own, I implore each of you to deliberate carefully. The crowd exchanged glances before collectively cupping their hands in affirmation. We are willing to join the Tianyan Sect and follow the Hall Master. Of course, a few individuals harbored different intentions and proposed plans to part ways. Gu Yun did not insist. He merely informed them that should they require assistance in the future, they could always visit the Tianyan Sect. He then led those willing to join him back to the sect. On the journey, Luo Xiu could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. Hall Master, do you truly believe that there remains a saintly ancestor in the Tianyan Holy Land? I have heard that no saints have emerged from the eastern continent for quite some time. Although I'm unaware of the reasons behind this, it seems to be true. Gu Yun replied with a calm demeanor. At present, such matters are of little significance. I am far more concerned with the nature of the impending calamity between good and evil. This issue must be clarified with utmost urgency. Luo Xiu nodded in agreement. The calamity of good and evil occurs in cycles every few millennia. He had heard of it since childhood, yet always felt like something distant, never truly resonating within him. If the so-called heavenly origin ancestor is not deceiving them, what fate awaits the eastern continent is indeed difficult to fathom. The heavenly origin sacred land is situated tens of thousands of miles from the heavenly transformation sect. Even for those in the great ascension realm, it would require several days of sword flight. However, under the auspices of Gu Yun's formidable power, the group returned to the heavenly transformation sect in less than half a day. At this moment, within the sect, the air was thick with anxiety. Is there still no word? Where has the sect master gone? I do not know, but based on the descriptions from the disciples who were with him before his abduction, I suspect those who took the sect master might be linked to the heavenly origin sacred land. What? The heavenly origin sacred land? Could it be that our act of slaying the heavenly origin envoy has been exposed? That cannot be right. If it were truly exposed, the heavenly origin sacred land would have annihilated our sect outright, not merely abducted the sect master. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, a sudden report came in. Elder, Gu Yun has returned. He has brought back numerous young disciples, all claiming to join the heavenly transformation sect. Upon hearing this, the masters of the noble families present were instantly filled with excitement. He has finally returned. The demon-sealing Great Array has been dismantled by our ancestors one by one. Without the array as a safeguard, I am eager to see how Gu Yun intends to confront our ancestors. Quickly, inform the elders of each family. Today shall be Gu Yun's final hour. The subordinate, not daring to delay, hurriedly departed. However, there was no need for such notifications. The moment Gu Yun stepped into the territory of the heavenly transformation sect, several ancestors had already sensed his presence. As Gu Yun and his companions entered the grand hall of heavenly transformation, the ancestors materialized before him. Gu Yun was neither surprised nor flustered. He simply instructed Luo Xiu to take the others away to make arrangements. Once everyone had departed, Gu Yun turned to the assembled noble ancestors with a smile. You are truly courteous. I have only just returned, and you come forth to greet me personally? The expressions of the ancestors were grim, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Yun had already achieved a perfect breakthrough into the transcendence realm, capable of withstanding even quasi-saint powers. After all, it had been merely a little over a month since Gu Yun left the heavenly transformation sect. How significant could his progress truly be? The patriarch of the Tang family was the first to attack. Gu Yun, where is the golden dragon of fortune? You were entrusted with the crucial task of retrieving it for the sect, yet you return empty-handed. Is this your response to such an important responsibility? Such negligence? What punishment do you deserve? Gu Yun chuckled, unable to resist casting a lingering glance at the assembly. In the esteemed Tianyan Sect, it is customary to seek a pretext before taking action. Chapter 177, Reckoning. Gu Yun cast a cheerful glance at the several elders, disdainfully remarking, "What? Are you all planning to turn against me under the guise of this opportunity?" Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, their laughter echoing rather than angering them. They appeared utterly indifferent. "So what if we are? Gu Yun, your insubordination has long been tolerated. You have exploited the confines of the sealing array within the sect. And today is the moment we eradicate this menace." As they spoke, an imposing aura began to emanate from them. The weakest among the elders possessed a cultivation level of the 7th stage of the Tribulation Crossing realm, while the esteemed ancestor of the Yi family had even reached the pinnacle of that realm. Their pretense had vanished. Guyan chuckled, having surmised that these scoundrels had dismantled the sealing array in their absence from the sect. Otherwise, they would not be so brazen. Yet, Guyan was unfazed. To him, eliminating them was as effortless as dispatching a mere dog. Since they wished to engage in a game, he was more than willing to partake. He laughed heartily. "Oh, it seems you have forgotten that I still hold dominion over the sealing array." With that, he produced a token, as if intending to activate the array. However, the elders of the Tianyan Sect wore expressions of mockery. "Ha ha, do give a try, Guyan. Do you truly believe we have come unprepared to confront you?" One of them candidly revealed, "The sealing array has been entirely dismantled by us. Without it, I am curious what you will use to contend with us." Their faces radiated triumph, already envisioning the celebratory feast that would follow Gu Yun's downfall. Yet at this moment, Gu Yun smiled nonchalantly. So the sealing array has indeed been destroyed. Very well, very well. In that case, I have no reservations left. If the sealing array were still intact, I might have hesitated to eliminate you." With that, he shed any pretense and instantly unleashed the peak aura of the Tribulation Crossing realm. In an instant, the skies above the Tianyan Sect shifted dramatically, a terrifying vortex of spiritual power coalescing. The once self-satisfied elders felt their expressions freeze in shock. "What? Gu Yun's cultivation has also reached the pinnacle of the Tribulation Crossing realm? How is this possible? Just a month ago, he was merely at the 7th stage." The elder of the Yi family, already at the peak, found his countenance paling. "Is this truly the pinnacle of the Tribulation Crossing realm? How is it that my own prowess seems worlds apart from his?" He felt as if a mere glance from Gu Yun could obliterate him in an instant. Fear began to seep into the hearts of the elders. In an instant, the hall of heavenly transformation fell into a profound silence. A few individuals had already resolved that, regardless of the cost, they must eliminate Gu Yun today. Yet now, how could they even contemplate such an endeavor? This prodigy, Gu Yun, had transformed in just a month's absence into a being capable of crushing and looking down upon them. Was it not said that cultivation grew increasingly arduous as one progressed? Especially after transcending tribulation, each step was supposed to be fraught with immense difficulty. Indeed, some had remained stagnant at a minor realm for hundreds or even thousands of years. Yet, such stagnation was nowhere to be seen in Gu Yun. His ascent in cultivation was swifter than their flight on swords. Observing the pallor on their faces, frozen in place, Gu Yun cheerfully picked up a nearby teacup, taking a delicate sip before speaking nonchalantly. "You are all veterans of the sect, well acquainted with my temperament. It would be best if you could smooth over what you just said, otherwise." The expressions of the elders darkened even further. They exchanged glances, their minds consumed by a single thought: flee. However, in the next moment, they realized that a barrier had been established around them without their notice. It was far too late to contemplate escape now. All eyes were filled with dread as they turned towards Gu Yun, the elder of the Tang family, who had previously exuded the most formidable presence, had long since lost that air of dominance. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and said, "Higu, Hall Master, you truly are not one to jest. We were merely engaging in playful banter. Surely, we were concerned about you not bringing the auspicious golden dragon, fearing you might feel guilty, so we sought to lighten the atmosphere. Right, everyone?" He feigned a relaxed demeanor, while the other elders wore expressions of utmost awkwardness, only able to force a smile and nod in agreement. Yet, could such a feeble excuse truly deceive Gu Yun? Gu Yun savored the tea, clicking his tongue in mild disappointment. Bang! With a mere lift of his hand, the elder of the Tang family was instantly obliterated. The other elders widened their eyes in disbelief. A single strike, and he had been annihilated. Was this the prowess of someone in the 8th stage of tribulation? Gu Yun shook his head and spoke with indifference. This excuse is far too cliched. Next, the other elders trembled in fear. They had assumed they were all in the tribulation realm, and even if Gu Yun was stronger, there would still be room for negotiation. Little did they expect that Gu Yun's initial strike would result in such a swift execution. The disparity was staggering. All gazes converged on the elder of the Yi family, as he was the only one present who shared the same realm as Gu Yun. However, while he appeared composed on the surface, internally he was in a state of turmoil. His brows furrowed, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Especially when he felt the eyes of the others upon him, he could not help but feel irritable. Why are they all looking at me? His peak tribulation realm was nothing compared to my own. Yet, with words already spoken, any attempts at concealment were futile. He decided to abandon his pretense. Gu Yun, I can see that you are indeed formidable, capable of effortlessly eliminating us. But so what? After all, we are the ancestors of the Tianyan Sect. Do you truly dare to kill us all? If you were to do so, how would the disciples of the Tianyan Sect perceive you? Moreover, we are presently amidst chaotic times, with a great calamity of good and evil approaching. You need us. His righteous words had not yet concluded when Gu Yun suddenly raised his hand to strike. The ancestor of the Yi family was taken aback, an overwhelming fear draining all strength from his body. He stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet, Gu Yun merely lifted his hand, refraining from actual assault. Observing the Yi ancestor's disarray and trepidation, the earlier bravado dissipated entirely. Gu Yun chuckled. That was a miscalculation. I had not prepared that strike adequately. Yi ancestor, continue. I assure you, I shall not falter again. Upon hearing this, the Yi ancestor realized that the composure he had strained to maintain was utterly unsustainable. He crumpled to his knees. I implore you, spare our lives. Consider the years we have contributed to the sect. The other ancestors also knelt in supplication. We are willing to offer all our family's wealth, merely seeking to survive. As long as we live, should you wish to eradicate the noble families, we shall not interfere. Gu Yun could not help but laugh again. First, you have contributed nothing of worth. Second, the wealth of your families rightfully belongs to the sect. Third, even if you were to obstruct me, I could still annihilate the noble families. Upon hearing this, the ancestors were engulfed by despair. Did this truly mean they were destined to perish here today? Although they had lived for over 1,000 years, they felt they had not yet experienced enough of life. After all, who could ever tire of the life of such exalted beings? The Yi ancestor gritted his teeth and spoke earnestly. I am willing to exchange the secrets of the impending calamity of good and evil, he assured, aside from myself. Very few in the Eastern continent are privy to the true details of this impending crisis. Gu Yun smiled playfully regarding the Yi ancestor. Now, that is an intriguing proposition. Elaborate further. If it proves valuable, I might consider sparing you. The Yi ancestor's countenance turned ashen. He understood that they were in no position to negotiate with Gu Yun, yet he could not fathom Gu Yun's so-called consideration. With a pained expression, he asked, How can you guarantee that what you say is true? Gu Yun merely chuckled, speaking nonchalantly. Would you care to gamble? If you articulate your proposal, I may spare your life. Of course, you may choose not to gamble, in which case I can offer you the chance to start anew. Upon hearing this, the Yi ancestor clenched his jaw. Did he truly have a choice? Not gambling meant death, yet gambling offered a glimmer of hope. Upon reflecting on this, the venerable ancestor of the Yi family inhaled deeply and gravely proclaimed, In my youth, I ventured into the celestial domain. Thus my understanding of it surpasses that of the average individual. After uttering these words, he solemnly directed his gaze toward Gu Yun, intending to convey to him that he still possessed value. It was only through such a revelation that he might preserve his own life. Gu Yun responded with a faint smile, refraining from a direct reply, and instead coolly remarked, My patience is limited. It would be prudent for you, ancestor, to refrain from superfluous discourse. The Yi family patriarch let out a resigned sigh before methodically revealing the truth of the matter. It turned out that the so-called calamity of righteousness and evil was nothing more than a grand play scripted long ago, enacted every 3,000 years across the 9 provinces. The orchestrators of this entire affair were none other than the divine clan of the celestial domain. Within the celestial domain existed a faction known as the Myriad Stars Immortal Land, which effectively controlled all the prominent sects and powerful entities within the 9 provinces. To compel these factions to willingly surrender various cultivation resources, the Myriad Stars Immortal Land could not allow peace to prevail. It was essential that all inhabitants of the 9 provinces lived in a constant state of fear and unease. This way, the populace, particularly those of significant power, would be more inclined to rely on the myriad stars' immortal land, thus offering greater resources in exchange for their protection. Consequently, every 3,000 years, the myriad stars' immortal land would open several portals to the demon realm, allowing foreign entities to invade the 9 provinces. Hence the so-called calamity of righteousness and evil every 3 millennia. Upon hearing this revelation, even the other patriarchs widened their eyes in disbelief. What? This entire ordeal is fabricated? They exclaimed. We need not have strived so desperately to extract resources in pursuit of protection from the celestial domain. It was they who orchestrated this predicament behind the scenes. Damn it, those scoundrels of the celestial domain are even less human than we are. Had we known, we should have heeded our ancestors and launched an assault on the celestial domain to eradicate those wretches. The Yi family patriarch sighed in resignation. Had it been several millennia ago, during the era of the Holy Land of Tianyan, when they still basked in their prime, a counteroffensive against the celestial domain might have been conceivable. However, now, the heavenly pathways of the 9 provinces were sealed by the celestial domain, and the road to sanctification was utterly obstructed. It was not just the Tianyan Sect that faced an irreversible fate. The entirety of the 9 provinces found themselves bereft of hope for resurgence. They once believed that by laying down their arms, peace would follow. After all, they possessed everything they desired and had no inclination to risk their lives against the celestial domain. Yet, in retrospect, the moment they relinquished their weapons, they were destined to become sheep for slaughter. Gu Yun listened in silence, his expression betraying little emotional fluctuation, seemingly unperturbed by such revelations. He turned to the Yi family patriarch and calmly inquired, "Have you finished?" The patriarch, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and, in a tone laced with trepidation, responded, "I have maintained long-standing connections with the celestial domain. Should you require contact with the divine clan, my assistance would be most convenient. Gu Yun, with your formidable prowess, perhaps you could reign supreme in the 9 provinces. However, the heavenly path of the 9 provinces has been irrevocably sealed, leaving you no avenue for advancement. Only by submitting to the celestial domain could you hope to survive the impending calamity." Gu Yun could not help but chuckle. Is it true, then, that you fervently cling to life merely to serve as hounds for the celestial domain? The elder of the Yi family grew frantic. They are far too powerful for us to contend with. What alternative do we have but to become their dogs? I, too, am merely seeking a circuitous route to save our sect. Survival is our only chance of hope. Gu Yun smiled softly, offering no response. Suddenly, he spoke, stating, "Earlier, I suggested you take a gamble. I now wager that after your words, I shall not spare you." At this, he broke into a radiant, innocent smile and added, "Apologies, but you have lost your wager." The elder of the Yi family widened his eyes, a mixture of shock and fury. "Gu Yun, you cannot." Boom! The hall of heavenly transformation trembled violently. A terrifying sword intent rippled above the Tianyan Sect. Countless disciples cast fearful glances, and even the swiftly arriving Elder Qin Feng and others bore expressions of astonishment. Was that strike from the Hall Master? Has the Hall Master broken through? We must rush to the Hall of Heavenly Transformation and ascertain the situation. The crowd hurriedly made their way there. As they arrived, they beheld Gu Yun emerging from a hall, his sword gleaming brilliantly, yet both he and the sword were pristine and unblemished. Upon seeing Elder Qin Feng and the others, Gu Yun offered a calm smile and said, "As per usual, summon people to cleanse the grounds." Elder Qin Feng and the others hesitated. Are the elders not seizing the opportunity to challenge the Hall Master? What does the Hall Master mean by cleansing the grounds? In the next moment, a dreadful thought struck the minds of the crowd. Elder Qin Feng was the first to regain his composure and quickly approached the Hall of Heavenly Transformation. Upon peering inside as he reached the entrance, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he turned to Gu Yun in shock, inquiring, "Hall Master, have you ascended to the Saint Realm? Otherwise, how could you possibly?" The others soon followed suit, racing to the entrance of the hall, only to discover several elders lying in pools of blood, their bodies severed. "The Hall Master has slain the elders." Gu Yun shook his head. "The heavenly path of the 9 provinces is sealed, rendering the road to sanctity utterly blocked. Even I cannot ascend to the Saint Realm." Upon hearing this, Elder Qin Feng was even more astonished. To have slain all the elders without reaching the Saint Realm? This, Elder Qin Feng quickly gathered his wits and promptly suggested, "Hall Master, perhaps you should visit the Dripping Water Cave." Gu Yun was taken aback. Casting a surprised glance at Qin Feng, The dripping water cave? Qin Feng's expression turned grave and resolute as he nodded, saying, "That is the place where our ancestor attained enlightenment and ascended to the saint realm. However, ever since the ancestor's passing, the cave has been sealed by the noble families, forbidding any disciples of Tianyan from approaching. I believe that there, you may find the means to advance further." Upon hearing these words, Guyan nodded. He then followed Qin Feng to the back mountain of the Tianyan Sect. The barrier, once established by the aristocratic families, had crumbled due to the demise of several ancestors. Standing before the dripping water cave, Gu Yun faintly sensed an unprecedented yet gentle power akin to the wind. In chapter 179, Everyone Like Dragons, Gu Yun felt a stir within. He had anticipated that the dripping water cave might contain remnants left by the founder. However, after a long moment of contemplation, he discovered nothing. He let out a soft sigh, his gaze slowly darkening. Despite his foreknowledge, a sense of despondency lingered. At that moment, a steady and amiable voice resonated in his ear. "Little one, you appear somewhat bewildered." Guyun's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked up. Inside the dripping water cave, the light was dim, yet something faintly emanated a glow. Following the source of the light, Guyun stepped forward and realized that it was the stone carvings on the cave walls that were aglow. These carvings were quite rudimentary, one horizontal line, one vertical line, and an irregular circle represented a small figure. In the small figure's hand was a vertical line symbolizing a sword. There were many such figures, each displaying different postures. Yet they were not solitary. Beside each figure was its own name: Lung Shikuo, Gao Liang Glun, Gu Jinsheng, Yin Jinhua. The carvings seemed to showcase their unique skills. A flicker of excitement surged within Gu Yun. The instant he beheld these figures, they appeared to come alive, moving before him. A myriad of techniques and divine abilities unfolded in his sight. Some were intricate and profound, while others seemed rather ordinary. However, when they converged, a distinct sensation enveloped Gu Yun. A spark of joy ignited within him. It seemed he could glean some understanding from these carvings. Could it be that this was the Founder's guidance for him? He raised his voice, calling out, "Founder, the heavenly path of the Eastern continent has been sealed by the divine race, and I am trapped at the pinnacle of tribulation, unable to advance further. I beseech you to teach me how to break through." After a lengthy pause, the voice echoed once more. "I cannot assist you." Guyan was taken aback, looking up in astonishment at the rocky wall before him. Apart from the glowing figures, the surroundings were dim and silent, devoid of any other presence. Instinctively, Gu Yun began to search, even releasing his divine sense to probe the area, but to no avail. It was as if he had fallen into an auditory hallucination. There was truly no one else in the cave. Yet soon, the voice resonated again. "Those who can aid you are right before your eyes. It was with their help that I, too, broke free from the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth, achieving sanctification in one fell swoop." Gu Yun was once again taken aback, compelled to look once more at the small figures carved on the walls. Were they truly so formidable that they could assist the Founder in attaining sanctification? Gu Yun instinctively spoke. "Who are they?" The voice gradually responded, "The Cold Tree Nation. Gao Liang Glun, Gu Jinsheng, Yin Jinhua. They are the true founders of the Tianyan Sect." In an instant, Gu Yun comprehended the significance of these names. They were the valiant pioneers of the Tianyan Sect. "Look, that one named Li Ping, my ordinary sword technique, is derived from his teachings. It is called the ordinary sword because we were all merely ordinary individuals. And then there is Zhang Fan, who mastered just one punch technique. Yet he perfected it to such an extent that it could still shake the heavens and earth. In the beginning, we gathered together for the same ideals and beliefs. And thus the Tianyan Sect was born. They revered me as their ancestor and called me eternal. However, I emerged from among them, and ultimately I shall return to them. They are me, and I am them. They are indeed eternal. They were once able to assist me, and now they can aid you as well. Therefore go find them, and stand by their side." A tremor coursed through Gu Yun's heart. The invisible shackles binding him quivered slightly, as if cracks were beginning to form. He seemed to grasp the essence of it, though not entirely. Fortunately, his gaze grew increasingly resolute. He cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the stone wall and said, "Thank you, Ancestor, for your teachings. I understand." Just as he was about to turn away, the dripping water cave began to tremble. The previously etched stone carvings radiated an even more intense light. Moments later, all the tiny figures coalesced, transforming into 4 streams of golden light that surged forth. Startled, Gu Yun instinctively pursued them. The golden light burst forth from the dripping water cave, startling Qin Feng outside the entrance. The familiar aura caused his eyes to moisten, wide with astonishment. Is that the ancestor? Has the ancestor returned? Watching Gu Yun rush out of the cave, he hastily followed suit. Wherever the four streams of golden light traversed, life revived with vigor and vitality. Ultimately, they soared to the summit of Tianyan, plunging into the Tianyan monument. Upon the monument, the silhouettes of all those who had contributed and sacrificed for the Tianyan Sect emerged one by one, illuminating the heavens and earth with resplendent colors. Countless disciples of Tianyan were drawn to the spectacle. What is happening? Why is the Tianyan monument suddenly glowing? I have heard that the Tianyan monument not only commemorates all who have contributed to the sect, but also contains a forbidden divine art sealed within by the ancestor. Alas, for so many years, countless individuals have failed to decipher the powers contained within. Could it be that today this divine art is about to be unveiled? Perhaps it truly is possible. As a throng gathered at the Tianyan summit, Gu Yun and Qin Feng arrived before the monument. Gazing at the radiant stone, they exchanged glances. And then Gu Yun stepped forward. Placing his hand upon the monument, a myriad of divine arts and techniques unfolded in his mind, revealing intricate patterns of profound understanding. Ultimately, these images evolved on their own, gradually merging into a singular entity. The figure that ultimately materialized was none other than Gu Yun himself. Gu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Was the stele assisting him in deducing the most suitable cultivation method for himself? However, this deduction was a protracted process, requiring his own contemplation and comprehension before it could take shape. What manner of sorcery was this? Meanwhile, Qin Feng was already in tears, his lips trembling with excitement as he declared, "It is the unparalleled cultivation method left by our ancestor, the true method of everyone as dragons. With diligent practice, whether one is a genius or an ordinary disciple, everyone can grasp a unique set of techniques and methods belonging solely to them, with each individual having the hope of achieving sanctity." Initially, the noble families sought to monopolize the secrets of Tianyan, but alas, their schemes backfired, leading to a complete sealing of the method. Little did they expect that today, the ancestors' teachings could once again be revealed. Heaven bless Tianyan, may it flourish. Qin Feng alternated between laughter and tears, joyfully dancing about. The other disciples of Tianyan, upon hearing this, were equally exhilarated. Most hailed from humble beginnings, despite their diligence. Their talents were mediocre. Even now, as the sect's regulations began to take shape and fairness was established, rising to prominence on their own remained a formidable challenge. To their astonishment, the ancestor had bequeathed such a miraculous gateway, granting even ordinary individuals the possibility of ascent. They could not help but chant, "Heaven bless Tianyan, may it flourish. Heaven bless Tianyan, may it flourish." Gu Yun gazed upon the jubilant crowd, as if comprehending the words spoken to him by the ancestor in the dripping cave. From among them, to become one with them, he promptly proclaimed, "Elder Qin, arrange for all disciples of Tianyan Sect to come in batches to comprehend beneath the Tianyan stele immediately." Additionally, with turmoil approaching in the eastern continent, our sect requires fresh strength, and it coincides with our quinquennial recruitment of new disciples, which I shall personally oversee. Qin Feng immediately responded, "Yes." Chapter 180, Storms and Rain. Having issued his commands, Gu Yun turned to depart. If others could cultivate the true method of everyone as dragons, then so could Gu Yun. Moreover, this method was not a specific technique, but rather a means for cultivators to derive their own unique techniques and powers. Gu Yun wished to seize this opportunity to delve into the mysteries within, seeking a breakthrough towards sanctity. Achieving sanctity is challenging, yet paradoxically simple. At its core, it necessitates two essential conditions. First, one's cultivation and realm must reach their zenith, enabling the comprehension of the sage's path. Second, the level of the heavenly laws must be sufficiently high, possessing the position of a sage's fruition. You need not worry about the first condition. The crux lies in the second. In a vast wilderness, the heavenly laws are inherently of insufficient caliber, with few positions capable of accommodating the sage's fruition. Now, the heavenly laws have been further sealed, and the positions available have been entirely locked away. Theoretically, the hope of achieving sanctity appears utterly bleak. Unless Gu Yun can depart from this realm or break the constraints governing it, he faces a paradoxical dilemma, for both conditions necessitate his ascension to sainthood. The only viable solution lies within the teachings left by the Master of Heavenly Transformation. It is worth noting that, in the past, the Master himself achieved the esteemed position of sainthood under the very same constraints. Moreover, during his stewardship, countless individuals within the Heavenly Transformation sacred land stood shoulder to shoulder with saints. Should Gu Yun comprehend the profound truths contained therein, not only could he attain sainthood himself, but he could also lead the Heavenly Transformation sect back to its former glory. Meanwhile, after Gu Yun's departure, Qin Feng and his companions began to address the pressing matters at hand. Following a tumultuous period, the aristocratic families of the sect were entirely eradicated. However, the sect suffered significant losses at all levels. There was an urgent need for fresh blood to rejuvenate their ranks. Gu Yun's directive to recruit new disciples was indeed imperative. Yet, the Heavenly Transformation sect faced numerous other challenges. Elder Qin noted that although the assets of the aristocratic families had been confiscated, a thorough investigation revealed that these assets had either been relocated or depleted. The sect now found itself in dire straits. Not only was it difficult to nurture new disciples, but even maintaining the daily operations of the sect had become exceedingly arduous. After hearing his subordinate's report, Qin Feng sighed in resignation. The parasitic nature of the aristocratic families had severely drained the sect's vitality, and recovery would not be a swift endeavor. However, the recruitment of new disciples could not be delayed, as the Hall Master had warned of impending crises that would plunge the entire Eastern continent into chaos. If the Heavenly Transformation sect were to rely solely on the Hall Master without any disciples, survival would be inconceivable. It was essential to devise a strategy that would both cultivate new talent and explore new sources of revenue for the sect. Upon hearing this, the elder members of the Demon Suppression Hall exchanged glances and rose in unison, declaring their willingness to lead groups into the Forbidden Mountain Range to seek out new resource veins for the sect. Qin Feng was taken aback and cast a worried glance at his old comrades. The Forbidden Mountain Range, while rumored to harbor unknown resources, was fraught with peril. It was home to countless beasts and enigmatic, forbidden life forms. Encounters with such entities could lead to a near-certain demise. Everyone present understood the risks, yet none exhibited any signs of trepidation. Instead, they appeared composed and unperturbed. We, the old bones, have little hope of further breakthroughs and not many years left to live. To accomplish even the most trivial tasks for the sect in this final stretch is worthwhile. Qin Feng's lips moved as if to say something, but ultimately he sighed deeply. He understood all too well the dire situation confronting the sect. A weight pressed upon his chest as he hoarsely uttered, "Then, I entrust this matter to you." With that, he lowered his head, feeling despondent. He was acutely aware that after this endeavor, their next meeting might very well be in the sect's Memorial Hall for Heroes. In contrast, the others burst into hearty laughter. One after another, they approached and gently patted Qin Feng's shoulder. "Cheer up, you have your own responsibilities." With that, they each departed to prepare for their journey to the Forbidden Mountain Range. Qin Feng took a deep breath, dispelling the sorrow that lingered in his heart. Indeed, he too had his own duties to fulfill. Subsequently, he began to summon his subordinates, issuing commands to recruit new disciples. The Tianyan Sect, having lost its prestigious lineage, was gradually transforming and rebirthing in its own unique manner. A few days later, atop the main peak of Tianyan, over 100 elderly men with white hair gathered. Their cultivation levels varied. Some were at the pinnacle of the mysterious realm, while others were in the early stages of the Great Ascension. Yet, all were beaming with enthusiasm and excitement. "Esteemed elders, I trust you are well aware of the reason for your assembly here," boomed an elder from the Demon Suppression Hall. "As I have stated, our expedition to the Forbidden Mountain Range may very well be fraught with peril, perhaps even leading to certain death. It is entirely voluntary. No one shall be coerced." Upon hearing this, the elderly men erupted into laughter. "Elder Lu, 300 years ago, I was but at the mysterious realm. Yet I served under you, aiding in the expansion of our Tianyan. What do I have to fear now?" exclaimed one. "Indeed, as an old man, it would be worthwhile to ignite a final flame for our sect before I depart this world." Another added, "Enough with the chatter. We old-timers have all spilled our blood for the sect. Let the younger generation witness that their elders are still formidable." Boomed a voice, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd. Elder Lu joined in the mirth, surprised to find that despite his advanced age, he could still feel the fervor of his youth. "How wonderful!" he exclaimed, exhilarated, his eyes slightly misty. "All right, my dear brothers, I shall not prolong the discourse. According to our prior plans, We shall split up and venture into the Forbidden Mountain range in search of resource veins. I know none of you fear death, but remember, return alive. The atmosphere grew serious as all present clasped their hands in salute, responding in unison. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves for the sect. Simultaneously, countless young disciples gathered around the main peak of Tianyan. They had heard, to varying degrees, of the sect's urgent need for cultivation resources. To enhance the sect's resource income, these venerable elders had resolved to brave the dangers of the Forbidden Mountain range in search of new mining resources. I've heard that those in the Great Ascension who venture there rarely return alive. Will these elders truly come back? Such ominous talk. They will undoubtedly return. Some could not bear to listen any longer and rushed forward, proclaiming loudly, reporting to the elders, I, disciple Wu Fei, wish to accompany you all to the Forbidden Land in search of mineral veins to contribute to the sect. With one leading the charge, a wave of voices followed suit. I, disciple Wang Yun, am willing as well. I too wish to join. And I, the once proud descendants of the Zhang family, hastily arrived, their expressions grave as they knelt on the ground, resolutely declaring, Grandfather, allow us to accompany you. Witnessing this scene, the elder generation appeared increasingly somber. Zhang Wangchuan gazed upon his progeny and admonished them sternly. All of you, step aside. This matter does not concern you. After speaking, he turned his attention to the eager young disciples wishing to join their expedition to the Forbidden Mountains. And you young ones, listen closely. We old-timers have our duties, just as you have yours. The sect belongs to us, but it also belongs to you. You are the hope of the sect. Return and focus on your cultivation. And heed the arrangements of the Hall Master. At this moment, Zhang Wangchuan felt a sense of tranquility and composure. Gazing at the youthful faces before him, he was reminded of the first time he had encountered the spirit of the ancestor centuries ago. He had seen the visage of the ancestor, and thus wished for the younger generation to understand what the ancestor would be like if he were present today, even if his imitation fell woefully short. Chapter 181, The Seed of Tao. The elders, disregarding life and death, sought to forge a brighter future for the sect and their descendants, while the younger ones felt powerless. Many young disciples clenched their fists and turned away, unable to bear the sight. Elders of a similar age to Zhang Wangchuan could not help but jest. Look at this old fool. At his age, still trying to be impressive. The Zhang family disciples wept openly, their grief palpable. While they were reluctant to see their elders venture into danger, they understood the inevitability of it all. Elder Lu addressed the gathered assembly. All right, let us old bones impart one more lesson to these youngsters. With swords drawn, they prepared to depart. The several hundred aged members of Tianyan collectively cried out, yes. With that, figures soared into the air on their swords, dividing into 10 teams as they set forth from the Tianyan Sect. The young disciples, moved to tears, felt a swell of emotion, their noses tinged with sorrow as they clasped their hands in respect and exclaimed, We await your safe return, esteemed ancestors. The elders of the Tianyan Sect maintained their composure, devoid of sorrow or joy. However, just as they were about to leave the Tianyan Sect, a figure appeared before them, stirring their emotions. Hall Master, what brings you here? Gu Yun had been in seclusion for 3 days, having gleaned some insights from the everyone is a dragon true method, yet remained at a loss regarding the breakthrough to the sacred realm. Observing the elders of the Tianyan Sect, who, like their predecessors from millennia past, disregarded their lives for the sake of the sect, he too felt a wave of emotion rise within him. He then spoke. Elder Lu, I have heard about the endeavor to explore the mineral veins in the Forbidden Mountain range. Allow me to take charge of this matter, sparing you esteemed elders from the perils of such a journey. Upon hearing this, smiles adorned the faces of Elder Lu and the others. Their gazes towards Gu Yun resembled that of an elder observing a younger kin, rather than that of subordinates addressing their leader. We comprehend the Master's intentions, yet we are not yet at death's door. We still possess the ability to contribute to our sect. Furthermore, Master, you have your own responsibilities to attend to. Others chimed in, affirming, indeed, transcending to the sacred realm and securing the protection of a sage for Tianyan Sect holds greater significance than the pursuit of mineral veins. We are merely fulfilling our respective duties. Moreover, Tianyan Sect cannot rely solely on the Master. Gu Yun was momentarily taken aback. The words of his ancestors suddenly echoed in his mind. Go among them, see them, assist them, believe in them. The history of Tianyan is not the creation of a single individual, but a collective endeavor of countless ordinary disciples. The teachings of every individual as a dragon gradually surfaced in his consciousness, akin to a heated iron, becoming increasingly fervent. Gu Yun inhaled deeply, as if a newfound clarity dawned upon him. He nodded earnestly, bowing in respect. I understand. I await the safe return of all esteemed elders. Elder Liu and the others reciprocated with faint smiles and respectful gestures. Subsequently, they continued onward, brushing past Gu Yun's shoulders, gradually vanishing from his sight. Gu Yun, undeterred by further thoughts, immediately sought a tranquil spot to meditate, aiming to delve once more into the teachings of every individual as a dragon, striving for a breakthrough to the sacred realm. Time passed unnoticed. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the skies above the eastern continent, and thunderous dragons roiled within. The oppressive clouds seemed to press against the earth, suffocating all beneath. The ancestors of various formidable factions in the eastern continent trembled in fear, soaring into the skies, their gazes fixed intently towards the direction of Tianyan Sect. Someone seeks to achieve the status of a sage. Impossible, there are no sages in the eastern continent, nor in the entirety of the ancient world. Success for him is utterly inconceivable. The three quasi-sacred ancestors of the Tianyuan Holy Land were gripped by trepidation. Gu Yun, merely at the peak of tribulation, dares to challenge the position of a sage? This young man is too extraordinary. He should never have been allowed to leave the Tianyuan Holy Land alive. Should he succeed in his breakthrough, it would spell disaster for our Tianyuan Holy Land. As if one could slay him at will. The celestial domain is already aware of his existence, yet they seem unconcerned. The paths to the sacred status have long been sealed. No matter how defiant Gu Yun is against fate, he cannot forcibly ascend to sagehood. In the central state, northern domain, southern frontier, and western valley, the strongest among countless factions extended their utmost spiritual senses, keenly observing the Tianyan Sect. Should Gu Yun achieve his breakthrough, not only does it signify a monumental shift in the entire ancient realm, but it also suggests that the seal of the heavenly path is loosening, perhaps even vanishing. Among them, those at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood may seize the opportunity to attain true sainthood. 3 days hence, the terrifying pressure gradually dissipated, and the force of the laws swirling above the Tianyan Sect diminished significantly. Indeed, failure was the outcome. Without the attainment of a saint's fruit, one simply cannot achieve sainthood. Fortunately, it is a relief. If another saint were to emerge from the eastern continent, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in the ancient realm. Upon realizing Gu Yun's failure to break through to the saint realm, the three ancestors of the Tianyuan Holy Land were overwhelmed with excitement. Defeated, he has indeed failed. I maintain that he could never achieve sainthood. With this setback, his vitality must be severely impaired. Perhaps this presents a prime opportunity for us to eliminate this hidden threat. It is reasonable. This child is far too defiant and must not be allowed to remain. Meanwhile, at the Tianyan Holy Land, Qin Feng and the others also recognized Gu Yun's failure to advance, unable to suppress their sighs. Had the Lord been born a few millennia earlier, perhaps a single saint realm would have posed no obstacle to his progress. The Lord is still young. What is one failure in the grand scheme? It is nothing of great concern. We believe in the Lord. He will surely succeed. Beside Gu Yun, Su Yao cradled a creature resembling a soil-colored dog, quietly keeping vigil. The dog, visibly excited, struggled to break free from its bindings and rushed to Gu Yun's side, nuzzling against the hem of his garment. Greedily drawn to the aura emanating from him, Gu Yun slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although he had not attained the status of a saint, it seemed he had discovered an alternative path to sainthood. At this moment, within his Danshan's divine sea, a golden lotus seed floated. It appeared unremarkable at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, its diminutive form was adorned with intricate inscriptions embodying the laws of heaven and earth. This is the seed of the saint's fruit. Once it flourishes and blooms, it will ultimately bear the fruit of sainthood. Achieving sainthood through this method is an entirely different concept from that of other saints vying for the fruits of the heavenly path. Once one attains sainthood, the heavens bow in reverence. This is the terrifying essence of the true method of all being as dragons. It lacks specific techniques or divine powers. Yet the stronger the practitioner, the more extraordinary their insights become. Gu Yun could not help but marvel. The master who bequeathed this profound method is truly a divine being. Chapter 182, Undercurrents of Change. A few days later, streaks of light traversed the sky, and on the summit of Tianyuan, dozens of figures appeared. Their diverse attire divided them into two distinct factions. The three ancestors of the Tianyan Holy Land personally came to welcome them, their smiles akin to three blooming chrysanthemums, exuding a blend of fear and humility amidst their cordiality. We warmly welcome our friends from the Fire Cloud Immortal Sect and the Haoshan Holy Land to our Tianyuan Holy Land. Our Tianyuan Holy Land is truly honored. In contrast to their fervor, the representatives from both the Fire Cloud Immortal Sect and the Haoshan Sacred Land appeared rather indifferent. At the forefront of each group stood formidable figures on the brink of achieving sanctity. They merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement towards the three ancestors of the Tianyuan Sacred Land before directly addressing the matter at hand. Let us dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. We have been informed that during the last encounter in the Dragon Abyss, it was none other than Gu Yun, the head of the Demon Suppression Hall of the Tianyan Sect, who humiliated our Fire Cloud Immortal Sect. We have always been the bastion of righteousness in the Central Continent and have never endured such indignities. If we do not address this grievance, it would be an affront to the very name of our sect. The elder from the Haoshan Sacred Land scoffed, affirming, "Indeed, I have long heard of the rampant demonic practices in the Eastern Continent, and the Tianyan Sect is undoubtedly among them. This time, we from the Haoshan Sacred Land shall seek to reclaim justice." The three ancestors of the Tianyuan Sacred Land exchanged awkward smiles, silently cursing. Previously, when we suggested you confront Gu Yun, you made various excuses. Now that you have learned of his failure to break through, which must have severely depleted his strength, you are suddenly eager. Is it not because you covet the Tianyan Sect's assets, hoping to extort some benefit? Yet, they would not openly confront this hypocrisy. Should they manage to use the hands of the two great sacred lands to eliminate Gu Yun, or even eradicate the entire Tianyan Sect, it would indeed be a tremendous boon for them. The ancestor of Tianyuan spoke earnestly. You are correct. The moral decay in the Eastern Continent is exacerbated by the existence of individuals like Gu Yun. Our purpose this time is to restore righteousness and rectify the chaos. In light of this, there is no need for further discussion. Let us march directly to the Tianyan Sect and demand an explanation from Gu Yun. The Tianyuan ancestor nodded in agreement and promptly summoned numerous experts from the sect, alongside skilled individuals from the other two sacred lands, to proceed to the Tianyan Sect. Meanwhile, Gu Yun continued to contemplate the profound teachings left by his ancestors, though he found little reward in his reflections. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, choosing instead to take a stroll and observe the changes within the sect, perhaps uncovering unexpected insights. With the absence of the former patriarchs of the noble families, those disciples who had committed transgressions received their rightful punishments according to the sect's regulations. As for those who had not violated the rules, Gu Yun opted for leniency. As long as they adhered to the sect's guidelines and were willing to contribute to its growth, they would still be regarded as part of the sect. However, given that the disciples from noble families inherently started at a higher echelon, they would be prohibited from competing for any sect positions for a decade. What began as a casual walk soon took a turn when Qin Feng approached him. "Master, there is a matter that requires your personal judgment." Gu Yun looked at Qin Feng in surprise and inquired, "What is it?" To avoid disturbing Gu Yun's cultivation, Qin Feng would not come to him unless it was of significant importance. Moreover, Elder Qin Feng was principled and fair in his dealings, and Gu Yun felt assured in trusting the sect's affairs to him. However, Qin Feng's brow was furrowed as he hesitated, unsure of how to begin. "Moments latte." He sighed helplessly and said, "It concerns the Zhang family, specifically that Zhang Wanquan." Gu Yun raised an eyebrow. He held a profound impression of Zhang Wanquan. This venerable elder had shed both sweat and blood for the sect in his youth. Even at his advanced age, he selflessly ventured into the forbidden mountain ranges in search of new mineral resources. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "What is the matter?" Qin Feng let out a bitter laugh and began to explain. A younger member of the Zhang family, presumably the grandson of Zhang Wanquan, had got into a conflict with a former noble family's disciple 3 days ago. Initially, it was merely a verbal altercation, but their tempers flared and a fight soon ensued. The noble disciple, lacking adequate training, was beheaded by the Zhang family's junior, dying on the spot. Upon hearing this, Gu Yun's brow furrowed, and an ominous premonition stirred within him. Qin Feng continued, according to the sect's regulations, the Zhang family junior must at least have his cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. However, the matter is complicated by the sensitive identities involved. If not handled properly, it could lead to significant trouble. I initially intended for a discreet resolution. Yet there are individuals within the sect with ulterior motives who are intent on spreading and amplifying the incident. Now, the entire sect is aware of it. The former noble disciples are both panicked and furious, demanding justice from the sect. The Zhang family, on the other hand, feels wronged, particularly the young man who committed the act. He even proclaimed that his grandfather, Zhang Wangchuan, has made tremendous sacrifices for the sect. So what is the big deal about killing a once mighty noble disciple? Many elders from the Zhang family have come forward to plead on his behalf. Currently, a significant number of ordinary disciples within the sect also support the Zhang family. Their resentment towards the noble families runs deep, and they believe that now is the time for ordinary disciples to stand tall. The act of killing a former noble disciple seems inconsequential to them, especially considering that the perpetrator is a descendant of a sect hero. Hearing all this, Gu Yun couldn't help but smile and then asked, "So, Elder Qin, how do you think this matter should be handled?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng turned to Gu Yun, hesitating before speaking. "I believe that since the sect's regulations clearly state that killing fellow disciples is prohibited, the Zhang family disciple should be severely punished according to the rules. However, I am concerned that the ordinary disciples and the Zhang family may not accept this, especially since Zhang Wangchuan is still out there working diligently for the sect." Gu Yun chuckled. "What is it? Are you afraid of disappointing Zhang Wangchuan and causing him to rebel against the sect?" Qin Feng sighed helplessly and awkwardly replied, "Indeed. I may be being overly cautious. However, that young Zhang disciple is truly the most cherished grandson of Zhang Wangchuan, which is why I believe we must proceed with caution." Gu Yun calmly interjected, "In fact, this matter can be resolved easily. Let Zhang Wangchuan handle his own descendant. I trust that without any need for persuasion from anyone, the venerable elder will personally deal with his grandson. If he harbors any personal motives, it will not be a betrayal of the sect, but rather a betrayal of his entire life's beliefs. However, this matter cannot be handled in such a manner. Otherwise, what significance remains in extinguishing the noble families? Is it not the relentless pursuit of the heavenly transformation sect to ensure equality before the rules of the sect? The Zhang family has rendered contributions. Thus, their descendants deserve leniency. Is it not possible that the Zhang family could emerge as a new noble family?" Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, quickly asserting, "That cannot be the case. The Hall Master is overthinking. I firmly believe that the Wangchuan brothers would never allow their kin to act recklessly. Furthermore, now that the noble families have been eradicated, as long as we maintain control over the sect, noble families shall never arise again." Gu Yun chuckled. "Elder Qin, have you forgotten? Noble families do not arise from birth, but rather from transformation. Without a sword to keep the internal factions in check, it is entirely possible that the next noble family could very well be the Qin family. Do not forget that those ancient ancestors of the noble families initially acted with sincerity for the sect, devoid of any selfish motives." Chapter 183, Support. Gu Yun's words left Qin Feng momentarily speechless. The thought of his descendants, after his passing, resembling those from the once mighty Yi and Zhao families, filled him with unease. He felt a lump in his throat, struggling to articulate his thoughts, yet found himself rendered mute. In that moment, his heart was on the brink of despair. Could it truly be that noble families are incapable of being eradicated? Even with repeated attempts at extermination, would they continue to resurrect? Gu Yun noticed the unwillingness and helplessness in his expression and smiled, saying, "I merely suggested a possibility. It is not a certainty. Since we acknowledge there is such a possibility, we must take precautions." Qin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he looked at Gu Yun, declaring, "Indeed, we must be vigilant." He understood that Gu Yun's words were not without merit, and that there was a significant probability of such occurrences. If vigilance were lacking today, a new noble family would undoubtedly emerge tomorrow. The affairs of the six dynasties should not devolve into mere schemes for personal gain. Such a thing must not transpire again. Gu Yun refrained from further elaboration and proceeded with Qin Feng to the Demon Suppression Hall. At that moment, a considerable number of individuals had gathered at the hall, including ordinary disciples as well as former members of noble families. They all congregated for Zhang Yintao, the young disciple from a Zhang family who had slain Zhao Honyuan of the former Zhao family. However, tensions escalated as the two factions faced each other, swords drawn. According to the sect's laws, the killing of a fellow disciple warranted the forfeiture of one as cultivation and expulsion from the sect, with life for life. Zhang Yintao must be punished according to the sect's regulations. Yet, you all clamored for his innocence, which only serves to disrupt the enforcement of the law and disregard the sect's codes. One voice interjected, "Huh, Zhang Yuntao is the grandson of the esteemed Zhang Wangshuan. He merely killed an ordinary disciple of your Zhao family. What of it? Do you believe that it is still the time of your Zhao family's dominance? When your Zhao family once humiliated us ordinary disciples, was it not the same? Once the Zhao family was indeed steeped in transgressions. Yet those deserving of punishment have already faced their retribution. The esteemed Gu, the master of the hall, has long since decreed that any scion of a noble family who has not violated the sect's regulations and is willing to contribute to the sect's development may remain within the sect and enjoy the same rights as ordinary disciples. Do you not hold the words of Master Gu in high regard? Moreover, has not the venerable Zhang Wangshuan rendered service to the sect? Does my Zhao family lack ancestors who have also contributed to the sect? How absurd. It was your families that previously brought calamity upon the sect. Who knows what further misdeeds you may commit in the future? The Master's moment of mercy might well lead to disaster for the sect, in my view. You all deserve to perish." As the quarrel intensified, the atmosphere grew increasingly volatile on the brink of violence. At that moment, a guard from the Demon Suppression Hall shouted, "Silence! The Demon Suppression Hall forbids any uproar." The ordinary disciples, immediately displeased, turned on the guard with furious rebukes. "Aren't you also of humble beginnings? Instead of supporting your fellow ordinary disciples, you side with the noble families to bully us? A bunch of ingrates." The guard frowned deeply. His call for silence was directed at both factions. How had it turned into a biased intervention? Had those before him been disciples of noble lineage, he would have taken action without hesitation, delivering a taste of his iron rod. Yet, he found himself confronted by ordinary disciples. Today, the status of ordinary disciples held equal prestige to that of noble families. Mishandle the situation, and he could easily be accused of discrimination against ordinary disciples. Once fearless in the face of noble science, the guard now hesitated to act. Just then, a voice resounded, with such commotion before the hall and repeated warnings unheeded. "Take their heads." The ordinary disciples were momentarily stunned, then fury surged within them. Instinctively, they turned to confront the speaker. "Who dares to threaten us, the ordinary disciples?" Before they could finish, they beheld none other than Gu Yun, the master of the Demon Suppression Hall. Their faces turned pale with fear, and they quickly clasped their hands in respect. "Disciple pays respects to the master. I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me." Others followed suit, bowing deeply. "We pay our respects to the master." Gu Yun paid them no heed, striding directly into the Demon Suppression Hall, parting the crowd as he went. He turned to the guard who had been maintaining order and said, "Did you not hear my words? Why do you still stand idle?" Upon hearing this, the guard finally reacted, his expression turning fierce as he clasped his hands and replied, "Yes." He then stepped forward, deftly wielding his iron rod. With a resounding crack, he struck the leg of the one who had been causing the disturbance. The individual collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Panicked, he cried out, "Master, I understand my error. I shall not dare to repeat it. Please spare my life." However, Gu Yun remained unresponsive to his pleas. The ordinary disciple was indeed in a state of agitation, although he was merely an unremarkable member of the sect. His habitual laziness and lack of ambition had rendered him devoid of any noteworthy cultivation or ability. However, the unfolding events surrounding the Zhang family presented him with a glimmer of opportunity. Should he manage to make a mark in this affair and win the favor of the Zhang family, or perhaps even earn the goodwill of Gu Yun, he might find himself in a position of significance. In such a case, he could enjoy a steady influx of spiritual stones without the need for arduous effort. Thus, he took it upon himself to incite others to join him in creating chaos. In his view, Gu Yun was advocating for the ordinary disciples by thoughtlessly defending them. He would surely attract attention and gain Gu Yun's interest. Little did he anticipate that Gu Yun would seek his life. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, "Master Gu, I am but an ordinary disciple, a steadfast supporter of yours. Have you considered the consequences of taking my life? If you dishearten those who stand with you, who will remain to support you in the future?" His words struck like thunder on a clear day, halting the guard who had raised his blade, causing him to instinctively glance at Gu Yun. The others present held their breath, cautiously observing Gu Yun. Elder Qin Feng, who had accompanied Gu Yun, was livid and rebuked the disciple. Preposterous. Yet, Gu Yun merely smiled enigmatically, turning to the disciple and inquiring, "You claim to be my steadfast supporter?" The disciple, sensing a flicker of hope for survival, became exuberant, quickly kneeling and crawling forward, fervently declaring, "Indeed, Master, I am willing to face any peril for you, even death itself." Guyan's laughter grew louder. "Ah, splendid. But tell me, why do you hesitate to embrace death when I command it?" Upon hearing this, the disciple's expression shifted dramatically from sycophancy to sheer terror. He struggled to articulate a response. Guyan interjected with a cold scoff. "I eradicate the nobility to ensure that the Heavenly Variation Sect is free from privileged individuals. How dare you suggest that your support entitles you to special privileges? Should I become isolated for not granting you such favor?" Guyan then declared, "Today, I shall see if the ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Variation Sect will abandon me upon your demise. Execute him." The guard, no longer hesitating, struck with swift resolve. A flash of cold light pierced the air. With a splatter of blood, the disciple collapsed into a pool of crimson. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers turned pale with fear. Moments later, some knelt in terror, pledging, "We vow to remain loyal and supportive of our master." However, alongside their reverence, there simmered a deep-seated resentment. This Guyan had truly forgotten his roots. It was the ordinary disciple's backing that had solidified his position as the master of the Demon Suppression Hall. And now he had turned his back on them. Some individuals merely exchanged glances without bowing, merely clasping their hands in respect. The Lord of the Hall adhered to the rules of the establishment, and we all submitted willingly to his authority. Guyan smiled lightly. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, he turned and proceeded towards the elevated seat, speaking casually. "I declare that no one is permitted to kneel any further. Since you all seem so fond of kneeling, I shall accommodate your wishes. Those who kneel shall have their legs broken,